Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Folding his hands, turning to Theodore Miller, the man declared that he would never become a magician. The guy's face was blocked by the shadow from the bars falling on his face. From the depths of the cell, which was intended for prisoners, rays of light broke through. Straightening his arms, the guy slowly walked into the arena. Presenting himself in front of a huge magical object that hung in the air, he froze in one position. The plot tells us that the Royal Championship of Magic, the final of the student tournament, is being held in this place. Continuing to walk towards the arena, the guy pulled his hands towards his jacket. Then, with a slight movement of his hand, he took off his jacket. A girl appeared on his way, her clothes fluttering due to powerful currents of wind. Concentrating, the guy formed a fiery cloud of mana in his hands. Clenching his palms, he prepared to attack. After the blow was struck, a huge cloud of dust rose at the sight of the fight. History informs us that the battle is between the lagging Bergen Academy student Theodore Miller and the rising star of the Blue Tower, Sylvia Adruncus. Being in a smokescreen, crouched down, Theodore awaited further action. His face was shrouded in anxiety and excitement. Streams of blue mana could be seen in the cloud of smoke. The silhouettes of many magical creatures appeared in front of the protagonist's face. He was shocked by what he saw, after which Sylvia's technique rushed to attack. Due to the shockwave, Theodore collapsed to the floor. Crossing his arms, the protagonist managed to dodge Sylvia's attack. Pushing off from the ground, he managed to escape from the shackles of her technique. Magical creatures again tried to attack the main character. Wary, Theodore asked Mithra to appear. Suddenly, a little girl appeared behind him and, putting her hands forward, managed to deflect Sylvia's technique. A huge earthen wall appeared before the eyes of the main character. Raising her magical staff, Adruncus froze in one position. A glimmer of light appeared from the cloud of smoke that had formed. From what he saw, Sylvia's face was shrouded in bewilderment. A cloud of light aura was visible in Theodore's hands. Clenching his palms, the main character froze in one position. Directing a stream of powerful aura towards Sylvia, Theodore prepared to attack. With lightning speed, his technique rushed towards Adruncus. With a worried expression on her face, Sylvia tried to block the protagonist's attack. The magic staff appeared in her hands again. As a result of what she saw, Sylvia's face was enveloped in genuine shock. Indignantly, Theodore bared his teeth. An unknown object continued to hang over the scene of a fierce fight. Wary, the people sitting in the stands froze in anticipation of the outcome of the battle. Sylvia's face was shrouded in the dust that had risen from the battlefield. Theodore's gaze was filled with worry. He was shocked by what he saw. His gaze was caught by Sylvia floating in the air, with many arrows rising above her. Adruncus's eyes were shrouded in streams of blue aura. Horrified and clenching his fist, the main character prepared to attack. Sylvia's flowing hair covered her face. Concentrating, Theodore raised his palm. Streams of the guy's auras collided in a fierce battle. Looking at the protagonist's back with his hands folded, the man noted what he had said earlier, again asking why he wanted to participate in the tournament. Opening his mouth slightly, Theodore stated that the reason for this was becoming a magician. On the fog-shrouded street there was a sign indicating that there was a store there. Sitting at his workplace, the stranger was sorting through documents. Looking at one of the documents and saying the name of the main character, he asked if he knew why he was called. Averting his gaze, Theodore reported that this was so. With a serious expression on his face, the man said that only 3 points were deducted in all subjects, adding that if this is not taken into account, then the result of the main character is almost perfect. Paying attention to the blank look of the main character, the stranger stated that writing a test was not the most important component in the academy. Looking at Theodore, whose body was shrouded in shadow, the stranger reported that given his magical abilities, in the remaining time, noting the possibility that he would not pass the practical tests. Outside the windows of the academy, an endless rain continued to fall. From what he heard, the protagonist's face was filled with annoyance. The stranger said that if we take into account what has been said, then he may not count on graduating from the academy. Folding his hands, he wondered what course Theodore was in. Lowering his gaze, the main character said that he was in his second year, adding that he had not yet managed to fully master it. Adjusting his glasses, the stranger told Theodore that 3 long years had already passed, noting that despite the time spent here, he still had not mastered the skill of the second circle. Closing his eyes, the main character declared that this was so. Raising his hand to his face, the stranger said that this was a hopeless situation. Looking at the stranger who pulled out the closet, in his thoughts, Theodore said that he knew about everything, talking about the mockery and pity of the people around him. Continuing to think, the main character noted the harsh truth that he has no talent for magic. Handing Theodore a letter, the stranger said that this was his last chance. Placing his hands on the table, he asked for forgiveness for bringing him bad news every year. Looking at the letter, in the middle of which a red seal was visible, the stranger said that this year would be the last, and again asked Theodore to take it. The main character thought that the reality was that in life he was a loner. Theodore's hand reached for the doorknob. Turning his head, the main character discovered something. He was surrounded by a crowd of students with a malicious grin on their faces. Clutching the letter in his hand, in his thoughts, Theodore wanted them to stop looking at him. Seeping through the crowd of people, the main character thought that he heard everything, talking about pity, mockery, sympathy, laughter, contempt, relief, sighs, and insults. His face was filled with genuine hatred. Theodore thought he had come too far to just cover his ears and ignore it. Leaning on the stairs, the main character noted the feeling that he had been walking on broken glass all this time, but could not turn away from the designated path. His hands touched the doors, outside of which a bright light was visible. Opening them, Theodore stood in front of a huge library. Continuing to think, he said that this is how he became the one who fights with his destined fate. Holding many books in his hands, the main character noted that all he could do was continue to study, as a result of which he went to the library to pass the time among the books. Putting his hand to his mouth, Theodore thought that he had read them thousands of times already. Placing his hand on one of the shelves, he noted that in this way he copes with accumulated stress. Approaching the cart, the protagonist said that there was almost no one in the library, because practice was more important than theory, adding that it was always quiet here, which was conducive to reading. Lost in thought, Theodore froze in one position. His gaze fell on the book, which made him wonder if it had always been in the library. Putting his finger on it, Theodore noted that he was seeing her for the first time. A mysterious creature enveloped the protagonist's finger, which surprised him. Suddenly, a monster appeared out of nowhere and tried to grab the stunned Theodore. He was shocked by what he saw. Being almost completely absorbed, the main character tried to call for help. Covering his face with his hand, Theodore heard someone trying to call him. Looking at the frightened protagonist, the unknown person tried to find out if he could hear him. Leaning on his hands, Theodore wondered if he had heard it. Interrupting him, the unknown person asked him to look at his hand. Turning around, the main character heard someone say that he didn't hear, asking him to look at his hand again. Theodore's gaze was shrouded in genuine fear. His attention was drawn to the hand from which the voice came, after which the main character managed to turn his palm. Looking at his hand, the stunned Theodore wondered what it was. Clearing its throat, the unknown creature declared that it could finally breathe. From what he saw, the main character screamed in genuine horror. The unknown creature noted that Theodore was surprised too early. Looking at the frightened protagonist, he repeated again that it was too early for him to be surprised. Removing his hand to the side, in his thoughts, Theodore wondered if this creature could talk, not understanding what kind of purple tentacle was on his hand. Sticking out its tongue, the creature announced that it was hungry. Having turned his attention to the creature, the main character froze in one position. After which, waving his hand with all his might, he began to scream. Seeing how the creature grabbed the book with its tongue, Theodore asked him to stop. Screaming, he repeated his request again. Taking the creature by the tongue, the main character asked to just listen to him. Leaning on Theodore's fingers, the creature declared that it was in pain. Having bitten the main character's hand, he ordered to let him go. From sharp pain, Theodore collapsed to the floor with a crash. With a surprised look, the main character thought that at that very moment, an incredible amount of knowledge pierced his head and insight came to him. Theodore's face showed many sparks that arose due to powerful streams of aura. Continuing to think, the main character noted that until that day, he had already lost count of his attempts to master magical abilities, adding that nothing had worked. Opening his eyes, Theodore began to think that suddenly, a voice in his head ordered him to extend his hand forward. Concentrating, the main character declared that everything he had strived for had finally happened. Opening his mouth slightly, Theodore screamed out a lightning strike spell. Suddenly, a powerful explosion thundered across the library. Being in a shocked state, the main character froze in one position. His gaze was directed at the sparks of aura that were emanating from his hand. The system notified him about the second circle spell lightning strike, adding that it had been studied. Being in complete bewilderment, Theodore heard a voice that said that having woken up from a long sleep, Gluttony was very hungry, asking him to hurry up and satisfy the creature's hunger with the help of books. Turning to the creature, the main character tried to find out whether this voice belonged to him. The system reported that the remaining time was 10 minutes, noting that 4 books were required to satisfy the hunger. Wary, deep in thought, Theodore wondered what he was talking about. Paying attention to his hand and continuing to think, the main character noted that before thinking about that voice, he needed to understand what kind of creature it was. Putting his hand on his knee, Theodore thought that it was tingling a little, suggesting that this was not a dream, adding that it was hard to believe in such a thing. The main character said that until this moment he could not use magic, not understanding why everything worked out now. A memory surfaced in his head in which he was in one of the exams in magic. Theodore stated that on top of that, the spell that never worked in an instant. Stretching his hand forward, he assumed that the flash was nothing more than an accident, wondering if he could even blow up a bookcase with a single blow. Next, looking at his charred hand, Theodore noted the fact that it was all thanks to her that she was eating books. A genuine smile appeared on his face. The main character was sure that this was his chance. Leaning on his hand, Theodore said that he began to reflect on the words spoken to him, which were that if he absorbed 4 books within 10 minutes, the same thing would happen as with a lightning strike. Placing his hand on his shoulder, the main character thought that he could absorb and use the abilities described in the books as his own. Turning his gaze to the creature, Theodore tried to find out its name. The creature stated that it would tell about the name only after feeding. Leaning his face a little closer, the main character asked what would happen if he didn't do this. The creature said that it would eat the first one it caught. A smirk appeared on Theodore's face. Leaning on the wooden railing, he began to explore the expanses of the library. Having asked to believe, the main character noted that the creature would definitely not remain hungry. Looking at the creature, Theodore told about what he fed it. Paying attention to how the creature was trying to say something, he noted that he learned a lot of interesting things from the mysterious voice. One of the eaten books was In the Shackles of the Tongue. Theodore explained that gluttony is a grimoire whose roots date back to an era long since erased from chronicles and reference books, saying that the grimoire increases its power and satisfies hunger by consuming magical items. The open book was in the vastness of the creature's stomach. Theodore stated that books consumed by the creature imbue the owner with power, noting that if the grimoire's wishes are ignored, the glutton will begin to treat its owner as food. Reaching for one of the books, the main character said that the essence of feeding and gaining strength is approximately that after absorbing the book, the knowledge is instantly absorbed by the bearer. Lowering his head, Theodore tried to say something to the creature. The main character noted that after this, magical power begins to spread throughout the body, originating in the heart and, through the blood vessels, enters every part of the body. Examining the book lying on the table, Theodore said that not everything is so simple, saying that if the reader's understanding of the book is low, then the knowledge will be useless and little tangible. Leaning back, Theodore closed his eyes. The system notified him that he had consumed the book Basics of Elemental Magic, noting that the harmony with the 4 main elements had increased, adding that he had 3 books left to satisfy his hunger. With his eyes wary, the main character thought that if such a notification sounded, it meant that the assimilation of information was successful, declaring that after this the abilities from the absorbed book became available to him. Placing the book on the creature's tongue, Theodore said that in this way, until sunset, he continued to absorb spells that were difficult to use. Due to the colossal amount of knowledge, Theodore grabbed his head. The system notified that circulation of magic power, basics of creating a magic circle, using magic defense and basics of flame strike had been absorbed, adding that using and understanding the elements of lightning strike had also been absorbed. The main character noted that excessive absorption of knowledge will lead to reciprocal pain. Clutching his head, Theodore let out a terrifying scream. Being completely covered in sweat, the main character said that just a little more and he could pass out. Placing his hand on his forehead, Theodore noted that he needed to absorb books in moderation, adding that the pain was worth it. Having concentrated, the main character began to practice with his acquired skills. A cloud of powerful aura formed in his palms. Clenching his fist, Theodore heard a message from the system, which announced that the grimoire's hunger had been satisfied. Spreading his arms to the sides, the main character turned his attention to the message, which was that the knowledge of the absorbed books had been successfully mastered. Theodore's face was enveloped in a joyful smile. While in his thoughts, he noted that for the first time in 3 years, streams of magical power flowed through his body. Looking at the creature, the main character tried to find out if he was full. The creature said that the books did not taste very good, adding that for now it was tolerable. Continuing to look at the unknown creature, calling it fastidious, Theodore wondered if he had forgotten his promise. Smirking, the creature asked if the main character only needed his name. Leaning on his arm, Theodore declared that this would be enough. The creature suggested that this information would not be enough for the main character. Opening its mouth, the creature said that Theodore could call him Gluttony. Putting his hand to his face, the main character said that he understood this. Laughing, Gluttony asked to pay attention to the sour expression of the main character. Taken aback, Theodore wondered if Gluttony would answer if he asked anything. Looking at the main character, Gluttony assumed that the question would be related to the voice he heard or information about his abilities. Grinning, Gluttony stated that he knew a lot. Recalling Gluttony's words, Theodore noted that he was interested in more than just the name. Looking at Gluttony, who again pulled out his tongue, the main character froze in one position. Lost in his thoughts, he said that if the voice was to be believed, Gluttony was in an unstable state, adding that there was no clear answer about stabilization. Holding Gluttony in his hand, Theodore continued to think, noting the mention of providing him with food in large quantities, adding that ultimately he would have to find out everything himself. The protagonist's face was shrouded in surprise. Leaning on his palm, Gluttony fell asleep. Theodore reported that after satisfying his hunger, Gluttony falls into a deep sleep, noting that immediately after satiety he can answer any question from the host. The protagonist's face froze in one position at the moment when he was thinking about any one question. Stretching out his hand, Theodore explained that Gluttony was a magical grimoire, akin to a spell that had existed since ancient times, assuming that he had not lied when he said that he would answer only one question. Looking at the wary Theodore, the magical grimoire asked what he was thinking about, asking him to ask what he wanted before he fell asleep. Drops of sweat slowly flowed down the protagonist's face. The system said that before Gluttony fell asleep, he could only be asked one question. With a smile on his face, the magical grimoire awaited Theodore's question. Exhaling, the protagonist turned his hand. Leaning on his arm, Theodore thought about the question. Looking down, deep in his thoughts, he noted that such a chance would not come soon, adding that first of all, he needed to ask about the most important thing. Raising his hand to Gluttony, Theodore asked what his essence was and what he was. Sticking out his tongue, the magical grimoire stated that it was difficult to explain, asking if he could understand with his narrow eyes. From what he heard, the protagonist's face was enveloped in incredible rage. Looking at the indignant Theodore, Gluttony noted that he would have to stoop to his level in order to visualize the information. After what was said, the protagonist's face was filled with bewilderment. With a dumbfounded look, he wondered what the hell was happening to him. Suddenly, the walls of the library were covered with red clots of mana. Taking hold of the arms of the chair, Theodore froze in one position. Mysterious tentacles began heading towards him. Next, the tentacles began to destroy the building, trying to grab onto the main character. With a dumbfounded expression on his face, Theodore continued to watch all this. Rising from the chair, the main character began to look around. His gaze fell on Gluttony, which was peeking out from the depths of his technology. The protagonist's arms and legs were wrapped in his tentacles. He was shocked by what he saw. Gradually, with the help of its tentacles, Gluttony attracted Theodore's body. The face of the magical grimoire was getting closer and closer. Taking out his tongue, Gluttony froze in one position. Its tentacles began to envelop the main character's body. Suddenly, Theodore felt a powerful impulse that overtook his brain. Opening his mouth slightly, the main character exhaled. Looking around, he noted that knowledge overwhelmed him. Suddenly, the chair on which Theodore was sitting began to fall. Due to his fall, a strong roar was heard in the library. Looking at the lying protagonist, Gluttony noted that he should not get carried away with this. Theodore's face was filled with genuine shock. The magical grimoire considered that this was the limit of the current possibilities, adding that such an answer was quite sufficient. Raising his hand, Theodore heard Gluttony say goodbye to him, noting that they would see each other again. After which, the main character clenched his fist. While in his thoughts, he said that the true nature of the magical grimoire was still unknown to him. Trying to get up, continuing to think, Theodore noted that it was almost impossible to describe it, saying that Gluttony was behaving frankly, suggesting that he was not its first carrier. Leaning on a chair, the main character thought that he still had a lot of questions about the magical grimoire, saying that the voice still gave him the answer to some of them. Looking at his hand, Theodore said that Gluttony was not yet in a full state, and the voice that he heard was a kind of guide. An image appeared in his head of how Gluttony, taking out his tongue, began to eat the book. The main character said that the magical grimoire will wake up once a day to satisfy its hunger, adding that immediately after being satisfied, it can answer one question. Continuing to examine his hand, Theodore noted that Gluttony sees the potential of the wearer and can unleash its power better than any other spell. Raising his palms upward, he revealed that the latter was that the magical grimoire extracted essence from books or objects eaten, stating that the higher the bearer's understanding of the object, the higher its effectiveness. The main character's face was covered with a grin. Clenching his fist, he raised it up. In his thoughts, Theodore was extremely glad that little by little it began to dawn on him. Unclenching his fist, he thought that he was a student, that he studied for days on end, having no magical abilities at all. An outcast who was not able to become a magician, was a student in whom no one believed, noting that now all the years spent wasting time on learning magic paid off. Smiling and continuing to sit on the floor in the library, Theodore was lost in his thoughts. As he continued to think, he noted that everything that had bothered him in the past no longer mattered. Looking at his palm, the main character declared that he would absorb everything in his path. Some sounds were heard near the huge tower. The students of the academy, looking at each other, were engaged in a dialogue. One of the students was seen running past in the corridor. The man clapped his hands and said that running around the academy grounds was strictly prohibited. Several teachers were involved in caring for the plants. Looking forward, the teacher asked to pay attention to the fuss they were making, wondering what they could be so excited about. The professor said that watching them, he remembers that youth is the best time to live. Looking at the teacher, the professor noted that his stomach was already too big to frolic like that, suggesting that another study of liches was not such a bad idea. The teacher standing nearby tried to find out if the professor knew that liches have no joints, which is why they cannot even stand normally. Turning his attention to Vince, the professor wondered if he had decided to stay at the academy again during the holidays. Holding a mug of coffee in his hands, he said that this was true, adding that he had a lot of work to do, noting that due to the turmoil at the beginning of the year, he had not yet had time to sort things out. Putting the mug to his mouth, the professor was lost in his thoughts. Wary, he tried to find out if Vince wanted to say that all this was because of that student. Vince's eyes were visible from under his glasses and he looked in his direction. Having offered to drink coffee, he said that he did not think that this was the right place for such conversations, asking if he agreed. After which, one of the teachers got up from his workplace. His hand was on the table. Heading towards Vince, the unknown person said that he could not find him. Vince's gaze was shrouded in bewilderment. Smiling, the unknown person asked why he was looking at him like that, noting that it made him feel awkward, saying that he just wanted to ask a couple of questions. Continuing to drink coffee, Vince was waiting for questions from the unknown. With a malicious grin on his face, he stated that it would only take a couple of minutes. Turning his gaze back to Vince, he stated that he just needed to clarify something. Putting his hands in his pockets, Vince froze in one position. Putting the mug to his lips, he said that he was expecting a question. Putting his hand to his chin, the unknown person spoke about Theodore Miller, suggesting that he had not been expelled this year, asking if he had made any progress. Vince's gaze was shrouded in bewilderment. Baring his teeth, he stopped drinking coffee. Looking down, Vince wondered if he was speaking to a boy from a noble family who had lost his influence, noting that magic was not given to him, so the guy studied hard. Continuing to think, Vince said that all this was useless since Theodore could not use his knowledge in practice, and during exams he was just a headache. Therefore, he wondered what the use of this knowledge would be, adding that the main character should moderate his ardor, saying that the first thing a student should understand is the limit of his capabilities. Looking at the shocked stranger, Vince revealed that he allowed Theodore to stay because he said he wanted to study. With a serious expression on his face, he stated that the teacher is obliged to guide the student to the true path, asking if the unknown person wanted to hint to him that he was not coping with this. Taken aback, the unknown person said that he needed to compile a staff list. Raising his hands, he apologized for the trouble, suggesting that a mistake had been made, adding that he would go and double-check the lists, wishing Vince well. Looking at his turned away Vince, the unknown man could not believe that he was a professor. Vince's gaze leaned towards the window of the academy. Looking ahead, he was lost in thought. A smile appeared on his face. Frozen in one position, he thought that he believed in Theodore Miller. In the hands of the main character, one could see a huge stack of documents that he was carrying somewhere. Placing them on the table, he tried to catch his breath. Sitting down on a chair, he said that he should start. Picking up one of the many books, he said that it was an assessment. Looking at her in his thoughts, Theodore stated that after receiving the evaluation magic, choosing books became much easier. With a thoughtful look, he said that only by touching her, he receives all the information he needs. Looking around the expanses of the library, Theodore noted that thanks to gluttony, he had acquired the skill to identify food, adding that, more precisely, to determine the benefits of the book he was devouring, even if he had not read it. Squeezing the book in his hand, the main character stated that, in addition, his memory had improved significantly. Looking at the sleeping magical grimoire, the main character said that all this was thanks to him. Theodore said that it has become much easier to sort and select books. Turning to gluttony, with a surprised look, the main character said that he needed to wake up and eat. Opening his mouth, the magical grimoire said that he needed 3 books for food. In his thoughts, Theodore noted that gluttony's appetite was amazing. Horrified, the main character said that from time to time a voice expresses gluttony's desires, adding that either he himself says how much he wants to eat. Seeing as the magical grimoire began to turn up his nose at the book, Theodore reported his biggest problem, which was his picky eating. Sticking out his tongue, gluttony began to express all kinds of dissatisfaction. The main character said that if you don't use the evaluation skill on the book, the magical grimoire won't even look at it, or even spit it out. With a worried look, Theodore thought about the abilities he had gained through gluttony. Outraged, the magical grimoire tried to call out to the main character. Theodore noted that checking each book before feeding him had already become a habit. The face of the magical grimoire was shrouded in genuine malice. The main character stated that despite the fact that this was already the 5th book, gluttony didn't even lick it. Looking at the angry Theodore, the magical grimoire declared that he was a disappointment, noting that it had given him power by reporting his careless attitude towards her. Next, Gluttony asked him to choose something tastier. Looking at the surprised protagonist, The magical grimoire spoke about the second book, asking what was there. Looking at the red book that was in Theodore's hands, Gluttony noted that it was very strong. Inspecting the book, the protagonist was struck by the seal of the Balance family. Placing both hands on it, Theodore applied assessment. Closing his eyes, he tried to communicate about this book. With a shocked look, the main character said that this book is original. A clot of mana was visible in the guy's hands. The main character revealed that the author of the book Ballistic Magic is none other than Alfred Belance, Prince of Belance. Stretching out his hand, the prince froze in one position. Theodore stated that before receiving the title of prince, he was the best magician. A powerful aura continued to emanate from Alfred's hands. The main character noted that Alfred was known as the master of magical battles, adding that being the greatest magician more than 80 years ago, his name is still praised today. Sticking his finger up, the prince prepared to strike. Theodore reported that it was all due to a special way of using magic. An aura sparkled at Alfred's fingertips. Its flows resembled a bow with an arrow on the string. Concentrating, the prince put his finger on his palm, waiting for the right moment, after which he was finally able to make a shot. The guards located next to the castle drew the attention of the prince's powerful technique. Their gaze was shrouded in bewilderment. Alfred's magic missile pierced the body of one of the knights. After a successful shot, leaning his elbows on a tree, the prince froze, waiting for further action. The frightened guards announced a long-range attack and the death of the general. Looking at the scene, Alfred reported the mission accomplished. The prince's finger pressed against his lips. The protagonist stated that the magic he used was in the shape of an arrow, noting that using the magic of the first circle, he was able to reach the highest rank through hard work. Theodore believed that Alfred Belance was a great man. With a shocked expression on his face, the protagonist couldn't believe that such a rare book had been collecting dust on the shelves all this time, saying that if he was caught holding it in front of him, he noted that this book was incredibly valuable. Sweating with excitement, Theodore hoped that he had made the right choice. Handing the book to the magical grimoire, the main character asked him to start the meal. After eating the book, Gluttony's face was covered with a satisfied grin. Looking at Theodore, the magical grimoire declared that this book was worth synchronizing with. Wary, the main character tried to find out what he was talking about. Suddenly, Theodore staggered to the side. His gaze was shrouded in genuine surprise, after which he began to fall into an unknown abyss, at the end of which the jaws of Gluttony could be seen. The system reported that the grimoire's carrier was suitable for synchronization, adding that Theodore Miller was currently synchronizing with the author's memory. Opening its mouth, the magical grimoire prepared to eat the main character. System stated that the world it appears to belong to the book's author, noting that they will follow the memories of Alfred Belance. There were some sounds coming from the depths of Gluttony's mouth. After Theodore was inside, the magical grimoire slammed its mouth shut. A cloud of magical energy headed towards the territory of the city center. The man's face was covered with hair that fluttered due to the wind currents. Opening his eyes, he froze in one position. History told us that the action takes place about 45 years ago on the front line of the Principality of Belance. In the darkness, the loud clatter of horses' hooves was heard, raising clouds of dust with knights as riders. An image of a blond man with closed eyes appeared. The man opened his honey-colored eyes, which sparkled with sunlight. The main character was transported to a book that described events in the Principality of Belance that occurred 45 years ago, during which a detachment of knights on horseback led by a blond man crowded opposite the enemy army with banners. A girl in a white magic hat approached the leader of the detachment, Prince Alfred, saying that an enemy detachment was nearby. Looking at the blue-eyed blonde with bewilderment, the main character, embodied in the body of a man, mentally asked if they were really on the battlefield. Alfred noted with a smile that the enemies were moving faster than expected. Theodore looked ahead, sitting on his horse, and wondered where he had ended up, concluding that he could not even move, able to observe, and this meant that the synchronization ability was borrowing other people's memories. The guy noticed how two men on horses turned to look at him, concluding whose body he was in. The general of the first detachment in a white scarf turned to Alfred, asking him to be allowed to be on the front line and command the detachment. The blonde prince closed his eyes and put his hand to his chin, taking on a thoughtful look, after which he chuckled and refused the man with a grin. Opening his honey eyes, Alfred confidently announced that he would be the one who would lead the troops. The prince, wearing brown gloves, reached for the handle of the ball, deciding to remove it from its sheath on his belt. Alfred raised his blade to the sky and, with a joyful smile, rushed forward on his horse, leading his army. The prince's detachment, putting out long spears, rushed into battle, and even more dust began to rise under the hooves of the horses. The enemy army also moved forward, putting spears in front of them. A fierce battle began between the two detachments, during which horses fell along with their riders, soldiers stabbed each other with weapons and struck each other with swords. An enemy on a gray horse, raising his sword, was creeping up from behind the knight. Noticing the impending attack, the knight turned sharply and noticed the enemy. The two opponents grappled, trying to stab each other, and their horses reared. Not far from them, several other opponents were fighting fiercely. The battle was in full swing, and the prince, sword in hand, rushed past the fighting soldiers in a scarlet haze. A hand in a brown glove sharply pulled the reins towards itself against the background of the red sky. The brown horse stopped, and its rider, who was the prince and general of the army, shouted that Alfred Belance himself had appeared before the enemies. The man loudly declared, with his mouth wide open, that if there is a daredevil among them who wants to behead him, then let him fight him. After these words, the prince, standing alone at a distance, began to be surrounded on all sides by enemy soldiers, and the man's sword fell to the ground from shock. Among the squad of opponents, a horse appeared in a red robe with a formidable rider. Count Jason's son Richard turned to the prince with gloating, asking whether he was really so underestimated that Alfred even threw away his weapon. A man with a thin mustache held the reins with one hand as he approached the prince, and raised his sword with the other. Richard pulled his sword at his opponent and asked with a grin if Alfred was sure he wanted to fight in such an outfit, noting that he was completely crazy with his books. After these words, the prince's eyes lit up with rage. Alfred, on a brown horse, put his hand to the mouth of a creature that looked like a glutton. His opponent fell to the ground along with his horse while he watched, surrounded by a haze of dust. The warriors watched the leader of the troops with caution. After some thought, the knights, raising their swords, moved into battle. A crowd of enemies began to attack Alfred, pointing sharp weapons at him. The blonde prince, twisting his mouth, pointed his index finger at the opponents, and an electric discharge appeared on it. Several lightning bolts were now emanating from the fingers, each of which was directed at a separate soldier. Theodore, seeing all this madness with enemies scattered across the field, concluded that the prince possessed a completely different level of magic, being able to cast spells very accurately. The main character suggested that Alfred's magic rocket went through many modifications and improvements. The guy thought that the blonde man had such a powerful force that he was able to pierce through the enemy, seeing how he used a deadly technique available only to the most stubborn magicians. The mustachioed man screamed loudly, demanding that his hands be taken off him. While the prince, surrounded by two guards, sat relaxed on the red throne, the prisoner continued to scream heart-rendingly. Alfred watched as the indignant fat man was dragged towards him by two knights. A mustachioed man with a bare upper body furiously announced that he was the Marquess of Astro Belford, threatening those who had captured him. As the knights continued to push the bound man's back, he swore at them, informing them that his social status was not something to joke about. Alfred looked at him with a surprised face, mockingly asking if it was true. The knights stood, their mission completed, as the bound Astro knelt before the prince, and the blonde man decided to clarify who the prisoner before him really was. Towering over the fat man with eyes full of rage, Alfred said that he was nothing more than a criminal who did not deserve to be considered a man. When the prince pointed his index finger at Astro, he, covered in cold sweat, began to mumble and panic that there had been a misunderstanding. She watched with round eyes in horror as a magical spark appeared on the tip of her finger. The caught fat man tried to justify himself, declaring that he was not the instigator of the war. The Marquis, on his knees, begged to be spared, but the speech was interrupted as Alfred cut off his head with his magical technique. The prince noticed with displeasure that the criminal's blood was all over the place, and there were a few drops on his face. Alfred closed his eyes in disgust, reporting that there was now the blood of a man everywhere who had not cared for a moment about his subordinates. He turned around with his index finger raised and, walking away, ordered the body of the Marquis Astro to be burned because such a criminal did not deserve to be buried. Alfred paused for a moment, addressing the man who was watching what was happening, and Theodore realized in bewilderment that he sensed his presence. Looking around, the prince said that the guy should return. He rolled his honey eyes, concluding that the answer to Theodore's question lay elsewhere. Continuing to walk away, the blonde man said that it was unknown to his eyes, asking the young man to try to find the answer on his own. A turquoise sign appeared indicating that the synchronization with Alfred Belance had been completed. Theodore, who was sitting on a chair, fell back with a dazed look, creating a crash as he fell. The young man, thinking about the words of the hero of the book, raised his hand to his face and began to look through his fingers. Rising from the chair that had fallen to the floor, Theodore reflected on his recent immersion in the book, feeling something inexplicable and concluding that it had been a strange but useful experience. Having given up trying to get up, the young man lay back on the fallen chair with his jacket on the back, continuing to think about synchronization. Raising his hand with sparkling lightning, Theodore enthusiastically concluded that he could now use Prince Alfred's magic missile, realizing that after synchronizing he would master the spells. He looked at the new magical ability, wondering how all the research notes Alfred had been working on were now running through his head. Theodore then looked at the raised hand in horror, not understanding why the spell was still working, and there was a huge explosion. The main character, opening his mouth and frowning, looked in bewilderment at the raised hand, noticing the flow of energy. He widened his eyes in surprise when he realized that the flow was not stopping. Suddenly, due to the bright energy continuously emanating from Theodore's hand lying on the fallen chair, a loud explosion was heard. The magical flow, suddenly exploding, destroyed the wall of the building, and debris of various sizes fell from the impact site. Theodore looked at the gaping hole in the wooden beams above him, made by the same energy flow at the tip of his finger, and debris began to fall down. Several pieces of wood fell on the guy's face, and he concluded with a dissatisfied look that the ceiling had been broken through. He continued to hold his arm outstretched, raising his palm upward, which, due to the strong recoil from the impact, was now in a terrible state. Theodore rose up and assumed the lotus position on the same fallen chair, looking in panic at his smoking palm and concluding that although he had learned Alfred's unique magic, his body still could not keep up with it. The burden with a thoughtful look reflected that he had already mastered all available magic of the second circle, but he still lacks magical power, and therefore he figured out what he wanted to ask the glutton. The small black essence in the guy's palm awakened, waiting with anticipation for what its carrier would ask for this time. Theodore began his speech, pronouncing word after word in a monotonous drawl. Sitting on his jacket, the guy frowned at his palm with his fingers spread and stated that he would like to know how to increase magical power. Glutton, meanwhile, narrowed his eyes, asking if Theodore was asking for information about magical power. The main character excitedly asked the creature why it had been silent for so long, suggesting that this was due to a lack of knowledge about this issue. The glutton, making a mysterious pause after each word, with bulging eyes, declared that in fact the young man needed to be told which method he needed. Theodore narrowed his eyes in displeasure and glanced at the glutton, asking in bewilderment what he was talking about. The bored glutton responded by drawing out his words, calling the guy a stupid goofball and explaining that he asked too vague a question. Theodore, having heard the monotonous words of the glutton that there are hundreds of ways to master magical power, and he can teach only one, was shocked and continued to look at the creature at arm's length. When Glutton asked to rephrase the question, Theodore began to sweat with excitement. He clarified which method was the most effective, and Glutton's reaction was not long in coming, because he said with bulging eyes that this was exactly the question he expected from the boy. A turquoise screen appeared, indicating that the restriction on the absorption of essence had been lifted. Further, the tablets informed that the glutton is now able to saturate itself even during sleep, and the absorption of the essence will also lead to the extraction of part of the object's abilities. Meanwhile, the humanoid creature touched the stone. Next, the creature's eyes glowed red, while the screens informed that each item containing magical particles will increase the magical power of the wearer. In addition, now the glutton can also get enough of cursed objects. Leaning his thumb on his cheek, Theodore thoughtfully asked whether now the subject of saturation could be not only books, and clarified whether the information had reached him correctly. Hearing this, Glutton smiled widely and joyfully concluded that his host grasps everything very quickly. Then Theodore covered his face with his hand in annoyance, thinking about magical objects, of which there are most likely thousands in the Academy, but they all consider it its property, and unlike books, which do not have protection, each of the artifacts is protected by its keeper. The guy, who raised his eyebrows pitifully, covered the lower part of his face with his palm. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck Theodore, and he began to rise from the floor, glancing at the window through which daylight was breaking through. The guy now stood thoughtfully at the open window, from which white curtains flew out, fluttering under the pressure of the wind. He looked around in amazement at the expanses opening below. Glancing at the long, well-developed grounds of the Academy, surrounded by gates, Theodore decided that he might find answers beyond its borders. Adjusting his glasses with red lenses with 2 fingers, Teacher Vince said that this is the guy's permission to go outside. The man handed the paper to the student, holding it with a white-gloved hand, and the student grabbed the document tightly with both hands. Looking at the pass outside the Academy, Theodore smiled softly and thanked the professor for his time. Then Vince put his gloved hand to his cheek with an awkward look, deciding to clarify something. The professor sat in his chair, looking thoughtfully at Theodore, who was about to leave, and tried to tactfully find out if the student had changed his mind about becoming a magician, and from such a question Theodore clenched his hands into fists. Fingering his fingers with excitement, Vince looked straight at the guy through the red lenses and tried to explain that there were other professions in which Theodore could succeed, citing the field of education as an example. The professor glanced at the student, full of bewilderment, trying to find out why he was trying so zealously to become a magician. Theodore, despite Vince, stood silently. The guy turned the back of his head to the man, simultaneously declaring that everything is simple, because the only reason is that he has a desire to become a magician. Putting his hands in his pockets, Theodore seriously stated that he understood the irony of the words coming from his lips, but then promised to show himself in this role. Vince clasped his gloved hands and, leaning his forehead on them so that his face was not visible, called the student a brat. He broke into a malicious smile, asking if the main character had really found a way to become a magician. The narrative moves to the area in front of the main gate of the academy, where Theodore, with a bag over his shoulders, gave the guards his permission to leave the academy, and one of them, after looking at the papers, concluded that everything was in order with the documents. The blonde guard, casting a suspicious glance at the young man, asked him to return promptly at 7 in the evening, and he obediently accepted the request, while the second guard, meanwhile, unlocked the massive gate, pushing it to the sides. A foot in a classic brown boot slowly walked up the steps with a characteristic sound. Theodore stood on the road with his hands in his pockets and, looking at the opening landscapes of the city of Bergen, declared that, as expected, this place had not changed at all over the past 3 years. It was a trading city in which the entire infrastructure was maintained with the help of magic, and the goods of the entire country came here for sale, so here you could buy anything you wanted at fairly low prices. Even just walking this way, the young man had already met 4 artifact shops where he was offered to buy something, but he awkwardly refused the offers. Sighing with fatigue, Theodore held onto his bag and thought that today he had come for something else. He turned sharply into one of the blocks, leaving the busy street along which the carriages were moving. In this way, Theodore decided to get to the outskirts of the city of Bergen. Walking along the narrow passage, the guy remembered that 3 years ago he happened to be here with a person with whom he no longer wants to deal. And that time he came here for one bizarre reason, but this time his intentions are completely different. The guy looked out of the corner in surprise, coming to the conclusion that this place remained the same. Coming out onto a paved stone path stretching along the river towards the bridge, the student concluded that the only one who had changed here was himself. He stood there, remembering the happy days from the time when he had not yet known the limits of his capabilities, and feeling a little sad and nostalgic because of this. Theodore thought with annoyance about the guys, but then confidently decided that now all this was in the past. Feeling bitter, the main character closed his eyes and concluded that they were just scum who turned their backs on him. Having walked his way, the guy froze, and his dress shoes stood on the ground, motionless. Theodore stood in front of a building with a window painted with bright stained glass and, raising his head, discovered a sign with the name Friend. He carefully read the word that was written above the entrance. In order to do this, Theodore tilted his head back and read what was written. Afterwards, he sharply lowered his head, driving away unnecessary emotions. Pulling the handle of the front door, Theodore insisted that these stupid memories were enough. Now the guy stepped into the open passage, tightly holding the ropes of the bag thrown over his shoulder. He grabbed the door handle again, only this time from the inside, to close it behind him. Standing in the aisle, Theodore, with a bag behind his back, politely asked the blonde in a large purple hat if the store was open. A lady in a purple outfit with her face covered by the sides of a wide headdress sat elegantly on a red chair with a pipe in her hand, asking who had come to see her. Lifting the brim of her hat, the girl opened her yellow eye, looking at the guest with curiosity and recognizing him as an old acquaintance. Theodore decided to clarify the information about the item that interested him, but the owner of the shop invited him to pass, informing him that she was too lazy to talk about the product and that her knowledge about it was scanty, and inviting the guy to look around for himself. The young man cast a dissatisfied glance at the elegant lady, concluding that he had no special expectations from the very beginning. He cast a suspicious glance at the blonde, peacefully sipping her pipe, realizing that it was common practice not to reveal the details of items, especially in smuggling shops. Theodore examined the items on the shelves. I concluded that depending on your luck, you can be lucky if you buy a good product cheaply, but if you are terribly unlucky, you may be damned until you're deaf. Theodore looked at the black creature on his arm, realizing that a bad fate could have awaited him if he had not been prepared for it. But now with Glutton's assessment abilities, for him it's like writing a test with a cheat sheet in hand. First, Glutton from Theodore's palm assessed the Sinner's Iron Sword, which was a standard straight blade used by imprisoned criminals in a forgotten royal palace. Then he moved on to the Dranma Saber, which is used by desert mercenaries, and then the creature moved on to assessing the Eye of Arak, which belonged to a 300-year-old individuals and contained a weak clot of magical power. In front of the creature on the protagonist's hand, a magic circle was activated, with the help of which the goods of the shop were assessed. Clenching his hand into a fist, Theodore concluded that the result was even better than expected. In addition to the general description of the item, detailed details had been written down. Thinking that most of the items in this store were useless, shabby, and also noting that there were still some good goods lying around in the store's bins, the young man carried the full bag to the shocked blonde and asked to count it. The lady looked at the buyer with a smile, noting that he had collected a lot here, and I inform you that for this mountain of items she would have to ask him for 2 whole gold coins. Theodore grimaced with displeasure when he heard the price and declared that they would sell him the same amount for 20 silver pieces in a junk shop. The lady in purple cast a sly glance at the guy, sarcastically declaring that in this case he could go and shop there, and not waste time arguing in such a place. Theodore, grinning, said that usually everything would be like this. The girl looked at the young man in bewilderment, asking if this really meant that the young master was not an ordinary buyer. The owner of the shop handed the perplexed Theodore her pipe, asking him to tell him what it was, and if the buyer guessed right, she would reconsider her price. The young man opened his hand with glutton, timidly deciding to extend it to the object in the girl's hands. He placed his hand next to where his purple-gloved hand held the phone. Then Theodore winked with a thoughtful look, saying that everything was as simple as shelling pears. Pointing to the hidden object, the young man said that it is called a magic pipe and is a kind of Mana cigarette that can be used on a regular basis even without tobacco, adding that this is the only item in the store to which a girl who listens carefully to the information is strongly attached. After hearing everything, the owner hid her eyes behind the edges of her purple hat and, assuming that the description was given based on the remains of Mana, with a smile she clarified whether the young man was an appraiser. Theodore put his hand to his chest, convincing the elegant lady that it was so. The guy tried to look confident despite all the internal panic, thinking that he would have to confess, otherwise the deal might fall through. The owner, who hid her eyes with the sides of her hat, said thoughtfully that it was quite intriguing, adding that after so much time someone was still able to interest her. The light curtains fluttered slightly, and a light whistle was heard. The doorknob was untouched as hand claps rang out. The sound of footsteps was heard in a drawer with various items pulled out. The lady in purple sat elegantly on a chair, head down and legs crossed, while in her hand was a magic pipe with Mana. The girl cast a curious glance at the appraiser and, pulling the Mana cigarette to her lips, clarified why he visited her Dresbenchik. Theodore raised his finger with a smile, contentedly declaring that he was interested in a simple transaction. The girl took a puff of Mana and, closing her eyes in pleasure, clarified what kind of deal he was interested in. The young man said that he would like to evaluate the things in her shop and in return ask for defective items for his work. The owner, widening her eyes, looked at her interlocutor in shock, covered in drops of sweat. Afterwards, she took another drag to calm her nerves a little and declared that the young master was simply talking nonsense. Stretching out his hand, Theodore concluded with some uncertainty that this was quite a good deal for the lady, but she, with her head down, stubbornly denied it, clarifying that the problem was different. The elegant blonde looked downcast, saying in bewilderment that the appraiser was offering her a very strange condition, which could not but be alarming. When Theodore decided to explain himself, the girl firmly asked him not to sugarcoat in front of her. Very tense, the lady looked down and said that none of the appraisers would agree to such terms of the deal, and added that this was too noble an act, so the guy was definitely trying to deceive her now. The owner frowned deeply, asking to convince her with a more reasonable answer if the young man's intentions were serious. Lounging on a chair, the lady raised her hand and told the buyer, who was standing in bewilderment, that if he wanted to convince her of the reality of the deal, he must voice a suitable reason. Theodore began to ponder the reason in a panic, coming to the conclusion that if he told the truth, then the existence of the glutton would inevitably be revealed, but if he tried to lie and they found out, then their deal would come to an end. The guy closed his eyes, trying to force his brain to come up with a way out of the situation. Then he suddenly opened his eyes, illuminated by a good idea. Leaning forward a little, the lady in purple asked the young man standing opposite him how long he would remain in prostration, and was about to end the conversation, but he abruptly interrupted her. The girl took hold of the brim of the hat, asking if the buyer really had anything to say. Then Theodore calmly said the phrase coercive contract, waiting for the lady's reaction. She looked up in bewilderment at the guy with yellow eyes hidden in the shadow of her hat and stopped the receiver in her face. With his hands in his pockets, Theodore asked if the girl had it, but she did not answer, pausing. Afterwards, she again glanced at the young gentleman, full of bewilderment, asking whether he was joking now. Rising from her chair, the lady in purple said wearily how all this depresses her. The guy turned around hopefully as the drooping owner walked past, leaving him behind. The heroine took the wooden handle of the drawer with her purple-gloved hand, and as soon as she pulled it out, a red bundle of paper tied with a ribbon appeared from there, and under it lay a feather. Handing the package to the guy, the lady displeasedly asked him if he was going to give a reason when she asked for it. Without waiting for an answer, the blonde with a piercing gaze hurriedly said that since the buyer was so sure, let him forget about what he had said, and then clarified his name. Looking at the owner of the shop, the young man said that his name was Theodore, or simply Theo. The girl, looking intently at the unfolded document, introduced herself as the manager of Dresbenchik named Canis and added that the nobleman should not worry about the revealed identity, because she included the conditions in the contract as they agreed. Smirking slightly, the lady ran her eyes over the agreement and concluded that this was enough reason for submission, and Theodore, meanwhile, asked her to add one more clause. Turning her stunned gaze to the young man, Canis clarified which one. Holding his hands in his trouser pockets, Theodore seriously stated that he would like to ask for the confidentiality of this transaction, and the girl continued to hold the contract, written in incomprehensible characters on red paper. Canys put pen to paper, declaring with a smile that if the interlocutor so wants to keep everything secret, then her name written down in the contract will be enough so that there will be no further questions. Handing the document to the young gentleman, the lady asked him to extend his hand, because all he had to do was leave a fingerprint to sign the contract. The young man's thumb, together with the lady's finger, landed on the red paper from several sides, and small streams of energy began to emanate from the place of contact. Canys, glancing at the appraiser, said with a slight laugh that that was all now, and since the price of the agreement was their lives, she decided to trust the young man. She folded her arms across her chest and, looking at the huge bag behind her interlocutor's back, asked if Theodore was really going to carry all these things on his own. The young man began to sweat and, with an exhausted look under the pressure of gravity, said that he planned to take a carriage, and then Canys asked if she needed to call a carriage for him. When Theodore assured the girl that everything would be alright and that he would convey everything himself, the owner of the shop broke into a strange smile. While Theodore walked with a huge backpack on his back, accepting the weight of the load, he decided that if the trip home was perceived as a short jog, then getting back would not be difficult at all. When the young man was approaching the academy at full speed, a guard looked out from behind the door and noticed him, asking if it was time to close the gate. Theodore, heavily loaded with magical artifacts, flew through the slightly open doors and collapsed to the ground, raising dust behind him. The blonde guard looked at the arriving student with bewilderment, asking hopefully if he had permission. Theodore, pinned to the ground by a heavy bag, silently extended his hand with the document issued by Vince. Covering the gate, the guard said that there was no need for a check, and the young man thanked him for his trust, asking him to help him get up. The action moves to the territory of the men's dormitory, the building of which is now flooded with the light of the sun. The main character, covered with a white towel, wiped his head and face with it. Sitting down on a chair next to the open bag lying on the floor, Theodore became haggard and lowered his hands, and while the towel hung around his neck, he exhaled tiredly. Continuing to dry himself, the young man thought that he had managed to get the necessary items and return back. Now it was time to satisfy the glutton's hunger. He frowned at the palm on which the black creature was serenely sleeping, trying to wake him up and feed him well. The glutton woke up after these manipulations, happily drawling out words while waiting for food and noticing whether the guy had really washed himself, because today he smells different. Theodore glared at the creature, taking his words as insults, and then warned that tonight's dinner would be a little special. The glutton looked shocked after the guy's words, wanting to quickly find out what he had prepared to satisfy his hunger. Pressing one hand to his chest, Theodore held a yellow pendant with a towel on his head. The glutton immediately reached for the unusual food that his host had obtained. Afterwards, the creature returned back to the palm of the protagonist. A turquoise sign that popped up said that the weasel's tattered pendant had been absorbed, and since the content of magical power was insignificant, it would take 3 minutes to be completely absorbed. Theodore looked at Glutton thoughtfully, surprised at such a quick absorption and painless acquisition of knowledge from the subject. The guy was looking forward to what would happen, and against the backdrop of the magic circle, meanwhile, the blue liquid seeped drop by drop through the dark matter, falling into a whole puddle. Afterwards, the screen concluded that the assimilation was complete. Theodore, in shock, looked at his chest glowing blue, and the sign reported that the mastery of the first circle spell lubricant had been increased. Theodore, in a panic, felt magical power boiling within him, and his mana vessel was filled to the brim. In addition, the young man had a strange feeling, as if something strange was penetrating him, and this time, without the feeling of pain, the process was more like absorption. Theodore glanced at the next artifact from the bag, concluding that the sensation was completely different from devouring books. A contented smile was visible on the young man's face in the rays of the sun. Subsequently, the number of items fed to the glutton reached 15. Everything that Theodore brought with him, he absorbed without a trace, after which the guy felt that the number of skills in his body was steadily growing, and the glutton's hunger gradually subsided. And finally, the amount of magic that the second circle could contain exceeded the permissible limit. In the end, the protagonist's heart began to beat rapidly, beginning to expand smoothly. Even when Theodore closed his eyes and fell asleep, he was overcome by the desire to break through to the next circle. Then the guy drew a larger magic circle on his heart around the second one. Then he began to carve the lines of the world tree to break the connections between the circles. The magic lines drawn on the heart began to emit light. Theodore gritted his teeth and clenched his fist, determined to carve out the circle as soon as possible, as the white light continued to intensify on his heart. The long winter holidays were coming to an end. As soon as it was time for classes, the students began to arrive at the academy. The main character walked along his many times trampled tracks in the snow, while there was a blizzard outside, blowing snowflakes at great speed. Theodore, moving at a sporty pace, used his arms bent at the elbows and stubbornly counted 40 laps. The guy continued to move his legs with effort, raising the snow under him with each step. After walking through the snowdrifts, Theodore squatted down in the middle of the snowy desert, deciding to rest a little. The guy stood up and stubbornly began to do push-ups. He had already done 11 push-ups, sweat running down his face in streams. Now he has already done 199 push-ups, clenching his teeth tightly. Tired Theodore did the last 200th push-up very sharply, breathing heavily. After the last jerk, the young man fell exhausted into the snow, declaring that he had succeeded. 2 months had passed since then, and now an exhausted Theodore, snow falling on him, reflected that synchronizing with Alfred had given him a reason to train hard. The basic truth in ballistic magic is that a healthy mind is in a healthy body, and the main character, behind whom stood a strong humanoid creature, now adhered to it. The first few workouts were painful for the guy, but soon his body began to adapt to such loads. Water flowed out of the round shower head in streams, making characteristic sounds. A pumped-up Theodore stood in the shower, and as the water flowed through his body, he reflected on the fact that the third circle was now clearly felt in his heart, which was the result of the absorption of 40 objects. While the guy was turning the handle of the tap, it suddenly dawned on him that he had come. He tied a towel around his waist, realizing that he had finally reached the level that his classmates had. With his hands folded, Theodore, his cheeks flushed, began to sneeze. Opening his eyes with dissatisfaction, he felt a strong chill and realized that he had caught a cold. With a painful look, the guy realized the beauty of the fact that he was now sitting on a heated sofa. He leaned back in his chair, complaining of extreme fatigue. Suddenly, Theodore opened his eyes, distracted from his complaints by the sounds he heard. Thanks to successful training, the protagonist's senses had become so heightened that he could hear sounds in the distance, and now a group of people was approaching the entrance. Feet in brown dress shoes walked measuredly along the floor. A trio consisting of a dark-skinned guy, a red-haired girl, and their insolent leader approached the sofa. The impudent one noticed the third-year student, recognizing him as a lagging senior. The guy with the wheat hair looked contemptuously at Theodore, telling him that the sofa was not a place for breaks, and he closed one eye and looked at him. Coming closer, the impudent one explained that if the main character grows old without graduating from the academy, then its reputation will be shattered. After this, the leader of the group demanded Theodore to leave with an evil smile, and when he touched the back of the sofa, electric shocks ran through his arm. The arrogant guy stood next to Theodore, covered in electric discharges, and screamed. Indignant, he wondered how the elder was able to reflect his magic. When, after the blow, John fell to the floor with his eyes rolled up and his mouth open, his friends began to loudly call out to him. Theodore looked with contempt at the lazy offender, who could not reflect the guy's skill, which he himself possesses. The main character began to move away from the place where the injured John was lying, whom they tried to raise, thinking that there was very little time left before a collision with such guys. He gloomily concluded that this would happen in just a week. Events shift to a week in chemistry class, where Professor Bernanda stood in a white coat in front of the audience, talking about a new combination that the students would learn today, which requires high-quality materials and a high level of control to create. Bernanda, with her hands in her pockets, declared that otherwise death would be a deadly poison. While they were talking about a very complex production method, some of the students listened attentively, while others lounged on tables or sat bored with a book on their face. Theodore opened one eye slightly, looking at the teacher. The professor focused her gaze on him as she spoke about the infusion of magical energy. When Bernanda finished her explanation, she concluded with a smile that it was time for questions. She continued to look at the gloomy Theodore, turning to him. The red-haired lady asked a young man who had been attending her classes for years to explain to his classmate why making full moon pills is so difficult and why they turn into poison. The guy said that everything is simple here. Rising from his seat, he explained that the whole point is in the petals of the purple ulcers, because if they are poorly cleaned, then the entire poisonous concentrate will be enhanced to the maximum and become lethal. Bernanda gave the guy a sly look, noting that he was proud of having given the answer to a question that everyone knows. When the professor noted that the student had not changed at all in 2 years, the young man looked at her gloomily, after which Bernanda invited him to come down and demonstrate in practice how to prepare full moon pills. The guy's eyes widened in shock. Closing his eyes, Theodore thought that the woman was simply mocking him. The main character walked down the amphitheater while his classmates discussed what a loser he was, unable to complete his training in magic. Theodore paused for a moment. The next second, with long strides, he had almost reached the professor waiting for him below. Theodore recalled how 2 years ago Professor Gemini taught her lessons narcissistically. When he called out to her, she looked at him with irritation. He raised his hand and asked a question about the topic of the lesson, but Professor Gemini continued to write as if she had not heard his question, simply looking at him. Out of irritation, Professor Gemini broke the chalk in her hand. She turned to him with rage on her face. She scolded him because how could he teach her in her class, especially such a dropout like him? Returning from Theodore's memories, we see how they now stood opposite each other. Theodore thought, looking at her, if he were the son of a count, his relationship with the teacher would have been built completely differently. He became depressed. Theodore was only a scion from a poor, albeit noble family. He was the easiest target here. Theodore mixed the chemical composition in a bowl which held in his hands. After finishing, he began to pour the resulting purple mixture into the flask. Theodore began to gently shake the composition in the flask while putting his hand underneath, just in case. After a couple of moments, he put the flask with the composition on the table. The students of the class were surprised at the result. As a result, his potion was just like the picture in the textbook. Such a color could only be obtained with ideal proportions. Professor Gemini, looking at the potion, was shocked. Her eyes bulged and her mouth opened in shock. She asked Theodore how did he do it. Theodore smiled, pleased with himself. He gesticulated with his hand and began to explain to Professor Gemini how he did it. Theodore was only following the recipe that was revised by the magical community 2 years ago. All that remained was to focus on neutralizing the ingredients to distribute the energy evenly and obtain maximum efficiency. His words excited Gemini. Sweat began to flow down her face. Theodore left the board, buttoning up his suit. He left behind Professor Gemini, who had fallen from shock. The other professors filled him with difficult tasks, wanting to test his abilities, but they all began to sweat and worry about his success. Soon rumors of the fact that Theodore got the perfect combination of full moon pills scattered throughout the academy. Some professors were shocked by his results and opened their mouths in bewilderment, because they gave tests a little more advanced than those that they were taught. But even when he was given the task of taming a monster, he coped with it. He managed to complete all the tests with ease. During the current semester, Theodore managed to try out all types of magic, and now we have seen how he raised his hand and tried to use fire magic, in which before he had only practical knowledge. Various tests stimulated the growth of magical power. Theodore managed to get out on the 4th round, passing the 3rd. Theodore frowned. His sensitivity to mana was still mediocre, but the difference in magical skills between Theodore and his fellow students was huge. Professor Vince, in the presence of other shocked professors, praised him for his increased strength. 2 first-year girls were discussing Theodore. One had pink hair and a pink uniform, and the other was blonde and wore an academy uniform. The opinion of those around Theodore changed dramatically. Although there were also more ill-wishers, the bullies of his class could not understand such a rapid increase in his strength and discussed this incident among themselves. Hershey Carter held his chin and thought. The fat man next to him was angry, and the girl squeezed out a tear. One of Crater's friends, who was sitting on the steps, asked him if Theodore had beaten his younger brother, and then continued talking and told him that because of this, those who wanted the bullying has decreased significantly. Garcia smiled, confirming his conclusions. Garcia stood in front of the speaker. A figure of a red predatory animal appeared behind him, which frightened the guy who was sitting. Garcia told how because of Theodore, members of his family walk with their heads bowed. The guy with a short haircut grinningly asked Garcia about a way to get even with Theodore. Garcia smiled at his words, because there really was one opportunity to beat him. Garcia's smile widened. He was going to beat Theodore at the magic battle tomorrow. Vince, holding a chalk in his hand, wrote on the board, talking about the reason for the importance of the subject of magic battles. He turned to the audience, telling about the reason. It was all due to the fact that war always came at unexpected moments, and the need for magicians and their colossal power was becoming greater. But the number of magicians was still small, and as a result, all nations sponsored the government to develop and maintain educational institutions, all for the sake of educating battle magicians. Vince was wearing his red glasses and gave an analogy with a veteran soldier who could kill 10 people, and a magician of the 4th circle could kill 100. The professor put his hands in his pockets and continued to explain, saying that a magician on the battlefield was a powerful strategic weapon, but still few of the candidates will be able to fulfill the necessary requirements to qualify. Looking at the students, most of whom were shocked by his words, some opened their mouths in shock, and one even grabbed his head. Vince said that at least all of them they listened attentively, but he did not know which of them was worthy of the opportunity to become a battle mage. Vince looked up and talked about the possibilities if one of them became a battle mage. The army supplied the battle mage at the highest level, and the king himself gave a special title. The professor closed his eyes and just listened to the audience. After a second, the professor pointed his hand at the words he had written, explaining that even in their peaceful post-war days, there was a necessary evil, so the teacher asked to remember the career guidance that the country provides before the competition. Raising his finger up, Vince shouted, starting to explain them rules. Looking at his classmates handing over magical items, he forbade them. Vince raised a second finger, forbidding anyone to attack until the match was announced. He raised a third finger, saying the last prohibition about the impossibility of changing the order of the match. Vince looked seriously at the audience and began to warn them. His mouth opened wide with a scream. He announced that he would personally throw out anyone who violated at least one of the rules. Garcia, throwing his hands behind his head, smiled hearing his words. Theodore, closing his eyes, rubbed his hands. Vince threw his hands behind his back, listening to the students scream about their readiness. The professor bowed his head looking at the notebook he raised. He was happy with the students' attitude. Vince smiled. He announced the beginning of the first training match. The professor adjusted his glasses with his hand, and with the other he raised the notebook enough to see the words on it. Vince warned the students they could refuse even if their name was called, but no one guaranteed them a successful submission. Opening his mouth, the professor began to announce the contenders for the first fight. Garcia Carter was the first to beat. Garcia slammed his fist on the table and began to understand. Garcia, with his hands in his pockets, headed down the stairs. Reading the second participant, Vince's mood fell. It was Theodore. Vince's smile finally disappeared. Theodore raised his hand, not paying attention to Garcia's question about his brother. Theodore walked down the stairs opposite Garcia as he descended. The two of them stood opposite each other. Garcia's hands were in his pockets. The mana around Garcia glowed. He looked at Theodore, noticing the too pretty face. With one hand, Garcia rested on his side. His smile did not disappear from his face. At this time, the mana glowed brightly around him. Theodore looked at Garcia with an indifferent look. Garcia raised his hand and lightning began to appear in it, his hair standing on end due to the current. He asked Theodore about his status as one of the worst students. But Theodore did not answer and simply raised his hand and made an inviting gesture, beckoning Garcia to come over. Theodore did not take his eyes off Garcia and in his thoughts, accusing him of being stupid. Vince intervened in Garcia's fight, writing with a pen on a notepad. He advised Garcia to save his strength for the upcoming battle if he did not want to fly out. Vince stood between Garcia and Theodore. He looked at Theodore, saying that the purpose of the training was to get acquainted with offensive and defensive maneuvers. Ordinary fights are unacceptable and his classes are only in an educational context. Vince asked to respect the rules of magical battles, follow them in his classes, and also gain experience in offensive and defensive positions. Theodore rolled up his sleeves and clenched the fist of his left hand, palm right hand. He did not stop looking at Garcia. Garcia looked at Theodore with his hands in his pockets with a smile on his face. Vince explained that once the coin touched the ground they would be allowed to use spells. The professor took out the coin and placed it on his hand, preparing to toss it. Vince looked at the coin tossed by his thumb. The coin was spinning tirelessly in flight. When the coin was still in the air and a drawing of a man with a wreath on his head appeared, Vince ordered Theodore to get ready. Theodore extended both arms and stood in a stance. When the coin showed a 1 with a divided with a wreath, the professor ordered Garcia to get ready to begin the attack. Garcia took his hands out of his pockets and stood in a stance. Covering the hand on which the coin was with another, Vince, with a gloom in his voice, prepared to begin the fight. As soon as he removed his palm from the coin and the number appeared, he ordered to begin duel. Garcia, standing in a stance, immediately cast a lightning spell and directed it at Theodore. Theodore, crossing his arms, cast a barrier spell. A yellow barrier instantly formed around him and stopped the lightning. The barrier cracked and shattered. Theodore's figure was visible in the gap in the barrier. Theodore, around him faint steam came out, looked at Garcia and made conclusions. He used the fastest lightning technique to ensure victory. Except for the lightning strike, Garcia's shield power is unparalleled in the class. Theodore raised his hand and clenched it into a fist. Before he thought that he would not be able to use simple magic, and now seriously hoped for victory. A deceptive maneuver could help Theodore, while Garcia was underestimating him. Theodore's eyebrows furrowed, his gaze became furious. He wanted Garcia to continue to think the same way and not take him seriously. His defeat would then be a foregone conclusion. Garcia, he used his hands to push away the smoke around him, reminding everyone that the worst students in the first classes usually get injured. Theodore raised his hand again, calling out to Garcia. He asked for forgiveness because Garcia had not won yet and he should have waited a little. Garcia looked at Theodore. He was angry and did not understand how Theodore was able to stop his attack. Theodore stood in a stance and directed a spell at him with his hand. Twisting spears of red color formed behind Theodore. Theodore pursed his lips and clenched his fists. He squinted at Garcia. The fire strike spell was sent towards Garcia, striking him. Garcia raised his hand and activated a barrier spell. A golden barrier formed around him. He chuckled at Theodore's attempt to break through his barrier. Garcia's eye narrowed in irritation. In his thoughts, Theodore would never repeat such a spell next time, and the gap between them would become even greater. But suddenly, cracks spread across his barrier. Theodore's spell broke through Garcia's barrier. Garcia was angry at Theodore's decision to focus all the fire strikes at one point to break through his barrier. Garcia opened his eyes wide, looking at the cracks spreading across his barrier. The full power of the fire spell was concentrated on the top of Garcia's barrier. Garcia's barrier was destroyed, and Garcia himself was sent flying. Garcia crossed in flight, hands covering his face from the explosion. Garcia looked at Theodore in shock. His barrier had been broken and now Garcia did not understand how to protect himself from Theodore's spell. Garcia looked between his crossed arms at Theodore in the distance, not understanding how he used the spell like that. He looked at his enemy and did not understand how Theodore was able to change the trajectory of the spell. Garcia's eyes narrowed as he looked at Theodore with fury. His lips curved into a strange smile and Garcia decided to confront Theodore seriously. Garcia clenched his fist, which began to glow red. It was difficult for him to control the spell, but as long as Garcia concentrated, he had the opportunity to win. Garcia's fist opened and bright flashes of flame came out of his palm. In the middle of his palm there was a bright light. Garcia decided to crush Theodore with the power. He prepared another fire spell that glowed in his hand and the mana emanating from it raised Garcia's hair. A red haze spread around him. Garcia swung his hand, which contained an ignition spell. He threw a fireball towards Theodore. The fireball was approaching Theodore, who crossed his arms. Theodore extended his hand and decided to use a triangular barrier. A triangular barrier began to form around Theodore. If the attack were to come from both sides of the triangular barrier, its power will decrease. The fire spell crashed into Theodore's triangular barrier and bounced off of it. Due to the smoke and the barrier, the result on the battlefield was not visible to others in the audience. Some students stood up and noticed someone coming out of the fog. Theodore was coming out of the fog. Coming out of a fog, he walked towards Garcia. Garcia was scared, his mouth opened, and his eyes bulged. He did not understand how Theodore could survive his spell. Theodore raised his head and informed Garcia about his turn. Theodore's hand began to turn red and steam was coming out of it. He clenched his fist, from which flashes of flame emanated. Garcia fell and began to crawl back in fear. He told him to give him time to recover. Theodore swung his hand in which he concentrated the fire spell. He extended his hand forward directing his spell at Garcia. The spell flew out and hit Garcia's body right through. Garcia's eyes rolled back and his mouth opened. Before losing consciousness, he asked himself in shock how Theodore broke through his barrier again. The spell hit Garcia's chest and his body flew in the opposite direction from Theodore. Vince looked at Garcia flying past him and crashing into the barrier. All the students in the audience were shocked. They saw how the young master of the Carter family, Garcia, was beaten by the runt Theodore. Theodore pounded his fist on his chest, rejoicing in victory. Many students stood up and began shouting Theodore's name in praise of him. At this time, Garcia was lying on the floor after Theodore's spells. He looked at the wall he crashed into, only now realizing that there was no point in protecting himself. Directing his furious gaze at Theodore, he blamed him for everything. Garcia began to get up and Vince, noticing this, turned his head and looked at him. Garcia in a rage he said that he would not accept defeat from a sudden attack, and even while he himself was without mana. Theodore crossed his arms and looked at Garcia who had stood up. Garcia, hunched over and clutching the wound on his chest, challenged Theodore to a duel. Garcia quietly took out a magical object from his inner pocket jacket. Garcia wrinkled his long nose, furrowed his brows and bared his teeth, angrily demanding a repeat duel with Theodore in the name of the honor of the Carter family. A young man in a black suit pulled out a small red and yellow object from his bosom. Vince, with his hands folded in the pockets of his black coat, watched Garcia from afar. The professor, looking at Garcia through his round red glasses with confusion in his eyes, found it amusing that the man, immediately after an unexpected defeat, issued a second challenge. There was anger in Vince's eyes as he thought that the reputation of the Carter family would be beyond envy if rumors of Garcia's defeat at the hands of the protagonist spread. Vince looked at the desperation with which Garcia looked at the object in his palm and came to the conclusion that for him now this was not just a duel. The lust for murder was burning in his eyes, and his reputation was at stake. Vince frowned his thin black eyebrows and thought that now, for the sake of victory, Garcia does not disdain strengthening and artifacts, and that the professor can stop the fight and punish him. However, when Vince turned his gaze to Theodore, he realized that his eyes were burning with rage. The main character froze with a hostile expression on his face, raising both hands with his shirt sleeves rolled up. Then the main character clenched one palm into a fist, extended the other, and put both hands in front of him. Garcia suddenly screamed, fire-red claws of madness and eyes of the abyss engulfed in wrath. Garcia clenched his hand tightly into a fist, and bright rays of light leaked from it. An orange fiery aura appeared around the man. He bent over and pressed his hands to his chest, loudly ordering Theodore to appear in front of him now. The next moment, the outline of a huge animal appeared behind Garcia, whose clothes and hair had turned red. Theodore, covered in sweat, raised one eyebrow and said that Garcia had gone crazy. Garcia, whose hair and clothes were torn off in small pieces, screamed deafeningly, calling for transformation and a wave of explosive flames, a fiery embodiment. With hatred and his nose wrinkled with anger, Garcia loudly addressed the main character. While Garcia asked if Theodore could withstand his murderous attack, The protagonist watched his opponent with worry on his face. Theodore arched his eyebrows and calmly said that Garcia was being ridiculous. Garcia, his eyes white and veins standing out on his forehead, screamed shrilly for Theodore to stop pretending, because his barrier would not withstand the fiery incarnation, and demanded to surrender. The main character, arrogantly throwing back his head and closing one eye, asked how Garcia got such confidence that his opponent would not win and reproached him for using the artifact. Theodore grinned, arrogantly reminding him that Garcia was using all this against a student who was inferior to him in everything. Garcia, whose face had deep wrinkles, loudly insulted the main character and shouted that he would rant in the next world. Theodore replied in an even tone that he was wasting his time here, listening to his opponent's chatter. The main character poked his chest with his index finger and with confidence on his face told Garcia to attack him. Garcia, greatly amused by these words, chuckled and said with a wild smile that victory or defeat no longer mattered. Gathering concentrated flames in his hand, Garcia glared at the protagonist with hatred and declared that he did not care about punishment and would fry Theodore and clear his family's name. Garcia, screaming death wishes at the top of his lungs, clenched his fist and bared his teeth, revealing white teeth. The man hit his fist in front of him, and a powerful fiery attack immediately formed in the air, rushing towards the main character. The flames lit up the entire room, making it difficult to see anything. Theodore, who crossed his arms over his chest with clenched fists, closed his eyes and thought that Garcia correctly noted that the barrier would not be enough, for he used the magic of the fourth circle, fiery embodiment. Without opening his eyes, the main character thought that Garcia, however, had forgotten about the spontaneous nature of interactions, and it was his own fault for deciding that Theodore would erect one barrier. Theodore suddenly opened his dark gray eyes wide and furrowed his thin eyebrows. The main character sat down on one knee, touching the floor with his palm, and the earth immediately rose into the air around him. Theodore yelled loudly, creating an earthen barrier and a stone dome. Through the walls of the barrier, the main character saw Garcia's angry face. The fiery attack collided with the stone dome, and it shattered, and large fragments flew into the air. Many small flame attacks rushed towards the barrier, attacking one point on it. The space was filled with thick dusty fog. Vince, whose silhouette was visible among the dust, watched the fight intently. A young man with dark hair and a girl with one braided braid looked at what was happening in horror. Looking at the destroyed stone barrier, they were angry with Theodore and said that he had paid with his life for having decided to mock. Garcia, wiping his chin, said with a grin that it was hellishly hot inside, regardless of whether the main character parried the blow or not. Garcia was just about to say that his family's reputation had been restored when suddenly his blue eyes widened in shock. A tightly clenched fist pushed through the piles of broken stones. Theodore, raising his hand above himself, with a raised eyebrow and curved lips, stood in the middle of the fragments of the stone barrier. The main character asked if Garcia slept in class because they studied the nature of the elements in the first year of study. Garcia's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets and his lower jaw fell off as he screamed in shock. Vince smirked and sighed softly, feeling disappointed in Garcia. The spectators of the fight looked at Theodore with shock frozen on their faces. Vince, whose clothes were blowing in the wind, announced the end of the fight. The man, his eyes burning with anger, approached Garcia and ordered him to stand up. Garcia looked at the professor with fear and tried to justify himself with a trembling voice. Garcia fell silent in fear as Vince roughly grabbed him by the shirt and lifted him off the ground. The professor, with an angry face, punched Garcia hard on the cheek and he flew to the side. Garcia fell to the floor, instinctively putting his hands to his face and raising his leg in self-defense. Garcia lay with his cheek on the floor and bled, weakly telling the professor that he could explain everything. Vince, who had a crazy smile on his face, silently picked up the wounded Garcia, missing several teeth, from the ground, roughly clenching his clothes in his fist. The professor angrily demanded that Garcia explain how he used the artifact in his class. Garcia looked at Vince in horror and, without pronouncing half the letters, clarified what exactly the professor meant. Vince's face was covered with veins protruding from rage. He frowned, and deep, numerous folds of skin lay between his eyebrows. On the open pale palm was a red symbol in the form of a diamond in two small rectangles. Garcia, wearing a bloody shirt and with his hand pressed to his face, coughed and again said that he could explain everything to the professor. Vince looked at the young man with hostility and clenched his blood-stained fist, asking if Garcia had thought about it thoroughly. The young man sighed heavily in pain when the professor angrily lifted him off the floor by his once white shirt. Raising Garcia to his face, Vince hissed furiously that everything had unfolded before his eyes, and now the young man was blathering an excuse with his broken mouth. The professor, with narrowed eyes, noted that Garcia was using the artifact in plain sight, and asked the young man if he hoped that Vince did not notice the use of the artifact. Garcia closed his eyes and said plaintively that he had no other way because the pride of his family was at stake. The professor bared his teeth and asked whether the young man was ultimately able to defend the honor of the family. Garcia's sweaty face contorted with sadness and regret. Vince himself answered his own question, saying that the young man did not stand for anything. The professor threw Garcia away with a slight movement of his hand, and the young man flew several meters back. While Garcia covered his face with his hands and trembled, Vince approached him and said that after class he was waiting for him in his office to assemble a teaching council, at which the young man's antics would be discussed and decisions about his punishment would be made. Theodore shuddered and tensed when the professor suddenly loudly called his name. Vince, frowning, demanded that the main character go to the professor's laboratory. Theodore was confused, but quickly accepted the professor's order. The main character stood in the research building of Bergen Academy and talked out loud about something. With frowning brows looking at the door in front of him, Theodore concluded that the time had come. The main character walked along a wide, bright corridor and scratched his head. Theodore frowned thoughtfully and touched his chin, thinking that the professor had called him to him, most likely because of his anomalous development, and besides, Vince would obviously begin to question the main character. Beads of sweat appeared on Theodore's face as he came to the conclusion that such a sudden lack of skill would raise questions in anyone, and after what happened, the young man began to be treated with suspicion. Theodore suddenly stopped and raised his head. He looked at a small, light sign that announced the nearby location of the laboratory. The main character pressed his palm to his forehead and thought with despair that he couldn't find a solution and couldn't tell the truth either. Theodore looked at Gluttony in the palm of his hand and concluded that this creature could be regarded as supernatural and mistaken for black magic, and the main character would not avoid problems if Gluttony was discovered. The main character mentally cursed and frowned, thinking that he still had a way out. Theodore knocked gently on the wooden door, asking the professor for permission to enter. The young man's face showed excitement when Vince's loud voice was heard from the laboratory. Theodore slowly opened the door. The professor was sitting at the table with a book in his hands and, having greeted the main character, said that he had just returned from the pedagogical council. Vince smiled softly and with a friendly gesture invited Theodore to sit down and make himself comfortable. Looking at the main character, the professor said that he was worried that Theodore would get hurt, but it couldn't be said from him that he was somehow hurt. The protagonist sat on the chair in front of Vince and listened as he said that the afternoon affair was resolved with the cooperation of the parties involved, and Earl Carter, the head of this family, personally came and apologized. The professor added that the issue was sensitive for the academy, and even the director was afraid to make a decision in the light of impending troubles, and Vince was not allowed to say a word. But in the end, the head of the Carter family personally asked for forgiveness and asked him to convey his apologies to Theodore. The professor said with a smile that that was all, and now they would get straight to business. The main character involuntarily opened his mouth when Vince suddenly took out the very artifact that Garcia had previously used. Theodore looked lost at the object in Vince's hand and hesitantly suggested that this artifact was known as the Roaring Flame. The professor frowned slightly and confirmed this, saying that the idiot Garcia had taken advantage of him. Vince said that this artifact contains the soul of Hork, a fiery coyote, and with it the user gains Hork's abilities and turns magic into fire. Vince grinned mysteriously, saying that this was a kind of apology from the Count, and such cases were rare, but Theodore could only accept it. The professor moved the artifact closer to the main character and said that this thing now belongs to him. Theodore raised one eyebrow and asked nervously if Vince was joking. The professor replied with a smile that otherwise the main character would have to deal with the issue of expulsion, and if the apology was not accepted, Vince would take care of Garcia's expulsion. Theodore put a smile on his face, sweating with worry, and said that now he had nothing more to regret. Vince quirked one eyebrow and raised his glasses higher, saying that Theodore had made a wise choice. The professor crossed his arms and silently watched as the main character examined the artifact in his hands. Suddenly Vince frowned in alarm and began fiddling with his fingers, looking at the wooden table. The professor closed his eyes and said the name of the main character. Theodore, who was putting the artifact away in his bosom, froze in fear when Vince asked him to answer one question. Looking at his intertwined fingers, the professor said that they had been together with the young man for 3 whole years, and Vince also regretted the stagnation in Theodore's skills and abilities due to various restrictions. Theodore closed his eyes and sat with his head bowed while Vince said that the main character had not so much changed since the winter holidays, but had become completely different. Theodore opened his eyes, narrowed in disbelief, when Vince said that the young man might not answer if he didn't call, because he was definitely not one of those who would start doing dirty deeds in order to improve his skills. The professor seemed to be trying with difficulty to say that, as Theodore's mentor, he was ready to provide his help wherever it was needed, but fell silent without finishing the sentence. Theodore bit his lower lip in anxiety. Vince silently watched the main character's reaction and asked him to tell everything. Theodore was lost in thought, where he tossed between confessing or lying to the professor, and concluded that sooner or later they would certainly find out about the books missing from the library, and immediately after that Gluttony would be discovered. The main character came to the conclusion that after this, let alone at the academy, he would not even be able to appear on the street. The professor did not take his eyes off Theodore, patiently waiting for his answer. The main character hesitantly looked back at Vince and was silent. Then Theodore closed his eyes and said that it would be as the professor wanted it. The main character put his hand on his left shoulder and asked Vince to look at this hand. Theodore, with his eyes closed, raised his left palm, on which a small black spot could be seen. It began to spread across the palm and even go beyond it in the form of thin black smoke. Vince tensed and even began to sweat, asking Theodore what the hell this was. When black smoke passed over the protagonist's face, he calmly said without emotion that the professor should not worry and just watch. Vince watched the young man in confusion as he clenched his hand, from which more and more black substance was coming out, into a fist and ordered him to leave. The space began to fill with a bright pink glow. Theodore stood in the middle of the pink fog with black smoke and said coldly that it was time for lunch. The professor, with undisguised fear, opened his eyes wide and opened his mouth, watching what was happening, when suddenly a third voice was heard in the laboratory. Professor Vince looked at Theodore puzzled. He was shocked by what he saw. He asked his student, calling him by name, what he was doing for God's sake, and asked a clarifying question what was going on with him here. Miller stood with a calm face and looked at his professor. Dark energy emanated from gluttony, which enveloped the entire space. He glowed. Theodore noted that it was time for the gluttons to have a snack. Gluttony happily opened his mouth. Professor Zadish looked at the main character and remembered the past. Vince sat on a chair and leaned his elbows back, looking at Theodore. He then asked if Theo was the underperforming student. Theodore Miller gave a confirming response to the professor's words and said that yes, it was him. The main character closed his eyes. He noted that it doesn't matter what his grades are now, because skills play a decisive role at Bergen Academy. Vince looked at his student questioningly and calmly. Heidel noted that Theodore was wrong, and added that he did not call his student because of this. Professor Vince looked at Theodore with intrigue, leaning on his palm. He noted that his learning abilities are much better than anyone in this academy. Vince asked Miller what he thought about his words, especially that if Professor Vince began to support him, and thus he would remain at Bergen Academy. The main character couldn't believe his ears. His eyes were empty and he was lost in thought. He noted, thoughtfully, that after these words something seemed to flash in his head, because in the Bergen Academy, where everyone seemed to be his enemies. The main character released the gluttony from his hand, and his magical grimoire deftly grabbed the artifact that was lying on the professor's table with his tongue. Theodore noted that Professor Vince is someone whom he, for some unknown reason, can trust without a doubt completely. Gluttony was very pleased. He brings the artifact closer and closer to himself. Miller began to say that the artifact that is in front of his grimoire, the hand of the protagonist, where Gluttony was, began to make squelching sounds. Gluttony increasingly pushed the artifact into its mouth. The professor's eyes were narrowed very tightly. He was shocked and surprised. The main character ordered Gluttony to consume the artifact with roaring flames. The professor's office was filled with pink smoke, and Miller's hand glowed like a shooting star, but the main character stood calmly. The system notified that the flame-cutting artifact had been consumed. This artifact is precious and of high quality. Gluttony chewed the artifact with heaviness. The main character stayed on his feet with all his strength. The system noted that this medallion was created using a special technique passed down in the Carter family, and added that the agreement would be concluded through a blood alliance. The system also explained that when used, the artifact temporarily increases the user's magical power and also converts it into flame magic. Pink flames emanated from Theodore after the artifact agreement. Professor Vince silently watched what was happening. Gluttony opened his mouth, causing the protagonist's hand to begin to tremble. In an instant, Miller became covered in an even greater haze, and Professor Heidel sat in complete shock. Sweat ran down his face, but he continued to look attentively at his student. Vince asked Theodore to explain everything from that moment on in as much detail as possible. Theodore sat awkwardly opposite Professor Vince and trembled while he looked at him carefully without looking away. Heidel noted that Miller ultimately wants to tell him that in his left hand there now lives a grimoire that absorbs artifacts and books that contain magic. Theodore's face was sweating. Heidel sighed, closing his eyes at the same time. The professor was serious. He noted what it meant that Miller had the greedy grimoire in his hand. Heidel crossed his arms and looked at the main character. He continued to say that the knowledge of the grimoire is unimaginable, and added that the power of the absorbed object is acquired after the bearer appreciates it, and explained that in addition, the bearer is able to master the magical abilities of the object itself. The professor asked Theodore whether he was right or wrong. Theodore lowered his head in remorse as they looked at him. Miller noted that he offers his deepest apologies. Heidel went on to say that, however, since he is a professor at the academy, he cannot approve of the fact that he fed the grimoire books from their academy's library. The professor crossed his palms and placed them directly in front of his nose. He noted that, in principle, everything is in order because for Theodore this moment was a matter of life and death for him, wasn't it? Vince asked the main character. Heidel also added that if the main character continues to stop feeding his grimoire of gluttony, then gluttony will simply completely consume its host, and noted that he is pleased with the information received because he has completely satisfied his curiosity. Miller's hand shook a little while Professor Vince looked at him with interest. Theodore noted that he would like to ask him a question if Mr. Heidel would not mind. Heidel looked seriously at his student as he sweated from fear of receiving a negative answer. Professor Vince noted that he believes that he has already understood what question the main character wants to ask him. Vince noted Theodore's question with a special intonation, asking himself the question in the words of his student why he did not want to take this grimoire away from Miller, and clarified whether it was Theodore who wanted to ask. Heidel smiled. He noted that the answer to this question is very simple. Professor Vince looked arrogantly at the main character and lowered his hands onto the table. He noted that it would be difficult for him to realize this until he delved deeper into archaeology, and added that if Miller were a higher-level magician, it would not be difficult for him. Heidel noted that the grimoire in his palm, he paused for a short moment, was simply an unnecessary trinket for high-level magicians. Miller was shocked by the professor's answer and somehow pulled out the next question. He asked if gluttony was useless. Vince lowered his eyebrows with a frown. He noted that a creature such as gluttony cannot even be called a grimoire, since it is not actually even a book, and added that, therefore, it chose its owner and is parasitizing him. Heidel put his finger to his spring and calmly thought. He reasons that if you kill the owner, then at that very moment he will become a victim of this grimoire, like other foolish people in his memories, and noted that in addition, it seems that the grimoire cannot be transferred to someone else, so the best option would be to keep the owner close to you, thereby studying the grimoire. The main character silently looked at the professor. Vince noted with a smile that in any case, he was grateful to Miller for sharing this information with him. And he noted that he, Vince Heidel, as his professor, as well as his colleague the magician, would repay him in full for his trust in him. Theodore lowered his gaze and said the professor's name. Heidel smiled kindly. He asked Miller if they both should do something to build trust between each other. Theodore was very surprised by what he heard and asked the professor again. A hard aura began to emanate from Professor Vince, a keyhole appeared in place of his heart, everything was illuminated in blue hues. He sternly noted that they use a measure of limitation, an oath. The professor shouted that he was Vince Heidel and noted that he swore to himself that he would keep it a strict secret. The magical lock that was installed directly on his heart began to click into place and lit up with a bright light right on his back. He continued to shout that he would not tell anyone what Theodore Miller would not allow him to share with anyone else. Miller was shocked. He did not know what to do in such a situation. His eyes narrowed. With a stutter, Miller said the professor's name. The entire office was lit up with a bright flash, which confirmed the conclusion of this agreement. The flash gradually began to fade, and the professor sat and did not even move. The conclusion of the contract was over. Heidel breathed a sigh of relief. He noted that he thought that would be enough. Blue marks appeared on the hands of Professor Vince and Theodore, which were confirmation of their agreement. In his thoughts, Miller noted that the professor had said that phrase and carved the oath mark of his own free will, and added that all this was done for the sake of him and his secret. Miller's eyes began to water, and all for him, he noted in his thoughts. Theodore began to cry quietly, his tears streaming down his cheeks. The main character was trembling and his tears began to fall directly into his palms. The professor stood up from his seat. He walked up to the main character and put his hand on Miller's head while he cried quietly. The professor's hand gently passed over the main character's head and he put his hand on his shoulder. Theodore sat silently and Heidel stood next to him and smiled warmly at him. He noted that he relies on the main character and called him by his first and last name, Theodore Miller. Miller began to win with his hand the tears that did not stop flowing. He thanked his professor, and he repeated by telling him, "Thank you very much." A week has passed since then. One of the students with golden eyes stood in front of the board and wrote down her answer while holding a book in her other hand. She noted that the reason they use magic circles is very simple for stabilization, and added that their success rate would be higher, especially compared to a normal spell casting, and noted that the most effective push for this would be. Theodore sat on the bench and was bored. He leaned his head on his hand. In his thoughts, he noted that nothing special had happened because his daily life remained the same as before. Miller was writing something in his notebook with a pen. He used red ink. He noted in his thoughts that the most he had to change was that now he had to report the books he had fed to the glutton. He recalled Professor Vince's menacing gaze and a shiver ran down his spine. Theodore continued to think that thanks to Professor Vince's help, he no longer had to worry about the consequences, but he also noted that after he brought up the topic of buying artifacts on the black market, Heidel's expression changed slightly for the worse. Miller remembered Cannies, the Friends manager, who smiled sarcastically. He noted that he had heard various rumors, but he would no longer have to go to her because Professor Vince promised to provide him with everything he would need in the future. The class ended, all the students began to collect their things and leave the classroom. The main character followed their example. He mentally noted that in any case, his classes were already over and it was time for him to go to Professor Vince in the research building, and added that the state of gluttony had not yet stabilized, and therefore Miller was forced to cooperate with Professor Heidel until his graduation from the academy. Miller walked straight down the corridor. He continued to note that the minutes flew by one after another while he was thinking about all this, and added that when he reached the professor's office, he knocked on his door. Miller tapped on the door with 2 fingers. The professor noted that Theodore could come in. Theodore looked at Professor Vince in shock. He was surprised. Professor Vince stood opposite the main character and was beaming with a mug of tea in his hand. He was glad to see Theodore and noted that he had finally arrived. Miller was shocked when he saw the professor's clean desk. He asked, stuttering, whether the professor was really going to move or what was going on. Professor Vince looked at the main character with a grin, holding his hot tea from which steam was emanating. He noted that he would like to show Theodore something. Theodore looked carefully at the object that lay in front of him. He asked, puzzled, that this was the seal of the Kingdom of Malta lying in front of him. The professor's smile grew even wider. He asked if Miller knew what was there and added that it was an invitation letter to the kingdom's magic tournament. Heidel put one of his hands in his pocket. He spoke slyly, asking what the main character thought, why he was showing him this invitation letter. Miller narrowed his eyes and noted that this couldn't be true. Miller stood with his back bent and looked at Heidel in shock as he held his tea. Heidel noted that the main character noticed everything correctly because the letter indicated that Vince could take part in the accompaniment of one assistant, whom he could choose himself. Professor Vince looked calmly at Miller as puffy white clouds were visible in the window in the background. He asked his student what he thought about this and added by asking if Theodore would like to go with him to the capital of magic. Theodore looked at the letter carefully. He put his hand next to the seal. He shouted joyfully that he really wanted to go with the professor. Professor Vince carefully looked through the letter, adjusting his glasses. He noted that everything was in order and added that even with the slightest error in the document, they were unlikely to be allowed to compete. Theodore sat opposite the professor and looked at him while he read the letter again. Miller asked how much Heidfeld thinks those people over there are picky about the design of the letter. Heidel noted that it was natural and added that there was a risk of spies or uninvited guests entering. Professor Vince looked at Theodore carefully. He addressed him by name, calling him Theodore. Heidel began to rummage through his jacket pockets. He asked what the main character knew about why he invited him to go with him to the tournament in the Kingdom of Melter. The main character sat thoughtfully. Professor Vince continued to talk about whether he knew the old adage that ignorance is bliss is true. Heidel hit the table and noted that there are some things that are best forgotten long ago. The professor took out a book with a blue cover and held it. He noted doomedly, and now he will find out everything. Miller looked disapprovingly at the dusty book. He asked if the professor was really giving him his rules for the Bergen Academy. The professor put his hand on the collection while Miller was in shock and he began to read the article. The professor noted that Article 38, Paragraph 12, and noted that this was about additional assessments beyond the basic qualifying exam, and added that if a student took 3rd place or higher in a tournament led by a magical society, and added that he then had the right to graduate early. Professor Vince looked at Miller with a smirk as he listened with interest. Heidel noted with full confidence that Miller should be interested in this because after spending so much time within the walls of the academy, he was probably quite bored with it, especially being here, and added that the main character didn't even have anything else to study here. Miller became worried. He awkwardly replied that he was not confident in his abilities. Professor Vince grinned and looked at him. He called the guy by name and noted that when he first came to them, Vince immediately realized that his knowledge of theory was superior to that of any professor. Theodore sat silently and watched. Heidel noted that also, moreover, he must be going through a very difficult time right now because after reaching the 3rd circle, he was unable to find books to move to the 4th club of the academy. Vince noted that Miller's main problem is that his sensitivity to magic was serendipitously chosen by the grimoire for gluttony. The main character looked at the floor of the office. Heidel noted that due to this, his presence in the academy is a highly controversial issue. Professor Vince recalled everything as a professor at this academy. He noted, asking if Miller remembered the people who were considered a nuisance then. He added that those professors are real beasts themselves who only recognize fame and influence and never repent of their actions. Instead, they will accept their enemies even more, Professor Theodore noted. Miller looked at the letter and skull that lay in front of him. Heidel noted that it was better for Theodore to stay away from such people and finally leave this place, and added that in the end, he himself planned to move to the capital, Vince noted. He said the sooner Miller completes his training, the sooner they will be practicing in a better location. Theodore clasped his hands together and pinched his thumbs over his nose as he thought. Miller noted that he understood what Professor Vince meant. In front of them stood a gray building that was shrouded in heavy fog. It was Melter. Professor Vince noted that it was for this reason that he wanted to take him to Melter. Theodore was embarrassed and there was doubt in his eyes. Theodore noted that in general he agreed with the professor, but he asked a clarifying question that haunted him, whether he would be able to win. Hadel smiled and put his hands in front of him. He noted that, as a rule, this is impossible. Professor Vince recalled how Miller used his gluttony in front of him, and he was enveloped in clots of dark aura. Hadel noted that the main character is an exception, and he also added that Miller is still far from Garcia. However, the professor continued to say he noted that he was sure that the main character would be able to cope with this with the magician of any quarter of the Russians in the circle, and the fact, he added, that all the participants were students would only make the task easier for them. The main character gave up his fists. He asked that it was not the Battle Mage division we were talking about now. Hadel warily recalled the participants in this division. He noted that the main character hit the mark and explained that only assistants of invited magicians can join him. Hadel noted with a grin while adjusting his glasses so that he considered this a kind of warm-up match for the professors. Professor Vince remembered Sylvia with her professor. He noted that these assistants are the same students as the main character. The main character thought. He put his finger to his lips. In his thoughts, he noted that the professor was right since there was a chance of victory. Miller recalled his outstretched hand, on which the glutton was. He noted that he received the ability to memorize when the glutton absorbed Garcia's relic a couple of days ago, and added that this dishonest ability allows him to accumulate mana, and at a certain moment, use it immediately. The hero recalled the recent night from the book. He noted that he could add to this Alfred's ability, which he received after synchronization. His experience and sensitivity were transferred to the main character. He noted that the professor probably did him this kind of favor to see the result from his last sparring. Theodore smiled and clenched his fist. He noted that he thought it was worth a try, and the professor looked at his student with a grin, his hands clasped. He noted that he would then in turn fill in some of the gaps. Professor Vince opened his locker, which contained a book with a yellow cover. Hadel took out this circle and placed it in front of him. He noted that he bought this book for 50 gold coins from a simpleton who collects original copies, and added that the search process itself was not particularly difficult, but sorting it took a lot of time. Professor Vince recalled how he recently chose a suitable copy among 2 books. He noted that it is quite easy to distinguish the original from the army, because the same copy cannot be made from a copy. He added that he searched everywhere and checked everything carefully. Hadel noted that he had difficulty obtaining this book, and added that he hopes that the main character will like the book. Miller furrowed his eyebrows. He was shocked. Miller cautiously asked the professor if he could evaluate this book. Professor Vince smiled and ran his hand through the air. He noted that of course it is possible, he promised him. Theodore swallowed convulsively. He said, "Assessment." Theodore put his hand with the grimoire of gluttony directly to the book. The book glowed with a bright light. 2 heroes of this book appeared before Theodore, a man and a woman, fire. The system noted that there was an introduction to spirit magic, and also added that this book describes the characteristics of the 4 elements, their concept, principles, and how to make a contract with a spirit. The system introduced the main character to the author of this book, Myrtle, and added that he was a famous elementalist who, using magic, managed to summon the ruler of the spirits. Myrtle stood lighting his pipe while the perfume writer stood with him. The system noted that the class of the book is rare, and after absorbing it, the magic of the spirits in the main character will significantly increase, and the opportunity to connect oneself with the spirit will also open up. The system continued to say that this was a unique copy that was written by the author himself, and noted that there was a small chance that it would be possible to conclude a contract with the spirit. The main character frowned. He noted that connecting with the spirit was an incredible opportunity for him, and added that he thought he would never be able to do it. Miller could not believe that I could get such a wonderful specimen, a gift from Professor Vince. Heidfeld smiled. He noted that this was only the first book and asked what about the class of this book. Theodore smiled sheepishly. He noted that the class of this book is rare. Theodore stood in front of Heidel's table. They were talking to each other. Hadel noted that this means they only have 2 more such books left to find. Miller answered his question positively. Professor Vince asked him what about the second book. The professor looked at his tea, puzzled. He noted that he would obviously make every effort to search for the second book in order to find it as quickly as possible, and added that Theodore could already go today. Professor Vince started writing his hot tea. He gasped about the upcoming trip, how he remembered it, and noted that regarding the trip. He silently put down his tea while the main character bent over while getting up from his chair. Vince noted that they would leave for the capital in 3 days, and added that he should be fully prepared. Theodore Miller looked closely at Hadel. Theodore Miller repeated the professor's words, and noted that in 3 days, and said, "Okay." Theodore ran as fast as he could to his dorm. He ran faster and faster while the rest of the academy students looked back at him. He suddenly grabbed the door handle and opened it with a sharp movement. He ran into his room and began to greedily swallow air. Gluttony began to scream from his hand. He called the guy and talked about how hungry he was. Miller opened his palm, and Gluttony began to look at him seriously. The Grimoire of Gluttony answered him that if he didn't feed him right now, he would eat his bearer right here and now. Theodore began to sweat. He was unpleasant that the glutton began to run his tongue over his face. Miller noted that he understood, and asked the Grimoire not to go crazy, and added what would happen if they were caught because of it. Theodore took off his bag with the dog. In his thoughts, he noted that the amount of food he consumes is decreasing, but the way he demands it remains unchanged, and the main character also added that the standards of the food he requires are growing every time. They complained about gluttony to the main character while he looked at him carefully. The Grimoire told him that he was very hungry, and Miller continued to note in his thoughts that the demands of gluttony and his frequency of awakening were increasing, and added that this worried him very much, but first of all, he must take care of satisfying the hunger of his Grimoire. The main character smiled. He noted to the glutton that food was served. Without wasting a minute, the glutton reached out with his tongue to the book. The main character closed his eyes while the system connected his consciousness with the book, and behind the hero stood the spirits of different elements of the earth. The system noted that introduction to spirit magic had been successfully absorbed. The system added that the level of mastery of spirit magic has increased significantly. Miller was sweating. He looked straight at the glutton. In his thoughts, he noted that he was glad that he had finally acquired earth elemental magic, and added to himself that such an ability was difficult to obtain. The system reappeared. She noted that the original book had been consumed, and a request was sent to her to connect with Mädel Herser. The main character was very surprised. His eyes narrowed. He repeated with horror, "Connection." A huge number of hands appeared in front of the main character, reaching out to him. The system noted that the connection was waiting. After waiting a little, it said that the connection had been successfully established. The connection with the elementalist Mädel Cruiser was approved. The main character said, puzzled, "What is this?" Hands grabbed Miller and began to drag him down while he screamed for you to stop. They took him to another dimension and threw him down. He screamed in horror and flight. His eyes began to water. He looked straight. The main character fell lower and lower through a bunch of clouds. He asked himself in horror where he had ended up. Mädel sat calmly and smiled. In an instant, the main character fell next to him right into the snow, and he looked at him. Mädel grinned and looked carefully at the main character. He noted with a cigarette in his mouth that he seemed to have a visitor. The system noted that the connection was started. The main character, lying with a wet face, held his head and sighed heavily. Theodore saw two large ice blocks, between which thin red ribbons stretched, and asked out loud where he was. The main character sat down and began to rub the top of his head, thinking that he had definitely heard something about the connection. But Theodore did not think that he was immersed, as usually happens during the synchronization process. The main character covered half of his face with his palm, and his gaze looked lost. Theodore raised his head and looked at the huge ice blocks towering above him. The protagonist furrowed his thin black eyebrows, upset at how high the surface was. Suddenly, the blonde, bearded man with a black eye patch smiled as he saw Theodore finally wake up. The main character tensed when the stranger said that everything had collapsed from above, and he thought that a star had fallen from heaven, but it turns out that it was Theodore who fell here. Puzzle appeared on the protagonist's face, and he lostly repeated the man's last words. Suddenly, Theodore's dark eyes widened in shock, and he fixed his gaze on the stranger. The man looked at the young man with one yellow eye and concluded that he knew about his identity, but Theodore was clearly not an ordinary guest who came for something simple. The stranger, sitting cross-legged and holding a plate of something hot in his hand, smiled and introduced himself as the spirit Mädel Hersheim and suggested that Theodore would not be surprised by this information. The main character, placing one hand on his bent knee, asked if he was in the place of personal imprisonment of the spirit. Merdala grinned and, raising the plate to his face, explained that previously the places of imprisonment were called the territory of the dispossessed. The man said that this place was used during battles, when exhausted warriors wanted to calm the souls of their fallen comrades, and this is where their souls remain, isolating themselves from the whole world. Mädel closed his only eye and said that the fact that a person had discovered this place was truly something out of the ordinary. Theodore closed his eyes and honestly answered that he did not know whether this place was special or not, because he was called here by some unknown force and did not even expect to meet a spirit in this place. Mädel straightened his green robe, concluding that the main character seemed to have been dragged here by force, and wanted to return to the reason for the young man's presence here. Theodore, looking at his open palm, replied that he was indeed sent here by some force. However, this time everything is not so simple because it was the first time he was summoned. The spirit clarified whether an unknown force appeared out of nowhere under strange circumstances, and Theodore hesitated, but said that the man was unlikely to believe him if he told him. Miedalla let out a short laugh without taking his eyes off his interlocutor. Then the man broke into a smile and, humming thoughtfully, said that Theodore probably had his own worries. The spirit said that right before the main character appeared, the man felt a response and came to the conclusion that someone was planning to come for the young man. Miedl took a sip from a small orange plate and said that first of all he needed to make sure of something. Theodore looked at the spirit warily, frowning. Miedl exhaled with a smile, and a huge creature with red eyes and mouth appeared behind him. The spirit furrowed his brows and ordered Theodore to look him straight in the eyes. The main character looked at Miedl with fear. The spirit approached the frightened protagonist and concluded with a smile that there was definitely no fire in his gaze, and Theodore did not know how to rage like a flame. Miedl added that Theodore avoids spontaneous combustion and does not enjoy reckless things, so the spirit of fire is not suitable for him. The main character listened silently as Miedl said that the young man is not free like the wind and not as flexible as water. Miedl grinned and concluded that Theodore was a completely uninteresting person. The spirit added that, however, there is nothing wrong with not standing out. The main character, overcoming surprise and fear, asked what this meant. Miedl bared his teeth, and the creature behind him laughed deafeningly, crossing his muscular arms. The spirit asked with a grin if Theodore could guess by looking at the guy's reaction behind him. The main character frowned and closed his eyes while Miedl said that the young man, like no one else, knows what perseverance is and that nothing can shake the stability of the earth, be it fire, wind, or water. Miedl ran his index finger along the ground, leaving behind a stripe on it. The spirit drew 3 lines on the ground and said that Theodore is like the earth. Pouring the contents of the plate onto the surface of the earth, Miedl concluded that the main character is honest, but tough, and he can be called a strong person. Theodore frowned thoughtfully, looking at the ground. The main character opened his mouth in shock when ice blocks suddenly split and flew in the air. The space lit up as the ice formed a hole from which small ice shards spilled out. Suddenly a pale female face appeared. The girl opened her light yellow eyes. She had long blonde hair, pointed ears, and a long white suit that matched her skin color, with a bright blue necklace hanging around her neck. The girl quickly flew down. Then she got tangled in her long hair and began to fall upside down, and her body became significantly smaller. Theodore caught in his palm a miniature creature wearing a blue scarf and loose white clothes. The main character looked at the girl in his palms with disbelief and asked if she was really the one who is called the spirits of the earth. The girls opened one bright yellow eye and extended a small palm towards Theodore. The girl, who had 2 sharp horns growing from her forehead, touched the protagonist's thumb with her palm. Theodore even blushed and noted to himself how cute she was. Miedl grinned and introduced this spirit as Mithra and said that she liked the main character. The man said that Mithra was one of the forgotten ancient spirits of the earth, and suggested that the response he heard earlier was precisely from her. When the shocked Theodore asked if Mithra was too small, Miedl said with a grin that one should never judge a spirit by its appearance. The man explained with a smile that now Theodore, as a guide, must awaken Mithra's true power, and he will be lucky enough to see her true essence if he manages to grow with her. When Miedl put a black cauldron on the fire and invited Theodore to also have a snack, the young man let out a short laugh and said that he needed to return to where he came from. Miedl persistently handed the main character a dish and said that nothing bad would happen if he ate one plate before leaving. Mithra became interested when Theodore picked up the plate with slight disbelief and said that it wasn't such a bad idea. The main character was looking into a plate filled with liquid when he suddenly saw 2 long black hands in the reflection. Theodore, baring his teeth and frowning, turned around sharply. The main character screamed deafeningly as a multitude of long black limbs grabbed him by the shirt and lifted him into the air. Miedl raised his head with a plate and spoon in his hands, silently watching what was happening. The man smiled and raised the spoon to his mouth, saying that he was looking forward to the events to come. While Theodore was being dragged away by dozens of hands, Miedl wondered if the young man's visit had something to do with the power in his left hand, whom the man met a long time ago. The system reported that the connection with Miedl had been completed. Theodore lay with his hand on his head, sighing heavily through clenched teeth. The main character, who had Mithra lying on his stomach, complained out loud. Theodore then turned his gaze to the spirit of the earth. Looking at the sleeping Mithra, the main character thought that the power of her presence during the call was felt so strongly, as if the king of spirits was in front of the young man, although now she is small, like a child. Theodore covered his eyes with his hand and cursed out loud, smiling at the same time. The main character was glad that he had a chance to win the tournament, because now he had made a contract with the spirit. Birds circled high in the air above the palace towers. Theodore was sweating and breathing heavily because he was carrying huge luggage on his back. The main character, dressed in a long dark cloak, exhaled tiredly and stopped, and 2 more large suitcases stood at his feet. 3 days later, at the academy gates, Theodore was dragging his backpack, growling with exertion and dripping with sweat. The main character thought that he wanted to take a few things, but due to the need to feed gluttony, he had to carry a large number of books. Vince silently watched as Theodore, who was not visible behind a huge backpack, said that it was necessary to hire a crew because it was very difficult for him. The professor approached the young man and asked with a smile why he needed so many things, but Theodore did not answer. The main character put on a weak smile and said that he took a little more than necessary, and most of the luggage consisted of food for gluttony. Vince grinned and said that he expected something like this, so he prepared in advance. Theodore raised one eyebrow at the professor and asked how exactly he had prepared. In response, Vince just silently opened a white bag, from which came a bright blue glow. The professor explained that this is not just a bag, but an artifact, which is a spatial pocket, and they may need it for a long journey. Theodore tensed and remembered that Vince had something similar in his collection, and the young man had heard about this artifact, but it looked strange. The professor noticed the reaction of the main character and, with a raised eyebrow and a grin, told him not to look at this artifact with such a face. Theodore froze, eyes wide with fear, when Vince said that this artifact was very convenient and placed all the young man's luggage in it. The professor tied the bag tightly with a rope. When Vince told Theodore to take off his backpack and put it on the ground to place it in the spatial pocket, the main character looked at the professor with horror. City of Bergen. Vince and Theodore walked through thin streets filled with people in red cloaks. The main character looked with disgust at the octopuses lying in someone's cart. Vince raised one eyebrow and turned when Theodore said he wanted to ask him a question. The main character said that there are only 9 days before the start of the magic tournament, and there is still a month to go to Mana Villa and you may not be able to get there on time. The professor turned around and replied with a grin that he should not worry about it, for they were not the only ones heading to Monaville now. Vince said that of all the people who now go to the capital, there are those who value this season the most. Theodore assumed that the professor was talking about merchants. Vince smiled and explained that in addition to the main roads, there are also quite risky ones, called trade routes, and such a route saves a lot of time, and the dangers can be eliminated with the help of money. Vince said that he had traveled like this a couple of times in the old days, and it was better not to go there alone. The professor said that it was full of bandits and monsters. Vince concluded that this route would take them to the capital 3 times faster, and they could ensure their protection by teaming up with the merchants. Theodore closed his eyes and said with irritation that the cost was worth it, and Vince agreed with a smile. Suddenly, the professor's gaze became attentive and cold. As they approached the tall white building, Vince concluded that they were there and that this was the group of merchants they would be joining. A blonde girl with her hair tied up was talking to a man in glasses who was flipping through sheets of paper on a tablet. While the professor and the main character were going down the stairs, the girl asked why they were so late. Anna Farrell, head of the second largest merchant guild in Bergen, greeted Vince happily and said that she had been waiting for him. When Theodore asked with horror whether he was married, the professor broke out in sweat and told him not to even ask about it. The main character widened his eyes and opened his mouth when Anna almost swept the professor off his feet, hugging him tightly. Theodore turned away in disgust when Anna, sitting on Vince, trembled about how much she missed her, and the professor politely asked the girl to get off. Looking at the joyful and loving Anna and Vince standing next to her, Theodore assumed that Vince was confused, just like the main character when he was first left for the second year. Anna narrowed her eyes at Theodore and asked Vince who was with him. The professor apologized and introduced Anna and Theodore to each other. Vince noted that Gordon did not appear in person and suggested that Anna would perform his duties this time. The girl immediately confirmed this. Anna said that a couple of days ago Gordon said that he was tired of the face of his wife and daughter, took a fishing rod and left home, leaving only a note with the words "I'll be back in 2 months." Theodore's face froze in horror. Vince laughed awkwardly and said that the situation was so-so, but Anna said that her father had done a lot before he left, so his disappearance did not affect anything. The professor asked Anna where the crew intended for them was. Vince froze with an expression of awkwardness on his face when Anna approached him and with a playful smile replied that she had prepared a carriage just suitable for a magician of the 5th circle, spacious, with all amenities and a shower. The girl was flirting with Vince and did not notice how an angry man in glasses was approaching her. The stranger appeared even closer, while Anna said with a smile that this carriage was just designed for 2 people. The girl wanted to say something else when suddenly a man's hand in a brown glove came to her face. The man in glasses, with whom Anna had previously spoken, grabbed the wrong collar of the shirt and dragged her along, angrily saying that the girl urgently needed to check her accommodation details, whether she wanted it or not. Anna struggled and screamed, hinting that she might fire her subordinate. But he did not stop and replied that he would then go fishing with the severance pay that he would receive after his dismissal. The man loudly turned to Vince and said that their car was the 3rd in a row and they were leaving soon. Both the professor and the main character stood with sweaty faces, but there was shame on Vince's face and embarrassment on Theodore's face. A large wooden door with a metal frame opened loudly. Theodore saw a spacious red room and said that it was better than he expected. Vince explained that this was a simple principle of using spatial magic, and that the traders also enchanted the horses so that they would not feel tired. The professor sat down with a sigh and asked if Theodore was tired, like himself. The main character smiled and replied that Vince's condition seemed to be much worse than his. The professor said that he just wanted to ask Theodore something after he took a little rest. The main character tensed. The professor asked Theodore to show the spirit with whom he made a contract before they set off. Vince looked at the student with interest in his eyes. Theodore opened his eyes wide and froze, thinking that lately the professor's facial expressions were more lively than ever, and any curiosity was noticeable in his gaze, which made Vince more human. Earth began to appear in Theodore's palm as he replied with a smile that, after all, it was thanks to the professor that he had entered into this contract. Vince took out a notepad and pen, announcing his readiness and asking the main character to summon the spirit. The handful of earth in the young man's hands began to shine as he loudly ordered Mithra to come out. Among the small fragments of stones, Mithra appeared, who, with her eyes closed, spread her arms to the sides. Vince opened his mouth in shock and even adjusted his glasses when he saw the spirit of the earth. While Theodore introduced the ancient spirit of the earth to the professor, Mithra sleepily looked at Vince. When the professor asked if he could talk to Mithra, Theodore replied that he tried to do so, but all he heard was more like a puppy whining, since she was still a small child. Vince arched one eyebrow and pressed his palm to his face, thoughtfully saying that this was an ancient spirit after all. The professor frowned and turned his green eyes to the student. Theodore's face showed fear mixed with bewilderment when Vince began to ask whether the young man knew the differences between simple and ancient spirits. Mithra held onto the protagonist's shoulder while a stream of saliva flowed from her open mouth. Vince held a small book in his hands and said that the difference between ancient and ordinary spirits is the presence or absence of self-awareness. While Mithra's scarf fluttered in the air, Theodore looked at the professor with a puzzled brow. Vince put his head on his hands, which he rested on his knees, and said that there were many cases where ordinary spirits, even high-ranking ones, communicated with their guides like robots. The main character put the spirit in his bosom and asked if this means that one day he will ever be able to talk to Mithra. Mithra's face showed indignation while Vince said that being able to communicate and behave as the spirit pleases are two different things, and, as a rule, a spirit called into this world does not have self-awareness, and its powers are limited. While Mithra screamed at Theodore, the professor explained that spirits like the one he made a contract with are significantly different, and Mithra has a will of her own, even though she belongs to the main character. Looking with fear at Mithra, who was baring her teeth with anger, Theodore said that she was quite often self-willed. Vince said with a smile that Mithra also has potential for development. While Theodore defended himself from the spirit, Vince drew Mithra in a notebook and said that the ancient spirits will evolve along with their guides, and the professor looks forward to the day when Mithra will stand next to the great magician shoulder to shoulder. Vince slammed the notebook shut with one hand with a loud sound. Tearing off Mithra, who was clinging to Theodore's mouth with her palm, the young man said that that's enough for today. Vince lay down on the bed and said that Theodore, who was constantly being attacked by Mithra, had better get some sleep too, because they were leaving soon and it was already getting dark. The professor turned away and took off his glasses, saying that he and the student would see each other in the morning. Above the green forest, a bright disk of a yellow moon shone in the dark sky, and blackbirds were flying. Trade caravans rode in 2 rows. The birds hunted, grabbing their prey in their clawed paws. Suddenly, one of the birds dropped from its paw a small round object with an orange substance inside. It quickly fell onto the carriages. An army of sharp-eared warriors in armor and weapons in their hands noticed a sparkle in the air. One of the warriors extended his hand with long sharp nails towards the falling object. His hand clenched into a fist as if he had caught something. The next moment, a fiery explosion occurred, breaking the wooden carts and causing them to fly apart. The forest burst into flames, and someone screamed loudly, warning of the alarm. A short space from the explosion formed in the ground, with a fire burning in the center. A man in light clothes, a dark headdress and with a bloody face swore loudly, not understanding what was happening. The man did not finish his sentence, because he fell silent when he opened his eyes and saw something terrifying above him. He saw a huge crowd of armed goblins, in the center of which stood the tallest of them and spoke in an unknown language. The goblin yelled something loudly and swung his sword while his face showed hostility. The goblin struck the man, and scarlet blood sprayed into the air. Theodore woke up with a start, his eyes widening. The main character stood up in bed and saw that the professor was not where he had gone to bed earlier. Theodore threw his cloak over himself and looked out of the carriage, calling for Vince. Suddenly, the main character looked at something in shock. He saw the forest fill with thick red flames. Theodore frowned and assumed they were under attack. The main character concluded that Vince went to fight, and the young man faintly sensed the enemy energy, so he could not understand where it was. Theodore clenched his fist, and fragments of earth appeared nearby. The main character got down on one knee and ordered Mithra to crawl into the ground to find out what was happening here. Seeing an explosion nearby, Theodore loudly called the professor. The main character closed his eyes, thinking that he could only use visualization at a limited distance, but could detect the enemy by the waves from the ore veins. Suddenly, Theodore opened his eyes wide and froze, covered in drops of sweat. The main character came to the conclusion with horror that these were the Goblin Elite, and judging by their equipment, these were hobgoblins. The hobgoblin with red skin and white eyes smiled widely. Theodore screamed deafeningly that they had been discovered. An army of hobgoblins headed towards the main character. Theodore, standing in front of the carriage, did not understand that how the goblins learned to move unhindered underground. A goblin in yellow clothes shouted something with a grin, holding a crossbow in his hands. The arrow shot forward with lightning speed. Theodore, grabbing Mithras, jumped away from the attacks that hit the carriage. The main character fell to the ground and found himself right in front of a goblin in metal armor. Theodore froze in fear when the goblin swung his sharp dagger with a deafening roar. The protagonist quietly ordered Mithra to create confusion to confuse them. While Theodore sat holding Mithra close to him, sharp stakes suddenly grew out of the ground, piercing the bodies of the goblins and lifting them up. Sitting in the middle of an empty space, the main character thought that there were too many enemies, and besides, he did not expect that he would have to hide with Mithra. While the smoke filled everything around him, Theodore thought that he had used too much energy the day before and that his strength was running low. Jake, whose face was twisted with anger, first spoke in goblin language and then switched to human. The goblin, holding a weapon in both hands, jumped towards Theodore. The main character, grinning with tension, waved his hand, and the earth rose in the air in front of him. Jake jumped on the main character at the exact moment when an earthen wall formed in front of Theodore's face. The sand rose above Theodore as he watched the goblin jump higher. Jake landed on the ground. The goblin said that he saw the same magician as the one he met before the main character. The goblin frowned aggressively and wrinkled his nose, looking at Theodore with eyes burning with hatred and calling him a brat. Jake, dressed in red armor, held a dagger in his hand in front of him and looked at Theodore with a grin. He asked if he was a magician. Theodore, who managed to raise his hand and use the earth spell to protect himself, was in shock and did not understand what was happening. Jake raised the dagger in his hand to eye level, continuing to look at Theodore. He came to the conclusion that Theodore was weaker than ordinary magicians. Theodore, with spikes protruding around him, looked at the leader of the hobgoblins standing opposite. Theodore watched as Jay lowered his blades, and dark mana began to swirl around him. Theodore was unable to determine his ability, and it was not so easy to recast the spell. Theodore watched carefully as Jake raised his hand with a sword made of dark energy. He studied every movement of his enemy, because if he attacks without calculating his actions, then nothing will work out and Theodore will exhaust himself to death. Jake ran with his blades at Theodore. Theodore tilted his body in anticipation. He extended his hand, from which Glutton appeared with his tongue hanging out. The glutton smiled and laughed. He asked Theodore if he had offered him some fun. As Jake's blades pierced Theodore's body, his body turned to sand and began to float in the wind. Jake looked at the place where he had just swung his blade. He did not understand how Theodore disappeared or whether he used resonance. Jake looked up at where Theodore had appeared. Theodore found himself in the air above Jake, Glutton in his left hand preparing a lightning spell. Jake raised his head up and looked at Theodore. Theodore straightened his arms. A lightning spell gathered at the tip of his fingers. Theodore pointed at Jake with his fingers, directing the spell at him. Jake smiled, looking at Theodore. He was interested in his actions. A huge ball of lightning gathered in front of Theodore. Circles of mana flashed in the air. Jake ducked in preparation to dodge the spell. Theodore looked down, his face illuminated by the light from the lightning spell. Looking at Theodore, Jake laughed. The lightning missile hit the ground. A huge explosion was caused by the lightning spell colliding with the ground, fragments of the ground flying in all directions. Theodore frowned and decided not to prolong the fight and finish it. Suddenly, Jake appeared in the air behind Theodore in a puff of red smoke, swinging his leg to kick Theodore. Theodore noticed Jake with his gaze. He looked at him in fear, suspecting that he had used teleportation magic. Jake kicked Theodore in the face in the air, sending him down. Jake smiled predatorily, laughing at Theodore's stupidity. From Jake's kick, Theodore's body spun in the air. Theodore rolled on the ground, an expression of pain frozen on his face. When Theodore's body stopped crashing into the ground, Jake landed and softened the landing with his hands in a crouch. Jake stood up in half a circle and crossed his arms. He asked Theodore if this was all he was capable of, because he was thinking about having fun with Theodore longer. With blood running down the right side of Theodore's face, he asked Jake in a hoarse voice how the hobgoblin could speak human language and use magic. Jake looked down at Theodore. He told him that everything was thanks to the slaves that the mountain bandits sold to them. Prisoners of war were easy to obtain after killing squads and wars, and demons were no exception. There was no greater humiliation for an enemy than becoming a slave. The goblins had a female magician in their slavery who taught them everything. People were easy to control if they were brainwashed. Of all the goblins, only the great progenitor was able to sense mana. Therefore, having studied all the necessary skills, Jake became a warrior. Smiling broadly, he told Theodore how useless slaves were given over to be torn to pieces by the lower goblins. Theodore, who was still bleeding, asked if the magician woman was alive. Jake again summoned his blades. He stood in front of Theodore and asked not to worry about her, because soon Theodore would also become a slave. Other goblins appeared behind Jake, who was standing. Jake threatened Theodore. He said that in the end he would tear out his heart and sell him on some black market. Jake looked down on Theodore. He was going to tie Theodore up. Theodore began to stand up, blood flowing down his forehead. Theodore opened his palm. Half of his palm was covered in blood. Theodore looked at Jake in rage. He threatened to kill Jake and as many of his henchmen as possible. Hearing his words, Jake became angry, and the other goblins began to laugh. Theodore raised his hand and began to stand up. His hand glowed due to the magic of light. Thanks to the rest, he could now use magic. A bright light radiated from Theodore. The entire area was illuminated with light. Jake covered his eyes with his hand from the light. He was unpleasant that he did not see Theodore. Instantly, Theodore appeared next to Gian, swinging a glowing fist. He was aiming at Jake's face. Standing next to Jake, Theodore, whose hair was developing from the flow of wind and mana, said that he had in his hand a means to kill them all. Theodore was behind Jake in an instant. Theodore's fist tore apart Jake's head. The magic of the flash glowed in his fist. Theodore looked at the goblins with his hand outstretched. The very next second, Theodore walked past some goblins and tore their heads open with his fist. Theodore lowered his fist, which continued to glow with magic. Theodore stood in a victorious pose, and behind him, the bodies of goblins, deprived of their heads, began to fall. The rest of the goblins, who were watching everything from the side, got scared and began to get nervous. The veins around Theodore's eyes and forehead bulged as he glared at the goblins. In an instant, Theodore, with a raised and glowing fist, found himself in front of one of the goblins. The goblin opened his mouth in fear. The huge explosion of light from Theodore's strike was visible even through the huge trees and foliage. Vince's ear caught the vibration and sound of Theodore's spell. Vince turned his head towards the explosion, suspecting the use of a fire flash spell. Vince turned his head to Anna, who was talking to a worker in an apron, and asked her to report on the situation. Anna stretched out and stood up like a soldier. She told about the situation, saying that due to the fire everything was burned, but the losses were small. They lost contact with the cart and the tail, so she couldn't say anything about it. Vince, who was looking at her, swore. He still heard the sound of the explosion. He asked Anna to keep an eye on everything here, and he would return and look at what happened in the distance. Vince went to the carts, next to which the mercenaries were standing. He ordered them to return. Sweat ran down Theodore's face. He was tired and barely breathing. Huge clouds of dust and earth rose in front of Theodore, blocking his view. Theodore fell to his knees and rested his hand on his knee. He could not move due to fatigue. The sweat continued to flow from Theodore's face as he wondered in his mind if he was really going to die now. A goblin figure appeared in the smoke in front of Theodore, who was kneeling. Theodore's face twisted with rage. He cursed everything because of the new enemy. A goblin with red tattoos in the middle of his forehead and 2 tattoos crossing his eyes. The goblin smilingly asked how Theodore dared to kill Jake, the leader of the hobgoblins. He ordered Theodore to get up and fight him. At this time, Vince whispered with his mouth open, ordering Theodore not to dare die. The red hobgoblin stood in front of Theodore, pointing his red blade at Theodore. Theodore raised his head. He looked at the goblin, who appeared with fatigue, steam coming out of his mouth. The goblin's red eyes looked at Theodore. He said that he was seething with anger over the murder of Jake. Theodore's tired eyes looked at the goblin and asked what this had to do with him. The goblin's lips curved into a smile. It was important for him to defeat Theodore. As the goblin and Theodore were talking, the figure of Mithras emerged from the ground. The goblin kept ordering Theodore to stand up, but suddenly turned his head in the other direction. The goblin's feet sank into the ground. He looked down at his feet, around which the earth began to rise, blocking his path. The goblin looked at Theodore with fury. He was angry at the magician who stooped to cheap tricks. Theodore looked at what was happening in shock. He had not yet restored his mana, and casting spells took time. He did not understand who was using the magic. Theodore turned his head back a little and noticed Mithra flying towards him. He asked her about her condition. Looking at Mithra's outstretched arms, Theodore realized that she had collected all the magical energy to prolong the call and bind the enemy. From Theodore's hand, which he was leaning on the ground, a white stream of mana, similar to steam, began to flow. Theodore stood up and clenched his fist, gathering mana around him. Theodore got into a dashing stance, preparing to kill his latest enemy. Theodore glared at the goblin as the flash spell in his fist glowed brightly. The moment he approached the goblin, his fist flying towards him, the goblin immediately began to raise his red blade to block Theodore's attack. Theodore's fist shattered the goblin's sword and headed towards the goblin's body. Theodore leaned towards the goblin's side and punched him in the torso, breaking the goblin's stone armor. The goblin, from whose mouth blood had escaped and whose armor had been destroyed, raised his hand under which Theodore's head was located. Gritting his teeth, the goblin found the moment to counterattack. Theodore looked at the goblin from the side, wondering why his blow didn't penetrate the goblin's body. A second later, Theodore's pupils shrank and the capillaries in his right eye became visible due to pain. The goblin grabbed Theodore's neck and kicked him in the torso with his knee. The blow made Theodore's mouth open in pain. Theodore's whole body trembled in pain. The goblin did not let go of him, continuing to hold him in his grip. The goblin lifted Theodore's body in preparation to knock it over. When his body was in the air, Theodore cursed the goblin. He had little mana to cast counterattack spells, his mind needed more time. Even Mithra disappeared. The goblin grabbed the clothes on Theodore's torso and began to fall backwards. Theodore clenched his teeth and cast a levitation spell. The body of the goblin and Theodore froze in the air. The smoke from the recent battle between Theodore and Jake cleared due to Theodore's spell. Theodore and the goblin's body floated a few centimeters from the ground. The goblin was in shock. Floating with his body upside down, Theodore cast a control spell. Theodore's body flew out of the goblin's grip, causing gusts of wind in its path. He flipped over and landed on his feet, sliding along the ground. Theodore looked at the goblin. His mind managed to break the distance. He wanted to wait until his mana was restored and then kill the goblin with one blow. The arrow flew past Theodore's head, ruffling his hair. Theodore was surprised and looked at the goblin in shock. A goblin in the distance was lifting a spear stuck into the ground. He used it as a throwing weapon. His endurance surprised Theodore. The goblin raised his hand behind his back, swinging for a throw. With a furious face, he threw a spear with a sharp tip at Theodore. The spear raised dust and gusts of wind on its way to Theodore. Theodore himself touched the ground with his hands and looked at the approaching spear. Theodore's pupils shrank again. He had no time to restore his mana. Running away would not save him. He could not believe that he would die at the hands of such a nonentity. Theodore stretched his head forward and looked at the enemy opposite. The glutton on Theodore's left hand called out to him. Opening his mouth, Glutton asked Theodore if this was the end. Theodore calmly listened to the glutton, who said that he would die faster than others. Theodore clenched his jaw out of rage, refusing to die. He touched his fingers to the ground, preparing to cast an earth spell. Theodore was going to get out of here alive. A huge stone wall appeared in front of Theodore, protecting him from the spear. Due to using a large amount of mana to the limit, Theodore felt enormous pain and lost consciousness from the pain for a short moment. The spear pierced most of the stone wall and only at the end changed its trajectory. Bouncing upward, this saved Theodore, who was already lying behind the wall. Theodore directed his hand by extending 2 fingers on it. He began to aim while looking at the clouds of smoke. This time he was not going to miss. Mana began to collect in Theodore's fingertip, and one of Theodore's eyes was filled with blood, making it difficult to aim. Theodore fired a magical missile, dispersing all the smoke in its path. The goblin in the distance only noticed the attack. The magic missile pierced the goblin's arms exposed as a shield and hit the goblin's head, throwing his head back, the goblin's legs sliding along the ground trying to stop his fall. A gap appeared in the goblin's teeth. He smiled wildly with his head thrown back. Theodore stood with his finger pointed at the goblin, realizing that he had spent all his strength. Theodore's body began to fall to the ground, his strength not being enough to kill the goblin. The red-skinned goblin watched as Theodore fell to the ground. Part of the goblin's nose fell off due to Theodore's previous attack. He smiled contentedly with the battle. The goblin raised his missing middle finger and rubbed his nose. Continuing to rub his nose, his bald head became visible from his back due to the lowered hood. He imagined himself as a real leader. The goblin raised his hand and looked at the missing finger. The goblin was happy looking at his hand, but he noticed Vince appeared behind him and raised his hand behind him. Vince touched the goblin's shoulder with his hand. Fire began to spread from Vince's hand. Vince asked if he was sure of his victory. The goblin looked sharply in Vince's direction in shock. Vince stood nearby, preparing his magic. The goblin's body burst into flames. Vince himself began to move away from the goblin, not paying attention to his cries of pain. With the last of his strength, the goblin extended his burning hand towards the departing Vince and asked where he came from. His hand began to disappear in flames as Vince continued to move away from him. Vince began to walk towards Theodore, leaving the burnt body of the goblin behind. When Vince picked Theodore up, he woke up and opened one eye looking at the professor. Closing his eyes and being in Vince's arms, Theodore began to blame himself for weakness. The professor, who was looking at him, closed his eyes and said that it was not his fault and the problem was such an unstable state of the world. Rising to his feet with Theodore in his arms, Vince began to walk. Theodore turned his head and looked to the side after Vince's request to look at all the people who remained alive thanks to him. Theodore's lips curved into a satisfied smile. Blue-skinned trolls with bone clubs growled at their enemies. Mercenaries dressed in knightly armor fought with the trolls. One of them pointed his sword at them, raising their morale. Goblins, trolls, and humans fought against each other. One of the goblins jumped on a mercenary who blocked him with a sword. A man with his hair in a ponytail attacked the enemy opposite with his sword. At this time, in the carriage, Vince touched his chin with his hand and looked out the window behind the battle of the mercenaries. Crossing his arms, Vince noticed that the mercenaries were fighting more actively than usual. He wondered if the fresh troll blood was being used to make elixirs. Theodore looked out the window and asked if they should help. Vince smiled weakly and touched his chin again with his hand. He stopped Theodore by saying that if they intervene and fry the troll, they will only hear complaints in return. Anna, who suddenly appeared at the window, bowed her head and called Vince her husband. Because of her words, sweat rolled down Vince's face out of fear. Looking at Anna outside, who raised one hand, Vince asked not to call him husband. Anna, smiling, called him that again. With her hands resting on the window post, Anna praised Vince and spoke of her admiration for his battle with the goblins. Leaning over a little and looking up, Anna praised Theodore for his battle, at which time Anna's subordinate approached them with a box in his hand. Anna rested her head on her arm with her other hand pointing at Theodore. She told about the rumors where Theodore defeated the leader of the hobgoblins. Theodore excitedly recalled that it was Vince who killed him in the end. Vince, sitting opposite, smiled, reflecting on the news that had already quickly spread. Vince looked at Theodore and said that all the achievements would go to him. Theodore scratched the back of his head with his hand, smiling awkwardly and thanking Vince. Anna was indignant because they did not pay attention to her and raised both hands in protest. She was here on an important matter. After Vince asked about her case, Anna raised her hand and beckoned her subordinate with her fingers. During Anna's story, the subordinate began to open the box. Anna reported that she had prepared a gift for helping to repel the attack of the hobgoblins. In the box on a soft pad there was a blue fruit. Vince adjusted his glasses as he asked about the subject. Anna raised her finger and said that she didn't know, but she had heard that the Magic Academy was looking for this item. Vince looked at Anna, who hid her hands behind her back. He gesticulated with his hands, trying to refuse such an expensive gift. Anna began to play with her hair, explaining that this gift was just an excuse. Vince's mouth opened in surprise at her words. Anna, continuing to play with her hair with her finger, reminded Vince that she had already said earlier that her father left after preparing everything and this thing was part of his preparations. Vince breathed a sigh of relief and, looking at Anna, realized that her trade guild wanted to improve relations with the magician of the Fifth Circle. Vince decided to accept the gift. Anna clenched her fist victoriously. Rejoicing, she began to joke about the wedding gift, but Vince asked her to stop joking. The coachman in front of the cart controlled the horses. A huge caravan of carts followed them. In one of the carriages, Vince was bandaging his hand, and Theodore, sitting opposite, watched him. Theodore asked Vince if he knew what kind of crystal it was that Anna gave him. Vince looked at Theodore and responded by saying that he had jumped to conclusions. In fact, it was not a crystal. Vince raised his hand, gesturing to her. He began to tell Theodore about the plants that contained the blood of monsters, sometimes forming crystals of magical power in the form of a fruit. The community of the Magic Academy called these fruits monstrous fruits. They lured monsters with their scent and increased the strength of monsters who ate the fruit. There was a possibility that the hobgoblins found these fruits. Vince put his elbow on the window and, looking at Theodore, said that no one still knows how to use these fruits, but in their day, sooner or later someone will solve this problem. Vince grabbed his chin with his hand and informed Theodore about the addition to his collection. Hearing this, Theodore was not happy. He looked at Vince with a sad look. Vince, looking into the distance, noticed how their destination was already visible. Theodore, after his words, also turned his head looking into the distance. Theodore was greatly surprised by what he saw and opened his mouth. A huge spiral tower was visible in the distance. In the distance, a monumental tower rises on the horizon, its style and architecture drawing attention to its majestic presence. Rising high into the sky, the tower is crowned with a spiral building. It was the magical reign and capital of the magical kingdom of Melter, Monaville. In the capital of Monaville, 4 towers towered over the city, and in the very center there was a magic tower. Each of the towers was painted a certain color to match the 4 elements. Vince began to take out a red cloak representing the most fearless and outstanding battle magicians in the Red Tower. Vince elegantly threw his cloak over himself. Theodore, who was following Vince, made a conclusion, now realizing that the professor was in the Red Tower. Vince turned and informed Theodore that right after they passed the city gates, they were heading to the Magic Academy. A huge caravan stopped near the gate. The guards blocked their path and began a conversation with the coachman. Vince had already gotten out of the cart and was looking at the long line in front. Theodore was just getting out of the cart. Vince told how Monaville was distinguished by its strict checkpoint. Raising his finger, Vince said that they would not have to wait. Theodore behind him sadly remembered that they had an invitation. Anna and her subordinates, with whom she discussed matters, noticed the departure of Vince and Theodore. They all looked after them. Anna shouted after those leaving, asking to take them with her, but Vince waved his hand and reminded that the invitation allows the magician to see only a limited number of people. Looking at Vince, Theodore sarcastically asked about the reason for his joyful mood. Soon Theodore and Vince approached the gate. A guard dressed in white robes with a spear in his hand saluted Vince, who had an invitation in his hand. Vince extended the invitation through the small letter delivery window. The inspector brought the monocular to his eye while checking the invitation letter. The inspector spoke about Vince's personality, asking him to confirm his words. Vince, having heard information about himself, said that there were no mistakes. Vince and Theodore passed the checkpoint. Theodore turned to look at the guards saluting Vince. A few minutes later, Vince and Theodore approached the second checkpoint, where 2 guards were stationed. Walking behind, Theodore asked Vince if they could really go in. Vince raised his hand with the badge in it and told Theodore not to worry. When Vince showed his badge, the guards raised the curtains and let him through. After passing, Theodore began to look around, and Vince walked calmly with his hands in his pockets. Theodore, looking around the area, was impressed by the privileges of the magicians who received the invitation. Vince and Theodore approached a shop with a worker in a white uniform. The worker held in his hand the application for the students' participation in the tournament and asked Vince to confirm whether Theodore was really a magician of the 4th circle. The worker apologized to Vince and Theodore, who were standing in front, for the illiterate question, but he needed this information for the application. Vince raised his hand with 3 outstretched fingers, saying that Theodore is a magician of the 3rd circle. The worker looked at his hand with 3 outstretched fingers in disbelief. The worker, holding the application in his hand, awkwardly said that all participants in the tournament were magicians no lower than the 4th round. Even with a good stabilization system, still every year someone was injured, and someone even died. The worker asked to discuss his participation with the student. Suddenly, the magician of the blue tower standing nearby spoke up, saying that if this is a student under the wing of the magician of the red tower, he will survive the difference in the number of circles. A middle-aged man with a long, braided beard looked at Theodore and Vince with his blue eyes. With a distraught grin on his face, the man froze in one position. Taken aback, the main character tried to find out if Vince knew him. He, in turn, said that he was seeing him for the first time, suggesting that he had bad manners. Confused, the man noted that he did not immediately introduce himself. Bowing, he announced that he was a representative of the Blue Tower. Smirking, the man stated that they could call him Lauren. In the vastness of the city, evening was gradually approaching, which is why the rays of the setting sun enveloped the roofs of buildings. Lauren wondered if Theodore was participating in the tournament for the first time, revealing that the rules had changed a bit, which is why he came to give advice. Smirking, Lauren stated that all participants in the training tournament would receive participant tokens at the same time. Reaching out his hand, he asked if the main character said his name was Theodore, trying to find out if he had received the participant's gold medal. Looking at it, Lauren noted that this was a pass to the tournament. The main character's gaze was attracted by a medal that was swaying from side to side. With a thoughtful look, Theodore reported that his registration number was 132. An image of magicians fighting among themselves appeared in his head. Lauren said that participants demonstrate their abilities using this token, noting that the winner takes the loser's token. He snapped his fingers and declared that whoever had the most tokens would win in the end. Putting his hand to his chin, Vince noted that the rules of the tournament were different before. Lauren said that the rules had changed slightly due to the large number of participants, adding that the tournament should end by the time the main magic competition began. An image of a calendar appeared in his head. Lauren further noted that the schedule was impossible to accommodate with the league's old system. Putting his hand to his chin again, Vince assumed that, in other words, the pad had come out. Smirking, Lauren stated that it was, adding that there were those who called the old system barbaric, wondering if the winner-takes-all approach was such a bad thing. With a serious expression on his face, Vince said that he would ask another question, asking what would happen if someone fought only against the weak or avoided battles altogether, collecting as many tokens as possible. With his back to the guys, Lauren noted that it sounded funny. Smirking, he stated that this was a good question, adding that he expected this from the magician of the Red Tower, noting that they were quite good at thinking. Calling out to Mia standing behind him, Lauren asked her to come over. Looking at the guys standing next to him, Lauren asked to be allowed to introduce her, saying that this was his favorite student, the second daughter of Viscount Gluco. With an embarrassed expression on her face, Mia greeted the guys. Folding her hands, she noted that just like her mentor had said, the whole process was dragging on because the members were too busy trying to save their own skins, stating that this was the reason they decided to introduce new rules this year. Wary, Vince said that it was all too vague, asking her to get closer to the point. Laughing, Lauren stated that the new rule was that a participant with at least one token did not have the right to refuse the battle. Raising his finger, he said that this is why for someone like Theodore to be here. Continuing, he stated that he didn't think it was that bad, recounting a saying used by the magicians of the Red Tower, which says that those who act carelessly make mistakes. Placing a hand on Mia's shoulder, Lauren stated that if the guys thought it was too harsh, they would give Theodore time to prepare, noting that the date and time of the battle could be set by whoever was challenged. Wary, Vince tried to find out what the main character would do. Looking into emptiness, Theodore asked if all the work was finished for today. Putting his hand to his chin, Vince said that this was not the case, stating that he had ordered dinner at a restaurant that was under the control of the Imperial Court. Inspired, the main character said that he would like to visit there at least once, adding that in this case, they need to finish things quickly. Smirking, Theodore declared that the battle would take place right now. With a distraught look, Lauren suggested they begin. The sun rose above the place of the duel. The story tells us that the action takes place in the Pentarium. This is a multi-stadium where participants fight. The battle site was divided into many parts, each of which is an independent area, and the main hall, located in the center, will open on the last day of the tournament. Holding magical artifacts in her hands, the girl asked the participants to put on crystals. Looking at the contents in her hands, Theodore tried to find out what it was. The girl said that these are protective magic crystals that block attacks of magicians of the 4th circle and below 3 times. Approaching the surprised protagonist, she stated that each time the amulet takes an attack, 1 crystal is destroyed, noting that depending on the strength of the attack, 1 blow can destroy 2 crystals at once. Further, she said that the one whose crystals were destroyed lost. With a worried expression on his face, Theodore wondered if this was an expensive artifact. Stating that this is not so, the girl said that it is disposable, which is why it is not at all expensive, suggesting that it costs a couple of gold pieces. From what he heard, the protagonist's face was shrouded in annoyance. Holding the tablet in her hands, Mia tried to find out if Theodore was from a noble family, noting the face he made when he heard about the pair of gold coins. Mia suggested that judging by his reaction, he was just the son of a baron. Outraged, Theodore said that for starters, she didn't need to put gum behind her ear, noting that she should just throw it away. Mia said that this is not what the main character thought, adding that this is a feature of the Gluko family. Trying to calm down the angry guys, the girl announced that they would fight during the match. Sitting in the stands, their mentors awaited the start of the match. Clenching his fist, the main character prepared for battle. The girl reported that Theodore Miller was in the left corner. Smiling, Mia froze in one position. The girl stated that Mia Gluko was in the right corner. Throwing the golden amulet into the air, she prepared to announce the start of the fight. Looking at the guys who had taken fighting stances, she announced the start of the match. Having created many magical projectiles, Mia rushed into battle. Smirking, she stated that she was not going to drag out the battle, asking the main character not to pull the cat by the tail. With her hands out in front, Mia used an ice punch. Screaming, she said that she wanted to quickly send Theodore home, ordering him not to evade. Having parried Gluko's attack, the main character prepared to strike back. His hand was enveloped in a stream of powerful aura. Stretching his hand forward, Theodore activated a shockwave. A huge magical barrier appeared in front of his face. Raising his tie, the protagonist used ignition. Mia was shocked by the technology flying towards her. Raising his palm, Theodore activated the lubricant. Suddenly, the place where Mia was standing turned into sand, making her unable to stand on her feet. With lightning speed, the main character rushed towards her. With a wave of his hand, Theodore used Wind Cut. Suddenly, the amulet that was on Gluko's neck began to crack. Lauren's face was covered with genuine surprise. Approaching Mia lying on the ground, the main character tried to find out what happened. With a look of disgust, he suggested that he should not fight at full strength. With an embarrassed expression on her face, Mia agreed with his words. Screaming, the girl announced that Theodore Miller was earning the first point. Raising his hand, the main character froze in one position. Indignant, Gluko suggested that Theodore lacked manners. Raising his finger, the main character tried to find out if she wanted more. Putting her hand to her face, in her thoughts, Gluko could not believe that it was lightning. Starting to activate the technique, Mia used an arc shield. Wary, the main character called Mithra. Finding herself in the shackles of Theodore's technology, Mia was shocked. Clenching his fist, the protagonist activated a chain of blows, after which, with colossal power, many magical projectiles headed towards Gluko. Her magical barrier gradually began to crack, causing her to be surprised. The amulet that was on Gluko's neck flew back. Taken aback, Theodore was amazed at Mia's self-confidence, noting that she was ostentatiously using her magic. With a serious expression on his face, Vince continued to watch the fight. Continuing to think, the main character noted that even if she were not from a wealthy family that could financially support her, Mia is, without a doubt, a magician without talent. Many people watched as a grinning Mia was able to defeat one of her opponents. In his thoughts, Vince was sure that the only thing this child needed was discipline. Continuing to think, he said that the fame of the family had clouded her mind. All her life she had heard only praise and sweet speeches. Also, Vince noted that her combat experience should be hardly more serious than bullying the guards. Looking into the void, Vince thought that the experience that Theodore gained on the journey was special, saying that he had been in a life and death battle, which is why he knows what a real battle is. Taking hold of the amulet, Mia stated that the main character had already broken 2 crystals, noting that she could not even get close to his, asking if this was possible. With tears in her eyes, Gluko said that her daddy didn't tell her what to do in such a situation, saying that she was attacked and she didn't even really mind, asking if it was strange. Frightened, the main character asked her for forgiveness, asking if he had hurt her head. Smirking, Theodore noted that she had a lot of confidence, asking if she was now pressing for pity. The main character wondered if she really thought he would fall for it. Turning away, Mia said that everything was wrong. Lauren's face was filled with surprise. Confused, Gluko said that she was completely honest. Preparing for the attack, she stated that this was the first time in her life calling the main character a hillbilly who did not know any manners. By creating a wave of frost around herself, Mia ordered him to die. Taken aback, Theodore reported that she was moving too slowly. With a grin on her face, Gluko thought that no matter the speed, if he got caught, he would be finished. Bending down, Mia prepared to strike. Raising his hand to his face, Theodore used a layered shield. Gluko's head adhered to the main character's barrier. Due to the unimaginable power, Mia managed to break through it, finding herself inside. Due to the developed speed, she was unable to stay on her feet, as a result of which she fell to the ground. Falling face down on the ground, Mia froze in one position. Turning around, the main character said that the barrier had 4 protective layers, noting that she was able to break through all of them. Clenching her fist, Gluko called him a pathetic worm. With tears in her eyes, she talked about her face. With a shocked expression on her face, the girl announced that Theodore Miller was the winner. Taken aback, the main character noted that he did not want to make her cry. Hugging Gluko, Lauren said that next time she would be lucky. Approaching Theodore, the girl congratulated him on his victory. The main character noted that he does not feel like a winner. Holding many amulets in her hands, the girl said that he could think about it later, adding that Mia's 4 member tokens were now his. Having placed the award in Theodore's hands, the girl asked him not to forget that if lost, he must return it at his own expense. Looking at his reward, the protagonist's face was enveloped in a smile. After Vince took a break from reading the book, he tried to find out if the job was done. Slamming the book shut, he inquired about the results. Smirking, Vince wondered if Theodore thought it was all too easy. The main character stated that this was a trivial matter. Putting the book aside, Vince said that this is called a difference in experience, noting that Theodore has Alfred's memory and experience in battles, which is why he has the knowledge of a battle mage. Thus, Vince wanted to say that the main character is very different from the local students, who are like flowers from a greenhouse. Approaching Vince, the unknown person said that everything was exactly like that, saying that this tournament had always been called natural selection. Vince was shocked by what he saw. His gaze fell on the man, whose face was shrouded in a smile. Holding his glasses, Vince wondered what a busy man like him had forgotten in such a place. Horrified in his thoughts, Theodore wondered if this was really a magician in front of him and not a heavy swordsman. Laughing, the man asked if this was not too gloomy a greeting after so many years of separation. After which, Vince asked him not to hit him with all his might, noting that it hurt him. Smirking, the man asked him not to be dramatic, asking him to introduce the student he had brought. With an excited expression on his face, Vince agreed to his request. Approaching the alarmed protagonist, Vince said that this was his student, calling his name, noting that among many students at Bergen Academy, he supported him. After greeting, Theodore told about his name, saying that he was glad to meet you. Laughing and calling the main character a cutie, the man said that he looked innocent. After which, being wary, he froze in one position. Approaching the stunned Theodore, the man began to examine him in every possible way. Smirking, he said that no matter how naive the main character may seem, he looks like he went through a lot of difficulties, asking if Vince picked him up from the battlefield. The man noted that he would not dare to call Theodore a milksucker. Turning around, the main character tried to find out who it was. Lowering his gaze, Vince stated that the man might seem like a rude old man with no way of choosing expressions, noting that he was in fact the Archmage of the Blue Tower, Sir Blundell Underaxe. Turning his head towards Vince, the main character said that he understood him. Turning his attention back to the grinning Blundell, indignant, Theodore asked if he was the Lord of the Blue Tower. The plot demonstrated 4 main elements. In the 4 large towers that protect the Kingdom of Melter, the ranks of the mages belonging to them are divided into 5 levels. A magic staff was visible in the young man's hands. A beginner who has just entered the tower is basic. The grinning girl's gaze was covered by a red hat. Magicians with experience and a list of merits are average. Staring into space, Vince was lost in thought. Talented, having a ton of achievements, the highest. The stranger's face was shrouded in a mask. Veterans, who are considered the elders of the tower, are great. Turning around, the girl froze in one position. And finally, the sages, recognized as the owners of the tower, the Supreme One. Horrified, the main character thought that in front of him was the chief magician of the supreme class, the supreme owner of the Blue Tower. Bowing, Theodore announced that he was a third-year student at Bergen Academy, greeting the master of the Blue Tower. Blundell said there was no need for formality. Smirking, he noted that it was inappropriate for a man to walk with his head bowed, asking Vince if that was so. Putting his hand to his face, Vince wondered if something had happened. With a serious expression on his face, Blundell declared that they needed to stop having fun. Smirking, he said that everything was fine, noting that Vince had not been here for a long time, adding that it was for this reason that he was surprised at his return. Looking at Theodore, Blundell noted that he was also with a student, wondering how not to be curious in such a situation. Putting his hand to his face, an alarmed Vince stated that he could see the rapid impact of the rumors. Lost in thought, Blundell again began to examine the protagonist. Raising his finger, he stated that the more he looked, the more he wanted Theodore for himself, noting that if he hadn't met his own, he would definitely have taken him on as his apprentice. The main character stated that he could not do this even if he wanted to. Putting his hand to his chin, Vince asked Blundell to repeat what he had said, suggesting that he, too, had a student. Smiling, the supreme magician of the Blue Tower asked him not to be surprised, said that Vince's student was good, adding that the winner this year was obvious. Turning his head, Vince wondered what this meant. Suddenly, he was interrupted by the voice of a girl who reported about the fourth stadium, where the battle between Marcus Giovanni and Sylvia ended. Frozen in one position, the main character heard the girl say that after 24 seconds of the fight, participant Sylvia snatched victory. With an alarmed expression on his face, in his thoughts, Theodore was extremely surprised by the results of the fight. Continuing to think, he noted that even if you give it your all from the very beginning, it is a difficult task. Blundell's face curled into a grin. The main character was sure that the difference in strength was enormous. Horrified, he wondered what kind of monster this was. On Sylvia's shoulder was a cane, which was covered with many amulets. Due to powerful wind currents, Blundell's cloak fluttered from side to side. A shadow fell on his student's face. A hood was visible on her head. Leaning on her cane, Sylvia froze in one position. With a worried expression on his face, Theodore thought about her silver hair. With a serious expression on her face, Sylvia turned to her teacher. Smiling, Blundell was glad that she was back. Embarrassed, Sylvia managed to escape from his hands. With a cry, Blundell asked her to come forward, adding that he wanted to introduce her to someone. A look of surprise appeared on Sylvia's face. Then, turning around, she headed towards Blundell. Putting his hand on Sylvia's shoulder, Blundell asked for forgiveness for the delay and said that this cold-blooded girl was Sylvia, his student, whom he had raised in secret from everyone for a long time. After which, the main character locked eyes with her. With a worried expression on his face, Theodore thought about the extrasensory perception he had gained from absorbing Alfred's experience, which told him that this seemingly innocent girl was stronger than the hobgoblin boss. Clutching the cane in her hand, Sylvia froze in one position. Grinning, Blundell suggested that the boys were curious about her. Turning to them, Blundell wondered if they wanted to test Sylvia, noting that this was a good opportunity to show her their strong side. Looking at Theodore, Sylvia waited for his answer. The protagonist's face was clouded with doubt. Bowing, he apologized, saying that he was refusing, suggesting that now he could only show his weak side. Putting his hand to his chin, Blundell said he was sorry to hear that. After saying goodbye to the guys, he noted that in this case, they would leave this for later, asking Sylvia to go with him. After which, Blundell and his student headed to the arena. Baring his teeth, Theodore turned his head. Moving away from Vince, the main character froze in one position. Putting his hand to his face, Vince said that there were ways to win while avoiding Sylvia. Theodore stated that he knew about this, adding that it would be easier that way. Bowing his head, the main character said that he admires magicians like Sylvia. Then, placing his cloak on his shoulder, Theodore turned towards Vince. With his hand on his side, the protagonist stated that this was the reason he wanted to take on this challenge. A smile appeared on his face. Hair caught behind Vince's glasses covered his eyes. Closing his eyes, he was lost in his own thoughts. Adjusting his glasses, Vince noted that if he were in his right mind, he would not agree. Smirking, he stated that after so much time, his blood was boiling again. Speaking to Blundell, whom he called a raccoon-like old man, Vince said that he wanted to see how shame would chill him to the bone. Smiling, the protagonist stated that it sounded great, noting that he would take a look at it too. With his hands on his side, Vince noted that the first thing they needed to do was go to all the artifact shops and bookstores, saying that if Theodore liked something, he just needed to tell him about it. The main character's face was covered with genuine joy. Running up to Vince, he set off with him on the road. Leaning on her arm, the girl noted that many tourists were leaning in this place, saying that only a couple of onlookers passing by came to see her. Looking out the window, she said that they too ran away as soon as they heard the prices. Lowering her gaze, the girl said that she could not sell even the highest quality artifacts. Turning towards the window, she wondered what that sweet smell of money was. Her gaze fell on Vince, who opened the store door. Surprised, the girl thought that he belonged to the Red Tower, noting his highest class. Putting his hand on the table, Vince froze in one position. Looking at the alarmed girl, Vince asked her to show her best product, telling her that price did not matter. After which, taking out a large chest from the depths of the shop, the girl provided the contents to the guys. Grinning, she declared that it was the best she had. Putting his hand to her chin, Vince reminded her of the words that price doesn't matter, asking if that was true. Taken aback, the girl said that the best thing in the store was here. With a distraught look, Vince stated that this was not the case, noting that she must have B-rank items, asking her to bring everything. While looking for a special product, the girl said that as the High Magician of the Red Tower, Vince has the right to this purchase. Taking out a mysterious chest, she said that it was there. A magical artifact appeared before the guy's eyes, which resembled a glove. Turning to Theodore, Vince asked for an assessment. Placing his hand on the magical artifact, the main character applied the assessment. Looking at the magical artifact, the system notified that it was a Western wind protection armor made from mithril alloy by a certain dwarf, noting that it was good in itself, but it was best to apply magical engraving to the glove. Further, she said that using the powers of the owner, the magical artifact casts wind magic, and the airflow it creates reflects enemy projectiles, reporting rumors that say that long ago the owner of this glove easily broke through showers of arrows from elite archers. The system stated that the glove's class is precious, noting that when absorbing the item, the mastery of defensive wind magic increases, reporting that when used, Yushi's patronage is activated. Surprised while in his thoughts, the protagonist thought that it was a B-rank precious item, stating that it was at the same level as the Roaring Fire. Leaning on her hands, the girl said that it costs 180 gold, noting that there is a discount for people with an invitation, adding that with it she will give it for only 144 gold. After which, Vince put a gold bar on the table. Looking at the shocked girl, he stated that he would pay the full amount, asking if there were any other necessary procedures. Grabbing her face, she said that this was not so, adding that nothing more was needed. Smirking, Vince said that in that case, he would take it. The Magician of the Red Tower put a magical artifact in his mysterious bag. After which, a huge cloud of dust appeared in the store. Putting his bag on his shoulder, Vince informed Theodore that they needed to go to the next store. Taken aback, the girl thanked Vince for the purchase. Leaning on the wooden partition, in his thoughts, the main character wondered how much money Professor Vince had already spent, declaring that he was definitely not a magician of the Red Tower, but a wallet killer. Sitting down on a chair, Vince asked Theodore to absorb the rare items first, suggesting that this would whet the appetite for the magical grimoire. Taking one of the magical artifacts in his hands, the main character agreed to his request. Stretching his hand forward to Gluttony, Theodore announced that it was time to eat. The magical grimoire noted that it had been waiting for this for a long time. After which, using his tongue, he grabbed one of the magical artifacts. A huge number of artifacts were visible on the tongue, the absorption of which was reported by the system. The main character's face was shocked. Turning towards Theodore, Vince stated that absorbing artifacts and increasing power alone was not enough, noting that if he wanted to reach the fourth circle, then he needed to absorb knowledge as well. Smirking, Vince said that now it was time for Theodore's favorite pastime. From what he heard, the protagonist's face was shrouded in bewilderment. Taking out the book, Vince noted that he was talking about reading. After which, concentrating, Theodore began to study the book. Looking at the mysterious spot that appeared on his chest, the main character told about the fourth circle. A magical seal appeared on his heart. Wary, Theodore thought that his heart was beginning to boil a little. Suddenly, the main character's face was shrouded in genuine surprise. Adjusting his glasses, Vince tried to find out if the fourth lap had already been completed. Extending his hand, he congratulated Theodore, noting that now that he had become a full-fledged magician, he would be able to follow his path, asking him not to forget this truth and continue his path without doubt. Smiling, the main character said that he would try. Tying the magic bag, Vince assumed that the takeover was over. Clenching his fist, he invited Theodore to proceed to the precious items, after which he dumped a lot of magical artifacts on the table. Looking at the contents lying on the table, the main character could not believe that he would absorb such amazing artifacts, noting that these were not even cheap things, but precious things. Turning his attention to the alarmed Theodore, Vince asked him not to hesitate. Clasping his hands, he stated that if there are means, then the main character needs to use them, noting that once he decides, he can no longer be stopped. With a serious expression on his face, Vince tried to find out if Theodore wanted to defeat Sylvia. Closing his eyes, the main character was lost in his thoughts. Encouraged, he declared that he understood it. Stretching out his hand, which contained the magical grimoire, he asked it to absorb everything. Putting his hand on his head, turning to Theodore, Vince said that today he would have individual lessons with him. Stuffing his hands into his pockets, he explained that Sylvia specialized in water-type magic, and the biggest advantage of such magic was its versatility. The sun's rays were breaking through the thick crown of the tree. Next, Vince talked about a cloud in the sky, saying that it was water. Having talked about rivers running along the earth, he said that this is also water. Reporting on the permafrost that is located at the peak of the mountain, Vince noted that this is also water. After talking about the fog that covers everything in the early morning, he also said that it was water. Raising his finger, Vince spoke about the freedom to choose between solid, liquid, and gas, as well as the soul and flesh of water magic, noting that it cannot be found in particular weakness, adding that it is not the best at anything. Putting his hand to his chin, the protagonist stated that she was ambiguous. Smirking, Vince noted that this was just a guess, suggesting that Theodore avoid close combat with Sylvia. Blundell had a cane on his back. Vince asked if the main character remembered the stick that the boss of the Blue Tower carries with him, telling about the impressive wooden cane. Realizing his hand, Theodore reported that he remembered it, noting that it was quite healthy for a staff. Taking hold of the hem of his shirt, Vince noted that it was not a staff, stating that, as the main character had already noted, it was a club. Gripping the weapon with both hands, Blundell prepared to attack. Vince said that the old man went to one eastern corner and learned to use it in battles, just as a hobby, adding that now he masterfully wields it, noting that he crushed many knights' heads on the battlefield. Laughing, Theodore said that he remembered that Sylvia also had one. Remembering the image of Blundell's student, the protagonist's face was shrouded in genuine fear and excitement. Approaching him, Vince informed him that he simply did not need to approach her. Forming huge drops of water in his hand, Vince asked them to stop chatting. Having created a powerful stream of water, he declared that they should start training. Professor Vince, dressed in a white shirt and light trousers, stood in the bright blue light with a hostile expression on his face. The main character, standing at a great distance from Vince, flinched and put his palm out in front of him when the professor sharply threw his hand into the air, attacking the student. Theodore dodged the first attack and the subsequent ones, and then turned around and began to run very quickly, grinning from tension. When one of the professor's attacks had almost overtaken the main character, he raised his palm, from which a bright glow emanated. Theodore fell to the floor and a small shield formed around him, through which Vince's magic could not pass. The professor, standing half-turned, put his hands in his trouser pockets and began to silently watch as Theodore rose from the floor with renewed vigor. With a smile, Vince took one hand out of his pocket, above which a diamond was shining, and suggested that the main character increase the load a little because he had a good reaction. Theodore, wiping drops of sweat from his chin with the back of his hand, remained silent and looked warily at the professor. Finally, the last day of the student tournament arrived. The main character sat with his palms on his knees and breathing heavily with his eyes wide open, his brows furrowed and his face wet with sweat. While Theodore slowly rose from the floor, Vince stood in front of him with his legs wide apart and his hands in his pockets, saying that he would not want to let the main character into this fight until his skills reached the required level, even if he had to live with the fact that the main character, the hero, will hate him. Theodore hesitantly asked Vince if that meant he passed. The professor chuckled and rubbed his chin with his palm, answering that the main character passed with a perfect result. In the waiting room of the Pentarium there was a long table where some of the young people from the large tournament crowd were eating. Sylvia was in first place with 95 points, Pagani Vilgast was in second place with 21 points, and Rovus Dane was in third place with 18 points. When a contestant in a black and blue cloak with a hood pulled over his head was surprised at 95 points. A girl with long pink hair and a dress of the same color assumed that Sylvia was not allowing others to collect tokens, since second place had much less points than first. The girl arched her eyebrows and summed up that this was expected from a disciple of the Lord of the Blue Tower. Sylvia sat at the far end of the dining table. Blundell, resting his elbow on the table, said that at first there were those who attacked Sylvia with at least some desire, but recently the opponents had abandoned this idea. When Blundell asked if young people today were spineless, the girl curtly agreed, eating a loaf of bread. Blundell suddenly turned around and frowned thoughtfully as a man dressed in black approached him. Theodore bowed and greeted the Lord of the Blue Tower, and Blundell recognized the youth as Vince's student. The protagonist smiled softly and said that he was honored that Blundell remembered his name. Sylvia did not pay any attention to the main character and continued to chew a loaf of bread. Theodore reacted to the girl's behavior with a face full of hostility. The main character thoughtfully squeezed his cheeks when he realized that he no longer felt the same tension as before, which made him think that he had become a little stronger, and now he would definitely cope. Blundell, with a wide smile and a friendly gesture, sincerely congratulated Theodore for having so successfully reached the fourth circle in such a short time, and the protagonist sheepishly thanked the man. Blundell then pointed his palm at Sylvia and said that Theodore seemed to have come here because he was interested in this girl. Sylvia turned to look at the young man in black clothes, who clenched his hands into fists. Not a single emotion appeared on the girl's face when Theodore officially challenged her to a match in a student tournament. Sylvia looked at the protagonist with confusion on her face, as if she wasn't sure Theodore could handle someone like her. The main character explained with a smile that he needed those 95 tokens Sylvia had collected since he only had 5. The main character grinned contentedly and added that the rule of the tournament states that the one who occupies the leading place cannot refuse the opponent. Sylvia, raising the bread to her lips, quietly replied that she would not refuse. Blundell watched the conversation with a frown, and Sylvia planted her palms on the table and rose from her chair. The girl looked at Theodore and coldly stated that she was thinking of pocketing 5 more tokens to get 100. The room was torn apart by the enthusiastic screams of those present, who could not contain their emotions that someone had challenged the leader of the tournament. When a young man with golden eyes and gray hair laughed with an evil grin and said that Theodore sounded like an arrogant boy, the shorter young man furrowed his brows and replied that the tournament would end in just 2 hours. A deafening cry rang through the spacious, bright arena, announcing its opening, where the final battle was coming. Students in cloaks and witch hats took their seats in the stands and discussed that Lord Blue Tower's student was participating this year, and they hoped it would be a worthwhile spectacle. A young man in green clothes and a brown mustache raised one eyebrow in surprise, not understanding how Theodore even managed to get all the way to the finals. And a man with blonde hair shared this opinion and responded with a laugh that the loser in this fight had already been determined. The spectators jumped out of their seats when Sylvia entered the arena wearing a recognizable light blue cloak and holding a long wooden staff. While Sylvia walked to the center of the arena with a straight face, the audience was talking about Theodore's opponent being the favorite of the Lord of the Blue Tower. Theodore clenched his hands into fists and was silently indignant that there were so many spectators. The main character raised his fists and found himself beginning to worry about the fact that such a crowd was watching him. Theodore put his hands in his pockets and suddenly realized that, on the other hand, this was exactly what he wanted. The main character wrapped his fingers around the yellow tie and came to the conclusion that this is where he will show himself. Theodore walked confidently into the arena, clenching his fists tightly. Vince, dressed in red and white, approached Blundell wearing a blue fur vest with a smile. Blundell, standing with his arms crossed, smiled as Vince politely invited the man to join him. The Lord of the Blue Tower immediately agreed to Vince's proposal. The professor walked closer to Blundell, and he rested his hands on the stone balcony, looking at Vince. Blundell recited the Red Tower's motto with a grin: "If you can win a fight, victory is yours, and if you can't win, find another way to win." When Vince was surprised that Blundell remembered this motto, the Lord of the Blue Tower responded with a laugh that the Lord of the Red Tower always goes on and on about it. Blundell rested his head on his palm and raised one eyebrow, asking if Vince had any appreciation for Theodore's abilities, referring to his chances of winning against Sylvia. Vince brought his eyebrows to the bridge of his nose and answered with a smile that there was no point in discussing this. The professor squinted at Blundell through his red glasses and answered mysteriously that it was better to just watch to see who would emerge victorious. The center of the arena was filled with blinding light. A girl with long brown hair and a large light hat happily clenched her hands into fists, loudly announcing the final of the student tournament. The audience was introduced to Sylvia, whose yellow-blue cloak and white hair fluttered in the wind. Then Theodore's name was loudly called as he took off his black jacket and held it on one shoulder. The presenter raised her palm up, releasing a bright flash high into the sky. Sylvia looked at Theodore with determination in her eyes, holding the staff in front of her. The main character covered his face with his open palm, looking at his opponent, and the presenter loudly announced that the battle begins now. The presenter loudly ordered the fight to begin, but for some time Theodore and Sylvia stood motionless and continued to look at each other. The main character, covering his mouth with his hand, thought that he had analyzed all of Sylvia's matches and came to the conclusion that her speed of casting spells was unusually high. Theodore furrowed his thin eyebrows and created flames in his palms, thinking that it would all be over for him if he missed the moment. The main character used a double projectile of fire, and the entire space around the young man was filled with thick, bright red fiery fog. Sylvia did not move and stared blankly at her opponent as her cloak and hair blew in the wind. Theodore, frowning and grinning, ordered the force of the storm to strike as it should. The main character used the power of the storm and directed a stream of scorching flames at the enemy. When the fire approached Sylvia, she was not at all confused and put the wooden staff in front of her. Theodore, engulfed in his own flames, thought that his magic combined speed and crushing power, and this cannot be stopped by the pitiful protection of water magic. Sylvia brought the staff closer to her face and sighed with a small smile. Theodore crossed his arms in front of him as a powerful fiery explosion thundered through the arena, through which it was impossible to see anything. The main character, standing on his legs bent wide apart, bent over as thick black smoke rushed towards him. Some spectators began to get angry, while others opened their mouths in shock. Through the thick smoke that filled the space, the black silhouette of the main character was visible. Theodore touched his chin with his fist and concluded that the smoke was hiding Sylvia from him. The main character, covering his nose and mouth with his hand, frowned and used the eye of the hawk, and the outline of his pupils immediately became lighter. Theodore still couldn't make out Sylvia's silhouette among the gray smoke. The main character, clenching his fists, assumed that he had hit the girl because he still used a whole series of accelerated fire projectiles. Theodore frowned and thought about the temperature. The main character read in a book that the lower the temperature, the stronger the ice. Theodore deduced that Sylvia was building a barrier, lowering her temperature to withstand the heat. Suddenly, among the smoke, Sylvia appeared, standing with her staff raised high in her hand. The girl struck the ground with her wooden staff, and a thin, bright blue haze appeared in the air around her, and her clothes and hair rose up due to the wind. Theodore's face showed surprise when he recognized this as fourth circle water magic. Theodore froze in fear when he saw a large water serpent above him. Sylvia swung her wooden staff sharply. When the girl cut the air with her weapon, her water attacks rushed towards Theodore with lightning speed. The main character stood with his mouth open in horror as several of Sylvia's powerful attacks quickly approached him. Theodore jumped and crossed his arms in front of him as the water magic hit the ground and sent up columns of dust and dirt. The water serpent continued to pursue the fleeing protagonist. Sylvia's attacks caught Theodore again, and he, jumping away from them, already doubted that this was a fourth circle spell. The main character, holding his arms crossed, shouted loudly, creating a shield for himself. The entire space of the arena was filled with Sylvia's bright blue magical attacks. Theodore deftly moved between the water currents, leaving behind a bright yellow light in the air. The main character was amazed at the speed of his rival's attacks and concluded that he would be in trouble if Sylvia ever hit the target, but Theodore understood that there was no point in simply dodging the attacks. The main character frowned and turned around, deciding to use a different tactic. Theodore decided to target the source of the attack, Sylvia, and in the next moment found himself in front of the girl. The water serpent, its mouth open, rushed towards Theodore as he flew towards the ground. When the protagonist tried to approach Sylvia, the two were separated by a powerful stream of water magic, and Theodore was sent flying back. The main character made a dissatisfied sound when he landed at a great distance from his opponent. Professor Vince, watching the fight, was in awe of Sylvia's abilities. Blundell replied with a grin that fire and lightning were nothing compared to a water serpent, and asked Vince what he was up to. The professor smiled mysteriously in response, without taking his green eyes off the fight. Vince concluded that his answer would be revealed by Theodore placing his palm on the ground and clenching his other palm into a fist. The main character furrowed his eyebrows and narrowed his eyes, bringing his fist to his lips. The next moment, the water snake collided with a bright yellow flash with a loud sound. Dodging the water streams, Theodore thought that the fire magic of the fourth circle would neutralize the water serpent, but the main character cannot reveal his trump card so early. While running away from the water kite, the main character concluded that there was a second option, which was to take a free shot. Theodore thought that now that he had reached the fourth circle, there were 3 or 4 seals available to him. When Sylvia's attacks loomed over the main character, he firmly decided that right now he needed to immobilize the water serpent. The water serpent attacked Theodore, and he pushed off the ground with his feet, releasing magic from his palms. The main character loudly called Mithra, who immediately appeared next to him and ordered the spirit of the earth to strike without mercy. The water serpent did not stop hunting for the main character, its mouth opened predatorily with sharp fangs. Sylvia's attacks destroyed the surface of the arena, creating a deafening explosion. Theodore, exhaling loudly, covered his face with his hands to protect himself from the dense smoke that rose. Suddenly, among the gray smoke, a bright flash of light appeared. Theodore folded his palms, aiming at Sylvia standing in the distance. The main character is glad that he can see everything, but the water snake blocks the view, so Sylvia does not see Theodore. The main character arched his eyebrows and bared his teeth, releasing a dazzling bright yellow magical stream from his palms. Sylvia stood motionless as a free shot approached her, passing through the dense smoke. A bright magical stream appeared directly in front of the girl, who created a transparent shield around herself. Sylvia's blue eyes widened in amazement as her magical barrier cracked from the free shot. The next second, Theodore's attack caught up with the girl, and she was thrown into the air. Sylvia opened her mouth and gripped her staff tighter between both palms as the triangular badge on her cloak cracked and lost fragments. There were 2 smoky fogs in the arena, located opposite each other. Theodore stood on bent legs with folded palms, his head bowed exhaustedly. The girl in the big light hat wanted to say something, but stopped short, frozen with an expression of shock on her face. The main character, down on one knee, looked smugly at Sylvia while the presenter loudly announced that the main character had received the first point. Theodore broke out into a joyful smile when he thought that he would get the other 2 points without any problems if he continued in the same spirit. As soon as the main character thought about this, he saw Sylvia in the middle of the fog with a staff in her hand. Anger appeared on the girl's usually cold face as she looked at Theodore. The main character opened his eyes in fear and froze, taken by surprise. Sylvia, surrounded by a curtain of dust, looked very focused, clutching her weapon tightly in her hands. Theodore was breathing heavily. He noticed that the atmosphere around the girl had changed, wondering in confusion if he had missed something. The next second, he looked at his opponent with a look full of horror, not understanding what the hell was going on. The main character, with his head up, looked at Sylvia towering in the air, who was launching ice arrows flying at high speed, and was surprised at how much she created without a spell. Letting go of her bladed weapon, the girl glanced with contempt at the guy below, and her eyes glowed with a blue light reminiscent of 2 pieces of ice. Theodore looked in panic at the arrows flying at him, realizing in horror that it was impossible to dodge them. The next moment, he put his palm forward, activating the flaming palm skill, after which a protective fire shield in the shape of a palm appeared in front of the guy. Sylvia continued to gaze intently with her cold gaze at her opponent, and her snow-white hair swayed from the gusts of wind raised during the competition. Theodore stood with drops of sweat and his palm extended forward, which began to shake violently from tension. The next moment, 2 powerful polar elements of cold and fire collided in the air between the girl and the guy, forming a strong explosion with a distant shock wave and a flash. After this, the main character clenched his fist, but the flames continued to emanate from him in several streams, eventually turning into a large fire. Gritting his teeth from intense tension, the guy lowered his head down and began to look for something with his eyes, realizing that what he needed was still there. When I sent many orange energy streams towards Theodore, he activated Yusha's protection in front of him, which is the protective power of the west wind and uses the caster's magic to create a stream of wind that blocks the projectile. When the guy's armor was broken, scattering into transparent pieces, he began to be thrown back under the onslaught of energy directed in his direction. Stopping, Theodore looked back with an anxious look, after which he exhaled with relief, while dark smoke with red sparks was emanating from his back. A blue cold fog began to fill the battle arena, hanging in the air like a cloud. The main character, whose hair was rising up from a powerful energy flow, looked at his opponent with clenched teeth and a gloomy look, recognizing with horror the technique of the frozen earth. Sylvia stood, holding a weapon in her hands, among the cold blue abyss that covered the arena. Thanks to the freezing of the ground, the girl began to move faster, getting closer and closer to the enemy, and such magic greatly amazed the guy focused on the battle. The girl, looking piercingly with her icy blue gaze at the main character, raised her weapon above her head with a sharp movement, and he recognized it as a wooden staff, not believing his guess. The next moment, when the blow of the wooden staff went straight across the ground, Theodore flew sharply to the side from the shockwave along with pieces of the earth. The guy began to slow down with all his might, clinging to the ground with his hands and feet, which raised the sand around him, and after a complete stop he was able to exhale. Sylvia, lowering the tip of her wooden staff, watched as the guy was able to avoid damage while a curtain of sand rose around her. The blonde stood on the ground waiting, striking a fighting pose as the cold fog continued to thicken around her. Rising, Theodore sharply remembered the words of his mentor Vince that it is necessary to avoid close combat efforts with all possible forces. The menacing appearance of the student with a wooden staff in her hands and glowing red eyes, behind whom towered an eerie 3-faced deity, as well as her last attack, did not allow the guy to doubt that her use of weapons was more dangerous than any magic. Sylvia was focused and was already preparing to attack the main character again, staggering in the distance, holding a wooden staff. She flew up to him in one sharp movement and began to swing her weapon with all her might, again and again breaking the ground at the enemy's feet, but not reaching him with blows since he dodged them well. As Theodore, gritting his teeth with tension, bent backwards as a wooden staff flew over his head, he concluded that he could not defeat her in close combat, so he needed to retreat at all costs. When Sylvia delivered another powerful blow, the rising flow of energy sharply threw the guy back, raising dust in the arena. The girl stayed on her feet, watching as the guy opened his mouth and shook his hands as he was carried away from her. She followed up with another furious strike, hitting her opponent directly. Theodore flew far across the arena, trying to slow down with his hand and foot, but he was unable to do so. He was thrown back by a stream of blue magical energy that Sylvia released during the strike. When Eudor stopped, he sat, drooping, on the ground with his head down, while a cold fog enveloped him. He could hardly stand up, holding his knees and lower back with clenched teeth, and concluded with displeasure that one of his crystals had been destroyed. But thanks to the recoil from the blow, he was able to move away from his opponent, which played into his hands. Theodore put his hand to his chin with a thoughtful look, reflecting on the fact that it was now necessary not to let the girl get close to him, and then cast a questioning glance. However, it was too late, as the guy realized with horror that she was standing very close to him, holding the same wooden staff in her hand. A slight, satisfied smile began to appear on the blonde's face. After that, raising her weapon, Sylvia smiled so widely that all her teeth were visible, and her face was covered with a blush, and the main character was very surprised by these things. The head of the Blue Tower and the academy teacher, standing with their hands in their pockets, intently watched the battle of their charges. Blundell smiled slightly, concluding that too much talent sometimes leads to loneliness. Vince looked at the man in bewilderment when he heard such categorical words and asked why this was happening all of a sudden. The gray-haired jock with a beard looked at his interlocutor with a satisfied look, declaring that Sylvia still could not find a real friend for herself since her views are very different from others. Rubbing his gray beard, the blue-eyed man broke into a smile, joyfully concluding that the girl was now smiling, and added that it was the first time he had seen her like this. Now Sylvia did not look formidable, quite the opposite, enthusiastically drawing Theodore's attention to herself and happily reporting that playing with each other was very cool. With his toned arms folded across his chest, the head of the Blue Tower watched his ward with a grin, allowing her to hang as much as she wanted and also to find that delight that she had forgotten about a long time ago. Meanwhile, above Theodore, who was leaning on his hand, orange streams began to stretch from all sides, surrounding him. Sylvia leaned forward a little and spread her arms, focusing on controlling the icy flows behind her. Tongues of flame and ice streams began to penetrate each other, filling the arena. The girl ran away from the fiery stream at high speed, skillfully using her ice energy to accelerate. Gritting his teeth from tension, Theodore concluded that he could not let his opponent get close to him, and began to intensify the energy flow coming out of his hands. The main character made an attack using the free shot skill, and a golden energy stream was directed at the girl, but she was able to dodge it. Towering over her opponent, Sylvia raised her staff above her head with a crazy look, during which she noted that the guy had already shown her this skill. After these words, the girl furiously struck, trying to hurt Theodore. The guy flew to the side, finding himself behind the opponent's back and activating a path of illusions, which creates the effect of a mirage of the night guest in the right place thanks to the owner's shoes. Gritting his teeth, Theodore concluded that it was precisely where Sylvia was now that she had set a trap. A moment after this thought, a spear of earth was activated, which began to carry the girl away. Wrapping her body around the spear, Sylvia held a shaking wooden staff in her hand. Theodore, recalling his previous attacks, concluded that a surprise attack only works against the enemy once. The same thing does not work again. Now he looked back at the girl in horror, trying to understand whether he had harmed her this time, after which the shockwave hit the entire body of the protagonist, forcing him to bend forward. Rubbing his back, Theodore looked at what had come at him in bewilderment and realized that this girl had been poaching his skills and tactics all this time. Sylvia again took on a puppy look, spreading a satisfied smile and squinting her blue eyes. Theodore looked at his opponent with malice, concluding that she was not so simple. In the dark space, it was heard that Sylvia closed her heart. Now she was attacking the enemy using a huge amount of ice growths, while thoughts arose in her head that she had given up hope of getting closer to someone before jealousy. Hatred, misunderstanding, and detachment overtook her. In response to the girl's attack, Theodore activated an earth wave, raising streams of sand around him. All the sand was directed towards the ice growths to hold them back. Sylvia continued to think that the wall she had built around her heart had become an obstacle to reaching the fifth circle, and all attempts to overcome it remained only handprints. Raising her wooden staff, the girl felt in dismay that now her opponent had neither hatred nor fear, and besides, he continued to amaze with his magic. Now she looked softly at Theodore with her big blue eyes, feeling something strange and wanting to be closer to the guy. Sylvia closed her eyes and pressed herself against the red wall, thinking about how she wanted to conquer her opponent. While Vince was looking somewhere up from the balcony, the head of the Blue Tower, leaning his hand on the edge, watched his student in surprise. Blundell's blue eyes widened in amazement as he realized that the wall of the fourth circle had finally given in to Sylvia. Meanwhile, the girl with a blush on her face shouted loudly that she wanted to win, tightly gripping the staff in her hands. Theodore looked at his opponent in complete horror, afraid to imagine what she would do this time. After that, with a malicious smile, he said that he also wanted to win. After enrolling in the academy, the main character was haunted by countless failures, which the guy now recalled with bitterness. But as soon as he met Gluttony, everything changed for the better. Preparing for the attack, Theodore resolutely declared that this was the end, because he was not going to breathe down anyone's back. Sylvia, under the pressure of energy, began to rise above the ground with a staff in her hands. While the main character was watching this from the side, he realized that she was using levitation of the second circle, which makes a person float in the air, which is quite effective against ground attacks. While Sylvia concentratedly twirled the staff in her hands in front of her, ice blocks began to appear in front, protecting her. The guy looked up with a frown, warily concluding that the enemy had created an ice shield. He tried hard to remember if it was the same one that blocked his fire projectiles the first time, and the girl kept growing ice without ceasing to twirl her staff. After this, thick pieces of ice were located throughout the arena. Theodore, still standing in place, decided that he needed to think and concluded that he could not break through the shield with a simple attack, and besides, it was difficult to fight without seeing the exact location of the enemy. When the main character realized that Sylvia was challenging him to fight face to face, he maliciously hoped that she also had a trump card because the ice shields were simply stalling for time to prepare a complex spell. Theodore, raising his hand to his face, resolutely agreed to this adventure, wanting them to play their trump cards at the same time. After that, the guy folded his hands in front of him with a concentrated look, calling his assistant Mithra, who soared above his head. While pieces of earth were flying around, Theodore sent a prayer to the spirit of the earth, asking him to answer the call and send him stones. The main character activated the magic of fortitude of the fourth circle, which caused all the stones from the field to concentrate into 2 large piles in the air. After that, he activated the double catapult. Having finished preparing for the attack, Theodore, with a guilty look, asked for forgiveness from Myrta behind his back, and she looked at him with displeasure. After this, the main character opened his hands and a fiery stream began to concentrate in the gap between the thumbs and forefingers, emanating rays to the sides. He raised his palms to the sky, thereby activating a double projectile of fire, and the flames began to rise upward. Now 2 huge boulders and 2 fiery projectiles towered in the sky in front of the main character. Baring his teeth, Theodore concluded that with all this preparation, the winner would be determined by magic. At this time, the ice protection slowly began to melt, and drops of water flowed down it. The entire ice barrier, under the pressure of fiery projectiles, flowed down with water, revealing Sylvia soaring in the sky. Then the girl closed her eyes and concentratedly began to turn to the owner of the ice cold, Limir, conjuring to lend her his power. A powerful blue stream began to emanate from Sylvia, heading towards the enemy. Looking intently at the guy, the girl activated a light snowstorm. She then struck with her staff, releasing a blast of icy energy. The 2 opposite elements of ice and fire began to approach each other again, filling all the space around. Concentrated and serious in his intentions, Theodore, releasing a stream of fire from his hands, informed the formidable Mithra behind him that it was time to start the battle. Activated the fusion of 2 types of weapons floating in the air. After this, the fire shells enveloped the boulders. Grinning heavily, Theodore clasped his hands. The mixed stones and fire together formed a volcanic armor. After that, they rushed towards the enemy in a powerful stream, and so the main character made his attack. The blue streams were already very close to the fiery ones, and their furious collision was approaching. The volcanic armor, consisting of fire and stones, created a strong explosion that shook the space around. Even the spectators in the stands, protected by a magical barrier, felt the arena shake. The head of the Blue Tower and the academy teacher continued to stand calmly, watching the battle from the high balcony. Some spectators even began to lose their magic hats from the strong recoil after the explosion, when a whirlwind arose. Theodore quickly moved forward and then bent his knees slightly and rested his hand on the ground, preparing for another attack. He thought that this was his limit, and now he was running out of strength. He watched the girl with a frown, realizing that if he failed to knock Sylvia down with the last attack, he would be defeated. As a result, among the dust that rose after the explosion, a female silhouette with a staff became visible. Theodore, gritting his teeth in anger, concluded with displeasure that he had failed. Blushing, Sylvia turned to the main character with a soft smile and asked what his name was. The guy widened his eyes in amazement, briefly answering that he was Theodore Miller. While the main character watched the approaching silhouette of a girl through the dust, he said that she could simply call him Theo. Theodore, who had lost all his strength, squatted down and declared that the girl could do what she wanted. Sylvia addressed the guy by his short name, deciding to offer something. Shyly lowering her head, she grabbed the staff and suggested that they take a walk together next time. Theodore was perplexed to hear such a proposal, and beads of sweat ran down his face. The artifact fell from Sylvia's hand. He was lying on the ground next to a wooden staff and a girl who had collapsed without strength. One of the spectators raised her fist, enthusiastically declaring that the winner of the student tournament had finally been determined. When it was announced that the student from the Red Tower, Vince's student, had won, he felt great pride, while Blundell, meanwhile, could not stop rejoicing that his student had finally found a friend. Theodore Miller stood in disbelief, looking wearily at the flying colored confetti as he was declared the winner of the battle. He smiled contentedly, realizing what he had heard. After which Theodore raised his fist in the air, rejoicing at such a great achievement. Theodore's clothes were draped carelessly on an antique sofa. Theodore wrapped his hand in a bandage while remembering his opponent in the tournament. He recognized her strength. Smiling faintly, Theodore clenched his fist. He admired geniuses like Sylvia. Looking at the hand where Glutton was, Theodore recalled how arrogantly he thought that he had become much stronger, But it turned out that even this was not enough. Vince, sitting in a chair on the side, watched Theodore clutching his hand. Extending his hand towards Theodore, who was sitting nearby, Vince suggested celebrating the victory rather than praising Sylvia. Theodore raised his head by talking about the victory that seemed so unreal to him. The professor in his red glasses looked with a faint smile at Theodore and asked if he could get up. Vince stood up and picked up the suit. He wanted to help Theodore, who had never worn a suit before. Theodore stood up, leaning on the armrest of the sofa. Vince scratched his chin with his hand and assessed Theodore's appearance with a smile on his face. Theodore stood in front of the professor with his hair combed back and wearing a suit. He was a little embarrassed in such formal clothes. Vince turned away from him, ignoring the complaints of the crying Theodore. He said to just be patient until the end of the award ceremony. Taking his red raincoat, Vince said that it would be okay to go in regular clothes. Theodore turned his head looking at the professor. He asked why he was wearing a suit then. Vince turned his head while talking about the recent rumors. People were saying that the king would be at the awards ceremony, so a suit was a must. We are transported to Pentarium Square. The red carpet led to the podium where the award ceremony will take place. Theodore was worried while standing in the crowd. Vince, who was standing next to him, asked about Theodore's well-being. He assured Vince that he was fine. Theodore, standing behind Vince, was talking with one of the magicians. He was very nervous about the king's personal appearance. Theodore looked up at the podium, waiting. Many people sitting in the stands were waiting for the king. The crowd shouted, welcoming the king and the candidates for the award. The huge gate in front of Vince and Theodore rose, opening the way for them to the podium. Theodore noticed the specificity of the audience. His eyes narrowed, sweat began to flow from his face. Vince himself was excited by the appearance of bureaucrats from many departments. He couldn't believe it. Even the three most powerful families of the kingdom were also here. A few moments later, all the candidates, including Theodore, stood on the podium with their hands behind their backs. Theodore was nervous. His lips were trembling because the strongest people in the kingdom had gathered. Theodore tried to restrain himself and not disgrace himself. Sylvia leaned forward a little and looked at Theodore in surprise. She became embarrassed and returned her head to its original position. But after a second she leaned over again and looked at Theodore with a smile. Theodore winked at Sylvia with one eye. His mood lifted. Theodore understood. Worry couldn't help him. When the speaker spoke, Theodore's attention immediately switched. He turned his head towards the sound. The figure of the king emerged from the open gate. The king walked to the podium along a red carpet, on the sides of which stood soldiers holding flags. Kurt walked forward proudly and evenly and scratched his beard with one hand. Kurt stood on the podium, wearing a black suit and a yellow coat, scratching his beard and looking down at the candidates. Everyone in the area bowed their heads in greeting to their king. Kurt turned his head and greeted Blundell standing next to Vince, reminiscent of their last meeting that took place 3 months ago. Blundell became a little flustered and greeted the king back. Kurt smiled faintly, reminding Blundell that if Blundell hadn't skipped the meeting without warning, they would have been able to see each other much sooner. Listening to the king's words, Blundell began to cough and covered his mouth with his hand. Asking about his vacation, Kurt closed his eyes and said that he wanted to see how much effort Blundell put into raising her. When the king asked if Blundell had really been hiding his student for 10 years, Blundell turned to Vince, turning away from Kurt out of shame. A subordinate approached the king and said that he would now begin to announce their names. Kurt pointed to himself and said with a smile on his face that he would announce the candidates himself. Theodore, who bowed his head in front of Kurt, was not pondering the king's love for pretentiousness, which many talked about. The king presented the award to the candidate from the Tower of Water with a huge blue hat on his head. The guy bowed his head thanking Kurt for the reward. The guy walked past Kurt, and Sylvia and Theodore remained kneeling in front of the king. Kurt announced Sylvia, calling her a student. Blundell asked to come over. Sylvia raised her head and began to stand up. As Sylvia approached, Kurt began to announce Sylvia's reward as the finalist of the student tournament. He was giving her 100 gold coins, a Jack Frost staff, and the title of Baroness as a reward. Taking the Frost staff in her hands, Sylvia brought it to her chest and thanked the king. Finally, Kurt began to announce Theodore, who was kneeling, and asked him to come over. When Theodore stood in front of Kurt, he immediately began to talk about the reward that he was giving him as the winner of the student tournament. He gave Theodore as a reward 100 gold coins, a protection bracelet, and awarded him the title of Baron. When Theodore began to thank the king, Kurt raised his finger to his lips, with his gesture telling Theodore to be silent. Sweat began to run down Theodore's face and he pursed his lips, all because of the king, who said that with due diligence, Theodore's title would be promoted to Viscount. Theodore grabbed and raised Jack Frost's staff, bringing it to his face, and thanked the king for the reward. Sylvia and Theodore knelt in front of Kurt. Kurt smiled contentedly and scratched his beard. Kurt spread his legs a little wider. With his arms outstretched, Kurt spoke about their kingdom of Melter, bordered by the Narcan mountain range in the northeast and the Andres Empire in the northwest. To protect the country from cruel imperialists and the forces of evil, the country needed young magicians like Theodore and Sylvia. Kurt ordered the mage community to spread the word about today's event and never stop cultivating future talents. He furiously asked if everyone understood his decree. Shouts were heard throughout the podium about the readiness to carry out the order. Kurt stood on the pedestal looking at the people. After the award ceremony, Theodore ate a lot. His stomach expanded from the amount of food he had eaten. Vince, who was sitting next to him, praised the food for its taste. Theodore crossed his arms and agreed with Vince, who rested his head on his hand and looked at Theodore. Theodore and Vince sat silently at the table and looked at each other. The next second, both extended their arms with their thumbs up, showing it to each other. Theodore threw his head back, his eyes closed. A smile appeared on his face. Today was a wonderful day for Theodore. Vince, who was sitting next to him, smiled. He was also pleased with today. When Theodore separated the palms of his hands, the glutton called Theodore, shouting. Theodore looked at the glutton, who complained of hunger, and ordered him to bring him something to eat. Theodore grabbed a book with a red cover, wanting to feed it to the glutton. The glutton began to absorb books, turning them into sand, including books such as The Power of Wind and Sand. The magic of the fourth circle Sandstorm was learned from it. The magic of the third circle Resistance to Cold was absorbed from the book Survival in the Cold. All knowledge poured into Theodore's head. The glutton in his hand, after devouring 2 books, asked Theodore what was needed from him. Theodore looked at the glutton, the shadow of his hair covering his eyes. Theodore, looking at the glutton, asked the reason for the change in his speech. Glutton looked at Theodore in confusion as he listened to him tell how Glutton paused between words. The glutton explained, remembering everything he had eaten. It was all thanks to the fact that recently, Theodore fed him a huge amount of artifacts. This was not enough to move on to the next round, but quite enough to get rid of his stuttering. Theodore, looking at Glutton, did not even think about such an opportunity to get rid of Glutton's stutter. Sticking out his tongue, Glutton said that he was simply regaining his abilities. Theodore frowned. Looking at Glutton, he wanted to ask him about something else. Glutton looked at Theodore incomprehensibly, asking what he wanted to ask him about. Theodore's eyes almost closed. He looked at the glutton with some sadness. The glutton stuck out his tongue, making fun of Theodore. Theodore and Vince, who was watching from the side, were a little surprised. Looking away, Glutton began to explain the meaning of the joke, but an irritated Theodore shouted at him, saying that he already knew what a joke was. Theodore looked down at Glutton and asked if he could pass the question to another. The glutton looked at Theodore and smiled. It was interesting for him. Sticking out his tongue, Glutton said that he was the first user who asked for this and there was nothing forbidden in the action itself. Raising his hand with Glutton in his palm, Theodore turned to Vince, who had approached him, and informed him that Glutton was not against the question. Vince's eyes looked at Glutton. Vince asked him if he could call him Glutton. The glutton, with his tongue hanging out, looked up at Vince and responded by saying that he didn't care about such minor issues and could call him whatever he wanted. Vince raised his hand and decided to ask his question. Scratching his chin, Vince asked with a smile how language and magic are connected. The glutton began his story of the past, when the elves lived for thousands of years in the distant past, when the concept of magic existed, long before people came up with a name for it. Dragons have lived for tens of thousands of years. The demons who bound themselves into a false eternity and the countless races in the form of a black mass under the demon all used magic under different names. However, only man was born in the womb and was born without any power. Therefore, people stole the songs of the elves. People forged iron like dwarves, and sometimes they even repeated demonic rituals by turning into skeletons. Several thousand years later, the first circle appeared on the hands of man and the concept of a circle was finally formed. Then, for the first time since the beginning of the world, magicians were born among people. Thousands of years have passed since then. The glutton looked at Vince and said that this was too broad a question and his whole life would not be enough to listen to the answer to it. Vince stood in front of Theodore, who was sitting, and asked Gluttony in Theodore's hand if it was possible to limit the information to the language of people. But Gluttony said that the amount of information exceeded the limit allowed for the question. Vince was unhappy. He asked another question, asking him to tell him why the words of the ancient and modern languages produce different magical effects. In Theodore's raised hand, Glutton closed his eyes contentedly. He decided to clarify one thing first. Theodore and Vince watched, listening to the glutton's words. From his words one could understand that magic was an act of persuasion of the magical forces of the world. It could be compared to a sincere request for her to act. Vince, listening to Glutton, realized that the belief sounded plausible. The glutton on Theodore's hand with his tongue hanging out continued. The concept of language that Vince asked about included the ability to persuade. The closer the magician was to mastering the world, the more the world began to listen to his voice. Vince bowed his head a little. For him, magic based on ancient languages is stronger and more effective than modern magic. Vince scratched his chin with his hand, not understanding the principle of the ancient language. The glutton in Theodore's hand said that language is a contradictory medium. Vince looked attentively at Glutton through his glasses, listening to his words. Theodore tilted his body, sitting down like a schoolboy at his desk. Vince stood nearby, continuing to listen to Glutton. He spoke about a condition in which when the number of users decreased, the strength increased, but if there were very few or no users, the meaning of the ancient language became unclear. Theodore was enveloped in clouds of mana spread out in the room. He looked at Vince, who overcame the wall of the sixth circle. Theodore clenched his fist and smiled. It was a great honor for him to see the exaltation live. Theodore looked at his hand where Glutton was. He told him in an orderly tone to go to bed. The sleepy Glutton looked sadly at Theodore and asked to be spared. Theodore, looking at him, asked what he needed. Theodore was wondering what happened to the Glutton, who always fell asleep as soon as he finished his work. Pleased that he was not driven away, Glutton stuck out his tongue and said that he would give advice to strengthen Theodore, otherwise at this rate he would soon die before opening all the seals. Theodore looked a little nervously at his raised hand and asked the Glutton to tell everything. Half of Theodore's hair turned purple. He looked at the Glutton, who wanted to teach him one hidden function without any conditions. Glutton recalled that gluttony was the absorption of magical books and the use of abilities from them, the second skill of absorbing rare books, and the last skill is memory for storing magical knowledge and spells in the brain. Theodore looked at the open-mouthed Glutton who spoke about functions and skills. Theodore at this time was thinking about the hidden function. Theodore bit the lower part of his lip. He, without taking his eyes off, watched and listened to everything that Glutton did and said. The Glutton on his hand showed malice on his small round face. Theodore raised his hand with Glutton almost to the height of his head and turned his head looking at him. He asked what the catch was. After Theodore's question, Glutton became lethargic again, bowing to sleep. Glutton complained about Theodore's paranoia. Vince approached Theodore, who was sitting with his hands in his pocket. The Glutton told him a way to quickly increase strength. For this it was necessary to improve the quality of food. It was as if lightning struck Theodore's body from the terrible words of the Glutton, who accused him of never feeding the Glutton with rare books, with the exception of ballistic magic and the basics of elemental magic. Theodore smiled faintly, ashamed of his words. He understood everything. Remembering how he had recently fed him 2 rare books, which then turned into sand and merged with Glutton, Theodore understood that those were the only books of the rare class that he had fed to Glutton all the time. Theodore folded his hands and sat and thought. There was no point in disagreeing with Glutton's words, given that he wanted to increase his strength and needed to feed Glutton with rare books. Theodore's gaze became serious. He could activate a hidden function in such an obvious way. No matter what he thought about it, this exchange was incredibly important to him. Theodore placed his hand with Glutton on the table again. Vince stood next to him. They both listened to the conditions for activating the hidden function. Sticking out his tongue, the Glutton said that by luck, what could activate the function was located next to him. Theodore looked at the Glutton with incomprehension and asked what it was. The Glutton slyly looked up at Theodore and named the necessary thing. Theodore, having heard the condition, did not immediately understand what he was talking about and simply looked at the Glutton in his hand. But then his face distorted with various emotions, his lips trembled. He shouted why this was necessary. After a while, the mana around Vince, who was sitting clutching his head with one hand, began to dissipate. Leaning with one hand on the table, Vince exhaled in relief. Theodore sat next to him all this time, turning his head watching Vince. Vince removed his hand from his face. In the room, the mana that had come out of Vince's body enveloped everything. Theodore, who was sitting next to him, extended his hand and congratulated Vince, from whose body it came mana. Theodore and Vince shook hands, thanking each other. Shaking the hand of Theodore, who was sitting next to him, Vince said that if he had studied everything on his own, he would have wasted another 10 years, and maybe more. Their meeting at the Burgeon Academy was his greatest success. Theodore smiled, but could not help but notice a slight exaggeration on Vince's part, but he insisted that he was telling the truth. The question that Vince asked Glutton set back developments in archaeology for a whole decade. Vince didn't let go of Theodore's hand, saying that he couldn't believe it, because he was finally rewarded for all the years of waiting. Theodore looked at his hand. He remembered his recent conversation with the Glutton. The Glutton then asked him to feed him the spatial pocket. Space pockets in the form of a small pouch were too expensive. Space magic had to be a minimum of the 6th circle. In this case, a certain amount of space had to be sewn into a pocket. It was too complicated. Only the highest ranked magicians representing towers or kingdoms could buy this. Theodore looked down. His thoughts were only about the complexity loot and the value of the spatial pocket that the Glutton asked to feed him. Vince turned his head and asked Theodore if something was bothering him. Theodore, putting his hand to his mouth, was wondering whether it was worth telling Vince about the condition. Vince tilted his head as Theodore pretended to forget his question. Theodore smiled, but inside he was very nervous. He made a decision. If necessary, he would feed low-quality things to Glutton. Vince gathered his hands together and turned his head to Theodore, looking at him. Due to sudden enlightenment, Vince forgot to tell him something and now wanted to do it. Theodore looked at the professor with a question in his eye. Vince closed his eyes hidden behind his glasses and smilingly asked Theodore not to think of it as a burden. Vince extended his hand, calling Theodore by his full name. Vince stood with his hand outstretched in front of Theodore and asked him to become his heir. Theodore, who was sitting, not believing what he heard, asked Vince, who was standing next to him, what he said. Vince's lips curved into a faint smile, showing neat white teeth. Vince wanted to include Theodore's name in his family tree. He told Theodore this. Theodore's eyes widened in shock. Sweat began to run down his face. Theodore looked at Vince in a stupor. Theodore bowed his head and asked if he was exactly the right person for this. Vince, who was standing, said that Theodore could consider this as cowardice. He shamelessly hunted for the knowledge of the grimoire and was not going to deny it. Theodore's lips tightened and he bit them non-stop, not answering Vince's question about trust in him. Vince bowed his head a little, his eyes were closed, and there was a smile on his face. He had been wanting to ask Theodore this for a long time. Theodore's lips stopped curling. He raised his head, thinking about Vince's words, but how could he ask him not to consider it a burden? But Theodore stood up and shook Vince's outstretched hand. Theodore, bowing his head a little with a smile, asked to take care of him in the future. Vince's green eyes looked through his glasses at Theodore. For him, he was no longer a professor. The shadow of the figures of Vince and Theodore was visible from the window. Vince said to call him master from now on. Near the building of the Red Tower, the road to which passed through a kind of iron berm. Vince and Theodore stood in front of the building looking at the posters, Vince telling them that at least the attacking magic of the year organized by the Red Tower was good. Sticking one hand out of his pocket, Vince continued to speak. Theodore looked at him, listening carefully. Vince thought that Theodore should not go there. There were many who took pleasure in crushing young talents. Suddenly, a girl's voice was heard behind Vince and Theodore. They immediately turned around, looking at the arrival. Scratching her head, the girl bowed in greeting. She introduced herself. Her name was Merlos. She was from the Blue Tower. Merlos was specifically looking for Vince and Theodore. Raising the letter in her hand, Merlos asked to walk with her. The head of the Blue Tower called them to him. After some time, they were already near the Blue Tower building. The entire street and the air in the area were surrounded by fog. Vince and Theodore walked inside the tower where many of the Blue Tower's mages were doing their daily work. As Vince and Theodore passed by people, Theodore asked why he felt so much attention on himself. Vince concluded by saying that apparently he became a celebrity after yesterday's competition. Theodore and Vince did not stop walking. Theodore's eye looked towards the people watching. He asked Vince what he should do. Vince advised him to ignore and not pay attention to the looks and excessive attention of people. Vince climbed up the circular staircase. Theodore looked out the window with of great height fell behind him a little. The door to the office of the head of the Blue Tower swung open. When Theodore and Vince entered the office, the head of the Blue Tower greeted them. Blundell, scratching his beard, apologized for calling so early. Blundell's blue eye looked at Vince seriously. He saw the red oppressive atmosphere around Vince, as well as his heart blazing with fire. Blundell laughed. He asked Vince about his breakthrough. Vince tried to hide his breakthrough by not understanding what he was asking about. Throwing his head back, Blundell laughed even harder. Who was he to deceive the eyes of the Lord of the Blue Tower? But even so, Blundell congratulated Vince, who had stood in a stupor. Blundell picked up a bowl of tea from the table. Vince stood with his arms crossed and leaning on the table, looking with Theodore at Blundell, who was sitting in a chair in his blue robe. Blundell asked permission to ask a question. After Vince gave it, Blundell said the numbers 932 and 1106, causing Vince to look at him more closely. Blundell tilted his head a little and asked with a smirk if Vince knew the meaning of these numbers, each of them the number of people who were looking for information respectively about Vince and Theodore since yesterday. Vince asked Blundell with some apprehension. Blundell, who was sitting, assured Vince not to worry, because he had already foreseen everything long ago and blocked all information about them, and only Kurt could access this information. Vince asked the question of how he knew that this would happen. Blundell told how every year people continued to try to recruit promising participants. Vince's mood worsened and he hunched over a little due to his rage. Filled with rage, Vince recalled how he left the capital out of disgust at such political moments, but they still had the audacity to want his heir. Theodore got scared and pulled back a little watching Vince. He was shocked by the heat caused by the unintentional release of magic. Blundell raised his hand and with a few strokes of his palm dispelled Vince's fiery mana. Blundell asked him to stop getting excited and calm down. Blundell, with his hand raised, explained to Vince that even as a magician of the Sixth Circle, his power would not be enough to overturn the political order of the world, because resisting those in power was not the smartest decision. Theodore's pupils shrank. He was shocked by what he saw. Blundell cooled the air with just one gesture. Vince asked Blundell, who was sitting, what he would do if he found himself in such a situation. Blundell thought about the answer, scratching his nose. He would kill everyone. That was his decision. He was a magician of the Eighth Circle. There was no need for his mind to worry about such trifles. Vince and Theodore opened their mouths in fear, profuse sweat flowing down their faces. They did not expect Blundell to turn out like this. Blundell laughed. It was his joke. He put one hand inside his robe, saying that he had prepared something for them. Blundell took out a red envelope. It was an order. Vince was surprised and reminded him of Theodore's rank, which was listed as basic. Blundell held the order in his hand and showed it to Vince and Theodore, who were standing nearby. He said that it was better than hold up in his room until the end of the magic competition. Blundell suggested that they take a break. He turned to Theodore and asked him when he was last in his house. Hearing Theodore's surprise, Blundell closed one of his eyes and smiled. Theodore listened in shock that the Miller Barony turned out to be the destination. On Blundell's desk lay many scrolls and items necessary for writing. Vince Theodore stood, considering the proposal of Blundell, who was sitting in front of them. Stretching his hand with the envelope a little forward, Blundell began the story of how one of the magicians was sent to explore a cave found in the barony of Miller. He ordered Vince and Theodore to inspect everything there properly. While Theodore opened the order and began to read it, Blundell said that it was not even a dungeon, but an ordinary cave that they found 3 months ago. They sent one magician guy to explore it. Theodore, who was reading the order, interrupted Blundell, saying that contact with the guy had been lost, and Blundell, who was sitting with folded hands, confirmed his words. Blundell, scratching his beard, told Theodore that they would not have to strain themselves too much. They would just relax in their hometown, not paying attention to the rumors, but if they did find the magician, it would be nice to return with him. Vince looked at Theodore. Theodore, with the order in his hands, stared at Vince. Theodore agreed to carry out the order. A smile appeared on his face. If this was all that was required, he could handle it himself. Blundell threw his head back, clenched one hand into a fist, shouting that it would be one thing if that magician broke the connection unintentionally. But if not, Vince and Theodore looked at Blundell, worried and scared. Vince asked why he suddenly spoke like that. Blundell snapped his fingers as he continued to levitate. He said that he had found a suitable companion for Theodore. Sylvia carefully stuck part of her body behind the cabinet. Theodore noticed her out of the corner of his eye. Blundell called out to Sylvia. Sylvia, dressed in the standard Blue Tower uniform, began to approach them. When Sylvia approached, she lowered her eyes and greeted Theodore. Because of this, her face turned red with embarrassment. Theodore turned completely, looking at her in shock. Theodore walked away from Sylvia, pressing himself against the lockers behind him. Blundell spoke about the excessive attention to Sylvia, and then Theodore realized that Sylvia was his companion. Sylvia, blushing a little, grabbed Theodore's finger. Theodore turned away and began to say goodbye to everyone, but Blundell stopped him with shouts. Blundell grabbed Theodore by the shoulder, startling him. Blundell said that Sylvia had absolutely no idea how to make friends and was a child at heart. Her magical abilities are excellent, however, she was a child in mind, so Blundell would like to help her gain some communication experience through this journey. He asked Theodore to help him a little. Theodore turned his head and asked Blundell whether it was too self-willed for an adult guy and girl to go on a trip together. Blundell put one arm around Theodore and leaned over to explain to him as he had said. She is a child and does not yet know what the opposite sex is. Her interest was caused solely by a feeling of similarity. Sylvia tilted her head back, trying to hear the conversation. Blundell and Theodore, realizing this, became nervous and stopped talking. Blundell grabbed Theodore by the shoulder and pulled him away. Soon they came to a table with many things lying on it. Blundell took in his hand the badge of the Magical Society used as identification, and, according to the rank of this badge, a reward was received. Covering his badge with his hand, Blundell said that Theodore's mission was listed as a level 9 mission, the lowest rank, so the pay was only 3 gold pieces. The badge in Blundell's hand has changed. It is his responsibility to give Theodore this badge. Theodore asked about the reward. Blundell, holding the badge in his hand, said that the reward would be 100 gold with this badge. Theodore exclaimed inside, his eyes never leaving the badge in Blundell's hand. Looking at him, Theodore thought about a large sum of money, enough to cover the Miller family's budget for several years. Theodore remembered the terribly low yield on the farm. He even remembered how many people were dying of hunger. If Theodore gave the 200 gold pieces he had in his hand from the tournament prize, he would provide substantial assistance to his impoverished house. Theodore, in Blundell's arms, agreed to take Sylvia with him, Sylvia herself trying to lean back enough to follow them. Blundell patted Theodore on the shoulder, making him nervous. Blundell said that this was a great opportunity to learn something for him too, because it's not every day that you get the opportunity to be accompanied by a Fifth Circle magician. Looking at Sylvia, who was still bending down trying to see something, Theodore became worried about what people would say when he returned home with a cute girl and a hefty sum of 300 gold. Sylvia smiled and showed 2 fingers on her hand, thereby expressing her interest. A little later at the exit from the Capitol, next to the carriage, Vince stood opposite Anna thanking her for the service. Anna said that it was nothing. For the sake of such a request as this, she would do everything to help. Anna approached Vince, who asked her not to be so close to him. Anna closed her eyes. Saliva escaped from the corner of her mouth. She was too happy. Because her fiancé already wore 6 circles on his clothes, she couldn't wait to become the wife of the Supreme Mage. Vince, looking at Anna, became nervous. He didn't like her look. He didn't understand what she even wanted from him. Vince turned his head half a turn and wished Theodore a good rest behind him. Against the background of the Capitol from the top plan, Vince expressed his thoughts by saying that after the competition in the Capitol, those people who disturb them will go to their lands, and after that they will all be able to focus on magic. Vince grinned, reminding Theodore to take care of the spatial pocket. If he loses it, an investigator will be sent for the magic cast on this pocket, and money will be collected from him for the cost of his work. Theodore listened to Vince's words with an awkward smile. Theodore imagined how the glutton swallowed the spatial pocket. Invisible sweat began to flow down his face. Theodore only hoped that he would not be sent to the hearing. Theodore raised his hand to his face and calmed himself down, promising Vince that he would take care of the spatial pocket. The coachman looked behind the cart and asked Vince if they were ready to leave. Theodore walked past Vince, turning their heads towards each other. They said goodbye. The carriage moved, raising dust. Vince remained standing in place, looking after the carriage. The carriages raced along the road at great speed. Theodore sat in the carriage with his head resting on his hand, which he rested on the wall of the carriage. If they continued to travel at this speed, they would arrive at the Miller barony in 5 days. But they had a problem with the awkwardness between him and Sylvia, who was sitting opposite. Although looking at Sylvia, Theodore understood that she did not understand what the opposite sex was, but still, in such a situation, he could not help but feel awkward. Suddenly it dawned on Theodore, who was resting his head on his hand in thought. Theodore leaned forward a little and asked Sylvia if she liked elementals. Sylvia asked blankly about elementals. Theodore extended his hand to the side to summon Mithra. Mithra appeared with small pieces of earth in the air. Sylvia looked at Mithra in surprise. Sylvia brought Mithra to her in her arms and was captivated by her cuteness. Theodore closed his eyes and smiled contentedly. Fortunately for him, Sylvia behaved like a girl her age. If she had seen Mithra as a full-fledged magician, it would have been a complete failure. Mithra, hovering next to Sylvia, tickled her. Sylvia bent over a little and closed one of her eyes because of the tickling. Day gave way to night. Sunset was approaching. Theodore looked out the carriage window. It was already the 4th day. They should arrive at the Miller barony tomorrow. Sylvia called out to Theodore and he looked at her. She asked what it was like, his hometown. Theodore crossed his arms. He decided to answer Sylvia, who was sitting opposite, as simply as possible and briefly called his city a village. The residents farmed every year, and there were mountains and forests all around. When wild animals came down from the mountains from time to time, people hunted and had a feast. Raising his finger, Theodore said that their life is not rich, but they are not averse to sharing with their neighbors. This is the place where fools like him live. Sylvia covered her smile with her hand and said it was a good place. Theodore closed his eyes, remembering the past and agreeing with Sylvia. Theodore looked out the window. He was in anticipation that he would soon meet his mother and father. Theodore clenched his teeth and trembled. He took part in an eerie mana. Sylvia also felt something. Theodore looked sharply out the window and cast a Hawkeye spell. Outside the carriage window, many lights were visible from the eye sockets, which were hidden in the forest. The troll's foot came out of the forest. Monsters with various weapons in their hands began to come out of the forest. Theodore and Sylvia looked out the window. Theodore opened his mouth in shock. He did not understand where the monsters came from here. The goblins began to rustle in the foliage, quickly approaching their goal. They looked at the caravan that was driving straight ahead. Theodore Miller looked straight at Sylvia with a serious face in disgust. Sylvia looked at the main character awkwardly. Theodore noted that Andronicus should take the right one, and he would take the left one. Nodding, the girl said that she understood. An army of goblins ran out to the caravans. Some of them began to jump onto the trains, and there was a noise from the raid. Someone shouted that the monsters were approaching them, and noted that everyone should pay attention to this. A huge bunch of goblins jumped onto one of the trains, and it began to stagger. Suddenly some mysterious force struck them, and they flew back. Bolt. All the trains overturned. Heavy dust rose from their fall. Sylvia and the main character began to get out of the littered trains. Someone began to moan a little in pain while the main character tried to pull him out. He shouted for the coachman to wake up quickly and began to revive him. After making sure that the man had woken up, Miller walked away from him, but continued to watch until he was unhappy. Theodore noted that the man should not interfere, since he and Sylvia could handle the monsters, and added that he should take everyone away from here, and also ordered them to hide. A bald man with yellow glasses said he understood. Theodore looked at the monsters. Among them were creepy smiling goblins, licking kobolds and evil orcs, all of them looking at the overturned cart. The main character stood surrounded by all these monsters. While they made incomprehensible sounds, the sky was illuminated by moonlight. Miller noted in his thoughts that, fortunately, huge monsters were still not visible, and added that he did not feel the sorcerer's aura. Miller blew into his palm and a small ball of flame appeared in his hand. The flame began to increase and spread in space. Miller looked at the dead with a serious expression on his face. He noted that nothing could be done if this happened. He began to direct a small stream of energy to his webbed fingers, and the energy formed a small firewall. With a quick upward movement of his hand, Theodore launched this ball into the sky, and the rays emanating from it began to hit their opponents directly on target, starting to burn them. Theodore shouted for all these dead to be burned to the ground. Theodore looked carefully at his palm and at the monsters. He noted that the physical indicators of these dead are low, and added that they even fight without weapons. Miller noted in his reasoning that at this rate they will cope with 1,000 more such monsters. Miller lowered his hands. In the background there were sounds of rumble, monsters appeared, and at the same time someone's loud stomping was heard. In an instant, the protagonist's eyes narrowed and sweat started running down his face. A huge troll with a mace ran towards them. Weaker monsters scattered away from him in different directions. The main character screamed in horror. Thinking that this was a troll, he noticed that the necromancers had not yet shown up. The troll jumped straight towards the main character. He brought his Buzova behind his back. A lot of dust rose from his jump, while the main character looked straight at him. Miller noted that he shouldn't waste the circle's fiery shell. The main character fell. He sat and looked straight into the eyes of an angry troll, who quickly began to lower his mace. The main character was very tense. He put his hands in front of him. Miller noted in a dissatisfied tone that magic bullets could not cope with the undead. The troll was pleased and bent right over Miller. His mace blow missed. Miller sat and defended himself as best he could, but then Sylvia's blue aura appeared in the form of a dragon's head. Sylvia's attack went straight to Troll, who began to fall back screaming. Theodore was amazed by what happened. Drops of water scattered in different directions. He asked himself in his thoughts whether he had just seen a water serpent. The water snake began to twist its body right around the troll until he began to choke and screamed in pain. The water serpent froze and turned into ice, along with the troll imprisoned in its watery prison, which froze into a diamond shape. The main character looked directly at Adrunkus in shock while she stood opposite him with a serious look, holding her magic staff in her hand. He sighed and noted that this could also be done. Miller winked at Sylvia and showed her the class with an awkward smile. He noted that the water serpent was a 4th level spell and quite effective, and added that she did her job well in such conditions. Sylvia smiled tenderly, but looked at Theodore with a grin. She said that her grandfather had told her exactly the same thing before. Miller put his fist directly to his lips and closed his eyes. Noting that it was control magic that was used, he became thoughtful. The main character called Mirtha and at the same time crossed his legs while Sylvia watched them. Theodore noted, asking Mirtha if she could do something similar, just like Adrunkus. Mirtha put on a serious face, clenched her hands into fists, and made a sound of agreement. Suddenly, clots of earth began to make noise and rise a little. A huge worm, which consisted of earth and stones, crawled out of the ground and growled menacingly while the main character sat with his hand extended. He noted that it was an earthworm. Sylvia was delighted with such a large creature. Her mouth began to water. "Wow," she said. The monsters that stood nearby looked at this worm with horror. Miller looked at Sylvia as she looked at him intently. The girl asked the main character, calling him by name, if he could really control an earthworm. Theodore grinned and looked at his spirit Mirtha. He asked her if she heard Sylvia's question just now. The worm rose higher and higher and came out. He screamed while pieces of earth and stones flew down from him, while the main character calmly sat on a stone and looked at him. His monster moved to the side. Sylvia's cheeks turned red with delight as she carefully watched the actions of Miller and the worm. She noted that this cannot be. Theodore agreed with her. He sat with a grin on a stone. Without changing his position, the main character only moved his hand. Miller noted by saying that he is the creator of this worm. The earthen creature moved and growled. Theodore added that this worm is controlled by Mirtha. The worm crawled out to its full length from the ground with a very loud sound. Theodore angrily clenched his hand into a fist and looked towards the dead. He noted that it didn't matter what size the summoned beast was, as long as he could still control it. The earthworm quickly crawled towards the monsters, simultaneously hitting the ground to increase its speed. The worm hovered directly over a bunch of goblins, who were looking around, but many were looking at the creature created by the main character. The worm suddenly rushed head down. Stones and pieces of trees mixed with the ground flew off from its body in different directions. The main character, along with Sylvia, watched this spectacle while the earthworm crushed their enemies. The main character could barely control the state of the worm. It was difficult for him and he was tense. Adrunkus was delighted with all this. She noted that this spectacle is incredible, and she also added that Miller crushed the dead. Sylvia directed her gaze at the main character and was shocked. Miller was lying on the ground completely exhausted. Sylvia quickly ran up to him and lifted him up by the shoulder. The girl was alarmed for Miller while he was covered in sweat and blood was flowing from his mouth. The girl asked him with concern how he was feeling and if he was okay. The main character did not say anything. It was difficult for him, and Sylvia continued to call him. In his thoughts, Theodore noted that it seemed to him that he had overdone it a little, and noted with satisfaction that he was glad that he could still do it, and added that next time he would do it much better. Theodore began to regain consciousness. He directed his gaze somewhere. He kept making mental notes that he still had a lot of improvement to do, so he wouldn't rush it. Suddenly, from the trees, someone began to shout and wave their arms, while Sylvia and the main character looked in his direction in surprise. The man began to ask the magicians whether they had already dealt with all the terrible dead or not. The main character sat down. He looked at the man coachman carefully. He noted that for now they had defeated everyone, but added that there could be many more monsters and they should leave as soon as possible. A bald man with glasses put his hand to his head as if he was obeying. He noted that he accepted Miller's order and added that everything would be done right away. The main character was sitting in the caravan. He leaned his face back into his hands. He thought about the undead and forced himself to calm down. Miller noted that judging by the number of monsters, they appeared quite recently, and added that this means that necromancers have just appeared here. The sun was already setting, and Miller still sat bent over. He continued to note in his mind that it didn't really matter how far away the Miller barony was. He noted that he must have at least heard something about such a disaster in these parts. He was very tense and puzzled. "What a horror," he said in his thoughts. The caravan drove forward further and further. The windows were already beginning to glow. The main character used a technique, an eagle gaze, and looked straight along the caravans. A map of the area appeared in his head, where the road was marked with a red arrow. He noted that there were a total of 5 hills between the attacked area and the Miller barony. Theodore Miller thought carefully. He added that they had now passed the 4th hill. He opened his eyes and looked straight. Theodore noted that it turned out that they only had one last hill to go through. Abruptly, Miller stood up from his seat and looked at Sylvia as she looked at him. The girl asked him if they had already arrived at the place. The main character noted that they were almost there. He sat down directly on the window railing in his composition. He looked carefully at Adruncus. Theodore Miller turned to Sylvia. He noted, asking that at his signal she would stop the caravan, and added that he hoped that nothing terrible had happened, and noted that he had a bad feeling. Adruncus looked at Miller carefully. She gave her consent and asked him what his plan was. He responded and looked at Sylvia. He noted that he would knock on the roof 3 times and then showed how he would knock. Theodore pushed off the sofa with his foot and opened the door of his train, sitting at the same time on the window frame. He grabbed the roof of the caravan with a sharp movement while it made uncontrollable noise from the speed of travel. In an instant, Miller used a first-class grapple spell and latched onto the roof of the caravan as it continued to travel at high speed. Miller directed his gaze directly, his eyes frowning. He used the eagle gaze spell while casting it. His vision improved and he videoed a beautiful landscape. After milliseconds, he began to look further and further. His eyes narrowed. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Theodore Miller stood up and covered his eyes with his jacket sleeve. He was unpleasantly shocked. In his thoughts he said, "This is it." Miller yelled at the man to hurry up. Theodore was angry and dissatisfied. Sweat began to flow down his face. The protagonist's gaze looked further and further. He spoke unflatteringly because of his shock. Miller looked straight. His eyes narrowed. He saw a fierce battle going on ahead of them. The undead fought with the villagers. Many were already defeated on both sides. Theodore asked himself in his thoughts that they were really fighting monsters. Miller stood and watched as the caravan drove faster and faster. Sweat began to flow down Theodore's cheek. In his thoughts, he continued to note that he could not believe what he had just seen. He asked himself how the inhabitants could resist such an army of the undead. Theodore Miller looked at one of the residents, who smiled mischievously while waving his sword. The blond man shouted that he would make all monsters regret that they were born into this world. Another defender of the village was a striking owner of a long beard. He kicked the goblin, who began to serve. He screamed for these monsters to choke on their helplessness. Theodore was shocked by what he saw. His eyes narrowed further. He noted in his thoughts that these were really not villagers, but still mercenaries, and added that they were very skilled mercenaries. The main character continued to examine the surroundings, which were posts for the caravan. He noted that thanks to these mercenaries, their road to the village is still safe for the inhabitants of the caravan. Miller quickly ran up to a bald man with glasses. He was a caravan driver. The main character began to ask him to go forward straight to the village and quickly. The coachman, out of surprise, asked him again and asked what about the main character himself. The main character ran up to his train, in which Sylvia was sitting. He knocked 3 times, and Sylvia opened the door of the train, starting to look for Theodore. Theodore continued to shout towards the evening not to worry about him and drove as hard as he could as fast as he could. Adruncus jumped straight onto Theodore's roof as a strong wind whipped towards them, both of them looking straight ahead. The main character became even more wary while Sylvia was seriously looking in the same direction as Miller. They stood straight and looked towards the village. Theodore Miller noted that now it was their turn to begin. Theodore clasped his hands together and an aura of fire began to swirl around him as he cast spells. Miller added that memory is the third slot. He clasped his hands closer together and clenched his teeth as he pointed his palms towards the mercenaries to attack the monsters. Miller shouted, "Triple arrow." The protagonist spread his arms as an arrow made of fire flew skyward with a whistling sound. The mercenaries saw a huge number of fire arrows flying from side to side as they fought. One of them shouted, asking what was happening here, and added whether these were fire arrows. Another mercenary shouted back to him that he was apparently right, which means there was a magician somewhere nearby with them. Sylvia raised her staff above her head and looked at that battlefield with confidence. She screamed, "The arrow is an icicle." The ice arrows mixed with the fire arrows and flew along the same trajectory. The mercenaries were very shocked by what they saw and even scared. Some of them shouted that the arrows were approaching from the side and asked their friends not to fall under this fire. The mercenaries watched in horror, their eyes narrowed. One of them asked what they needed because enemies were attacking them. Sylvia and Theodore stood together and supported such a strong flow of arrows. They were filled with confidence in their actions, their brows were furrowed and they were starting to get a little tired from the more mana used. An explosion of the fusion of two elements that sounded very loud. The mercenaries, fighting the monsters, did not take their eyes off what was happening. Their battle proceeded smoothly. They began to shout that it seemed that these magicians were their allies who would not interfere with them. Someone shouted that mages who have such a high level and behind them are a little encouraging for their hopes of winning. The mercenaries shouted and fought. They tried not to miss a single blow from the monsters. The mercenaries ran to the field with even greater confidence and fought. One of them began to shout so that the others would not dare to relax, because they would either win now or never win and lose, and added that he would personally send the deserters to eternal rest. Sylvia bent slightly to the side and repositioned her staff. She screamed, "Fireball!" Miller abruptly approached Sylvia, who connected his hand with her staff, thereby adding power to the staff, while the girl was shocked by his unexpected action. He said that he would help her, and he also screamed, "A ball of fire." Their eyes glanced at each other. Sylvia looked at him, and he looked at her. They connected their magic between each other and began to prepare a stronger attack. Sylvia screamed in concentration. Their huge fireball flew straight towards the battlefield at high speed. The games only had time to look at them. Their faces began to melt under such a strong pressure of fire. There was a gigantic explosion. The mercenaries jumped to the side while others who were at a greater distance looked at the source of the sound, and one of the monsters decided to attack one such mercenary. This mercenary sharply pierced the dead man with a blow of his sword. Another mercenary hit the monster with his axe. He noted that in battle you always need to be as collected as possible, and noted that otherwise this battle could be the last. The younger mercenary was not far from this. He asked the adult not to grumble anymore, and noted that the vice captain should look in that direction, and pointed his hand to this place. The sun has begun to rise and is bathing the skies in brighter hues. The mercenary guy noted that sunrise was coming and the sun was rising. The vice captain of the mercenaries shouted that the monsters were running away, and added that the mercenaries should not chase after them, but should stay in line. Sylvia and Miller stood straight on the counter and looked at the sun. Theodore was very tired, sweat was running down his face, and his eyes were downcast. He noted that so far they were lucky and were able to avoid the worst outcome of the battle, which would have greatly affected them. Theodore and Adruncus fell exhausted and sat on the roof of the caravan, Miller pulling his tie away from him and breathing heavily while the girl leaned on her staff. Theodore looked at the sky, and he was very surprised and began to look closely at the sky. A huge bird was flying towards them, but it was not a bird, but some kind of monster, a wyvern. The wyvern was getting closer and closer to them, while Theodore shouted that it was impossible, that the evening had returned to them. Theodore formed his hands into the shape of a pistol and took aim. He was tense and weakened. Miller noted in his thoughts that he needed to intercept the wyvern with magic bullets, and added, stopping himself, that it was really too late. Sylvia and Miller stood up and raised their hands while the wyvern was still approaching them. They screamed, "The triple layer protection bracelet." Streams of sweat were running down Miller's face. He was very tense. He noted in his thoughts that his instincts were telling him that their shield would not be able to hold out much longer. Randolph looked at it all. He noted that this was happening here. He seemed to ask himself. He turned towards Sylvia and Theodore as the wyvern almost caught up with him with a blaring cry. The man asked himself whether these were really magicians, and noted that they were just children. The wyvern flew very close to Randolph and attacked him with its mouth open. It screamed heart-rendingly while the man placed a block in front of him. Randolph frowned at the wyvern. With a sharp movement of his hand, he cut the wyvern completely with his sword in a split second. Sylvia and the main character continued to hold the shield while the remains of the wyvern flew at them. The main character was surprised. He shouted what it was. Randolph grinned and stood right in front of the magicians. While they looked at him, they were very tired. The man noted that he was finally able to get rid of this splinter. He was proud of himself. He smiled and looked at Sylvia and Miller. Randolph noted that he still hadn't descended when he arrived here, so he couldn't catch her for long, and he added that he didn't know where these magicians came from, but he thanked them. Miller showed him the class with his hand while Sylvia looked at him incredulously. Miller noted that this is not so, and on the contrary, they are very grateful to him. Theodore put his hand to his heart and looked at the man while Sylvia hid behind him. He noted that he was Theodore, an investigator who had been sent by the Magical Society, and said that his colleague, Sylvia, was standing next to him. Sylvia greeted and looked away. Randolph put his daggers back and secured them with straps. He noted that the magicians introduced themselves first, and so formally at that, and added that he should then behave appropriately. He looked slyly at the magicians. Randolph noted that they were mercenaries who were hired by the head of the village, and added, introducing himself, that they were wandering wolves. He turned to face them and smiled. Randolph said that he was the head of these mercenaries, scum, and his name was Randolph. Randolph looked at Sylvia and Miller sternly. He noted that he apologizes for this and said that the situation is not safe now. Miller looked at him awkwardly, and he continued that he needed proof of their identities. Theodore's mouth dropped open and his brow furrowed because he couldn't believe that he was going home for the first time in 5 years and going through an identity check. A green-eyed man with red hair and brown clothes politely said that he also did not want to cause a commotion, but the situation was not the best. Randolph put his hands on his waist, grinned, and suggested that the main character carry out a simple verification and then go their separate ways. Theodore closed his eyes exhaustedly, agreed, and said that he understood everything, reaching for something under the fabric of his long robe. When Theodore handed the man a folded scroll, he immediately recognized the investigator's certificate, although he had not seen one for a long time, and concluded that the certificate was genuine because it bore the royal seal. Randolph unrolled the scroll and carefully read what was written on the certificate, saying that the protagonist's surname sounded like the surname of some local lord. Theodore coughed, bringing his fist to his lips, and with a smile and a raised eyebrow, he confirmed that the local lord was his father. Suddenly, Randolph began to sweat and put on a stupid wide smile, saying that he had made a big mistake because he realized that the main character was the son of his employer. The man with a friendly smile offered his hand to Theodore and politely greeted the young master, saying that there had been a little fuss, but it was not that important at the moment. The main character shook Randolph's palm and said that he has a big gang. The mercenary with a smile suggested that they go to the village and discuss this when they go inside. The streets of the village were crowded with many locals wearing similar white and brown clothes. The men sat at wooden tables under a red and white roof and rested their faces on their palms. As the iron lattice gate opened, letting in the bright rays of the sun, the voice of a man was heard, who was not sure that he was seeing Theodore. A bald man with thick black eyebrows and a gray beard frowned in shock, and a fair-haired girl in a white hat and dress standing next to him said that the main character had no need to return now, because he was studying. When Albert, with tears in his eyes, loudly shouted the name of the main character and ran with him with outstretched arms, Sylvia looked at the stranger with a puzzled look, and Theodore smiled joyfully. Albert hugged the main character and began to talk about how Theodore had grown so much in all the years that they had not seen each other. Theodora and Sylvia, who were holding hands, were surrounded by local residents and expressed their happiness at the return of the protagonist to the village. Sylvia blushed sharply and pulled her hand out of Theodore's hand when a woman with a malicious smile asked about the girl's identity. The main character felt awkward and looked at Sylvia, whose cheeks were still pink. A girl with amber eyes and short hair with a wide smile suggested that Sylvia was Theodore's girlfriend, to which the girl with long hair answered her in the same manner that the main character had no need to bring such a beauty here. Embarrassed, Sylvia hid behind the protagonist while he waved away a local woman who intrusively offered Theodore to buy silk in their lingerie store. When someone loudly called Theodore, the main character turned sharply towards this voice while Sylvia continued to hide behind the young man. Among the crowd, the main character saw a dark-haired man in baggy clothes, and he loudly called Theodore. The main character broke into a gentle and warm smile when he saw his father. The surrounding people clapped their hands in joy as Theodore hugged his father tightly as he expressed his relief that his son had returned safely. Tears pooled in the corners of the man's eyes as Theodore pressed his forehead against his shoulder. The man pushed the main character away from him and with a happy smile said that he could not believe that he was meeting his son like this, immensely rejoicing that Theodore was doing well. The main character looked at his father with warmth in his eyes and said that the most important thing is that the man himself is alive and well. The man gently squeezed his hand on the protagonist's shoulder. The man asked Theodore to tell him everything when they returned home. A fire was burning with a pleasant crackling sound in a stone fireplace near a wooden bookcase. The main character, stirring the soup with a spoon, caught himself thinking that he really missed this dish. Sitting at the table with Sylvia and his father, Theodore thought that he had many stories that he would like to tell his family, but at the moment there was something more important. Raising a spoon of soup to his lips, the main character concluded that first it was necessary to fix the problem. When Theodore asked if the undead had appeared about a month ago, his father replied that they had, and that the woodcutter was the first to notice. Then the main character asked about mercenaries, because he did not remember that his family had enough money to hire such. A woman with amber eyes and brown hair looked thoughtfully at the man as he touched his face with his fingers and stated that he owed a lot to these mercenaries. Theodore's father said that the mercenaries came to fight the local bandits, and one day while they were staying in this village, these monsters attacked. When the main character asked whether the mercenaries had been protecting the village for a whole week, the man confirmed this and added that he was calm without them, but gratitude could not be too much. The main character, however, had a hard time believing these words because mercenaries can do anything for money. The main character closed his eyes, plunging into thought. Theodore, sitting over his empty plate, thought that it was rather strange for people like mercenaries to work for free. The protagonist remembered the green-eyed mercenary he had met earlier and thought that he was too good to be the leader of a band of mercenaries, although they deserved gratitude due to their current situation. The main character put the spoon in his mouth and frowned his black eyebrows, coming to the conclusion that the actions of the wandering wolves would arouse suspicion in anyone. The main character, standing near the maid with a suitcase in his hands, turned around and saw Sylvia leisurely descending the stairs with a soft smile. Theodore left the maid with Sylvia and said goodbye to his friend. The main character slammed the wooden door behind him and exhaled with relief. Theodore looked at his palm and asked Gluttony if he could wake up now. Gluttony appeared in the protagonist's palm, sighing heavily. Gluttony said with a smile that Theodore is much more sensitive than he seems. The main character did not want to answer this and asked with a smile how many books Gluttony needed for today. The creature looked to the side and stuck out its purple tongue, answering that it would need 2 or 3 books. Theodore the next second took out a red and a yellow book, saying that in this case he would feed Gluttony too. While the creature was devouring books, the main character thought that it was better to ask one question after another in order to get more information out of Gluttony. Gluttony devoured 2 books, wrapping his long tongue around them. When the creature finished eating, the system reported the acquisition of the 4th circle magic, which was called Explosion. Gluttony became several times larger after the meal and looked at the main character with bulging round eyes. Theodore sighed in relief, satisfied that the creature had finished eating. The main character raised his hand to his mouth and loudly announced that he would ask the creature one question. Theodore concluded that Gluttony did not know what was happening while he slept, so the protagonist had to briefly outline the situation because the creature could not understand it on his own. Theodore spoke about the missing investigator. The main character then mentioned that there were a lot of undead around. And finally, Theodore spoke about a sorcerer who controls all the undead. The main character, sitting on the bed, listened as Gluttony concluded that this was definitely not normal. Theodore became interested when the creature said that there was something that could be causing this. Gluttony lay on Theodore's palm and with his purple tongue hanging out, he announced that there seemed to be a grimoire in the cave. The main character looked at Gluttony in shock while a drop of sweat ran down the young man's face, and couldn't believe his own ears. Theodore's dark eyes widened in surprise, dismayed that grimoires like Gluttony still existed. When the protagonist, raising one eyebrow in confusion, asked about the existence of other grimoires like Gluttony, the creature explained that the grimoire in question was not from the Seven Sins series, like him. Gluttony looked straight at Theodore and smiled broadly, saying that he couldn't say for sure about the others, and that it was better for them to check for themselves rather than guess. The main character began to sweat and raised his eyebrows questioningly when Gluttony said that if Theodore wanted, the spirit would absorb his power to detect any grimoire nearby, and at the same time look for a place where the sorcerer might be hiding. While the magical grimoire smiled innocently, the protagonist, filled with disbelief due to Gluttony's unexpected generosity, immediately asked what he wanted in return for it. Gluttony stuck out his tongue and laughed, saying that this would be beneficial for both of them, and besides, the creature is capable of absorbing grimoires. Gluttony explained that he could take over the knowledge or functions of the grimoires, but more importantly, it would advance the removal of the seal. Theodore listened silently to the magical grimoire while he said that in this case, the protagonist's achievements in magic would increase several times. When Theodore, stunned by the words of the grimoire, said that he was just hungry, as always, Gluttony calmly confirmed that such was his nature. Gluttony smiled happily and said that the protagonist made a good choice when Theodore agreed to the offer of the grimoire. Gluttony began scanning, and bright blue beams shot out from his body and a loud sound filled the room. The magical grimoire scanned a deserted area with sparse trees. Gluttony then scanned the mountains, which were covered in a layer of white snow. After that, the magical grimoire scanned the cave, in the middle of which stood a man in a blue cloak that hid his entire body. Under the stranger's hood, instead of a human face, there was a skull with glowing eye sockets. Gluttony, with a satisfied broad smile, informed Theodore that he had discovered his target. When the magical grimoire reported that the skeleton, although only at the second stage, was able to partially block the detection of Gluttony, Theodore was saddened to admit that he was quite strong. When Gluttony said that the grimoire he discovered seemed to eat its owner, the protagonist arched his eyebrows in shock and began to sweat. Gluttony explained that few grimoires live in a symbiotic relationship like he does. Gluttony added with a smile that most grimoires are parasites on the bodies of those who are suitable as hosts, and they really enjoy manipulating the mind and body of the owner. Gluttony stuck out the tip of his purple tongue and summed up that the grimoire that attacked the protagonist fits this category and, in any case, Gluttony learned of its location. The magical grimoire said that the main character was sent to explore the cave, which is in fact the lair of the grimoire and its owner, and with these words the creature prepared to go to bed. When Theodore, with a face devoid of any emotion, asked Gluttony to wait another minute, the magical grimoire prepared to listen to him. The main character asked if a magical grimoire could absorb evil spirits since they are made of magic. Gluttony replied that Theodore was talking complete nonsense. Gluttony explained that evil spirits only move with the help of magic, and if the protagonist's idea was possible, then the magical grimoire would absorb stones that levitate with the help of magic. The main character looked upset at Gluttony when he said that evil spirits have neither magic nor wisdom, and they become just corpses when the magic runs out. Theodore frowned tensely and became interested when the magical grimoire said that there were still exceptions. Gluttony curled his mouth and stared at the protagonist with round eyes, saying that he could not answer until Theodore asked it as a question. Then the magical grimoire said goodbye to the main character and closed his eyes, breaking into a relaxed smile. Some sounds reached Theodore's ears. The main character turned his gaze to the source of the noise. Someone loudly knocked on the wooden door leading to Theodore's room, and the main character allowed entry. Randolph, wearing a brown turtleneck, smiled and apologized for the intrusion and for taking up the main character's rest time. As the man entered the room, Theodore calmly said that he knew about Randolph's visit, so he shouldn't worry about it. Randolph stared at the main character and raised one eyebrow questioningly. The mercenary sat down on a soft chair and asked with a smile if this was making it harder for Theodore to endure all this, and then said that the main character was just something, as expected. The main character, standing opposite Randolph with his arms crossed, wanted to ask the mercenary something. Theodore asked in disbelief why the mercenaries were still in the village, because it would cost them nothing to break through this crowd of undead. Randolph put his hands under the back of his head and asked if the main character suspected the mercenaries of something, and also said that they stayed here voluntarily. The mercenary closed his eyes and pressed his hand to his red hair, indignant that Theodore would not be convinced by these words. When Randolph crossed his arms and said that he could not tell Theodore absolutely everything, the protagonist sat on the edge of the desk and said that he would still like to hear it. Randolph said that a long time ago, his distant ancestor pursued a certain sorcerer into unfamiliar lands. The mercenary added that he took family heirlooms and 2 swords with him and did not return them. Randolph said their family has since become interested in finding these relics and eventually created an artifact that could trace these swords. The main character listened attentively to the speech of Randolph, who relaxed on a chair with his palms folded on top of each other. Theodore frowned when the mercenary said that the direction his ancestor pointed out was uphill. This was the same mountain that Gluttony had scanned earlier and where he had found another grimoire. Randolph, without taking his eyes off his interlocutor, said dryly that he had already given up when more than 100 years had passed. Then the man showed an artifact that had previously been silent, but now suddenly pointed in the direction of this horde of undead, and Theodore clarified whether the mercenaries were staying here for the sake of swords. Randolph coldly replied that these were not just swords, because they contained the technique of his ancestor. Confidence appeared on the man's face when he said that in 10 or 20 years he would become a sword master if he mastered this technique correctly. Theodore remained silent, but concluded to himself that Randolph was not a threat to the village if his story was true. Then Randolph put his hands under his chin again, leaned back in his chair, and said with a smile that at this stage he had reached a dead end and did not think that he would be able to get the swords if there were even more undead there, because at this rate all his subordinates would die. While Randolph talked about being prepared to evacuate with the residents, Theodore arched his eyebrows skeptically, amazed at the mercenary's politeness. Randolph folded his hands with a grin when Theodore said he would refuse the offer because half the locals would die. Randolph raised his hand and answered with a smile that half of the locals would survive. The main character closed his eyes dejectedly and said that the result is the same, no matter how you express it. Suddenly Randolph frowned and looked at Theodore with hostility. When the main character announced that he had an offer, the mercenary was slightly surprised by this. Randolph fell silent when Theodore clarified that this was not an offer but an order. The main character, taking out a diamond-shaped object from his cloak, officially stated that he would like to hire the Wandering Wolves. Randolph couldn't believe his ears and froze, overwhelmed with shock. Theodore dumped a bag of coins on the table and said that he would pay 100 gold pieces as a deposit, and upon completion of the work the mercenaries would receive another 200. When the protagonist summed up that he would hire the Wandering Wolves for 2 days for 300 gold, Randolph rose from his chair and looked stunned at the money on the table. When the mercenary sat down on the edge of the table and asked for details, Theodore was surprised and asked if the money he was offered was not enough. Randolph replied that he, on the contrary, had a lot of money left, but it did not matter how good the payment if they were going to be sent to certain death, and then the man asked if Theodore would offer 300 gold pieces without a plan. The main character pursed his lips, thinking that Randolph was too smart to be a mercenary. Theodore said that holding the defense is pointless and defending against the undead with their inexhaustible strength and endurance is tantamount to suicide. The mercenary squinted his green eyes at the main character and agreed that the undead were too annoying. Randolph, placing his palms on his knees, frowned when the protagonist said that he and the mercenary had only one way that could resolve the situation. The main character stated that this path is a counterattack. Randolph wondered if Theodore wanted to attack the enemy base with a small force. The mercenary touched his chin with his palm and smiled, saying that it made sense. However, Randolph immediately stopped smiling and sternly declared that this was not enough to convince him. The main character frowned in disappointment upon hearing these words. After everything Theodore offered for the mission, the mercenary crossed his arms over his chest, looked at the young master with a dissatisfied expression and declared that this was not enough to convince him. The main character frowned and said that he had already figured out the location of the sorcerer, and if a detachment of mercenaries could go ahead and protect, getting rid of him at night would not be so difficult. The blonde grinned when he heard about this, after which he asked with bewilderment why he should attack at night, offering to kill the undead during the day when they are weaker. Theodore, with a dissatisfied look, explained that this only works when attacking in open areas, but at night, when everyone is not living in the village, their base becomes extremely vulnerable. The mercenary cautiously glanced sideways at the terrifying 19-year-old child with his green eyes, asking in his thoughts what they were teaching in these magical towers. Turning away from his interlocutor, Theodore calmly voiced his plan, saying that while the Wandering Wolves would defend the village, he, Sylvia, and Mr. Randolph would attack their base. While the mercenary continued to listen, leaning on the corner of the partition, the guy assured him that in the event of an unsuccessful counterattack, the troops would be evacuated along with the residents, and he would pay 300 gold pieces if the man now agreed to cooperate with him. Randolph scratched his chin thoughtfully, concluding with a grin that the kid had caught him, and now he had no reason to refuse this offer. The blonde, as the leader of the Wandering Wolves, accepted Theodore Miller's order with a serious look. Randolph said with a frown that in the face of Marcus, the god of war, he would keep his oath to the very end, taking out an artifact with a formidable face carved to sign a contract. After these words, an energy flow began to emanate from the magical red artifact in the mercenary's hands, which went straight into the hand of the perplexed Theodore, standing opposite. The guy looked anxiously at his palm, on the back of which there was now a red mark, from which a small trail emanated. Taking his hand in his palm, the main character turned to Randolph, who continued to stand with the artifact extended forward, asking him to think about one thing. The blonde mercenary glanced at the young man in complete bewilderment and answered in the affirmative when he asked whether the trophies went to the person who hired him. After that, Theodore broke into a malicious smile, saying that there might be a family heirloom at the sorcerer's base, and wondering out loud how much it might cost in order to arouse the interest of his interlocutor. Randolph began to break out in a cold sweat, suspecting that the guy had planned from the very beginning to use the relic as a negotiating tool. Theodore noted with a sly smile that the mercenary had just acquired 300 gold pieces, and asked if he wanted to be the first to make a bet. The big sun was already disappearing behind the horizon, and dusk was gradually falling on the village. Theodore, meanwhile, was thinking about how he would get his 200 gold pieces back, and the mercenary would take the relics, while he was indignant about the terms of the contract behind his back. Randolph reported that his warriors were already in place, adding that even if twice as many undead as yesterday came, they would be easily repulsed. The sun had already disappeared behind the forest, and the mercenary admitted that he was impressed by the young master. He closed his eyes and noted with a slight smile that in addition to the fact that his young employer is an extraordinary magician, he also has excellent organizational skills because he was able to prepare everything in half a day. Dusk had already fallen on the ground, and Theodore, with the shadow of his hair on his face, turned to the side, casting a glance at Sylvia as she pulled herself up. "I'm holding a mug with a hot drink in my hands," the guy asked if the girl had really just gotten up. Sylvia, also holding a mug of hot drink, confirmed the guess and noted with satisfaction that she had not slept well for a long time. Theodore concluded that the sun was setting and informed two companions nearby that it was time to prepare. Grab a hot drink from your mug, the main character stated that it was going to be a long night. Meanwhile, darkness was thickening over the village, only slightly dispersed by the light of the moon. At this time, detachments of bloodthirsty undead began to move towards the settlement, raising dust behind them. A bald mercenary from a squad of wandering wolves said that just looking at the dead, he was already tired, and then his colleague in a robe with a hood sarcastically replied that there would be a whining here when they were done with everything. The leader of the detachment, standing in front of everyone, enthusiastically raised his right hand, clenched into a fist, upward. Randolph, with a bloodthirsty smile, declared that all his subordinates had worked hard, and now they could enjoy the bloody night until dawn. All the mercenaries followed the man's example and also raised their hands, with and without weapons, clenched into fists, and the leader said that today everything would end and asked those gathered to prepare for farewell to the evil spirits. The squad of wandering wolves, full of determination, now directed their forces to fight the advancing undead. Now the trio stood on the paved road, listening to the strange sounds and preparing for their part of the plan. Theodore, concentrating on his magic, activated the weight reduction skill. Sylvia, who raised her wooden staff with enthusiasm, used the skill of concealing magic. Randolph, meanwhile, squatted down, concluding that everything had finally begun, and asked if the magicians were ready. Theodore confirmed his readiness, adding that they were counting on the man, and together with Sylvia they looked at the sitting mercenary. Randolph looked very focused, his brow furrowed. The next moment he lifted the guys onto his shoulders, raising columns of dust around them. While Randolph looked forward with a glassy gaze, blue electrical discharges formed around him. He took off abruptly, flying high into the sky and leaving a trail of lightning and dust behind him. The man rose to the sky, then sank to the ground, jumping up again, as evidenced by the bright trail trailing behind him. Randolph carried Theodore and Sylvia away in what looked like one long bolt of lightning due to the speed. The boy and girl were hanging from the mercenaries' shoulders, tears flowing from their eyes due to the high speed, but they admired the way the aura users moved. Randolph, without stopping, rushed over the red heads of the undead. The next moment, lightning was already stretching from him through the forest, and he pushed off from the branch while the guy's legs flew up in the air. Taking on the most concentrated look, Randolph said that from now on he was following Theodore's commands, asking him to lead him along the shortest route. The guy, in a not very comfortable position, shaking on his shoulder while running, pointed from behind to the mercenary to go 40 degrees to the left until he saw a small rock. After that, the man left the tree branch and quickly rushed further, leaving a lightning trail behind him. Randolph held the boys tightly by the back as they began to descend sharply. When the mercenary stood firmly on his feet, he reported that they were there, specifying where to go next. "And you," such a shaking Theodore, began to feel sick. He asked to let them go, to which the mercenary said guiltily that he had completely forgotten that he was carrying the guys on his shoulders. Now the main character stood in front with a serious look, leaving his partners behind him, and asked before they entered to be allowed to scan the place. Concentratingly squeezing his hand in front of his face, the guy activated mana scanning and began to inspect the space. Theodore stood in complete darkness, and a small gap opened in front, against which his dark figure could be seen. The guy frowned, casting a questioning glance forward. Above the main character stood a skeleton with a blue skull, dressed in a robe. Theodore rolled his eyes as a bony hand pointed its index finger directly at the bridge of his nose. After such a vision, the guy covered his eyes with his hands, gritting his teeth from what he saw, and Sylvia, concerned, asked if he was okay. Theodore stated that everything was fine, while the girl looked at him with concern, and he thought about the feeling that he had been overwhelmed by dark mana, which could become a great threat to the mission. Covering his face with his hand, the main character said with contempt that the sorcerer was definitely there, and added that the whole cave was filled with this dark mana. He snapped his fingers, and a fire formed above them, after which he could enter. Theodore led the way, illuminating the cave walls with his magic, while Sylvia and Randolph trudged cautiously behind him. The main character froze for a moment, bringing his hand with fire close to his face. Looking ahead with concern, he raised his hand clenched into a fist, and his partners stopped. Randolph glanced up, horrified. Above Theodore, holding the fire, towered the silhouette of a bloodthirsty undead. A skeleton in a robe, raising his bony finger, met the intruders in rage, threatening that they would pay with their lives for the invasion of his base. The enraged sorcerer sharply ordered the crowd of undead to kill and eat the trio who dared to sneak into this place. Holding his fingers with fire in front of him, Theodore gloomily concluded that they had arrived on time. Randolph, with clinics in both hands, confirmed this with a grin, offering to deal maximum damage to the Magu until he begins to beg for mercy. The main character, meanwhile, with a malicious grin, extended his hand forward with a stream of fiery energy, announcing the start of the operation. While flames were emanating from the hand and Theodore, he carefully scanned the enemy, seeing a barrier in one hand. Enraged corpses of enormous size came running into the light of the fire, wanting to deal with the guy. Video of approaching monsters, the main character extended his arms forward and suddenly activated a fireball to attack them. Randolph stood in place with sabers in his hands, carefully watching how the undead burned in a bright flame. The next moment, the mercenary rushed into battle, waving his weapon. Seeing Theodore's magic in the cave, Randolph initially thought that he was hurting himself, but now he separated the trio from the undead with a barrier right after another fire technique. Against the background of the flames, the dark silhouette of the main character could be seen, and the blonde in front concluded that he only had to finish off those dead that were still burning out. Randolph now stood with his hand on his waist while Theodore asked Sylvia to help air things out, suggesting the boys take a break while there was still air. When the guy asked how much mana the girl had left, she, holding the staff in her hands, enthusiastically announced that it was about 80%. After this, Theodore turned to Mr. Randolph, and he assured that everything was fine, he could still continue to fight. The brunette looked back at the guys with a satisfied smile and created a new fire between his fingers, offering to go forward. The trio, led by Theodore, who illuminated the path with his fire magic, moved further through the dark cave filled with the sorcerer's mana. Looking at the fire from his fingers, the main character recalled that, according to reports, the cave goes 40 meters deep, which means that the guys should have gone through it a long time ago. Suddenly, one not very joyful thought struck Theodore, which is why he became noticeably gloomy, continuing to watch the fire. After that, the guy turned around and turned to Mr. Randolph, having a plan of action, and the man chuckled questioningly. Theodore asked him to scratch the wall with his sword, and if possible, use aura, and the mercenary decided to try. The next moment, Randolph swung his blade in an attempt to scratch the cave wall, slightly shaking the space around him. There was a deep dark mark left on the stone wall, inflicted by a sharp saber. Almost immediately after cutting part of the wall, the cut suddenly disappeared, leaving not a single trace. Randolph looked dumbfounded at the absolutely intact stone wall, noticing that his cut in the rock had disappeared before his eyes, and Theodore behind him, after confirming his guess, said with a gloomy look that it was expected. The guy with a puzzled look, twisting his mouth from overwhelming panic, told his partners that they were in a dungeon. He cast his eyes warily around the surrounding area, concluding that the trio were not in the best situation. Suddenly, Theodore's attention was caught by a light blue glow, on which he fixed his puzzled gaze. The guy was very perplexed when a picture with creatures resembling ghosts opened in front of him on the cave wall, and he assumed that these were spectrals. Randolph, standing in a fighting pose with sabers in hand, concluded with displeasure that he had not taken holy water for such an occasion. Theodore turned his gaze to him and, realizing that the man had decided to engage in battle, was worried for his safety. It was all true, as Randolph leaned forward even more, furiously announcing that nothing could be done, so he was going to go first. Theodore, with his arm outstretched, turned sharply to the mercenary, asking him to stand behind him, which confused the man. Gritting his teeth from tension, the guy demanded to be faster and began releasing magic with a blue glow from his palm. Randolph cursed, realizing what was happening, and decided to trust the young master, quickly running away behind him. While Theodore struggled to hold back the glowing cluster of entities on the wall ahead, they made frightening sounds. In the palm of the main character, Gluttony's mouth opened, which began to absorb magical ghosts, and the guy concluded that nowhere in this world is there a predator that is afraid of its prey. The frightening entities began to slowly disappear from the wall like steam. Theodore held his hand in front of him and, full of determination, asked Gluttony to absorb everything, and the space around began to shake from the large amount of energy absorbed. Phantom entities flowed in a huge stream towards the palm of the protagonist, falling directly into the open mouth of the grimoire. Gluttony continued and continued to consume the cluster of ghosts until the very end. After this, the turquoise tablet appeared and said that the ghost of the goblin shaman had been absorbed. Concentrated, Theodore sharply clenched his hand into a fist while there was still a haze around it. The signs continued to report all the absorbed ghosts, and later one of them gave information that the user had not yet unlocked this ability. At this moment, the main character realized the words of Gluttony that he could not absorb the dead, but there were exceptions, one of which was spectrals, being ghosts or astral bodies. Randolph looked at Theodore in bewilderment, asking what it was when the guy raised his left hand, and the spectrals were sucked into it, and Sylvia, meanwhile, was simply in shock. The next moment, the girl exclaimed in admiration, explaining the technique and asking Theodore to teach her as well, which greatly embarrassed the guy, who thought that both partners were standing behind and, fortunately, did not see his secret. The main character closed his eyes with a sly smile, wondering whether the guys would believe him if he showed him a pre-prepared pendant, which is an artifact. Suddenly, Theodore felt a strange shaking, and everything around became filled with a red glow, which caused the guy great anxiety and confusion. A scarlet haze began to descend over the shocked and frightened trio, and they screamed and asked what was happening this time. All the guys raised their heads up. I noticed red cracks in the ceiling, and Theodore concluded with horror that the space was expanding. Now a sculpture in a red haze hung from the ceiling, from which a magical glow emanated. Gritting his teeth, the main character cautiously concluded that this sculpture had been the source of menacing and dark mana all this time. Now blue energy began to emanate upward from the emerging figure as a powerful beam, spreading through the space as a light haze. A creature began to burst out of the white matter as if from a canvas, calling the uninvited guests damned rats who destroyed his creatures. The white canvas slowly tore on the face of the emerging creature, which continued to threaten the trio with death and declared that they were only insects that could not kill it. Having completely freed himself from matter, the sorcerer said that if they had come a day or even half a day earlier, they could have interrupted the completion of this body. After this, the embittered owner of the dungeon said that now only death awaits the trio, and he will try to imprint it in their memory. The sorcerer screamed furiously, tearing the remnants of the white matter on himself, demanding to tremble before the greatness of one freed from the shackles of mortal life. When the creature tore the white cloth on itself and stood proudly in front of the guys, Theodore was horrified to recognize it as the Elder Lick. Gritting his teeth, Randolph cast a worried glance at the enemy and wondered how the Elder Lick got here, asking whether the young master had a plan for this case. An alarmed Theodore explained that, unlike an ordinary lick, which disappears when the body is destroyed, the Elder Lick will not die as long as the soul lives. In other words, the guys needed to find his vessel of life, because if you don't destroy it, this bastard will come back to life again and again. While the guys looked at the formidable creature in front, Randolph said with dissatisfaction that their enemy with an immortal body would be difficult to kill once. Theodore, standing in front of everyone, stated with concentration that he would look for a vessel of life, asking the guys to distract the lick. The sorcerer turned to the trio, declaring that he wanted to kill them and turn their bodies into his servants, but with a malicious smile he said that he had changed his mind about doing this. He put his folded hands forward so that the uninvited guests would clearly hit the space between his index and thumbs. The creature turned to the taken aback Theodore, declaring that he would leave him alive because it would be interesting to experiment on him. Then Randolph remarked with a malicious laugh that the sorcerer only spoke well, and Sylvia angrily asked who he was to take Theo alive. The sorcerer, meanwhile, put his fists at chest level to each other, concluding that with such an unfamiliar body it would be difficult to adapt to the guy's weakness. The creature looked at Theodore with curiosity, calling his power unique, wondering why the guy only had the fourth magic circle. The main character looked worried from such a close look from the monster, who concluded that he would deal with him later. Licky folded his hands into a seal, deciding to deal with the guy later and making him disappear. Theodore's body began to shake, and he looked at his hand in bewilderment and shock, not understanding what was happening. Against the background of the mercenary with knees, the space of the dungeon began to expand, and bright red cracks began to spread along the walls. Outraged by the impudence of her enemy, Sylvia began to scream heart-rendingly, calling out to Theo with excitement. Randolph also shouted with all his might, calling for the young master. The evil sorcerer continued to hold his hands in the seal, concentrating on making the guys disappear and making strange sounds. Randolph's eyes were wide open in shock, and the blonde strands of his hair obscured them slightly. Looking as crazy as possible, he began to strike the enemy with furious blows, without taking his eyes off him. He looked at the sorcerer with hatred, concluding with bewilderment that he had hit him right in the head, but his blow did not cause any damage, and now he was fighting off a retaliatory attack. The man asked why the creature towering above him with an eerie look in the blue haze was still moving. The mercenary and Sylvia warily looked at the red cracks of the expanding space of the dungeon above their heads, worriedly calling out to the disappeared Theodore. Out of rage, the girl clenched her teeth, asking the enemy where you sent him, but Mac replied that this should not worry her, at least not now. Holding his hands together in a seal, the Lick menacingly declared that by setting foot on this shrine, the guys had chosen their death, and now he was going to turn them into undead, serving him and mourning their fate. A kind of halo of pieces appeared above the sorcerer's head as he concentratedly awakened his servants, who were locked in a deep abyss from their deep sleep. He stretched his arms forward, demanding the undead to appear in front, and the space was again filled with a red glow. Sharp claws were visible on the man's hands extended toward the expanding space. The Lick pulled his palms higher and higher towards himself, lifting the ground and freeing his servants. From a space filled with red light, a dead man emerged with two sabers, who was now squatting, leaning on a muscular black arm. The face of the awakened servant was covered with a cloth. Looking at all this, Randolph, to whom the dead man who emerged from the ground looked very much like, said with a sarcastic grin that the sorcerer was mocking him. Now standing ready in front of the Elder Lick was a muscled, dead man in white pants with sabers in both hands and a covered face, and the sorcerer declared that the mercenary's swordsmanship was very similar to his servants. After these words, Randolph bared his teeth angrily, fiercely straining through his teeth so that the enemy would close his mouth. Not wanting to hear anything more from the sorcerer, the mercenary furiously declared that he was going to tear him to shreds. Li looked at the enraged man with malice, declaring that he had a special relationship with his servant and questioning whether the enemy would be able to kill the swordmaster. Randolph angrily muttered through his teeth that he didn't even care about the sword god. Taking a fighting position with sabers, the mercenary furiously declared that he would cut down his opponent. While the beefy servant with a hidden face was also preparing his weapon, the sorcerer mockingly noted the self-confidence of the blonde man. Randolph closed his eyes slightly and frowned, casting a cold-blooded glance at his opponent while strands of hair covered his face. The man strained his hand very hard and the veins stood out on it. The elder Lick, watching the angry man, coldly asked whether such are the instincts of people that they challenge the invincible to battle. Afterwards, the sorcerer lowered his black eyes and decided that this was not something worth worrying about now, reflecting on the emotion rushing out from his master. The creature with the halo turned to Sylvia, suggesting that this feeling of inferiority came from her. The girl pulled forward a wooden staff, looking at the sorcerer with confusion while he called her the best student of Blundell, the current ruler of the Blue Tower, and then the creature asked her master if he really had such unpleasant feelings for this little lady. Sylvia was completely bewildered, not understanding what we were talking about. Then the sorcerer asked with mockery whether the trio had come for the magician Giovanni from the Blue Tower, with whom they had lost contact. After these words, Sylvia gritted her teeth and gripped her staff tightly in rage, questioning what her enemy had just said. Lowering his darting gaze, the sorcerer concluded with a chuckle that the owner was already impatient to punish the girl for forgetting him. Sylvia was completely perplexed, not understanding what was happening at all. However, the girl, raising a wooden staff, said with determination that no matter what, she would defeat the enemy and return her Theo. The sorcerer, breaking into a wide smile, sarcastically declared that the girl had more courage than his master, accepting the little lady's challenge and asking her to entertain him. At this time, a battle was in full swing between Randolph and the sorcerer's servant, who had a blade in each hand and were now flying furiously at each other at high speed. When the men got very close to each other, the mercenary, gritting his teeth, looked angrily at the enemy's face covered with white cloth. As the two pairs of steel blades clashed fiercely during the battle, bright sparks flew from them. The dead man made a sharp attack with one of the red swords on the mercenary, covering himself with the second from the blow of the blonde, but he was able to quickly dodge it. Both opponents made furious attempts to damage each other with fast and sharp movements. Lowering his head, Randolph, sabers in his hands, turned his back to the dead man, who pointed his sword at him. The mercenary, surrounded by a light haze, turned around slightly, closely watching the actions of his opponent behind him. The dead man put both his blades forward, deciding to strike. He rushed from his spot, quickly flying towards the stopped blonde. When the sorcerer's servant was right next to Randolph, he jumped into the air, raising his blades to strike back. The flying man was behind the dead man, crossing his sabers on his shoulders. The next moment, the mercenary put both blades forward to pierce the enemy with them. The dead man quickly retreated back in the blue haze, leaving the blonde in the distance. Both men now faced each other, raising their swords furiously for another attack. Through the white canvas, the risen dead man intently watched the enemy. Randolph kept up with him, never taking his eyes off his enemy. The men's blades clashed again, and sparks rained down from them in a fountain in all directions. Randolph clenched his teeth in tension. The mercenary concluded with displeasure that this old man, even becoming undead, was still impenetrable. Throwing a frown at his opponent, the blonde concluded that if he weakened his defense even a little, he would become a corpse, and deciding that getting into the heart of a dead opponent was the only way to defeat him. Suddenly Randolph was greatly horrified, noticing a completely unexpected detail. When his eyes lowered to the red swords of the dead man, he could see a familiar coat of arms on one of them. The puzzled man recognized it as the familiar coat of arms of Clovis. This family was one of the strongest in the Andres Empire, valuing strength above all else. At one time it was even the most prestigious and occupied the place of the 7 swords of the Empire, but the Clovis fell after a terrible incident. Both opponents clashed swords again, flying in different directions from the strong recoil. The dead man braked abruptly as he moved away from his opponent. He froze in place, taking a fighting pose with his red swords crossed. The disappearance of the man with the royal decree that was given to the family was the beginning of their downfall, and Randolph now reflected that the purpose of the search was right in front of him right now, and most likely this corpse was his ancestor. As the mercenary crossed balls in preparation for an enemy attack, he thought that unlike humans with their limited stamina, the undead could fight as long as they were supplied with mana. When the sorcerer's servant began to attack, the blonde remembered that his opponent was also a sword master in the past, so it was dangerous to drag out the battle. The undead furiously attacked Randolph while he, gritting his teeth, tried hard to defend himself, which was difficult for him. The deadman brought one of the balls forward, aiming it straight at his opponent. However, Randolph managed to react quickly, jumping to the side. The next moment, the mercenary had already raised his swords, cutting the body of the dead man. The tense blonde exclaimed that he was able to cut off his opponent's head, leaving him unable to move for some time. Blocking the monster's attack while in his thoughts, Randolph was sure that he had cut off its head, surprised by the fact that he immediately restored it. Continuing to think, he wondered if the head was the weak point of the undead. Wary, Randolph, thinking about this madness, noted that the battle should not be delayed. Looking at the monster, whose face was shrouded in fog, he stated that he needed to quickly find and destroy the source. With unimaginable power, Randolph struck his opponent, after which he jumped back and froze in one position. Continuing to observe the monster in his thoughts, Randolph noted that its resilience was terrifying, suggesting that, having become an undead, it retained the skills of a swordmaster. The monster's body was covered with streams of red aura. Paying attention to the smoke and aura of the enemy, Randolph believed that with such a rotten body, he performed every technique perfectly. Biting his lip, he thought that his opponent was an undead who was an echo of the past with swordsmanship from over a century ago, stating that once he could destroy the source, he would have a chance. Smirking, Randolph ordered the undead to pay attention to his pathetic appearance, calling him an old man, asking if he should call him an ancestor. Randolph noted that he searched for a long time and found it, turned into a stinking undead. Raising his blade, he announced that thanks to his opponent, all the heirs of the Clovis family were on the street. With a serious expression on his face, Randolph suggested that the undead might also be victims. Looking at the wary enemy, Randolph stated that the royal decree was simply a cover for the Andres family to destroy them. Tilting his head, he assumed that the undead regretted following the Emperor's orders. The eyes of the undead were enveloped in genuine rage. Gripping his sword, Randolph said that he would give such an old man stuck in this crappy world a chance. Putting his weapon forward, he declared that he would give him a chance for eternal peace, asking him to allow himself to be killed. Turning his attention to the undead, who froze in one position, Randolph was taken aback. Clenching his hand into a fist, his opponent lowered his finger down. With a perplexed look, Randolph was lost in his thoughts. A red aura continued to swirl around the undead face. Baring his teeth, Randolph wondered if he was serious. After his words, the undead hung in the air. Beside himself with rage, Randolph rushed to the attack. With lightning speed, he tried to strike multiple blows at the undead. Suddenly, his blade was in the enemy's face. Suddenly, the undead managed to block his attack, causing him to become horrified. Wary, Randolph decided to jump to the side, but his opponent did not stop slowing down, continuing to attack. Raising his sword in front of his face, Randolph prepared to defend himself. Sparks could be seen emanating from their blades on the battlefield. Baring his teeth, Randolph froze in one position. With a serious expression on his face, he wondered if he would die here, after which, driving away these thoughts, he declared that he would return no matter how. Lowering his hands, Randolph thought about taking the swords from his opponent. Squeezing the blade in his hand, he was sure that after this he would return home. An image of a woman who was in deep sleep surfaced in his memories. A man approached him and tried to find out if he had already chosen those who would remain. Raising his finger, he declared that His Majesty had allowed only one person to be taken. Randolph stared into space, lost in thought. Next, he put his hand on the bed where the girl was sleeping. At his touch, she began to mutter something under her breath. When she woke up, she wondered if she had asked him not to disturb her while she slept. The bailiff came up from her bed and was shocked by what she saw. Leaning over, the man said that it was an honor for him to meet her, adding that his name was Mary and that he was the butler of this family, noting that that included hers. As he set out, he declared that she was now a member of their family, saying that under his guidance she would rise to master as an imperial soldier. Trying to catch his breath, Randolph froze in one position. Genuine anger was visible on his face. He stated that he was obliged to return no matter what. Steam was emanating from Randolph's body. With unimaginable speed, he decided to attack the undead again. Due to his amazing speed, he managed to get behind his opponent, ready to strike. Just as Randolph's blade was about to catch up with him, he struck with his elbow. Due to the powerful blow, Randolph was thrown to the side, after which, pointing their blades forward, the undead rushed to attack. Putting his weapon behind his back, his opponent rushed into battle. The red aura continued to cover the undead's body. After the blow was struck, Randolph's body was thrown aside again. Hanging in the air, his blades crossed, he prepared to parry the blow of the undead. Having overtaken his opponent, he crossed swords with him. Randolph's face was filled with furious rage. Their gazes crossed within a centimeter of each other. Suddenly, Randolph's blade began to crack. At the sight of a fierce battle, the grinding of swords could be heard. Once above the undead, Randolph froze in one position. Having thrust his blades into his opponent's body, he began to fall down. A powerful roar came from his mouth. The undead were shocked by what they saw. Using his incredible strength, Randolph managed to neutralize his opponent by grabbing his arms. Smirking, Randolph suggested that since he had been waiting for the undead for 100 years, he didn't think he would complain if he won. Streams of blue smoke emanated from his opponent's hands. Watching the undead, crouching on one knee, Randolph positioned himself next to him. Purple clouds formed at the sight of the fight, after which Randolph let go of his blades, causing them to fall to the floor. A weapon formed in his hand, completely covered in blood. A small smile appeared on Randolph's face. His opponent began to gradually evaporate. Observing all this, Randolph asked him not to worry about anything and sleep peacefully, calling him a dear ancestor. Suddenly, the entire area was covered in blood red. Horrified, he turned his attention to Sylvia, who was unconscious. Looking at Randolph, who tried to raise his comrade, the Lick noted that he still managed to defeat the Sword Master, calling the outcome rather unexpected. Raising his hand, he declared that in this case, he would make Randolph his subordinate. Wary, Randolph tried to find out what was happening to their enemy, after which Sylvia informed him about mana. With an exhausted expression on her face, she stated that she was running out of mana. Suddenly, someone's fist appeared from the depths of the blue smoke. Standing with his back to the guys, the Lick formed a cloud of powerful aura in his hand. With a malicious grin, he announced that they needed to finally finish. Finding himself in complete darkness, the main character noted that he could not see anything, after which a flame appeared at the tip of his finger, which illuminated the room. Lifting his head up, he wondered what was going on, turning to the Elder Lick. Before his gaze was an unknown object hanging in the air. Looking around the place where he arrived, Theodore noted that there was not a single opening, adding that everything was closed. With a worried look, he said that this was the perfect secret room. Having noticed an unknown object, the main character wondered what it was. Taken aback, he said that he could not believe that he could not use all the power. Further, he assumed that in front of him was the heart of the dungeon. Putting his hand to his face, Theodore said that he had goosebumps from the mana hanging here. He was sure that this crystal was the heart. Looking at the heart of the dungeon, the main character cried out that it was a vessel of life. Wiping a drop of sweat from his face, Theodore thought that the Elder Lick used his heart as the basis of the dungeon, which is why he can use spatial transformation. Enveloping his hands in powerful flames, the protagonist believed that the Elder Lick was the evil behind all these events, noting that his heart was right in front of him. After which, concentrating, Theodore activated the flame shield. Having formed a fiery projectile, the main character thought that if he destroyed the vessel of the Elder Lick, he could get rid of him and the army of the undead at once. After which, he released a fiery sphere into the heart of the dungeon. Looking at the heart of the dungeon, Theodore hoped it would work. Further, the main character discovered that his technique had no effect on the heart of the dungeon. Baring his teeth, he wondered why this was not enough. An image of a man appeared in his head, in whose hands a blade was visible and a magician using one of his techniques. While in his thoughts, the main character said that according to historical records, only the aura of a sword master or the power of a seventh circle magician would destroy him, noting that in other words, he would not be able to harm him in any way. Slamming his fists on the floor, Theodore screamed in indignation. Lowering his head, he announced that it would be difficult for him to reach the others. Looking around, Theodore said that he did not know where he was, stating that there was a chance of collapse if he crumbled the walls left and right. After which, the main character wondered what he should do, not understanding whether he had enough strength. Leaning on his arm, he froze in one position. Raising his finger, Theodore thought what if he used all the mana he had and sacrificed his hand for a magic bullet. Folding his hands, he assumed that he could recreate the power of the magic bullet from the time of Alfred the Great. Looking at the dungeon's heart, he noted that with his level, his arms might not be able to withstand the force. Baring his teeth, the protagonist understood that he could not guarantee success. Getting into a fighting position, he realized that this was the only way out in such a situation, noting that he didn't even have a choice. Having formed a cloud of red aura, Theodore thought about one shot in which he would put all his strength. Many sparks emanated from the protagonist's technique at the moment when he was thinking about destroying the undead. Wary, Theodore froze in one position. An image of gluttony appeared in his head, which spoke of how the undead moved solely with the help of magic, noting that if magic was removed, walkers would become ordinary corpses, adding that they were not magical creatures. After taking the shot, the protagonist thought about the exception, which was that gluttony couldn't eat zombies and ghouls, but ate specters, adding that he was never interested in mitre. Looking at the heart of the dungeon, Theodore wondered if the vessel contained magic. Clenching his fist, the main character froze, waiting for a reaction. Covering his face with his hands, he thought about the vessel of life that gives immortality to the Elder Lick, noting that it fit the conditions. Continuing his thoughts, he stated that he would even say that he was perfect for them. Putting his hand to the vessel, Theodore used the assessment skill. The system that appeared in front of him reported that this seal was created with the help of dark knowledge, and also contained the soul of Giovanni, possessed by black magic, noting that this seal was protected by a contract of dark forces. The system revealed that it nullifies all attacks below a certain level and cannot be targeted by spatial magic, adding that as long as the seal exists, Giovanni will have limited immortality. The system noted that the magic item in question was rated as a treasure, stating that when absorbed, a huge amount of magic would be absorbed. The system reported that when absorbed, the assimilation would take 3 days, and when absorbed, part of Giovanni's knowledge and skills would be absorbed. Further, the system stated that relations with the unknown would become hostile. With an excited expression on his face, the main hero thought that he knew about it, noting that it was also a treasure. Turning to the magical grimoire that was on his hand, Theodore asked him to start eating. Sticking out his tongue, the glutton declared that he had been waiting for this for a long time. After which, wrapping it around the heart of the dungeon, he prepared for the absorption process. Holding his hand, Theodore froze in one position. Turning his attention to the vessel that had been consumed by gluttony, the main character saw how the system informed him of the completion of the process. The system stated that he had absorbed some of the knowledge of the sorcerer Giovanni's skills, noting that the complete absorption would take 3 days. Further, the system noted that an unknown creature was interested in Theodore. Raising his hands, the Elder Lick released a stream of powerful aura towards the guys. Screaming, Sylvia used a shield to avoid a direct blow from the Lick. His streams of aura enveloped the barrier. Lowering her gaze, Sylvia thought that fighting him with fifth circle magic was too risky, noting that she couldn't believe that much magic in one sentence. Pulling the magic staff towards her and continuing to think, she reported that she had less than 3% of her mana left, adding that this was too little for her. Forming a blob of green aura in his hand, the Elder Lick noted that it was not bad, stating that it would make good material. Wary, Sylvia wondered what she should do, reporting that at this rate she would not last long. After which, putting his hands forward, the Elder Lick again attacked the guys. Due to the colossal power of his technique, Sylvia collapsed to the ground. Rushing towards the Elder Lick, Randolph ordered him to disappear. While protected by the barrier, the Elder Lick noted that Randolph was not bad. Concentrating, using his technique, he pushed Randolph's body to the side. Rising from the ground, Sylvia turned her attention to the cloud of green smoke that appeared on the battlefield. Screaming, Randolph asked her to shoot the moment he distracted the Elder Lick. After which, Sylvia nodded her head in approval. Raising her hand, she addressed the Lord of Cold, Ymir. At that moment, the Elder Lick watched as a powerful glow appeared in her hands. Smirking, he wondered if this was her last trump card. Getting into a fighting position, Sylvia used a quiet blizzard. A powerful glow of technology enveloped the Elder Lick in the place of the duel. Streams of the Elder Lick's aura continued to sparkle in the air. With a cry, Randolph reported a positive result. While in the shackles of the technique, the Elder Lick stated his superior skills, noting that he expected this from a Blue Tower disciple, noting that they would not save them from death. Looking at the cracks, he said that once Sylvia's mana runs out and the ice melts, they will die, adding that these are their last seconds. Smirking, the Elder Lick declared that they were now his subordinates and would serve forever in the name of the Great Death. Stretching his hands forward, he released an unimaginable amount of aura. Looking at the powerful surge of aura, Randolph wondered if this was how he would meet his end. Running up to him, Sylvia used one of her techniques, which caused strange sounds to appear at the scene of the fight. Wary, the Elder Lick tried to find out what that vile sound was. Suddenly, his body was covered with a huge piece of ice. Crying out indignation, the Elder Lick called her a pathetic worm. Sylvia's technique began to gradually tighten. Holding the blades in his hands, Randolph froze in one position. Streams of the Elder Lick's aura continued to be visible from the depths of Sylvia's technology. Suddenly, part of an object fell out of them. Surprised, Randolph tried to find out what had just happened. Suddenly, the guys noticed a mysterious glow that could be seen from above. Getting into a fighting pose, Randolph declared that the bloody space was disappearing, noting that they were back in the cave. With a worried expression on her face, Sylvia turned to the main character. Looking at the cloud of red aura, Theodore assumed it had worked, hoping that Sylvia and Randolph were okay. Clenching his fist, he wondered why things weren't the same, noting that the dungeon had been destroyed. The main character suggested that because of this, the space should take on its original appearance. Looking around, he wondered if there was another heart, reporting that he had never heard of there being more than one in the dungeons. Suddenly, a dark aura formed behind him and tried to break out. From what he saw, the main character was shocked. Seeing the book in front of him, Theodore assumed that the aura came from it, believing that it was the grimoire. A yellow glow emanated from the mysterious grimoire. Sticking out his tongue, Gluttony tried to find out if Theodore was using space distortion on him, wondering who he was holding it to. Next, he asked the main character to leave this matter to him. After which, the magical grimoire directed its tongue towards the artifact. Screaming, Gluttony noted the freshness of the artifact. The book, in the shackles of Gluttony, tried to break out. Loud screams came from the depths of the grimoire. Wary, deep in his thoughts, Theodore could not believe that the scream was coming from the grimoire. Using his tongue, Gluttony threw this book from side to side. Looking at the grimoire, he wondered if it wanted its user. Smirking, Gluttony tried to see if he thought someone like him could use his user as a host. Theodore's gaze was fixed on the grimoire, from which screams continued to be heard. Raising his palm, the unknown person said that he had changed his mind, noting that he would capture them alive. Frozen in one position, in his thoughts, the main character assumed that it was for this reason that he was teleported here alone. The mysterious grimoire continued to be in the shackles of gluttony. Looking at it, the system reported that this grimoire contained the soul of Jerem, a legendary sorcerer who is a necromancer of the Ninth Circle, noting that he fought alongside demons against humanity, capturing the body of any creature that read the grimoire and turning him into an undead. The system said that he dreams of a perfect resurrection while his soul rests in the abyss, adding that the rank of the grimoire is equal to legendary. The system noted that when absorbed, there is a very low chance of absorbing 50 to 100% of Jerem's sorcerer abilities, adding that the negative space and undead previously belonging to Jerem will belong to Theodore. The system reported that when absorbed, there is a high chance that the sorcerer Jerem will take over his body, stating that if the protagonist wants to reduce the likelihood, then he needs to unlock another gluttony seal and improve the abilities. Horrified, Theodore thought about the Ninth Circle. Sticking his hand forward, in his thoughts, he announced the knowledge that about 1,000 years had passed since the disappearance of the magicians of the Ninth Circle from the continent. With an excited expression on his face, the main character thought that if such a magician appeared again, he would be able to subjugate the whole world. With a serious expression on his face, he noted one thing. Turning his gaze to gluttony, Theodore asked if he was aware that he could not eat it now. Waving its tongue, the magical grimoire wondered who said this, wondering if the chance of a successful absorption was too high. Next, Gluttony tried to find out if it was worth the chance to become a 9th level mage. Surprised, the main character asked if he could master such a grimoire. Gluttony reported that this is both yes and no. Wary, Theodore wondered if this was a secret function. Looking at the protagonist's downcast gaze, Gluttony stated that he could say no more, noting that in about 5 minutes their opponent would regain his power and try to escape again, adding that he just wanted Theodore to know this, asking him not to worry. Indignant, the main character called the enemy a pathetic worm. Watching Gluttony in his thoughts, Theodore revealed that he had borrowed the spatial pocket from his master, stating that in such a situation he could no longer hold on to it, noting that if he allowed the grimoire to escape, then the second, and maybe the third Giovanni will appear somewhere again. Looking at Gluttony, the main character tried to find out what would happen to the contents of the spatial pocket if he ate him. Asking Theodore not to worry, Gluttony said that nothing would be lost. Taken aback, the protagonist noted that this was an ambiguous answer. Handing it to Gluttony, Theodore asked him to quickly take it before he changed his mind. After which, the magical grimoire began the process of absorption. The spatial pocket's gaze was shrouded in bewilderment. The system reported his absorption and the hidden function of Gluttony, which is now open. Sticking out his tongue, Gluttony froze in one position. Further, the system revealed that after absorbing the dimensional pocket, one of the hidden functions of the magical grimoire was revealed, noting that it now contains storage for the victims it cannot yet absorb, adding that the former owners stored things in it and called it inventory, informing that if desired, the name can be changed. Surprised, the protagonist wondered if this was a hidden function. Grinning, Theodore noted that if it had the same functionality as the spatial pocket, then it was not necessary to absorb it. Smirking, Gluttony stated that the main character cannot put the grimoire in his pocket, adding that despite this, he can hold it there for a while, saying that as soon as the grimoire comes to its senses, he will teleport out of there. After which, Theodore tried to find out if things were different with the inventory. Looking at the protagonist, whose eyes were drawn to the grimoire, Gluttony reported that this was so, noting that the inventory was a space that existed within him and was different from other spaces. Gluttony was sure that without the ability to move between spaces, the grimoire would not escape. Looking at his hand, while in his thoughts, Theodore noted that if Gluttony was not lying, then everything would work out perfectly, adding that even a grimoire would not be able to leave this space. Paying attention to the powerful bursts of aura, the main character assumed that his luck was not very good. Looking at the red streams of the raging aura, Theodore reported that space was disappearing faster than he thought. With incredible speed, the bowels of space continued to pull the main character inside. Having completed the absorption process, the space closed together. The stunned guys saw Theodore's body hanging in the air. Running up to him, Sylvia tried to find out if he was okay. Smiling, the main character noted that the cave would soon be completely destroyed, inviting the guys to postpone the touching reunion. After which, the guys rushed outside, trying to save the dungeon from the rubble. Wary, Theodore turned his head. Turning his attention to Randolph, the main character noted that he had finally gotten his hands on the relic. Hearing this, Randolph wondered if he had noticed it. Putting his hand on the magic weapon, he said that he had to work a little for them, saying that it was now a matter of time before he reached the level of a swordmaster. Continuing his escape from the dungeon, Randolph asked if the main character wanted to see this, saying that it would wait for now. Looking at the falling debris, Randolph reported that everything was collapsing, noting that there was still some time left. after which pitch darkness arose in the dungeon. It was gradually getting dark on the city streets. The reflections of the sun setting into the sunset could be seen in the windows of the building. In the girl's hands one could see the dishes that were intended for the guest. The laughter of visitors could be heard throughout the tavern. Being on the second floor, the main character watched the solemn celebration. Leaning on the wooden fence, in his thoughts, Theodore said that in the end they defeated the Elder Lick, noting that in his opinion he was just lucky and such an accident was unlikely to happen again. With an annoyed expression on his face, he continued to think that he was not strong enough. Turning his head, Theodore heard Randolph call out to him. He, in turn, wondered why the main character was so sad, noting that they had won. Turning around, Theodore said that the contract had already ended, focusing his attention on the fact that Randolph still called him young master. Declaring that everything was simple, Randolph wondered what he would do if Theodore forced him to work overtime to earn the 200 gold he paid. Looking at the grinning Randolph, the protagonist called him heartless, asking rhetorically if he had helped him find the relics. After which, Randolph invited him to look at them. Picking up the relic, he said that since ancient times, people have been crazy about swords. Paying attention to him, Theodore noted that they looked different in the cave. Randolph further asked if the protagonist noticed this, stating that except for the blade itself, all the parts were replaced with new ones, adding that the 200 gold spent was worth it. Looking at Randolph sheathing his blades, the protagonist wondered how much more he wanted. Randolph asked why Theodore should not retrain from a magician to a merchant. Looking at the stunned protagonist, he noted that there was no point in making the lady wait so long. Turning to the taken aback Sylvia, the girl tried to find out when she would marry Theodore. The woman asked if she could be called Madam in advance. The excited protagonist reminded them of the words that everything was wrong. Looking at Randolph, who had turned away, he asked him to stop spreading rumors. Looking at the embarrassed Sylvia, the stranger noted that it sounded great. Turning to Grandpa Albert, Theodore stated that he was embarrassing her, asking him to stop. With a smile on his face, Randolph noted that the main character had become the same. After listening to Albert, Sylvia's face was filled with embarrassment. Randolph greeted the main character, who found himself at home. With his hands in his pockets, Shujal headed up the stairs. In the vastness of the city, conversations of citizens could be heard. Shujal's hand went to the door, after which he started knocking on it. Suddenly, from a closed room, some sounds were heard. Opening the door, Shujal froze in one position. Horrified, he wondered what was going on here. He didn't expect to receive an invitation from the Red Tower Master, who was the second busiest person after His Majesty. Smiling, Veronica said that she remembered that Shujal did not come, no matter how many times she called him. Closing his eyes, he noted that it wasn't that important right now. Looking at Veronica, who was adjusting the glove on her hand, Shujal wondered why she called him. Folding her hands, she said that they should get down to business, whether he had heard about pacifying the Elder Lick. Smirking, Shujal tried to find out if she was talking about the one that the winner of the student tournament allowed. Averting her gaze, Veronica noted that this was expected, stating that Shujal was as quick as always and asking if he understood what she was getting at. Looking at Veronica, who put her hand on the table, Shujal said that the man already had an appointment. Interrupting him, she asked him to give it to her. Turning around, Shujal said that he would like to help with this, noting that, unfortunately, he would not do it this time. Veronica wondered if he would help by asking who the young man was about to meet. Shujal folded his hands and said that this was confidential information. After which, Veronica again asked to just tell her about it. Raising his finger, he tried to find out whether he should regard this as an order, or simply as an outburst of anger. With her hand to her throat, Veronica stated that it was an order, asking if he would be upset if she said so. Taking the book in his hands, Shujal said that this was not so, noting that it was just a joke, adding that he was just teasing her. Wary, he declared that His Majesty the King was the one who had made the appointment with him, asking if she still wanted to see him. Smiling, Veronica said that it was so. With her hands folded, she told him that she was interested in him. A torch was visible in the guy's hand. Going down the stairs, turning to Johnny, the stranger tried to find out if he was sure that this was the same place. Johnny reported that the detection stone was reacting to something underneath them. Looking around, the stranger noted that in any case, there were curses at every turn, asking if Johnny was sure that the treasure was here. Indignant, calling Johnny a brat, the stranger said that he had to answer when he was asked about something. After which, Johnny asked him to look. Horrified, he reported that the ceiling was collapsing. Before his eyes, in the depths of the dungeon, a hole appeared on the ceiling. Screaming in fear, the guys tried to escape from the scene. Turning his attention to Johnny, who had his eyes closed, the stranger tried to find out if everything was okay with him. In his eyes there was a dim image of some creature. Having opened them completely, Johnny turned his attention to the monster, which let out a terrifying roar. Raising its tentacles, it continued to emit an ominous roar. Putting his hands on the straps of the backpack, turning to Johnny, the stranger wondered if the thing was a treasure. Looking at the enraged monster, Johnny reported that this was not the case, noting that they had been deceived. Suddenly, the monster's paw moved towards his body. The stranger could not understand what Johnny was talking about. In the depths of the dungeon, his silhouette was visible, heading towards the monster with unimaginable speed. Squeezing their bodies in his hands, the monster froze in one position. Many red spikes were visible from its back. Looking at the frightened Johnny, he noted that this was something new, asking if he had come to become his food, calling him a worthless little man. With a face full of horror, Johnny, the unknown creature, began to emit a terrifying roar. Clenching his fists, he began to hit the wall with them. Beside himself with rage, the creature declared that it was haunting him, saying that he was hungry and wanted to eat. Lowering his gaze, he spoke of being stronger and more satisfying. In one of the taverns in the city, there were guys who had just arrived from the dungeon. A sincere smile was visible on the protagonist's face. The creature said that it needed to eat. It was with these events that the first season came to an end. The expanses of the city were shrouded in hopeless fog. The plot takes us to the shopping area of Melter. Walking ahead of Shujal, the stranger wondered if Veronica had done it. Shujal reported that this was true, noting her assertiveness. The unknown person noted that he was not particularly concerned, suggesting that the reason lay in her dignity. Continuing to follow him, Shujal said that if everything is as he thinks, then His Majesty should not continue observing. The unknown person said that he was just joking, adding that Shujal had changed a lot. Smirking, Kurt stated that before he would have dealt with the stubborn Veronica himself, noting that now his age does not allow him to do this. Hearing this, Shujal said that in his opinion this was absurd. Wary, he talked about how someone like the Master of the Red Tower should gain wisdom over the years, marveling at how she was becoming more and more immature, calling her a troublemaker. Smiling, Kurt wondered if there was anyone even more problematic than the Red Tower mages, asking Shujal not to worry as he would sort everything out himself. Further, Kurt suggested that Shujal did not want this. Looking at the alarmed Shujal, he tried to find out if he had come to talk about Theodore Miller. Putting his hands in his pockets, Shujal said that this was so, telling about one strange thing, which was that in addition to the fact that the Master of the Blue Tower became interested in him, quite suddenly the main character not only became the champion of the tournament, but also discovered and defeated the Elder Lick when I arrived home. Smirking, Kurt wondered if Shujal thought Theodore was suspicious. Confused, the White Tower Elder noted that it wasn't that he didn't like stories about heroes, stating that anyone would have questioned Theodore's actions. Further, Shujal believed that Kurt gave him an excessively large reward. Holding some fruit in his hands, Kurt stated that he did this to build trust, adding that he had not seen Shujal like this for a long time, noting that he was usually much calmer. Kurt stated that he understood his concern. Having said that, he took a fruit seed out of his mouth. Grinning, Kurt spoke of unsurpassed genius and incredible abilities, adding that people are afraid of what they do not understand, and they try to understand it, calling it the difference in class. Clenching his fist, he asked Shujal to think, wondering where all those countless geniuses had gone as he climbed into position. Kurt asked how many challenges and opportunities he had encountered on the way here. Looking at his hand, where many fruit pits were visible, he considered it unimportant how good the horse was, adding that it was nothing if it could not gallop across the field. Kurt said that only by giving it room to race and a person to hold the reins will a horse truly become a horse. Streams of powerful aura emanated from the seal located on the back of the main character. Kurt was sure that regardless of Theodore's strength, the fact that he had come this far clearly showed his power. With his hands folded, the main character froze in one position. Noting that he is a king, Kurt stated that first and foremost he is the magician who summoned him. Shujal's face was shrouded in bewilderment. Looking into emptiness, he assumed that he had indeed aged. A flock of birds was circling over the roofs of the towers. Shujal thought that in this case, they should go after the main character and bring him back. A powerful aura continued to emanate from Theodore's back. Concentrated and deep in thought, he reported feeling nauseous, suggesting that this was due to the fact that he had not followed the normal path. Continuing to think, Theodore noted that this newly minted fifth circle was incredibly unstable due to the vessel of life. A block of ice appeared before his eyes. The main character said that the heart of the Elder Lick, which he accidentally absorbed, forced him to jump to the fifth circle just 15 days later. Theodore was shocked by what he saw. Leaning on his hands, he was lost in his own thoughts. Grabbing his head, he announced that he had finally finished. With an annoyed expression on his face, he wondered what to say to the master. Holding his face, Theodore was sure that Vince would be shocked by all the news. Turning to the frightened protagonist, Sylvia tried to find out if she could enter. Taken aback, she asked him to continue, asking for his forgiveness. Holding the blanket to his body, Theodore was amazed at the apology in such a situation, asking her to just come inside. After which, with a smile on her face, Sylvia sat down next to him. Scratching his head, the protagonist wondered why she was looking for him. Leaning on the bed, Sylvia said that Theodore was called by his grandfather. An image of Shujal appeared in her head, frozen in one position. From what he heard, the main character was shocked. Taking Theodore's hand, Sylvia walked towards the tent where the Elder of the White Tower was located. Her hand went to the piece of fabric that was blocking Sjujul standing in it. With a smile on her face, turning to him, Sylvia said that she had brought Theodore. Hearing this, the White Tower Elder turned his head. Patting Sylvia on the head, he thanked her for her good work. Raising 2 fingers, Sjujul noted that the main character looked unexpectedly ordinary. Leaning over as a sign of respect, Theodore introduced himself and greeted Sjujul. Putting his hands in his pockets, the Elder of the White Tower noted that he was also pleased to meet you, suggesting that the main character was familiar with his position. Sjujul said he was sent as an investigator after receiving Theodore's report on a recent incident. The protagonist's face was shrouded in bewilderment. Smiling, the Elder of the White Tower stated that this was true, noting that they were not usually sent. Further, Sjujul stated that since the situation was very unusual, the Senior Lich nevertheless showed up, and one was sent to investigate the cause and consequences. Looking at the grinning Sjujul, Theodore said that he had never heard of such a thing. The Elder of the White Tower noted that this was indeed a rare event, saying, "Be that as it may, the main character is somehow very uptight." Taken aback, Theodore wondered what he meant. Putting his hand on his chin, Sjujul tried to find out why the main character was so nervous, suggesting that he was trying to hide something. After informing him that this was not so, Theodore apologized to him. Laughing, the Elder of the White Tower asked the main character not to close his eyes, as he was just joking. Sjujul noted that Theodore has a rather serious character for such an appearance. With a serious expression on his face, the White Tower Elder stated that it was not important right now, adding that he would get straight to the point. Taking his beard in his hands, Sjujul reported that he had received information that Theodore had defeated the Elder Lich. An image of a terrifying monster appeared in his head. The Elder of the White Tower noted that even given the amazing luck of the protagonist, when he got into the central room, he wondered how he managed to destroy the Vessel of Life. Sjujul believed that in theory, this was impossible, stating that if Theodore did not possess the aura of a sword master, or he could not reach the 7th circle. Wary, the main character froze in one position. Looking at Sjujul standing in front of him, Theodore reported that he was simply in deep despair. An image of an artifact that belonged to Vince appeared in his head. The main character said that he used the spatial pocket that the master gave him to enclose the Vessel of Life in it, adding that he then destroyed it. Theodore noted that if you think about it now, this method is really crazy. Looking into the void, in his thoughts, the main character noted that in fact he was not destroyed, but simply eaten by gluttony, realizing that he could not talk about his existence to outsiders like that. Outraged, Sjujul wondered if Theodore had destroyed the dimensional pocket. Placing his hands behind his back, the main character said that this was so, adding that he was able to do this because he had won with him. The White Tower Elder was surprised by the way the pocket was used. Putting his hand to his chin, he noted that this was a rather intricate method, adding that it had a chance of success. Further, Sjujul stated that this was not a method that others would have used, adding that Theodore had everything in advance. Wary, the Elder of the White Tower said that in his opinion, destroying an elder person with a spatial pocket was indeed luck. The image of a powerful explosion that occurred in the dungeon popped into the head of the main character. Reflecting on this situation, Theodore reported that the monster did not even realize that he had gluttony. Continuing to think, he assumed that the Elder Lich thought that he could not destroy the life vessel since he did not know about the possibility of absorption. The main character believed that if the monster had not wanted his body, they would all have died there, and their enemy would have fallen on the whole world, and not just on the barony. An awkward laugh was heard from Sjujul's mouth. Scratching his head, he thanked Theodore for his cooperation, noting that he was exactly as described in the testimony, asking forgiveness for the questions. After reporting that everything was fine, the main character said that he was just doing what he had to do. Smirking, the Elder of the White Tower thanked him for his understanding, inviting him to deal with another matter. Wary, Theodore wondered what he was talking about. Putting his hand in his bosom, Sjujul noted that the main character would not come to such a distance just for the sake of an investigation, declaring the reason why he was here, saying that this was an order from someone that he should meet with him. From what he heard, Theodore was shocked. After which, taking out a letter from his cloak, Sjujul said that this was correct. In the vastness of the city, in the air, a huge cloud of dust could be seen. The main character was heading outside the city. Leaning against the stone wall, Randolph turned his gaze to Theodore. Smirking, he wondered if the protagonist would say goodbye to anyone before leaving. With a serious expression on his face, Theodore said that he did not want to be upset again, noting that someday he would return. Lowering his head, Randolph spoke of Theodore's magnanimous tone, noting that some had nowhere to return, even if they really wanted to. Further, he said that they too would be leaving soon, adding that he was waiting for the main character to say goodbye before leaving. Grinning, Randolph declared that the adventures they had gone through together were the best, adding that he would give a personal 50% discount, asking if necessary to hire them. Theodore asked him not to fall for another scam. Confused, Randolph noted that the employer remained impudent to the end. Putting his hand on his side, he said that they would see each other again, calling the main character a young master. Raising his finger, Randolph asked the protagonist to turn around once before leaving. From what he heard, the protagonist's face was shrouded in bewilderment, after which Theodore turned his head. His eye was drawn to a group of townspeople who were waving goodbye to him. His face was filled with embarrassment. Smiling, Theodore raised his hand to bid them farewell. Putting his bag on his shoulder, the main character declared that he would return. Shujal, next to whom stood the head of the local barracks of the White Tower, watched as one of the workers drew a magical outline on the floor. Theodore and Sylvia stood on the other side and watched the same. Shujal raised his hand and looked at Theodore and Sylvia and asked if they were ready. Theodore closed his eyes and announced his readiness. Sylvia, timidly looking down, also answered saying that she was ready. Raising his hand, he made everyone pay attention to him and explained that they would first move to the capital. Shujal clasped his hands together and turned to the head of the barracks, informing them that he would leave it to them to search for traces and remains of the Elderling. The head of the barracks clenched his fist and raised it to his heart, readily accepting the order. Shujal folded his hands at neck level and wished him luck, seeing his subordinates' enthusiasm. Mana began to swirl around Shujal, and he asked Theodore and Sylvia to hold their breath. Shujal smiled as he used mass teleportation magic. Theodore closed his eyes and held his breath. He stood, and under his feet rose. For him, the return to the capital turned out faster than expected. During the teleportation, when his body dissolved, Theodore remembered the three people he had dealt with: King Kurt, High Overlord of the Blue Tower Blundell, and High Overlord of the Red Tower. As he disappeared, Theodore had no idea what awaited him, but he was already intrigued. In an instant, his body was in the palace. Shujal, seeing the shock on Theodore's face, asked him what he was looking at. Shujal, pleased with himself, raised his hand and talked about spatial magicians who moved secretly. He warned Theodore that he might feel sick for a while. Shujal called Theodore and Sylvia over, jokingly scolding them for their slowness. Shujal, behind whom Theodore and Sylvia were walking, met Vince in one of the spacious corridors. The High Mage of the Red Tower, Vince, walked towards Shujal and the others. Looking at the crying Theodore, who grabbed the strap of his bag with his hands, Vince asked how the expedition went, but without receiving an answer, he realized that since their last meeting, Theodore had turned into a crybaby. When Theodore, wiping his tears, approached Vince, Vince pushed Theodore away from him and suggested that they talk to him later. Shujal, scratching his head, together with Sylvia, watched everything from the side. Shujal approached Vince, who was calming Theodore with a hug, and asked if he really appeared here by accident. Vince turned his head and replied that he came here on business. Remembering the recent events, Vince fell into apathy. He completely sweated. Veronica appeared out of nowhere and jumped, hugging Theodore. Theodore's face contorted in pain. Sylvia looked at what was happening in shock. Veronica was sitting astride Theodore. Mana began to come out from Sylvia, who was watching from the side. Because of the storm of emotions that she was experiencing, Shujal and Vince were talking at that time, rejoicing at Veronica's stop. Veronica picked up her jacket and stood up from where Theodore was lying. The Supreme Lady of the Red Tower greeted Shujal with a wave of her hand. Vince covered his face with his hands in shame. Shujal sympathized with Vince, looking at him. Veronica tilted her head a little and asked Vince about Theodore's level as a magician. Her lips smiled predatorily after Vince's answer. As soon as Theodore began to get up, he felt the heat emanating from Veronica turning to him. He could not believe that just here she could cause such changes. Veronica bent down. With 2 fingers of her hand, she grabbed the lower part of Theodore's face. Lifting his head up, she noticed that Theodore had moved to the 5th circle, but he was too unstable. Theodore looked away, his cheeks turning a little red, and he talked about how he tried to stabilize the 5th circle but was unsuccessful. Tilting her head, Veronica quickly found the reason for his instability. Citing the example of the overflowing glasses, she praised Theodore for his hard work. Veronica turned her head to Shujal, who was standing nearby with Vince, and shocking everyone, said that she would take Theodore. Veronica clenched her hand into a fist and told Shujal that she had business with the king and she just wanted to show Theodore the huge palace. Shujal narrowed his eyes and asked not to destroy anything. Veronica threw her arm over Theodore's shoulder as he stood up. Theodore tensed and raised his hands in shock at Veronica's proximity. Vince turned his head to Sylvia and noticed the strangeness in her. Sylvia's pupils shrank and she looked emotionlessly at Theodore. Soon Theodore and Sylvia, accompanied by Veronica, arrived at King Melter's office. Veronica was surprised that Theodore overcame the class difference using fusion magic. She called him a child, but Theodore objected to her words. Veronica laughed after his words. Theodore looked with nervousness and rage at Veronica, saying that he would live his whole life alone. She said everything she could think about. Veronica stopped and announced their arrival. Theodore turned his head, looking at Veronica with irritation. He He noticed the absence of minions. He just wanted to say that he would call people from the rest room, but Veronica's words and actions interrupted him. Veronica crossed her arms and walked to the door, scolding the doorman for being absent at the busiest time of the day. Veronica's pose is dynamic, and her gaze is directed towards the door, her hands raised to chest level in a gesture of determination. Pointing her finger at the door, Veronica raised her foot about to hit it. Theodore became worried when he saw this. Steam came out of Veronica's mouth. She kicked the door, causing strong gusts of wind that caused Theodore and Sylvia to cover their heads with their hands and their clothes to flutter violently. A stream of wind rushed inside the office, which angered Blundell. He turned around cursing those who had come, while Kurt was lying serenely on the sofa. Veronica was still standing with her foot raised, which had just hit the door. Sylvia and Theodore looked at her in fear, their mouths open and profuse sweat flowing down their faces. Kurt was lying on the couch with his arm thrown back. He greeted Veronica. Blundell next to him clenched his fists full of rage. He wanted to scold Veronica. Kurt asked Veronica about her recent visit to the White Tower. Looking at her, he realized Veronica should have just been called. When Veronica, with her hands on her hips, explained that a lot of time had passed since her last visit and she thought it would be polite to arrive after completing the proper formalities and procedures. Sylvia and Theodore were very nervous listening to her. Theodore looked at Veronica with his mouth open in surprise. He did not understand what formalities she was talking about after what she had done. While Veronica laughed with her arms crossed, Theodore and Sylvia knelt down to greet King Kurt. Resting her head on her hand, Veronica looked at Theodore and Sylvius below, remembering that for them the king was not an ordinary person. Kurt raised one hand in greeting and looked at Theodore and Sylvia. He ordered them to stand up and come closer. While Blundell scolded Veronica with his arms crossed, Kurt sat down and told Theodore and Sylvia, who had stood up, to relax if he wanted them to be shackled. He would have called them to the main palace. Now Kurt called them in order to congratulate them as magicians and not as a king of his subjects. Kurt clasped his hands in a prayerful gesture and thanked Theodore and Sylvia on behalf of all the people of the Melter Kingdom for their hard work. Theodore put one hand on his heart, the other behind his back. He bowed to Kurt and told him that he and Sylvia were not the only ones who defeated the Elderlicht. It was an achievement of the combined forces of the people of the estate and the mercenaries of a group of wandering wolves. Kurt was pleasantly surprised by Theodore's modesty and asked Blundell to read the document he had in his hand. Blundell stretched out his hands in front of him. Opening the document, he began to read out the information inside the document. As a result, Theodore and Sylvia's ranks increased from basic to basic, and all necessary expenses and rewards for completing a mission of the 3rd level of risk will be paid. In addition, Vince's spatial pocket was destroyed and mission time will also be restored free of charge. Kurt raised his hand showing one finger. He understood the merit of Theodore and Sylvia, which was too great for a standard reward, and told them that he would grant one of their wishes. Extending his hand to Theodore, Kurt ordered him to raise his head and say what he wanted. Theodore raised his head and looked at the king in surprise. Theodore began to consider the possibilities that he could get, but he also realized that he could not ask for an artifact with a national treasure. It was too risky. Theodore remembered how Glutton shouted at him asking him to go and find him magic volumes. Theodore looked at the hand where Glutton was. He realized that he was more effective when he absorbed books close to artifacts. This was his chance to stabilize his 5th circle by absorbing the magic volume. Theodore turned to the king, asking him. Against the background of the library, Theodore asked to take a book from the Library of Magical Records. The voices of Theodore and Veronica were heard near the entrance to the library. Veronica stood in front of the glass entrance to the library cursing at Kurt, who dared to warn her not to take forbidden books. She was angry and threatened to cut off Kurt's beard the next time they met. Theodore approached the glass door and touched it. He asked Veronica about its protection, because it looked and felt like ordinary glass, which is simply impossible for Melter's most protected library. Veronica said that it was not ordinary glass, but an adamantium alloy. Theodore looked at her questioningly. Veronica raised her hand and said to look at her carefully. She raised her hand to the glass, which began to ripple. Veronica made a 1-inch punch to the glass. Cracks immediately spread across it. The gust of wind from her blow made her hair flutter, and Theodore crossed his arms to protect himself from the wind. After the gust of wind ended, Theodore stood in a defensive stance with his arms crossed on his chest. His hair lay back due to the wind. In his thoughts, he scolded Veronica for her actions. If the glass broke, what then? Theodore looked at Veronica and could not believe his eyes. In front of Veronica standing, the adamantium glass did not crack and was in place. Even the door frame did not move. Veronica raised and clenched her fist. She couldn't break such a barrier with her bare hands. She still had to increase her strength. She promised the approaching Theodore that she would break the glass for him next time. Theodore asked her what kind of heroic nonsense she was talking about. Veronica raised her finger up and told Theodore, who stood with his mouth open in shock, about the password to the library of which only the king and the owners of the towers could use. Veronica looked at Theodore again and said that they could now go inside. Theodore and Veronica entered the library. Theodore turned his head looking around. After some time, we see how in one of the rows, Theodore was sitting, leaning on a bookcase with books. Veronica was also standing opposite him, leaning on her elbows, reading a book in her hand. Theodore lowered the hand in which the book was located and interrupted Veronica, asking permission to ask her about something. Theodore rubbed the sweat on his face. Having received permission, he asked if she was a martial arts magician. Veronica understood why he asked the question and raised her hand, smiling. Veronica spoke about her partial belonging to the Red Dragon race. But she was not a half-breed, only a quarter. People like her lived longer than ordinary people, and much stronger, to such an extent that magical heat emanates from them. Wiping the sweat from his chin with his hand, Theodore only now realized her involuntary release of heat, which was clearly not a human trait. Veronica folded her arms under her chest and said that she could hold the heat when she concentrated. But it was not easy. Theodore closed the book in his hand and looking at Veronica jokingly said that summer came a little early. Veronica, looking at Theodore, laughed at Theodore's outdated trick and asked if he had found the right book. Theodore replied that he had not yet found the book, because all the books were of the highest quality, so choosing one was more difficult than he thought. Veronica talked about a library that contains the originals of everything that is sold on the market and only one book. If she had to choose, even a whole day would not be enough. Theodore looked at the book in his hand, thinking about Veronica's words. Every book in the library was like a treasure. But the bigger problem was that each of the books had different requirements. Even if Theodore found a good book, he might not meet its criteria. Theodore hit his head with the book. He could not find an acceptable book, choosing from what suited his requirements. He was angry about the opportunity that he could miss. Theodore decided to take the book that required 7 circles, then he would be able to learn it after he rose to the required level. Theodore looked at the book Veronica offered. Veronica stood in front of Theodore, handing him a book of a song of battle that was popular among the magicians of the Red Tower. It was difficult, but when Theodore learns it, he will achieve strength comparable to the author of this book. Theodore put down the book in his hand and took the book offered by Veronica. He understood that regardless of whether he took the book or not, it was worth appreciating. The Song of Battle was a secret technique created by the descendants of samurai who were unable to study aura. This technique greatly strengthened the body using magical power for this. It was more effective than any other utility, but it had a drawback that could discourage Theodore from using it. On one of the messages of the system, the conditions were written for absorbing a magic book from the treasure category. You had to have more than 5 circles in the heart for the crime to study it. When absorbed, the Song of Battle will be studied and all physical qualities will significantly improve. The next notice stated that the book was written by the author himself. Theodore, looking at the book, asked Veronica the reason that he had not seen this book in anyone's possession, mentally considering the possibility of absorbing part of the author's abilities, depending on the synchronization. Veronica turned her head and said that this magic is terribly gluttonous, which is why it is impossible to use it in battle for too long. Veronica leaned towards Theodore, talking about the need for great concentration to use battle songs, and if he was going to put them into practice, he would have to devote at least 4 circles to maintaining the battle song. Theodore looked at the book in his hand again. This book will definitely be difficult to learn and use if the student is not a battle mage level wizard. Using 4 circles to strengthen your body is not bad, but there will only be 1 left to use other magic. Theodore looked at the book, understanding all its shortcomings and advantages. Suddenly, Theodore, who was holding the book in his hands, heard the voice of the glutton, who said to take the book. Theodore looked at his hand and asked how Glutton could talk mentally. The glutton appeared in the inner part of Theodore's palm. He looked at him and told him not to worry about trifles, because thanks to this book, maybe he will be able to turn off his 3rd seal. Theodore looked at Glutton with his head slightly bowed. He asked him about the 3rd seal, but Theodore also understood that Glutton would not answer his question. The glutton, hiding from Veronica behind a book, asked Theodora to trust him. Theodore looked at the book, pondering what the glutton had said. Suddenly the voice of Veronica was heard, who said that he offered this book for a reason. Theodore turned his head looking at Veronica standing on the side. Veronica compared her magic with Theodore's magic, calling his magic crazy. Veronica walked up to Theodore and lightly hit his shoulder with her fist. She turned her head to Theodore and said that because of his magic she was speechless. Theodore looked at Veronica without taking his eyes off. We are transported to Vince's house. Vince poured tea from a kettle into a mug. He and Theodore discussed what happened to him, how the vacation mission turned into a large-scale event. Sitting in chairs near the fireplace, Theodore and Vince clinked their mugs. Vince expressed his surprise. He did not expect that Theodore would like the chief magician of the tower. Vince put wood in the fireplace. He told how it all started with a word of mouth and reached a certain politeness. Theodore raised his mug of tea, reluctantly listening to his words. Vince took a sip of tea from a mug. Vince spoke about the friendliness of the lords of the towers. In his opinion, Theodore was the first to achieve such an attitude towards himself. When Vince told how he had been trying to be addressed by his first name for 2 whole years, Theodore stood up from his chair, no longer lying on it, and looked at him in surprise. A bright red light from the fire erupted from the fireplace, illuminating the room. Vince, looking at the fire in the fireplace, asked if Theodore was serious at dinner today. Theodore only raised the mug to his face and confirmed his previously spoken words. Theodore remembered the elder Lick during the battle with whom he felt a lack of strength. Theodore turned to Vince, addressing him as a teacher. Vince listened to the student's desire to become stronger without taking his eyes off the fire in the fireplace, the light of which illuminated his face. Theodore and Vince looked at each other with their hands on their knees and a mug of tea in their hands. Theodore said that he wanted to increase his strength by entering the Red Tower. The pupils under Vince's glasses looked at Theodore. Vince and Theodore sat near the fireplace. After a few moments, Vince, seeing Theodore's determination, said that he would carry out all the procedures right now. Theodore, mug in hand, looked at his teacher with a smile. Theodore clinked his mug with Vince, thanking him for his help, but Glutton's voice interrupted his further words. The glutton appeared on Theodore's hand, reminding him of his food. Theodore raised his hand to his face, trying to explain with irritation that he was talking about an important topic, but Glutton didn't care and said to give him something to eat. Vince, who was watching everything, was a little shocked, but still told Theodore not to worry about him and to feed the glutton first. Theodore thanked Vince and called out in his other hand the book he received from the library today. Vince watched everything from the side. The glutton extended his tongue, snatching the book from Theodore's hands. Glutton's mouth swelled after devouring the book. He looked at Theodore, saying that this book was worthy of synchronization. Before Theodore could say a few words, looking at the glutton in shock, dark energy appeared. Dark mana erupted from the glutton on Theodore's hand, spreading throughout the room. System notifications arrived one after another. The first one said that the user's synchronization conditions were being read by magic. The second notice was about Lai Yun-sun, the songwriter of the fight song, who wanted to talk. One last thing about accidentally taking a spirit compound. Li Yun-sun's long hair fluttered in the wind as he sat in a blue kimono right on the ground. A notification to the system about the start of synchronization sounded in Theodore's head. Lai Yun-sun was sitting on the ground in a meditation position. His green eyes slowly opened as he looked at the position of his hands. One of Lai Yun-sun's hands was in a prayer gesture, and above the other hand, with his open palm, a leaf of a tree was floating. Lai Yun-sun's hair curled upward. The events in the book begin near mountains covered with snow. Lai Yun-sun grabbed the piece of paper, enjoying the pleasant breeze, and asked himself silently. Lai Yun-sun stood up, his hair floating in the air, actively writhing. Theodore, who got into him exactly as he had with Elfred, did not know who he was talking to now. Lai Yun-sun, who still had a piece of paper floating on his hand, replied that he was talking to him. This shocked Theodore. Looking into the distance at the mountains, Lai Yun-sun spoke about his origin. He was from the supreme family that protected the mountains of white clouds. He tried to explain to Theodore by citing an analogy with the heir of a famous knightly family. Theodore, listening to him, asked if Lai Yun-sun was from the east. Lai Yun-sun stood with the wind swirling around him. He confirmed Theodore's argument, but hearing such a question from him, he realized that his bloodline had not expanded after his death. Theodore could not believe that the author of the battle song was from the east. He recalled the people from the east who wielded various weapons while training bare-chested, who tended to study more aura than magic, and the wizards from there acted as an independent magical faction. Theodore seemed to be watching Lai Yun-sun standing in the fog from the sidelines, not understanding how such a person was brought to Melter and how such a unique teaching of the Song of Battle appeared. Lai Yun-sun smiled perfectly, hearing his thoughts, words, and questions. He decided to tell his story and told Theodore to listen to him. Lai Yun-sun remembered how he was kneeling surrounded by the elders of the family. He was indeed born into an eminent family, but his life was not ideal. He remembered his face full of fear and horror when he was surrounded by elders, after his family found out that he did not have an innate predisposition to use ore. His name was erased from Haju and sent to a hut in the mountains. However, to accept his fate he couldn't. Therefore, when he turned 16, he decided to go to a magical land through the mountains, literally climbing them with his hands. Even despite the fact that he almost died several times, Lai Yun-sun did not give up, all in order to learn magic, which in the East was considered like cheap tricks. When he arrived in Melter, he was lucky enough to find a good mentor, and he was able to begin his research in the magic tower, Lai Yun-sun. He achieved success in mastering magic, taking as a basis the errors of symbiosis, which he learned about from his family when he was small. Lai Yun-sun closed his eyes and said with a smile that this is how the Song of Battle was born, his best creation in 2 decades. Theodore admired Lai Yun-sun. Standing up and taking a step forward, Lai Yun-sun spoke about the inferiority of this magic, because in order to cope with the feeling of guilt for using the potential of his family for personal purposes, he added useless details to the teaching. Lai Yun-sun raised one hand with his palm open. There was a mist around his feet, and his hair continued to float in the air. Lai Yun-sun said that what he would teach Theodore now was the real version of the battle song before adding many details. Lai Yun-sun made a direct strike with his palm from which black mana came out. Lai Yun-sun talked about the art of fighting Sun Mui, reminiscent of dance moves. Clenching his palm into a fist, Lai Yun-sun kicked the ground while crouching, his kimono fluttering and a ripple of black mana forming under his foot. Lai Yun-sun reproduced the techniques of interacting with his family's aura in the battle song in order to obtain things that were not allowed to him. Lai Yun-sun's stances and movements changed with incredible speed. Delivering various blows in the air, he seemed to be dancing. Each of his blows evoked pitch-black mana. Theodore admired the destructive power of the battle song. He could not believe that Lai Yun-sun was a magician. Lai Yun-sun made a swift lunge with his hand, at the tip of which mana gathered, during which he told how he returned to his family, just once, to show who the person they persecuted had become, to prove that he was not mediocre. Lai Yun-sun stopped and concentrated mana at his waist with his hands. He continued to talk. By that time his father was still alive. He assessed Lai Yun-sun's magic as ordinary sorcery, even though he was much more outstanding than any fighter in your family. Turning slightly to the side, Lai Yun-sun dispelled the mana. After the family incident, he returned to the kingdom of Melter, and soon his life came to an end. Apparently this was the price for destroying his own body to create magic. Lai Yun-sun's legs began to disappear into the fog. He stood calmly saying that even though at the end of his life he left nothing behind, he had nothing to regret. Lai Yun-sun turned to Theodore. The leaf in his hand began to fall. He found a follower of his teachings and was grateful to Theodore. The leaf touched Theodore's nose and his eyes shot open and stared at the leaf in shock. Theodore's body was bound by white mana. He raised his hands trying to get out, but nothing worked for him. At this time Lai Yun-sun hoped that this meaningless connection would be useful to Theodore in life. The system's notification about the end of the connection with Lai Yun-sun's personality sounded in Theodore's head. One by one the notifications sounded. The next notification was that 92.8% of the experience synchronization was complete. The third notice reported a special battle song magic that had been completely restored. The next window of the system revealed information about the high similarity between Lai Yun-sun and Theodore. Depending on the user's body acceptance, some of the abilities and skills will be transferred to him. The system notification was heard again. It was about an increase in physical capabilities due to which prolonged sleep became necessary. And finally the last notification, which announced that the period of sleep lasting 30 hours and 12 minutes had begun. Theodore opened his eyes, not immediately realizing where he was. He sat down on the sofa, wrapped in a blanket. Vince was sitting in a chair next to him. He turned his head and asked what he felt. Theodore asked Vince, who was sitting, how long he had slept. Waving his hand, Vince leaned back in his chair. He told Theodore that he had slept for 30 hours and about his great surprise at his sudden sleep. Laughing, Vince advised Theodore to first look at himself in the mirror. Theodore stood up. The blanket he was wearing flew out and fell to the floor. Theodore's body became sculpted, many muscles appeared, and his height lengthened. Theodore examined his body, raising his hand. He could not believe what he saw. Before he mastered this book, he had a completely ordinary body. Theodore smiled faintly and clenched his fist. His physical strength, endurance, and even his senses had improved greatly. He only gained a fraction of Lai Yun-sun's abilities, but he had reached the level of honorary knights. Theodore grabbed his head with both hands, taking Lai Yun-sun's regrets in due course. Theodore began to tie his hair into a ponytail, thinking that this was beyond anything he could have predicted. He was able to overcome the weakness of all magicians, the limitations of physical capabilities in such a short time. Theodore turned to Vince with a question. Adjusting his hair, Theodore leaned over and smiled. He asked Vince how he could contact the mistress of the Red Tower, Veronica. It was in order to complete his unstable fifth circle. We are transported to the Red Tower building, inside which a subordinate addressed Veronica, reporting that trolls had appeared in the Visconti district. A female magician completely dressed in red robes with a red hat on her head stood opposite Veronica, who was sitting cross-legged at the table. She said that even though the soldiers of those lands drove away the trolls, many people suffered. They asked to immediately send a battle magician to help them. Veronica took one of the documents on her desk in her hand, looking at the magician woman, and ordered to send David from the higher ones and asked the knights to send a couple of guards with him. The female magician took the order, and Veronica tried to fold a stack of documents on the table. Holding a stack of papers in her hand, Veronica looked after the leaving magician. After she left, Veronica suddenly leaned back in her chair and threw her leg up on the table, complaining of boredom. Veronica was angry at the head of the Visconti district because he was forcing the tower to solve problems on his lands, and, gnashing her teeth, she wondered if she should have sent a couple of royal investigators to check on him. Veronica grabbed her head with her hand and fell back onto the chair. Veronica put her feet on the table and threw her hands behind her head. She was thinking about the decision to find someone to occupy her. She also remembered Theodore, whom she told to come in when it was convenient for him, but isn't the deadline already long? The magician of the Red Tower entered Veronica's office, shouting at her and interrupting her from accusations towards Theodore. Veronica, whose feet were on the table, irritably asked what happened and promised to throw him out if it was not important. The magician in a red hat and red cloak looked at Veronica in shock. He told her about the request he had received for a meeting. Veronica, whose hands were thrown back behind her head, looked at the magician with interest, asking about the identity of the newcomer. The magician answered with his hands folded back. After his words, Veronica jumped up sharply and rested her hands on the table, because it was the mid-level magician Theodore who had recently appeared in the tower. She shouted, ordering the magician to bring Theodore to her. Veronica, grabbing her jacket, walked past the magician and ordered to call the elder and put him in her place, and she had several unresolved matters, so the magician had to convey that the remaining work was now on the elder. The magician turned his head in shock and looked after the departing Veronica. Veronica walked along the corridor towards Theodore. She threw her jacket over her shoulders and, folding her arms under her chest, walked down the corridor with a satisfied smile. Theodore had arrived too timely for her. Soon she arrived in the hall, and her thoughts cursing the boring documents because of which she almost went crazy, she decided to squeeze Theodore at the meeting. Theodore, who was standing in front of her in a white suit and white trousers, turned around, asking for forgiveness and saying that he wanted to visit her earlier, but ran into a small problem. Veronica looked at Theodore lovingly. Her cheeks turned a little red, and saliva dripped from the tip of her lips. She could not understand how he could change so much in 10 days. Theodore turned completely to Veronica, thanking her for waiting. Veronica reminded her that it was she who invited him to come, so there was no need to thank him. Veronica, looking at Theodore, asked about his reason for coming, whether this reason was the one they discussed last time. Theodore looked at her and confirmed her suspicion. Veronica covered her mouth with her palm, blushing. She was ready for this, however. Veronica slammed her fist on Theodore's shoulder, asking him not to become a grump like Elder Blundell. Even if he was physically close to it, Theodore awkwardly agreed to her request. Veronica walked past Theodore, who was looking after her, and asked if it was time for them to go. Theodore asked where they would go. Grabbing the edge of her jacket, Veronica turned her head to Theodore and said that the place would probably be familiar to him. Theodore walked down the snow-white steps, approaching the mistress of the Red Tower, Veronica, while she announced that they were in the magic demonstration hall for wizards in the magic tower. The woman told the long-haired guy that there were few places there that were stronger than him, also remembering that the guy had special training here with Vince during competitions among students. Taking off the red cape from which red smoke was emanating, Veronica happily announced that the best solution to the problem of the disharmony of Theodore's magic would be to recreate the situation when he added a new circle. But since this is impossible, they will try another way. The woman calmly explained that disharmony is a symptom of a lack of coordination between the body and mind, so the main character needs to combine them into one. Stretching her hand towards the guy and releasing a magical flow, the woman with a smile informed him that he would need to reach his limit, and he sharply pulled back. Theodore noticed that all Veronica did was release the magic that she usually pacifies, but he could not have imagined that the pressure would be so powerful. The red-haired mistress of the magic tower did not take her eyes off the guy, playfully asking if he wanted to play a little. Standing in another part of the hall in combat readiness, Theodore asked if the woman had really started sparring, and she, putting her hand on her hip, declared that she would not use magic above the 5th circle and would only attack in the forehead. The guy recalled that Veronica is a quarter dragon and a great magician of the 8th circle, and although she is an incredible person with the highest titles, he decided not to tremble in fear because of her reputation. Extending his bent arm forward, the long-haired Theodore agreed to the fight, deciding that it would be great to evoke the emotion of surprise on that relaxed face. The turquoise tablet reported that due to the absorption of a rare magic book, another of the seals placed on Gluttony was removed, and from that moment on, the Grimoire could cast spells in an inaudible voice, and also tell the backstory of the appearance of artifacts. After this, the magic tablet informed that previous users called this ability differently, but if you want, you can give it a different name. The main character began to form a flaming projectile in his hand, from which a fiery glow emanated. After that, Theodore suddenly launched a powerful assault blow, his hand sparkling with lightning, and Veronica stood carefree in the distance. The woman noted with malice that the enemy was increasing his own speed using wind magic. The very fact of a magician casting a spell was always fraught with danger, because the chance of incorrectly reproducing the spell while moving was high. However, by simply standing in one place, the magician could easily receive damage from enemy attacks. But with another, you can cast a spell without any risk, and now the mistress of the Red Tower was hiding from the dust raised by the whirlwind, while Theodore was furiously flying at her with his new technique. When the fire projectile collided with the wall, it flared up with even greater force, spreading bright rays of light throughout the hall. There was a charred imprint of a body on the wall. However, Veronica stood unharmed, holding her hand above her head and nonchalantly noting that it was not bad. She wanted to note something else about the attacks, but was interrupted. At that moment, Theodore suddenly flew at her, activating the battle song, and a glow began to emanate from his hand, which made Veronica perplexed. The main character, raising his fist to strike, clenched his teeth from tension and activated the Speed Sonata. He directed powerful energy towards his opponent, activating the revival technique. Frightened Veronica, hidden by a haze of dust, held the guy's clenched fist in her palm, covering herself with her other hand. Coming out of her state of fear and admiring the spectacular attack, the woman confidently reported that it was better than she expected. Out of irritation, Theodore clenched his teeth tightly and clenched his fists harder, raising them for another blow. While the guy was preparing for the next attack, Veronica moved, eyes sparkling. She dodged all of the guy's attacks that left streaks of fire in the air, declaring that one shouldn't think that aura users' power came only from their physical abilities, even if they didn't use enhancement magic. While flying, the Lady of the Red Tower looked down on Theodore, noting his good movements and his changes in just 10 days, and then declared that he was the best. The guy was very embarrassed and puzzled by this kind of compliment, thanking the woman with a questioning intonation. The main character activated a double flaming charge, grabbed the opponent's leg with a stream of fire, and, cast back, concluded that he would not succeed in close combat and needed to increase the distance. Veronica looked in admiration at the energy surrounding her body, surprised that the enemy had time to use magic, and adding that it wouldn't help anyway. In the hall, which became the battlefield, there was a strong explosion, from which fiery rays began to shoot out. Rushing past the puzzled Theodore, Veronica happily noted that he was able to master the Song of Battle in 10 days. The woman began to brake sharply, causing dust to rise under her feet, and stated that now a quite decent magician of the Sixth Circle would be out. But for her opponent this is not enough, clarifying whether he still has his trump cards and stating that she heard from Blundell on some of the guy's techniques. The main character covered himself with another from the rising cloud of dust, casting a frowning glance at Veronica. When a stream of energy began to emanate from the woman's hand, she stated that from now on the guy must be ready to fight to the death, specifying that if Theodore does not lay out all his cards, he will greatly regret it. Veronica stood with her arms outstretched, and the young man said that if she wanted it that way, he would surprise her again. Realizing that only the magic bullet technique could work on the mistress of the Red Tower, and if she managed to hit her with all her might, she could even penetrate magic barrier of the Sixth Circle. Theodore folded his hands in place to prepare the exit channel before using the technique, or in simpler terms, to stretch his fingers, concluding that since his body's physical abilities had improved due to synchronization, then everything should work out. While Veronica stood motionless, the guy suddenly released the bullet from his hands. Concentrating her energy between her hands, the woman happily noted that the enemy had moved to medium distances. After that, the hall was filled with smoke and fireworks from the energy of the mistress of the magic tower flashed over the ceiling, causing Theodore to jump back, falling to the floor. Next, a powerful fiery arrow was lowered at Theodore. Stepping back in shock, the guy remembered whether this technique had always been so strong, and decided that fighting fire magic was madness. In counterbalance to the fire element, the main character used the earth wave technique, and a huge palm grew from the floor above the careless opponent. The fingers of the earthen hand began to quickly close over the hostage, trapped as magical energy sparked in her hand. Veronica used the blast wall technique to destroy the earthen hand that was trying to catch her. Watching this, Theodore, surrounded by dust, began to scream, calling his assistant Mithras. The spirit of a little girl emerged from pieces of earth flying to the sides, and Veronica turned around in bewilderment. The Lady of the Red Tower stated that the spirit was very sweet, deciding to see what she could do. Mithra, her yellow eyes bulging, looked intently at her opponent and moved her small hands. Afterwards, the spirit hidden in the dust loudly said "Hoy" while Veronica took a fighting pose. Mithra loudly concluded that she had succeeded in shackling the legs of the mistress of the tower. Theodore cast a frown at his opponent, reflecting on the fact that his fifth circle was not yet completed, but deciding to use it. The guy held his palm in front of him, from which a glow emanated, concluding that if the number of memory slots was increased to 5, then after releasing 5 types of magic, he would be able to create a combination of them. Concentrating the magic in his palms, Theodore watched his opponent, deciding to cast his own spell, obtained using magic that differs from the usual combination of elements. I direct my palm with fiery energy at Theodore. Veronica was perplexed that he did not retreat, because the enemy must understand that he has no chance in a close fight. He hadn't used Alfred's magic missile, and the woman had no idea what the point of this reckless saving was. After these thoughts, Veronica, surrounded by dust, raised both palms above her head, from which several powerful streams of energy began to emanate. The Lady of the Red Tower extended her palm forward, resolutely declaring that it would not matter if she defeated him. A moment later, a powerful explosion sounded in front of Veronica, throwing debris aside. The woman was now looking at the deep hole that had formed on the floor. She turned her frowning gaze on her opponent. Now she was surrounded by several copies of the main character, hiding in a dusty curtain. Veronica concluded with bewilderment that this was shadow magic, realizing that all this time Theodore had been using the battle song. While the woman fought off Theodore's copies, she concluded that she alone would not be enough for all these tricks, asking where the real baby was. While copies of Theodore were flying at Veronica from all sides, a voice was heard in the hall asking the Lord of the Heat, "Sir, to take the souls of those who dare to doubt his power." The real guy was holding a fireball in his hands, flying straight towards the opponent and activating the Inferno technique. Veronica glanced at him with her red eyes, not letting him out of sight. After that, a grin appeared on her face and the woman decided that it was time for her to become a little more serious. Despite the fact that Inferno is the magic of the seventh circle, Theodora forgave it to match its level. Using little power, however, against Miss Veronica, who is fluent in fire magic, this would not be effective. That is why the guy was now preparing to release Alfred Bellontes's magic missile, concentrating the energy in his index finger. The next moment, Theodore fired a rocket, and an energy fountain began to emanate from his hand. As the energy on his index finger faded, Theodore, surrounded by a dusty haze, waited and looked out for his opponent, hoping that the missile had hit its target. The guy's technique had already overtaken Veronica, but she put her hand forward, defending herself from it. The woman looked intently at the rocket flying at her, frowning from tension. After that, Veronica put out her hand, sharply beating off the magical technique. She stood sideways, with her fists out, and reported that it was not very bad. Theodore was horrified to see the woman still standing, as he had poured all his strength into that single blow, which she easily managed to block. Out of despair, the main character fell to his knees, hanging his head down. Removing the dirt from her cheek, Veronica looked at her opponent with a piercing gaze and stated that it had been a long time since she had gotten goosebumps. She watched the young magician with admiration, imagining what heights he could achieve in 20 or even 10 years. Veronica walked with measured steps towards Theodore, who was trying to get to his feet, asking him to drink a restorative potion and rest for half an hour. The woman told the exhausted protagonist that now they would fight like today 5 times a day, noting that the last attack was very good. A shocked guy with a tired look, covered with drops of sweat, asked in bewilderment if they would really organize battles in the same spirit. To this, Veronica stated that they would need to train every day for a month, asking them not to whine about the fact that the guy wouldn't carry him out as the other guys did. Rising to his feet in the dust, Theodore could not believe that he would be forced to train for bloody work every day and realized that he was trying to wriggle out of it. The main character put his hand to his chin with a thoughtful look, not wanting to drink the restorative potion, but to start right now because he shouldn't even have the thought of retreating since he's come so far. A new battle began, and now several fiery projectiles were flying at Theodore from different directions. He moved in space with quick jerks, dodging each of the attacks aimed at him. Theodore looked intently at the woman's figure, concluding that she was approaching, while fiery sparks flashed near his face. The guy stood still while another fiery projectile flew at him. He clenched his fist, from which a bright light began to emanate, activating the battle songs called Rhapsody of Power. The guy chose the medium level of technology, which approached his 5th circle, and a fountain of bright energy began to emanate from his hand. When Theodore flew up to his opponent, he rejoiced at his attack, deciding to see how the woman would repel it. When Veronica ran behind the young man, she laughed carefreely, noting that she still couldn't recognize the illusion from a distance. When several mistresses of the Red Tower appeared near the guy at once, Theodore was perplexed how long ago the enemy had summoned illusions, realizing that he had not noticed at all. I put my palm forward with a dazzling stream of energy. Veronica, with a concentrated look, invited the enemy to try to evade her attack. Seeing this picture, Theodore furiously decided that there was nowhere to retreat because another miscalculation had appeared from the moment he did not notice the magic of illusions. Watching the approaching enemy, the main character, illuminated by her technique, concluded that apparently this was the end of the battle. Suddenly, magical flows began to pass throughout his body, similar to vessels, which pleasantly surprised the hero. By putting his hand forward, Theodore was able to activate the protective magic of the 5th circle and created a barrier of magical honeycombs in front of him. Veronica's powerful attack landed directly on the barrier without causing any injury to the young man who activated it. While Theodore was watching the enemy and maintaining the barrier, he noticed with horror the cracks in the barrier. After the destruction of the protective barrier, Veronica, overwhelmed with emotions, attacked Theodore with hugs, rejoicing that he had finally succeeded, and he was terribly embarrassed by this. The woman playfully reminded that the guy can call her sister when they are alone, adding that they are both stubborn sheep. Veronica held the terribly embarrassed Theodore tightly in her arms, sad that this was the last time she would get to play with him. While beads of sweat were running down the protagonist's face, he thought that half a month had already passed since the start of his training, and since such a busy person found time for a fifth circle magician, then calling her sister should not be so difficult. Stuttering heavily from excitement, Theodore thanked Veronica and said that she had helped him, but stumbled on the word sister. Suddenly, a subordinate of the mistress of the Red Tower appeared in the hall, dressed in a red robe and a large hat, loudly announcing a serious problem that needed to be urgently dealt with. Because of the appearance of a stranger, Theodore became even more embarrassed, and Veronica hissed displeasedly, "I conclude that the guest was not imbued with the mood of this wonderful moment." Having released the guy from her embrace, the red-haired woman approached her subordinate, clarifying how serious the situation was, and he said that it was a matter of the average degree of the 4th rank, which was quite high. Veronica turned to Theodore, calmly asking him to rest while she resolved one matter. The narrative moves to the residence of the combat magicians of the Red Tower, to the department of the Red Tower where military affairs are transferred. Missions came here to eliminate strong monsters, destroy bandit groups, and turn into ashes those who want to gain power through an uprising. Veronica sat at the table with a bored look, deciding to look at the report to see how dangerous the matter was, and a subordinate handed her some papers. The man reported that the events themselves occurred 4 days ago. The informant learned about a certain number of slaves by intercepting a couple of conversations. This happened between black market traders in Count Bergen's territories. An organization called the Closed Circle, which is a criminal group most active in the Kingdom of Austin, is involved in this. Veronica began asking her subordinate again, noting that 100 years had already passed since the slave owners were expelled from Melter and slavery was banned. The blonde man seriously replied that they returned several times to double-check the information, but everything was confirmed by the clear fact of transporting human-sized cells. Veronica, sitting at the table with papers, clarified what race the slaves were being sold, to which the man replied that they were elves. The lady of the Red Tower thought, sadly concluding that they have not repented of their actions after 100 years and continue to stretch their paws to the elves. After all the thinking, Veronica leaned her head on her hand and gloomily stated that she would have to send at least 2 high-ranking magicians on this mission, ordering them to quickly appoint people and eliminate the group of closed ones. A little nervously, the subordinate stated that at the moment the only high-ranking magician in the tower was Vince Heidel. Leaning her hands on the table, an enraged Veronica began to rise and asked if this was true, to which the man replied that there were about 23 mid-level magicians, but most of them had only recently ascended, while the rest were sent on a mission. The irritated woman began to shout that they could not send anyone. Angrily asking what to do, the frightened subordinate began to timidly apologize. Veronica stretches out tiredly in her chair, concluding that Vince alone won't be enough and trying to remember if there might be someone else. Throwing an irritated, heavy glance at her subordinate, the mistress chuckled questioningly. Leaning her head on her hand, Veronica closed her eyes and happily announced that the powerful middle one had come in handy. A smirk appeared on the woman's face as she concluded that they would send 2 people on the mission, Vince Heidel and Theodore Miller. When Veronica ordered the men to be equipped, the subordinate listened to her in bewilderment, not believing that she was sending a mid-ranking magician on such a difficult mission. Now the mistress sat imposingly in a chair with her feet on the table, and Vince and Theodore sat opposite, discussing the details of the mission over a glass of wine. Looking at the men, Veronica said that it would be nice if they could capture the leader, but as soon as the situation becomes dangerous or this cannot be accomplished, they had better deal with the group immediately after receiving information. Vince seriously asked if he could ask a favor. After this, the blonde asked the mistress of the Red Tower to remove Theodore Miller from this mission. Throwing an irritated look at the man, Veronica repeated what she had heard. Professor Vince, who was wearing a white suit, put out his palm and said that Theodore was only 19 years old, and then asked Veronica how she could send the main character on such a dangerous mission so soon. Vince, sitting in a luxurious red chair, said that this was too cruel to Theodore, and besides, the professor might get his hands dirty. Veronica sat with her legs crossed and her fingers intertwined, saying that she had a bad feeling about this matter, because there was a possibility of stumbling upon such a hidden force there that Vince would not be able to cope with it without the main character. Theodore leaned over, looking at the woman as she glared at the indignant professor. Suddenly, the main character loudly declared that he would do it. Theodore, not paying attention to the professor, told Veronica that he could not imagine how it was possible to send a teacher alone to such a dangerous place, and asked the woman to let the main character go with Vince if she felt that he would be useful. The woman did not answer the main character, and the professor sighed dejectedly, folded his palms and said that he could not do anything in this case. The woman closed her eyes with a wide smile and told Vince to think of it as just payment for having such an incredible student and that Theodore would do a great job. Theodore was stunned when Veronica gave the main character something smoky, resembling a small bag with eyes, while the woman said that she would lend the main character her spatial pocket for a while, since his artifact had not yet been restored. Theodore's face twisted with shock and excitement, because he immediately thought that he might lose the thing of the mistress of the tower. When Theodore awkwardly thanked Veronica in a trembling voice and said that there were some things left in the spatial pocket, the woman smiled and replied that she did not need scrolls and potions, so the main character could use them as he wanted. Veronica waved her hand in the air, shouting for Vince and Theodore to leave immediately, otherwise old Shujil would grow old while waiting for them. And after these words, the main character and the professor immediately found themselves near the door. Theodore smiled softly and said that they would be back soon then. A dazzling bright yellow flash appeared in the middle of the city streets. Vince and Theodore, dressed in black and beige suits, stood silently in the rising dust. When the professor covered his sweaty face with his palm, raising his red glasses on his forehead and complaining about the side effects, the main character with a wide smile suggested that they take a little rest before starting. Vince frowned his thin black eyebrows and replied that everything was fine, because the dizziness went away quite quickly. The professor walked forward, saying that he never thought that he and Theodore would return back to Bergen, for Vince even left a letter of resignation at the academy when they went to the capital. While the professor walked forward, the main character stopped and turned around with a concentrated expression on his face. Theodore followed Vince anyway, thinking that the feeling was familiar but not the same, perhaps because so much had happened in just over a month. The main character remembered the hobgoblins and the first time he fought with monsters. Theodore remembered Sylvia, thinking that he had won the battle against a genius he never had a chance to meet in his life. The main character recalled how he survived the attack of a monster whom he had only seen in books before. Finally, Theodore remembered Veronica and thought that, unexpectedly for himself, he had met a person with whom he could now communicate. The main character, frowning and pulling at the collar of his sweater with his finger, thought that these were all incredible events, but 5 circles left a mark on his heart, and this is proof of everything that happened. Theodore turned around, puzzled, when the professor raised his palm with 2 fingers extended and suggested that they first look around. The professor and the main character put their hoods over their heads at the same time after Vince said that they would have to try not to reveal their identity since they got here secretly. On the stone building hung a small sign with a picture of a green snake wrapped around a black glass. A blonde girl with bangs and a short dress carried 4 glasses of foamy beer in both hands and walked between the tables at which the customers were sitting. Vince, with a mug on the table in front of him, noticed the foreigners and said that he seemed to have luck with the people from Austin. The professor was talking about 2 aura users and a highly trained swordsman who were sitting at a table with many dishes. Vince furrowed his eyebrows and raised his index finger to his lips, carefully peering at the foreigners. The professor came to the conclusion that the weapon of a man in white clothes with a blue cloak looks like a shamshir, which is used by Austin's swordsmen and in which both the handle and the blade have an unusual shape. Suddenly Vince and Theodore suddenly tensed and shuddered as if they noticed some kind of danger. The professor, getting up from the table, said that someone was following them, and Theodore, who jumped over the bench, replied that he did not feel any danger from the pursuers. The main character said that, judging by the fact that they did not emit a murderous aura, it was not assassins who were sent to deal with him and Vince, but most likely scouts. Theodore and the professor watched the man passing along the street from the roofs of buildings because they decided to lure and capture their pursuers. Vince signaled to Theodore by raising his hand, and the protagonist responded by giving a thumbs up. The next moment, the professor and the main character rushed from their place to the man below, who raised his head up to abduct him. A woman in a long purple dress and gray robe swore loudly, indignant at being noticed as the professor flew towards her from the roof. As the woman began to run away, Vince called out loudly to Theodore and told him to start. The main character put his open palm in the air, from which white ropes materialized, tightly binding and immobilizing the stranger. When the professor fell to one knee on the ground and prepared to attack his pursuer, the woman jumped back and tried to stop Vince with a scream. The professor approached the stranger with lightning speed, and her hood fell from her head, revealing blonde hair with bangs. Vince, frowning with concentration, hit the stranger on the back of the head with a sharp movement of his palm. A broken mask lay next to a woman in a purple dress. Theodore sat down on the ground, pulled the hood off his head and arched his eyebrows in puzzlement. The main character is the tied-up girl Canis, and she responded with gratitude for Theodore recognizing her. When the professor asked if this black market woman was the same one with whom the protagonist had affairs earlier, and the protagonist, jumping closer, confirmed it. Theodore frowned on his sweaty face, thinking that the master advised him not to trust representatives of the underworld, so the main character stopped visiting that smuggling store. Looking at Canis, who was wincing in pain, Theodore assumed that the woman was one of the members of that closed group. The professor, looking at Canis through red glasses, with dissatisfaction on his face, said that he would like to know the reason why the woman was pursuing them. Canis arched one eyebrow and asked the man to lift the curse before she told them this. Vince grabbed Canis by the throat, lifted her into the air and told the woman to simply answer their questions quietly, and added that if she lied even once, he would listen to her again, but first he would rip out her eyes. Cannies, whose green eyes had accumulated tears, croaked for Vince to let her go because she would not be able to speak in this position. The professor was silent for some time and did not let go of the trembling Cannies. The next moment, Cannice was gasping for air while beads of sweat dripped from her face, and Vince, looking down at the woman, said that she only had one try and she needed to remember to think about her answers. Cannies, surrounded by Vince and Theodore, said that this time she was chasing the professor and the main character because this time it was just a coincidence. Cannies explained that she noticed the professor and the main character while passing by them, and then decided to follow them. The woman frowned and said sadly that it was because Theodore had not visited her for 2 whole months. When the professor, not believing the coincidence story, began rubbing his fists and saying that Cannies did not value his eyes at all, the woman screamed that she had something else to say. Cannies screamed loudly that she was thinking of making one last fork before leaving these lands, so she wanted to make a deal with the main character one last time. Vince asked if the smugglers were moving and if there was any reason for Cannice to suddenly take off. Cannies said that the reason is that this place is falling into disrepair because the idiots from the guild themselves do not understand what a mess they are making here. Cannies screamed with tears in her eyes that she did not want to be around such terrible people as they were. Vince raised his eyebrows and widened his eyes when he heard Cannies mention the slave trade. Cannies lowered her head and said that these people from Austin secretly entered the palace walls a week ago, and if Vince and Theodore investigated this, a lot of evidence about slavery would come out. The main character and the professor silently looked at Cannies, clenching their palms into fists. Looking at Cannies, Theodore said that this was even to their advantage, because the opportunity to find out more about them presented itself earlier than expected. Cannies raised her head when the professor called her and asked her to talk about it in more detail. The open window showed a muscular man in a black turtleneck sitting on a wide chair while a woman with short blonde hair cleaned the table. The woman, taking 2 mugs in her hand, said that the place was a bit messy, but the man could just sit where he was comfortable. Cannies, dressed in a sleeveless sweater and a long white skirt, smiled widely to overcome her excitement and said that their sales have been so lately, so she doesn't even have much to offer Vince and Theodore, but at least she can make tea. The professor, raising a skeptical eyebrow, strictly ordered to leave empty talk and get to the point, because depending on how useful the information Cannies said would be, he would decide how he should deal with you. Cannies sat down on a chair with a mug in her hands and shivered from the professor's sternness, and then asked if they needed information about the slave trade. Theodore remained silent, sitting with his arms crossed, and Vince said that they needed something like data on their location or the timing of transactions with these people from Austin, as well as anything else that Cannies thought was relevant to their case. Cannies arched her eyebrows pitifully and honestly admitted that she didn't know anything in particular. When Vince began to get angry with the woman, she raised her palms and hurried to calm the professor down and ask him to let her finish. Cannies closed one eye, put one hand on her waist, raised the other to her chest and said that she uses the rule not to go into dangerous places because otherwise you won't save extra lives, and that's why she was preparing to move these lands. Winking at Vince, Cannies smiled and invited the man to make a deal. The professor was taken aback. Cannies explained that if she gave them the information they needed, they would help her as payment, and the man said that the woman was not in a position to demand payment. Cannies loudly replied that she was risking her life for this, and that she could not tell more even if they tortured her. Vince remained thoughtfully silent, rubbing his fist with his palm, while Cannies said that it wasn't so bad if you thought of it as a way for each of them to get what they needed. The woman cupped her mug and said it would be a good idea to have a written agreement if Vince and Theodore still couldn't trust her. The main character sat without a single emotion on his face, and the professor with a wide and cruel smile called Cannies a real rat with a talent for digging emergency passages. Cannies, whose cheeks were slightly red, closed her eyes, raised her index finger and said that she would take these words as a compliment, and unless Theodore and Vince had an escape route dug out, their lives would be in danger. The professor, resting his chin on his palm and raising one eyebrow, said that Cannies should not get lost in her moves, and that she should understand that this is not enough. Cannies sighed and looked towards the rack with flasks and test tubes, saying that her interlocutors were asking for a deposit. The woman looked at Vince with confidence in her eyes and declared that they could take whatever they wanted. Theodore opened his mouth in shock and widened his eyes, not believing what he heard. Cannies crossed her arms and crossed one leg over the other, saying that she would give the main character and the professor anything from this store so they can take as much as they can carry. Theodore held out his palm, from which black smoke was coming out, and said that then he would begin. The main character raised his palm and loudly ordered Gluttony to consume everything here. The system reported that many artifacts had been consumed. It was also learned that complete absorption would take 31 minutes and 14 seconds. Theodore turned around as Vince, with a smirk and a raised eyebrow, expressed his admiration for the ability to turn received artifacts into magic for the owner. The main character laughed awkwardly and said that he still doesn't know how this ability works. While the professor mused that the level of magic used by humanity would rise markedly if they found out about them, Candice walked up the stairs, sighing heavily and surprised at how quickly her store was emptied. Although the woman said that they could take whatever they wanted, she had no idea that they would really sweep away everything here. When Theodore and Vince turned around and, with a threat in their tone and expression, asked if Candice had any objections, the woman got scared and replied that everything was fine since she herself suggested that they do it. Theodore stood with his arms crossed, Vince put his fist on his hip, and Candice said that they had more important things on the agenda anyway and asked them both to look somewhere else. Candice showed Theodore and Vince a black and white map of some area. The woman rested her palms on the table, said that she could travel without this map, unlike the main character and the professor, and then asked if they understood anything from these drawings of the surrounding area. Candice said that while people associated with the slave trade do indeed work with her organization, the security of the Austin people is too vigilant. Candice explained that, apart from the head and a couple of overseers, they only have information about the number of slaves here and at what time they eat. The woman said that she somehow managed to detach herself from the patrol, although it was a blow to her pride, and added that their guards themselves were impressive due to not only their skills, but also their organization without a single flaw. The main character, standing with his arms crossed and a dissatisfied face, listened as Candice explained the structure of their base and said that there were 2 people there at each of the 2 barracks on the outskirts of the camp. Candice moved her index finger along the map and showed large barracks surrounded by guard posts of 4 people each. The woman said that there are 4 guards at each entrance, but they are much more capable than ordinary patrol officers, especially those guarding a huge barracks that can accommodate 10 people. Vince, with his arms crossed and sitting on the edge of the table, was looking at the map intently, and Theodore asked what about the gaps between the rounds, the people, and the route, and Candice replied that they never deviate from the lines she drew on the map, and also the gaps from an hour to an hour and a half, 5 groups go around people, each of which has 2 people. The professor asked the protagonist what he thought as Theodore crossed his arms and looked at the map intently. The protagonist responded that the safest option would be to attack from both sides, and that they could escape with the slaves, so Theodore and Vince needed to ask Bergen's forces to surround them. When the professor asked if tonight was the right time, Theodore responded positively. Suddenly Candice, stuttering, shouted that she had not finished yet, and Vince turned around, gloomily asking if the woman had yet to tell them something. Candice pointed her finger at a point on the map and said that this place seemed rather suspicious to her. 3 people in large white hats and orange cloaks walked through the forest with burning torches in their hands. Theodore hid among the tall trees and watched the people. Looking at the foreigners walking one after another, the main character thought that this was his first battle with people, despite the fact that he had dealt with monsters and was even bored with it. Theodore sighed and tried to calm himself with the thought that there was no room for doubt now, because these were criminals who deserved to die, scum who treated people like dogs. The main character thought that he would destroy 1,000 such people. Suddenly, an unexpected blow flew into the head of one of the foreigners, and he fell down. The 2 remaining men, speaking in a foreign language, drew their weapons. A man with light eyes shouted something loudly, looking up. Theodore appeared above the foreigner with a sword in his hands, rapidly approaching the enemy. The main character kicked the foreigner in the face with a powerful blow. Theodore punched the man in the face. He fell to the ground, and the remaining foreigner shouted something in their language, holding the sword tightly in his hands. The enemy screamed something deafeningly, swinging his weapon at Theodore. The main character, whose face was distorted from tension, put his palm in front of him, and red blood splashed in the air. Theodore lowered his palm, and the 3rd foreigner fell exhausted face down into the ground. Looking at the 3 defeated opponents, the main character remembered Candice's words that the patrol was too weak. Theodore turned his cold gaze to something else. The main character looked at the bright flash in the sky and wondered whether the professor managed to get inside safely. Vince rolled down the rock, holding onto it with his hand. The professor found himself among the green trees and examined the area. In the distance, blue and white tents of different shapes and sizes could be seen, reminiscent of a fair. Vince frowned when he thought that this was the place that Candice had called suspicious, but the professor did not see anything truly strange. However, Vince looked at the white tent, for some reason felt a certain alienness from it, and decided to quickly go down to it. A man with wavy brown hair frowned intensely as he held a weapon in his hands. Something whizzed past Vince's face with a loud sound and cut off a piece of his hood. The next second, the glass on the professor's glasses cracked and began to crumble. A man with a long, narrow weapon in his bandaged hands, dressed in baggy clothes, said he wondered who had come all this way. The man bared his teeth in displeasure when he realized that this man was a battle mage from Melter. Vince took off his glasses, which had split into 2 pieces, and, with eyes burning with anger, greeted the janissary from Austin. Vince, without glasses, cast a contemptuous glance at the man next to him, who recognized him as a battle mage from Melter. The blonde realized from afar that in front of him was a janissary from Austin, and he said that he did not know that they would be discovered so quickly. In great bewilderment, Vince said that you would have to be out of your mind to even think about selling slaves in Melter, because not only the traders, but all those involved would be severely punished. The janissaries peered at the man from under the wide brim of his hat, casting a shadow on his face, when the magician assumed that the organization was passing by and had not chosen Melter after weighing the pros and cons as a location for selling goods. Vince was horrified by the thought that the purpose of the vicious circle was to transport the high elves who were locked in this place. The janissary from Austin looked at his interlocutor with a hard look, and his hair was falling on his face, and he asked why he even thought of it. Vince, towering over his interlocutor, said that about 3 months ago there was information that Austin's source of life, the Filler River, had begun to dry up. High elves can make nature bloom just by being here. Their strength is enough for hundreds of flowers to sprout even on rocky peaks where nothing grows. And even if the people of Austin cannot cope with the drought, then transporting elves can at least help improving the situation. Grabbing the sheathed blade, the janissary confirmed the information and, with a malicious grin, asked whether the magician was going to stop them even after what he had learned. Vince firmly stated that he did not care about the position of the people of Austin, and instead of bearing part of the blame as a witness to the abduction of the elves, he would prefer praise from Elfheim. The janissary said with a grin that if a man closes his eyes to everything that is happening, the Sultan will generously reward him. The magician looked at his interlocutor with his piercing green eyes, asking him not to make him laugh, because not only is such activity publicly condemned, but the janissary also wants him to become an accomplice for some money. Holding the hilt of a weapon in one hand and a red scroll in the other, the Austin resident hunched over and concluded that the conversation was over. After this, the janissary raised his hand with a red scroll, and a bright glow began to emanate from it, directed high into the sky. One of the travelers, hidden in a white mask and dressed in Arabic clothing, began to speak anxiously in an incomprehensible language while the space around was shaking. In this shaking, he began to hastily take his weapon out of its sheath. Opposite both men, who had arrived from Austin, stood an angry Vince, his eyes burning with rage. The magician looked at the opponents with a frown, concluding that no one could have thought that the janissary would fire a signal shot, risking being captured by Melter's soldiers, as if he was shouting that he was ready to die. Vince decided that nothing was finished yet and he had no choice, so he had to use one technique that produced a scarlet haze from his clenched fist. The blonde sat down with a concentrated look, touching his hand, filled with energy, to the ground, and with his other hand he covered himself. When night fell on the city, in a broken camp with snow-white tents that covered tree branches, the screams of a man could be heard who swore that he had seen something with his own eyes. A man with slicked back hair yelled furiously that he had seen an elf, but the bald guard twisted his mouth in displeasure, thinking that the man was drunk. Theodore looked at the two guards and the guy screaming about the elf he saw, hiding behind the tent. After following the trio for some time, the main character concluded that the members of the Bandit Guild, of which Miss Cannies is a member, unlike the bastards from Austin, are rather weak, but it is better to eliminate any risk factors. Pointing his pistol-clad fingers at the crowd of guards, Theodore decided that he needed to get rid of them here. Two bald men were greatly taken aback when a guy with slicked hair, who had been screaming about an elf all this time, had his head blown off by a magical blow. The guards reached for their weapons, spotting the intruder as Theo leaned out of cover and the area around them began to shake violently. The guy came out of the tent, and both bald men attacked him furiously, using daggers as weapons and swinging them with all their might, and Theodore managed to damage the first enemy, causing bloody streaks to be seen in the air. After neutralizing the first bald man, the young man set to work on the second, accurately shooting at him with his magical technique. Lowering his hands, folded into a pistol, the main character concluded that it was lucky that it wasn't very noisy, because if the others start to catch up, then there won't be any problems. Just as Theodore decided he needed to hurry up and hide the body before the others arrived, a third bald man suddenly appeared, shouting furiously how dare the kid kill his comrades. The man who arrived began to furiously swing his bladed weapon at the guy, but Theodore successfully dodged his sharp attacks, grabbing him by his inflated arm. Theodore, with light movements of his hand, concentratedly pulled the big man on his shoulder, which made him look perplexed, and the blade began to fall out of his hand. The next moment, the guy concentratedly threw the bald bandit over his shoulder, throwing him to the ground with all his strength, after which a strong roar was heard. Looking down with dissatisfaction, Theodore concluded that he had behaved too carelessly and made a lot of noise, and a wound was visible on his cheek. Fortunately, no one else noticed the main character standing among the corpses in the camp with tents. Theodore's arm was visible early through the cut sleeve, from which blood was flowing out. The young man came to the conclusion that if he had fully absorbed the experience of Lai Yun Sun, he could easily avoid this attack. The guy asked himself whether he had not yet fully mastered the song of the battle, but his thoughts were interrupted by a loud cry, complaining that nothing was working, and the brunette turned his head in bewilderment towards the source of the sound. The sounds of footsteps were heard, and a black boot appeared from the shadow of the tent. While several residents of Austin in yellow robes stood in one of the tents, someone furiously shouted that they had not agreed that way, reminding him that they had promised him 2 elves. A man in a brown turtleneck and sword belt was furiously indignant that their guild had crossed a dangerous line, extending his hand forward. A guild member wearing a yellow robe and a white hood on his head stood at the table, asking the boss to wait a little longer. Turning away from his subordinates in yellow robes, the man in a brown turtleneck began to rub his neck, asking what a little means, because more than a week had passed and the bandits did not know when their activities would be revealed. Eavesdropping on the men's conversation, Theodore concluded with a frown that Boss Lacken was the head of the guild to which Miss Cannies belonged. The guy from the darkness closely watched the opponents, assessing them and coming to the conclusion that all 5 soldiers were using an aura and perhaps they were all informants who had disappeared from the White Tower. When he decided not to interfere with them, just observe the situation, suddenly a bright beam of energy broke through the fabric of the tent onto the street, and the main character looked at it in bewilderment. Boss Lacken, raising one hand up and holding a bite in the other, contemptuously declared that he had smelled a rat, hinting at Theodore spying and adding that he even suspected where it might be hiding. The bandit, standing at the table, directed his gaze at the entrance to the tent, demanding that the guy stop hiding and show himself, from which Theodore became very worried, folding his hands into a pistol. A drop of sweat ran down the protagonist's face because he was very tense after the words of the guild leader, realizing that he had no choice. Theodore obediently appeared at the entrance to the tent, realizing that he had given himself away, so now all that remained was to fight with all the soldiers. Looking at the magician who appeared, Boss Lacken mockingly declared that this was just a child who had strayed from his mother. Looking at the man, Theodore was confused by his words and chuckled questioningly. Deciding to carry out an attack, the main character wondered if the gang leader would be able to repeat the same thing after what he was about to see. Theodore, with a malicious smile, asked the Lord to rest the soul of his enemy because he would become his sword, and lightning discharges began to emanate from his glove. When Boss Lacken saw the lightning bolt sign on the young man's glove, he was shocked. All the soldiers gathered in the tent were taken aback and retreated back when their leader furiously shouted that the executioners had come to them, concluding that the damned executioners had already reached them. While keeping his focused gaze on his opponents, Theodore activated his battle song ability, choosing a speed sonata. In one sharp movement, the guy flew straight onto the table. Along the way, he blew off the heads of all his subordinates in yellow robes with his bare hands, which horrified their boss. After this, the protagonist activated the Allegretto tempo. Theodore cast a wary glance at his enemies, watching them. Boss Lacken and one of the surviving subordinates approached him with a saber, asking why this young man was so strong. Sitting on the battle position table, Theodore concluded that he could not get caught like this, deciding to flee while the guild members bided their time. The guy with a frown put 2 fingers in place in front of his face, activating the magic of the 4th circle, from which both opponents were attacked by chain lightning and their eyes bulged from the pain coursing through their bodies. The head of the guild, pierced by electric discharges, began to scream heart-rendingly. The defeated opponents were now lying on the floor, and white smoke was emanating from their bodies, and Theodore, folding her hands with a pistol, began to approach their leader. Seeing the menacing guy towering over him, Boss Lacken began to beg for mercy, declaring that he did not want to die, but his speech was interrupted. Theodore looked at the enemy with a mad look as he shot at him, and several drops of blood fell on his face. Wiping the blood from his face with his glove, the young man concluded that it was easier than he thought, but he was still not used to killing people after monsters. He couldn't explain this uncomfortable feeling as he looked at Lacken's corpse, wondering if he could do something about this feeling. Suddenly, a golden oval-shaped object appeared from the collar of the corpse. Theodore, noticing the artifact, from which black smoke began to flow, chuckled questioningly. A creature made of dark matter, whose green eyes glowed, began to hover above Theodore with eerie sounds. Throwing a crazy look at the monster, the guy widened his eyes in shock and opened his mouth, trying to understand where he even came from. Only 2 bright green eyes burned in the abyss of dark matter. Suddenly, a sharp discharge of green energy, spreading like fog through the air, pierced Theodore's body, and he screamed heart-rendingly. Gritting his teeth tightly and baring his teeth, the main character rolled his eyes, trying to understand where such pain came from in his body. While his body was shaking convulsively, Theodore could not move or even take a breath. He collapsed to the ground, concluding that it was a curse, with a purple glow spreading around him. Theodore noted that this curse is quite strong, however, it will not work, and a purple monster looked at him greedily from the abyss. While drops of sweat were running down the tense guy's face, the unpleasant state suddenly passed, and he felt suddenly better, lowering his gaze to the ground. Squatting down, Theodore raised his palm, took off his glove and said that the pain was so unbearable that it even seemed fatal, asking Gluttony if it was really because of him. The magical grimoire that appeared on his hand answered with a funny look that most likely it was the head of the guild who played a cheap trick before dying. While Theodore looked at Lakin's corpse in shock, Gluttony explained that most likely he had an artifact that cursed the one who kills the owner. However, curses do not affect the bearer of the grimoire. Looking at Gluttony in the palm of his hand, the guy, in shock, concluded that he was able to survive only thanks to him. The carefree conversation between the guy and the magical creature was interrupted by strange sounds, and the main character turned to them, grunting questioningly. Coming out of the tent, on the path Theodore encountered another soldier in a yellow uniform, who began to furiously run towards the guy with a saber pointed forward, wanting to attack him. The main character swung sharply, spilling past the enemy and lowering his hand to the ground. After defeating the Curls, Theodore accidentally found the cells and was able to quickly make progress in saving the elves. The guy stood in the middle of the path with a thoughtful look, because the question now was whether the proud elves would follow him. Now he was greeted by two fair-haired pretty elves, embarrassing Theodore with joyful exclamations that he was their hero, asking him to take them to her. Not understanding how everything turned out this way, and feeling terribly awkward, the guy clarified who exactly to take them to. One of the elves revealed that her name was Delphine of the Green Blossom tribe, explaining with awe that she was a blessing from the sun, a perceptive prophet, and a dancer who danced among the clouds. Listening to the vague explanations, Theodore did not understand anything and asked for an explanation a little simpler. Then Delphine closed her eyes and joyfully said that perhaps the hero knows her under the name High Elf. At first the guy began to answer that he understood, but then he was struck by a strong shock, and he, covered in drops of cold sweat, screamed, repeating everything he had heard. Even though he only read about the High Elves in books, he well understands the value of their existence. They are rare mutants among the elves, and when the High Elves grow up, they are sent to Elfheim, where they receive protection. Theodore gritted her teeth in contempt and frowned, trying to comprehend how the High Elf had been dragged here. They, together with the elf, looked sharply towards the glowing sky, from where a strange sound was heard. The guy was completely bewildered, not taking his eyes off the flame that was in the air in the distance. The next moment, Theodore clenched his teeth furiously again from intense tension, hearing strange sounds and rushing towards them. When the young man began to quickly run along the path, the elves followed him. I asked the heroes what these pillars of fire were in the sky, and he, shouting after the girls, answered that these were most likely the magicians of his master, and, apparently, the battle had come to end. Theodore headed towards the pillars of fire with a dumbfounded look, because he understood that the magician of the Sixth Circle needed to spend all his energy to achieve such power, hoping that everything was fine with the master. The glove hero's hand rested on a tree trunk, and everything around was covered with a light red haze. Theodore stood by the tree, watching in bewilderment as sparks flew past him. He looked in bewilderment at the powerful source of magical energy in the form of fire, which was in the middle of the clearing. Theodore looked at him, understanding what was happening. Suddenly the guy turned in surprise at the voice when he was asked if he was already here. He exclaimed sharply when he saw his master, who said with a smile that the student should not have seen him like that. Theodore ran up to the wounded Vince, sitting in the clearing with his hand on his chest, asking him not to move, and the man said that he had gotten a good deal, but not to worry too much. For a moment, the main character glanced to the side with apprehension. Theodore was shocked that they could so wound the wizard of the Sixth Circle, realizing that his master probably expected to burn himself in this flame, and the enemy was, at a minimum, a janissary. While the worried protagonist was sitting with the wounded master, a rescued elf approached him from afar, sparks flying past her, distracting the young man. Strange sounds were heard far from the forest, and the girl said that she was calling them, and Eudor should follow them. I looked back at the blonde. The guy told the master that he had never thought about meeting a high elf in person, whom he had only read about in books. When Theodore began to lift Vince, the man said that such creatures usually do not leave Elfheim, and few in Melter even manage to see them, and the concerned student suggested that they first heal their wounds. Having walked a sufficient distance, Vince stopped and said that the elves were probably talking about this place, and Theodore turned to him and clarified whether this was really so, because he did not feel anything. Both magicians stood in the middle of the clearing in bewilderment, surrounded by coniferous trees, while a blonde girl came out to them, greeting the heroes. The elf introduced herself. I inform you that she is a child of the Green Flower tribe and the sixth dancer of the entire clan named Aliner. A blonde elf who came out of the forest thanked the heroes for saving the elves stolen by the Guild of Bandits. While Vince leaned on the guy's shoulders, Theodore looked at the girl who came out to them with bewilderment, wondering if she was a high elf, and noting her dense aura. Vince addressed the high elf with respect, declaring that he was honored to meet her, and the guy chimed in, saying that he was the student of a blonde man named Theodore Miller. The main character looked at the ground, looking shocked while the shadow of his bangs fell on his face. He looked at the feet of the walking elf, amazed that initially there was nothing on the ground, but now green sprouts were breaking through on it. Looking at such wonderful metamorphoses, Theodore mentally asked if this was really the power of the High Elf. Suddenly, the silhouette of a little girl with blonde hair and horns appeared from the ground, in whom the main character recognized Mithra. When the spirit of the earth sat down on the palm of the High Elf, who looked with warmth at the girl who appeared, Theodore asked what Mithra was doing. When the girls began to greet each other, joyfully rubbing their heads, the guy asked with bewilderment whether they really knew each other, to which Elinor answered in the affirmative, but this was not the most important thing now. Looking up, the High Elf said that they had guests. Both magicians turned around sharply when they heard hoofs behind them. Theodore concluded with concern that there were still opponents in this place. Vince, looking at the arriving riders, asked his student to relax, which made him very perplexed. One of the riders, shocked by what was happening, swore at the subordinates of the shackler, horrified at how they had done such a thing in Bergen. The chief rider loudly ordered the medics to examine all the wounded, after which he exclaimed, noticing Professor Vince and clarifying what the man was doing here. At first Theodore did not understand anything, but then he closed his eyes and exhaled with relief, realizing that the Bergen County Guards had arrived. There was a month of fog hanging over the forest, and the main character concluded that he would finally be able to rest. And so this mission ended. Seeing the power of attorney written by the Lord of the Tower, the Count of Bergen immediately received Vince and Theodore with wide arms. The Count provided the astonished magicians with everything possible, from huge baths built for the Count's family to an elegant banquet, as well as new glasses for Vince, and 9 elves, including Miss Elinor, received the same welcome. Now Theodore was sipping tea from a mug. Vince told him with a smile that the elves were being served in a nearby building. All the fruit in the area had been bought for them, as expected from Count Bergen, who is a truly outstanding politician. Theodore looked at the teacher in amazement, asking whether the ruler was really that good. Turning away, the blonde said with a grin that he thought so, because the Count always pleases guests within the bounds of the law. The men began to wander around the Count's estate, and Vince said that when he was still studying at the academy, the ruler was so generous that it was even a little embarrassing. The blonde, standing with Theodore in chic white suits in the middle of the hall, reminded that it would start soon, suggesting that they just relax and enjoy the banquet, to which the student readily agreed. Vince noticed a man who was beckoning them to him with his hand. The magicians began to descend the stairs to the words about the meeting of honored guests from the Magic Tower. Vince, standing in the hall among the people, began to wave to someone in the crowd. A fat bald man approached him decorously. I am glad to meet him and greet the heroes of Bergen. This plump man who was pleasantly interacting with the magician was the Lord of the County of Bergen himself, Count Bergen. He greeted the guest with a good-natured air, warmly welcoming him to his estate. In Bergen's office, a huge chandelier decorated with golden patterns hung on the ceiling. Theodore and Vince sat on the sofas opposite each other. Count Bergen sat in the middle. He clasped his hands together looking at Vince and said that a lot of time had passed since their last meeting. He did not expect to receive him after such incidents. Vince, who was wearing a black shirt over which he put on a white suit, looked at Bergen and agreed with him. Since he left his position as a professor several months had passed, Vince would never have thought that he would return to Bergen because of the elf slave trade. Bergen closed his eyes. His lush, huge mustache did not allow his lips to be seen, but he was annoyed. Although he did not show it, these guys were trading slaves on his territory. Theodore put on a sweater over which was the same white suit as Vince's. He watched the conversation between Bergen and Vince. He noticed how Vince talked to the Count as if he knew everything. Vince and Bergen discussed the slave trade, but there were things Vince didn't talk about. Theodore remembered the High Elf Elinor sitting under a tree on whose hand a bird had landed. Vince did not tell Count Bergen about her. Theodore also remembered the people who worked with the traders. They were dressed in oriental clothes with a huge turban on their heads. They were part of a secret group from the Kingdom of Austin, and they probably did everything to organize a diplomatic scandal. Vince scratched his chin with his hand. Looking at Bergen, he realized that they had better not rush into divulging information. This was not information that they could divulge so easily. Count Bergen turned to Theodore, who was sitting on the other sofa, while Vince continued to talk. Vince told the Count about the arrival of a person sent by the magical community in 3 or 4 days, and for now they would stay with him. Bergen did not object, but on the contrary was happy about this news. Bergen turned to Theodore with a smile, addressing him as a baron. Bergen asked if Theodore had studied at their academy before. Theodore raised his head a little, not immediately understanding. He answered belatedly, saying that he actually studied at their academy. Bergen took out a scroll from the inner pocket of his blue jacket. He told how he heard that Theodore was given the right to graduate early from the academy after winning a tournament in the capital, so he decided to intervene. Bergen held out his hand with the scroll and asked Theodore to look at it. Theodore took the scroll in his hands and looked at it while Bergen talked about his desire to invite the dean. But he could not find time, so he handed Bergen a diploma of successful completion of Theodore's academy. The Count looked at Theodore, who turned away from him and opened the scroll, and was a little nervous, hoping that it would be worth it. Theodore turned his head to Bergen and thanked him with a smile. Theodore, holding and reading the scroll in his hand, went down the stairs with Vince. Theodore turned to Vince, who immediately looked at him. Theodore, looking at his diploma, asked Vince about its usefulness to him at the moment. Vince, walking next to him, said that everything was an empty formality, especially when Theodore is at such a level of power that graduating from the academy becomes unimportant. Theodore listened as suddenly mana began to come out of him. For him, who had achieved great success at such a young age and mastered 5 circles, a diploma from the academy was nothing more than a pathetic piece of paper, because magicians were recognized not on paper, but in practice. Looking up, Vince asked Theodore to listen to him. Going down the stairs, Vince explained to Theodore walking next to him that all 5 years of his training could not be written down on this piece of paper. Just like magic was not a set of words written in ink, nothing could prove or show all his work. Vince extended his hand pointing to Theodore's heart. He said that everything was in Theodore's heart. Theodore narrowed his eyes at the diploma in his hands. Vince looked down at Theodore and asked what he was going to do with his diploma. Theodore, who sat down on the stairs, used fire magic from the first circle and burned the diploma in his hand. Vince watched everything nearby. Theodore straightened his palm in the direction of the exit, and all the fire in his hand broke up into sparks that scattered in different directions. Theodore sat on the steps. He watched the sparks from the fire, thinking about Vince's words. As Vince said, the diploma for him was nothing more than a piece of paper. The High Elf's voice interrupted Theodore's thoughts, causing him to look behind him. Theodore turned his head trying to find the source of the voice. Vince, looking back at the lump of light in the air, called out to Theodore, and he also looked back, leaning on his hands. A small bird in the air, in the voice of Alina, apologized and asked Theodore to come to her. She needed to tell him something important. Theodore looked at the bird that landed on his hand. This bird Sylph was a lower spirit of the wind. Theodore knew that they were very convenient for transmitting messages, as they easily passed sounds through them. The spirit of the wind in the form of a bird saluted with its right wing. After Theodore's request to take him to Alina, Sylph flew out of the hands of Theodore, who had risen and flew upward. Theodore looked at Sylph with outstretched arms. Vince stood on the steps of the stairs and told Theodore to go. He thought that Alina had something to say about Mithra. If she was the Alina they were talking about, she definitely must know the secrets of the ancient spirits. Theodore smiled and clenched his hand into a fist. He said goodbye to Vince. Theodore ran after the flying Sylph. She was already turning the corner. After a while, Sylph stopped in front of the door on one of the upper floors of the mansion. Theodore, leaning on his knees with his hands, tried to catch his breath. This mansion was really big. Theodore thought about the size of the mansions of the Marquis and the Duke, since the Count's home was so hefty. Theodore walked up to the door where Sylph stopped and raised his hand, intending to knock on it. But before knocking on the door, Theodore turned to Sylph flying in the air and thanked her for seeing him through. Sylph saluted again as a sign of gratitude. After the knock, the door began to slowly open, and Theodore appeared through the crack. His serious face was only partially visible, but there was wariness in his eyes. Next to him was Sylph, who looked out from behind the door with an expression of curiosity. Sylph quickly flew up to Alina, who was sitting on the windowsill, dressed in only pajamas. Next to Alina there was a branch of grapes. She greeted Theodore. Theodore, looking at Alina, was surprised by the branch of grapes next to her. The grapes grew from a small vase, causing everyone who saw it to go crazy. Theodore approached Alina, who was picking grapes, and said hello. Alina noticed Theodore's attention and asked if the tree next to her had attracted his attention. Alina extended her hand with the grapes to Theodore, asking if he would try. She grew the grapes from the seeds left after dinner. Theodore took the grapes in his hands, looking at them in shock. He couldn't comprehend that the seeds after today's dinner had grown into an already mature fruit. The abilities of the High Elf shocked his imagination. Theodore picked one grape with his hand and brought it to his mouth, at the same time thanking Alina for the treat. Having swallowed the grape, Theodore really liked the taste and looked at the remaining grapes in his hand. In Alina's room, decorated with various golden patterns, Theodore's request was heard. He wanted to take more. Alina did not refuse. She was pleased that he liked it. She was more worried that the grapes would not correspond to people's taste preferences. Theodore sat down with Alina on the windowsill. He told how fruits were loved by people. Theodore, asking for forgiveness for his next question, asked what gender she was. She said that she was a dancer, so Theodore thought that she was a girl. Having straightened her hair, Alina looked at Theodore and said that people like Theodore, who have a sixth sense, would feel exactly like this in this situation. Alina, looking forward, began to tell the High Elves were born with bodies that were neither male nor female, but when they found their lifelong partner, they changed according to the partner. That is, if the partner was male, they became female, and if a woman, then by men. Before Theodore had time to utter his sentences, Alina, leaning over and resting her hands on the windowsill, approached him and said that she had not yet found her partner. Theodore smiled at her with his mouth wide open. Now he understood why all this seemed strange to him. He did not expect that elves had such unique features as gender change. Alina called Theodore. Theodore, who was in his thoughts, became a little nervous, his lips curled into different positions. Alina approached. She reached out her hand and grabbed Theodore's hand. Putting her fingers between his fingers, she asked to call Mithras. Theodore was embarrassed. His face turned a little red. He asked if Alina wanted to talk to Mithra. Alina looked at Theodore and replied that she wanted to discuss her true form. Theodore agreed, his face still a little red from embarrassment. Theodore took a piece of earth in his hand and called Mithra. Mithra burst out of the piece of earth, raising her small fists. Mithra flew up to Alina's face. Alina was a little surprised by the pretty appearance of Mithra, who had become even cuter since their last meeting. Mithra let out a squeak of joy. Theodore and Alina were sitting on the windowsill with their backs against the window. Alina, next to whom Mithra was flying, asked Theodore how much he knew about his spirit. Theodore answered awkwardly. He knew that she was an ancient spirit, and that she was not classified by any ranks by the standards of the spiritual world. That was all he knew. Mithra lay down in Alina's arms, falling asleep. Alina placed her hands on her hips for Mithra's comfort. She asked Theodore to listen to her carefully. She began to tell him that in fact the ancient spirits did not belong to the spirit world. They were from a completely different and more mystical place. Gently placing Mithra on her hips, Alina began to give an example. She stretched out her hands and summoned the illusion of the ancient god Zephyros, god of the western winds of times long forgotten. Alina closed her eyes as she continued her story. According to mythology, Zephyros travels around the world 4 times a day and with one breath can cause entire hurricanes, as well as Zephyros in its original form. Alina created an illusion of Madel Hersheim, with whom Zephyros entered into a contract about 120 years ago. Theodore looked at Alina in shock. He asked her again about what she had just said. Theodore remembered Madel. He understood that he could be mentioned as a famous medium, but he never thought that the elves would remember him. Alina turned to Theodore. Mithra stood up on Alina's lap. Although she was very sleepy, Alina said that not all spirits were gods, but Zephyrus himself was a being of this kind. That was for sure. All like him were those who separated from the supreme ones, who lost their class, and they sprouted, becoming ancient spirits. Mithra fell asleep again in Alina's lap. Holding Mithra with her hands, Alina offered to restore part of Mithra's strength. Theodore, who looked at her, was delighted. Alina looked at Theodore, saying that although the restored power would be a trickle compared to the power in her true form, she should still be able to restore her powers to at least mid-rank. Theodore looked at her, considering the possibility. Theodore leaned over a little and looked at the mitre lying on Alina's feet and asked her what they would do. Mithra closed her eyes and thought as her scarf fluttered through the air. Mithra raised one hand in agreement. Theodore was glad. He smiled at Mithra. Scratching the back of his head with his hand, Theodore asked Alina to restore her strength. Alina, looking at him, said that she just wanted to repay part of her debt to Theodore for saving her life. Alina raised her hand and straightened 2 fingers on it. Her eyes closed as she began. She raised her hand to her face. Alina's hair began to fly up, and the room began to glow with a bright blue light. A huge amount of energy burst out of Alina's body, forcing Theodore, who was sitting next to him, to cover his face with his hand. Theodore, covering the lower part of his face with his hand, looked carefully at Alina while his hair fluttered due to the riot of energy. Theodore clearly understood that this was a huge amount of vital force, which felt like divine power used in restoration. Theodore looked down and suddenly noticed a change in energy. His minor wounds on his arm healed in an instant, and it seemed to him that even his exhaustion had disappeared. Looking at Mithra, whose body exuded a huge amount of energy, which is why it glowed brightly, Theodore realized the terrifying consequences of Mithra's awakening. If someone had concentrated this life-giving force, then he must have been able to heal fatal injuries instantly. Alina's figure of energy appeared behind Theodore in his mental space. When Alina covered Theodore's eyes with one hand and grabbed his neck with the other, Theodore asked how she did it. Alina spoke about the connection between him and Mithra, which she took advantage of. Theodore himself did not know that something like that was possible. The figure of Alina approached Theodore's ear and asked him to relax his mind, because she did not know what effect this would have on him as a performer. Theodore's astral body went to the mountains. It was Alina who tried to awaken Mithra's true form. The story of Mithras began many years ago, at a time when people swung stone axes. They already existed, creatures that were beyond ordinary forms of life. As natural as nature itself, supreme, that inspired respect for all living things, those who possessed intelligence brought them victims and began to call them gods. The thoughts, prayers, and cries of people shaped their personalities, which previously simply existed. When people shouted something at the altar, her name changed. Her form was forcibly transformed into something she had never seen before by fools who spoke as they pleased, and she, who had always been free, became chained to the earth. She looked at the sky and wondered how it happened, why she accepted this captivity in all its beauty and privileges. She sat in the middle of a field of wheat, watching everything. She could not get rid of these weak, flawed creatures that would not last even a couple of months in a drought, but they were overjoyed to be summoned by these creatures, who in comparison with their strength, like small insects, brought them pleasure to see how their names were proclaimed because they enriched the rice grains. Mithra recalled the battles and wars between people who knew that all this would lead to decay. They are the highest, born of the universe itself, grew up away from nature. They had the opportunity to survive as long as their incredible strength would allow, but like those who ever became close to people and moved away from nature, his fate was sealed. The gods took up arms, they developed selfishness with the help of people, and such a revelation led to their death. Remembering herself, Mithra remembered how she could not stop the destruction spreading throughout her body, starting with her arms and chest. Theodore opened his eyes sharply. He stood up, gritted his teeth and looked forward. Theodore was tired, but he was also angry. Alina, through mental power, asked if he was okay. Theodore floated in the air above the snow-covered mountains. Alina said she saw the same vision through Mithra. Theodore looked down and expressed understanding of her actions. Theodore wondered at the snippets from the life of the real entity of Mithra, wondering if it was really her. Theodore looks down as he listens to Alina's conclusion about transferring his consciousness into Mithra as her true personality awakened. Normally their lives would have been separated as they were now, but Alina was convinced that Theodore was able to unite with her since they had a strong bond. The entire air around Theodore was enveloped in a thick fog. His suit slowly fluttered in the wind. He asked if this place was inside the real essence of Mithra. Alina advised him to calm down and take a closer look at the earth. Theodore looked at the ground, not understanding why Alina said this. On the ground, a huge figure of a humanoid giant from the earth with 2 horns on its head was visible from the fog. The giant began to stand up. All the snow from his body began to fall. Alina said that this is the true appearance of Mithras, the one with whom Theodore entered into a contract. Right now in front of him is a partial descendant of those who existed long before the beginning of this era, who in just a few years became a symbol of abundance and fertility. Theodore looked at her in shock, his hair fluttering in the wind. Demetra stood up and walked, raising huge clouds of dust. She raised her head and looked at Theodora above. Mother of the Earth, Demetra looked at Theodore and opened her mouth as if trying to say something. Her eyes were covered with a headdress that looked like a hood, but was also a helmet. Theodore opened his eyes to reality in fear. He screamed as soon as he could. Theodore lay with his arms crossed on the sofa, his head resting on Alina's lap, who was sitting on the edge of the sofa. Theodore jumped up abruptly and sat down on the floor, embarrassed with shame, nervously looking at Alina, not understanding why he was on her lap. Straightening up, Theodore, without taking his eyes off Alina, said that Mithra's true appearance was much more majestic than he expected. Theodore, feeling nauseous, carefully stood up, leaning on a chair. Alina, who was sitting nearby on another sofa, warned Theodore, advising him to get up more slowly. Theodore, resting his hands on the armrests, began to slowly sit down in the chair. Turning his head to Alina, he assured her that everything was fine with him and he was already used to it. On Mithra's head, among the smoothly styled hair, one strand stubbornly straightened and stood upright, disrupting the overall neatness of the hairstyle. Mithra ran up to Theodore and threw her arms around his neck, both shocking and frightening Theodore. Theodore looked in shock at Mithra, hanging from his neck and wearing only a white shirt. Theodore looked at the blue eyes and joyful face, realizing that it was Mithra. Mithra jumped onto the sofa to Alina, who told about the successful completion of the ritual. Now Mithra could use medium-level magic, and the improvement in her physical form proved this. Theodore looked at Mithra, who was huddled in Alina's arms, almost unrecognizable. Theodore looked at Mithra and Alina with unease. He definitely felt that Mithra's powers had increased. Previously, the types of earthly magic that he could use were limited, but now he had the abilities of a real medium. Theodore looked at Mithra's warily with one eye. Mithra, who had pointed ears, smiled. She laughed at Theodore's funny face. Theodore smiled faintly, looking at Mithra's. With a smile on his face, he asked Mithra not to grow taller than him. Mithra narrowed her eyes a little irritably and looked at Theodore. But still Mithra smiled, agreeing with Theodore's condition. Theodore raised his hand using magic. Mithra, dressed in a white dress with a light green cloak draped over her shoulders, Mithra looked at Theodore's magic with surprise and joy. Mithra turned and asked Theodore, who was sitting on the bench, about his magic, or rather, whether this girl created from the earth opposite her was a copy of her. Theodore, looking at her, said that she was not mistaken and she really was hers. Mithra played with her copy, enjoying her new friend, and Theodore sat on the bench and watched her. Mithra and her earth copy danced with their hands clasped together. Theodore's earth magic had definitely improved over the past couple of days. Now he didn't even need to say the 5th circle earth spells out loud. Theodore recalled the duel with Veronica. As a rule, wizards could cast spells no older than half of their circle without reading the spell. A magician of the 4th circle could cast spells of the 2nd level without reading the spell. If the wizard was on the 5th circle, then with proper skill, he could not pronounce it out loud 3rd circle spells. He remembered how Veronica blocked his attack back then. Few people like her, gifted with exceptional sense and brain performance, would be able to surpass this level. Looking at his open palm, Theodore realized that he had already overcome the limit. Sticking his hands in his pockets, Vince asked Theodore, who turned around in surprise, whether he had completely controlled the power of the mid-rank spirit. Vince, dressed in a white t-shirt and with his red round glasses, came to Theodore. He could not believe that what usually took 10 years was learned by Theodore in a couple of days. Vince stuck out one of his hands and told Theodore, who was sitting, about Theodore's benefit after his meeting with the High Elf. Theodore straightened up, worriedly asking Vince, who was standing, about his wounds. Vince put his hand on his stomach. He said that after Alina's help it felt much better, but the wound on his side still hurt. Vince remembered showing his wound on his side to Alina, the cut around which the skin had poisoned and changed its color to dark pink. At that time Alina said that she could heal the injury itself. Alina sat opposite Vince, covering the wound with his hand. She leaned forward and said that until the curse disappeared, he would not be completely healed. Theodore, who was standing nearby, raised his head. He could not believe that it was so difficult to cure and asked what they should do. Alina closed her eyes and said that over time the curse would disappear on its own, but they could also turn to a high-class priest. Theodore's eyes narrowed. He knew that finding such a specialist in the kingdom of Melter was almost impossible. Vince, who was sitting on a chair, turned his head to Theodore and began to calm him down. Vince, sitting on a chair, bowed his head. He was ashamed. He was here for a month and could not participate in the escort mission. Vince raised his head, sweat running down his face. He decided not to restrain Theodore and send him with someone else. Theodore and Vince were sitting on a bench in the park. Theodore asked about Vince's well-being. Vince said that everything was fine and asked for forgiveness for not being able to support him. Someone would replace Vince. Theodore grabbed the armrest of the bench, wondering about the identity of the one who would come. Vince, leaning on the back of the bench, said that someone like Blundell or Veronica would come to his aid. Near the two-story hotel, the roof and patterns of which were made in blue, Vince's advice was heard. He advised Theodore to get ready. Vince turned to Theodore and told him how a convoy of elves had recently arrived in Bergen. Walking through the streets of the city, Theodore asked Vince, who was walking next to him, why the convoy was needed if there were wizards who mastered the magic of teleportation. Theodore looked at Vince and asked why the magicians couldn't just transport everyone. Vince tilted his head. That was a good question. Walking past a stone statue of an elf with her hand covering her face, Vince began to explain to Theodore, saying that elves by nature had resistance to magic. They instinctively neutralize any such techniques because they were born with the blessing of nature. Theodore and Vince stood in place looking at each other. Theodore asked if the elves could use spatial magic. Vince replied by saying that ordinary elves were incapable of this. Not only did they need to be at least a magician of the sixth circle, given such natural resistance, the use of spatial magic is almost impossible. However, Alina, the High Elf, the situation with them was different. Their very existence pacifies the mana around. Vince heard that they deliberately interrupt the activation of magic. If something as subtle as spatial magic was disrupted, a disaster could occur. Theodore's pupils looked at Vince. Now he understood why, unlike other elves, Alina was given an escort. The magician of the Red Tower ran to Theodore and Vince. He stopped not far from them. The man who came was a 40-year-old man with a beard. He was wearing a shirt over which he was wearing a Red Tower jacket, and on his head there was a Mexican hat. Vince greeted the elder of the Red Tower, Herman Alfen. Herman smiled and congratulated Vince on mastering the sixth circle. He knew that he would sooner or later handle it. Vince smiled and thanked the elder. Theodore watched from the side the conversation between Vince and the arriving magicians. Herman stood looking at Vince. He really had enormous magical power. Theodore heard that on the battlefield he seriously injured his legs and lost one circle, but Theodore felt the power of a sixth circle magician in him. And not only him, Elder Shugel also arrived. 2 elders arrived on this mission. Theodore opened his mouth in shock. He noticed the other magicians. He saw a group of serious battle mages next to Herman. They were so strong that they could destroy a couple of villages if they wanted. Herman turned to Theodore and scared him with his words. He called Theodore Vince's student, whom Veronica had her eye on. Theodore, out of fear, began to sweat profusely. His face was flushed. He asked Herman how he could attract her attention. Herman laughed because of his reaction. Herman said not to be embarrassed by her. Even though she has a fierce character, she doesn't touch people like that. Suddenly Herman stopped laughing and looked seriously in one direction. Alina walked along the road, accompanied by 2 magicians wrapped in red cloaks and hats. Alina walked in the middle in a white dress, over which she put a white cloak. Herman noticed that she was a high elf. Approaching Herman and his group, Alina stopped and greeted them. She introduced herself, stating her name, position, and affiliation with the Blue Tribe. Herman extended his hand, introduced himself with a smile, and apologized for his reaction, calling himself an old man. Alina raised her hand and closed her eyes, thinking for a short moment. Herman and Alina shook hands. Suddenly, a green glow illuminated Herman's hand, and he looked at what was happening in shock. Just by touching, Aliner filled Herman's body with vitality. Herman looked at his hand. He had heard about the capabilities of the High Elves, but it exceeded all expectations. A dark, bald man in a white jacket turned to Herman and reminded him of the time that was running out. Herman turned his head and realized it was time to move out. He looked at the huge man and said that they were setting out. After some time, we see the huge wheels of a combat vehicle and the vehicle itself shrouded in thick fog. It was the group's vehicle, the wheels of which were almost larger than the body of the car itself. The car has large wheels with large tread, which give it the appearance of an off-road vehicle. The top of the car has smooth streamlined lines and glows with a magical light emanating from a round element in the front, which can be a source of energy or lighting. It can be seen that the design of the car used metal parts and elements resembling magical artifacts. The doors were open. Theodore and Vince got nervous. They began to sweat because of the car they were looking at. Theodore thought that they would go in carts or carts. One of the magicians raised his glasses to his face, saying that they called this cart with a magical engine a manamobile. The magician, adjusting his glasses with 2 fingers, said that they were in pursuit of speed. They developed magic engines, conducted countless experiments until they built a manamobile. There were even a couple of incidents at the training ground, but in the end they managed to enter the market. The magician approached the exit of the manamobile and said that its speed was 2, 3, sometimes even 5 times higher than the speed of an ordinary cart. The magician of the White Tower, wearing the white uniform of that tower, came down to Theodore and Vince, inviting them on board. The magician in dark glasses raised his hand with his thumb extended and promised to show them what speed is. Theodore, who was wearing a black sweater over which he was wearing a brown suit, was disdainful. His lips curled in disgust. He did not want to go along with it. In Count Bergen's office, Herman and Bergen sat discussing matters. Bergen sipped tea from a mug, and Herman thanked him for his assistance on behalf of all the magicians of the Magic Tower. Bergen smiled. Herman leaned forward a little and said that his help came in very handy. Kurt already knew about everything. Bergen extended his hand and gave the mug of tea in his hand to the maid. He said that it was a great honor to hear the words from Herman, but after all it was his duty as the lord of the kingdom of Melter, but still he did not deserve such flattery, especially from him, Herman. Herman looked at Bergen with irritation. Bergen sat in front of him. The top buttons of his shirt were undone. A lot of time had passed since Herman and Bergen's last meeting, but Bergen's vain personality remained. Herman hated such people. Herman, looking at Bergen, said that it was time for him and asked for forgiveness. A maid in a maid's uniform opened the door for Herman to come out. Herman's leg, to which a crutch was attached, came out of Bergen's office. Schugel stood outside in his white robes and forced Herman to look at him with his words. Schugel asked how it was that their conversation ended in less than 5 minutes. Herman, slouching a little, listened to the words of Schugel, who spoke about the need to talk to people more gracefully in order to gain their respect, but Herman asked a counter-question. Answering him why Schugel pestered him, he thought people from the White Tower loved magic rather than etiquette. Even if he became friends with that fat guy, their conversation would take forever. Schugel closed his eyes and smiled. He told Herman that there was no point in teaching proper etiquette to an ignorant brat like him. Herman looked at Schugel angrily. He told him how much he hated the White Tower, which could not live without teleportation. They simply did not value time, although he would change his mind if Schugel gave him his legs. Veins appeared on Schugel's temples. He was furious at Herman's words. Herman was also angry. He insulted Schugel, threatening to undermine his legs. But Vince, who arrived, called out to Herman. Schugel and Herman stopped quarreling and looked at Vince. Vince tilted his head to the side a little and said that he needed to discuss something with Herman. Schugel raised his hand and said goodbye to them. Waving his hand goodbye, Schugel walked past Vince and told Herman to be careful. The manamobile would probably be a test for his bones. Although at his age this is quite natural, Herman was angry. He would definitely kill Schugel one day. Vince approached Herman. They discussed Schugel's volatility while looking after him, but Herman still asked what Vince wanted to discuss. Vince looked down and began his story. Aliner the High Elf had told him something days earlier. Inside the hall of the Bergen mansion, the ceiling and walls of which were decorated with architectural decorations and chandeliers on the ceiling, Herman's answer was heard. He said that he understood everything Vince said. Herman scratched his beard thoughtfully. According to Vince, the fact that agents from Austin tried to steal the High Elf became true, but he also reported about the man who attacked her guards. Imagining the vast forests of Elvenheim, Herman recalled the High Elves who were very highly valued, and when one of them was born, almost all of Elvenheim immediately learned about it. Even if it was typical for them to live in complete safety under the protection of the capital's warriors. However, they themselves elves are also not the weakest. They undergo such severe training that they are not inferior in strength even to aura users. Herman gritted his teeth and looked at Vince seriously. He thought about his words. Vince told him that the enemies got rid of soldiers who were equal in strength to the warriors of Elvenheim, and no one even noticed it. Vince remembered the scene of Alina's capture. He did not know and did not even imagine any other explanation for this, otherwise how to explain that Alina was captured by people from Austin while she was waiting for her guards. Of course, she would have managed to escape, but she said that she could not leave her people in trouble. German, rubbing his beard, made a decision. He turned to Vince and said that they were moving out as soon as possible, no matter that there was no news about their activity recently. It was unknown whether they would still want to capture the High Elf or not. No one could guarantee that if they stayed here they would in safety. Vince stood next to Herman, who began to approach him and offered to stay here longer. Herman refused and said that they had reserve forces. Herman, looking at Vince, said that the Tower Master was now flying towards them with his convoy, so the closer they get to the capital, the sooner they will join forces. Vince smiled. He couldn't believe it. The Tower Master himself was heading towards them. Since Miss Veronica, who recently sparred with Theodore, joins the upcoming operation, they no longer have anything to worry about, no matter what kind of enemy is in front of them. They can count on one finger those who are stronger than the great magicians of the Eighth Circle, and even if their enemy is one of them, in any case, they are in an advantageous position. Herman crossed his arms over his chest and suggested that Vince leave his student here, but Vince refused. Vince introduced the figure of the enemy, and since their enemy was following the High Elf, there was a high probability that he would come for Vince and Theodore. Too, it would be safer to just join the convoy and all go to the capital together. Vince looked at Herman with half a turn of his head, who asked him about Vince's desire to stay, despite the fact that the life of his student was at stake. Vince responded by saying that he would rather keep his enemies away from the student. Even if he came after him, he would give them time. The smile disappeared from Herman's face. He did not dissuade Vince, respecting his decision. Herman bowed his head and pressed his hand to his chest. He reported that they were taking the High Elf along with his student to the capital. We are transported back to the place next to the Manamobile. A huge convoy of Manamobiles began to move. Mana came out and glowed in the engine of the Manamobile. Theodore, inside the Manamobile, looked out the window, contemplating the several hundred rituals required to transport one such giant. Theodore looked out the window, his face illuminated by the blue light from the window. A huge number of Mana mobiles were nearby, some were even flying, which in principle was not surprising, especially when Theodore felt such colossal energy. In the leading Manamobile from them, Elder Herman and the other magicians of the Red Tower were riding guard. They were also guarded by other Mana cars located around the one in which he and Miss Alina were sitting. Even Miss Carnus would have to try to get here, despite her stealth techniques. The shaking of the Manamobile shocked Theodore. Theodore grabbed the arm of the sofa he was sitting on, feeling the movement of the Manamobile. They drove to the capital at great speed. Theodore did not like it. Theodore sweated awkwardly and smiled. Now they could reach the capital in one day. Looking at the Manamobiles outside, Theodore used to think that this was just bragging. But if they continue like this, it will become quite possible. At this rate, he and the master will definitely meet without consequences. Alina sat up and touched Theodore's hand with hers. She sat down next to Theodore in her short dress and asked him what was bothering him. Theodore looked at Alina, who turned to him and said that everything was fine, but Alina didn't believe it and asked if he was worried about Vince. With her hands on her knees, Alina spoke about what Shujal had said. He said that if Vince used teleportation in his current state, his wounds would become even worse. Theodore looked down. That was why his master stayed in Bergen as bait. Theodore had a very bad feeling about this. Alina raised her head looking at Theodore and said that Vince's fate is not over yet and is not coming to an end. Theodore raised his gaze and looked at her and asked her what she meant. Alina, with her hands folded in her lap, turned fully to Theodore and revealed that she was the owner of the Eye of the Future. In other words, she had the power of foresight. Theodore opened his mouth in surprise. He asked her if she could see the future. Theodore knew that the power to see the future is one of the ways to correct the uncertain future of those whose great weakness. Time spares no one in this world. Long ago, only gods, demons, and dragons possessed this power. Theodore rested his hand on his knee and asked about Vince's position. Alina looked at Theodore again and said that the power she had was not that powerful, but she could sense someone's approaching end. Alina urged Theodore not to worry about Vince. While the engines were producing maximum power outside the Manamobile, Theodore was surprised at Alina's ability. Alina spoke about the disadvantage of her ability. It turns out that she could not sense the danger that threatened her. Theodore, grabbing the armrest with one hand, moved a little closer to Alina, who was sitting next to him. He said that now, thanks to her, he could sit here with peace of mind. While they were discussing their affairs, a black, incomprehensible creature emerged from the ground on their way. A skull with red lights in its eyes, wrapped in massive layers of earth, emerged from it. In a place where everything was covered in fog, blue streams of aura were visible. Taking food out of a small piece of cloth, the guy asked the guys to help themselves, adding that this was their ration. Reaching out his hand, he noted that although these were not delicacies, they should be enjoyed. After which, the main character thanked him for this. Rising from the sofa, he extended his hand towards the food. Holding the food in his hands, in his thoughts, Theodore reported a few fruits, snacks, and beef jerky, noting that although this was a simple food, it should be enough to satisfy his hunger. Raising a piece of bread to his mouth, the main character began to eat. Smiling, Theodore turned to Alina and tried to find out if she could tolerate beef jerky, telling him about the rumors that said that elves lived exclusively on fruits and tea leaves. Taking a bite of beef jerky, Alina reported that this was not the case, adding that while she might be wrong, she believed that all elves liked meat. Turning her head towards Theodore, she stated that, first of all, from the point of view of nature, everything is equal, wondering what is the point of limiting ourselves in eating only animals or only plants, adding that if you do not eat meat, the body will weaken. Squeezing a piece of bread in his hand, the main character reported about a delegation from Elfheim, which, having visited Melter, ate only fruit, asking how this could be. Taken aback, Alina replied that she could not say that, suggesting that it had to do with the method of preparation. From what he heard, Theodore's face was shrouded in bewilderment. While chewing beef jerky, Alina reported that elves' receptors were many times more sensitive than humans, noting that they had difficulty eating foods that irritated them, citing spices and cooking methods as examples. Further, she wondered if this explained why those elves only ate raw fruit. An image appeared in Alina's head where an unknown person was cutting up the body of some living creature. She noted that they mostly eat their food raw, adding that they use fire for only a small part of their dishes, saying that it is normal for them to eat meat while it is still fresh, cutting off pieces without fatty streaks. Horrified, the main character thought that imagining this, he felt a strange chill down his back. Suddenly, in the place where the guys were eating, a strong roar was heard. Leaning on the arm of the sofa, Alina wondered what that sound was. Reporting ignorance, Theodore said he would go and check. Stretching his hand to the side, the guy ordered the second and third cars to stop, ordering his subordinates to stand here and reconnoiter the situation. Passing by him, Theodore tried to find out what was happening here. The guy assumed that in front of him was a new guy from the Red Tower. Walking towards the main character, the guy said that the first car in front crashed into something, noting that they planned to move off as soon as the brake light went off, asking him not to worry and just wait. With a worried expression on his face, Theodore wondered if they should join the first car. With a serious expression on his face, the guy said that since the Red Tower's fighting style had developed independently, it would be difficult for the magicians of the other tower to help them, noting that not to mention the fact that the first vehicle had a battle legend in its crew, Elder Herman, adding that it was for this reason that the decision was made that there was no need to rush to them. Taken aback, the main character tried to find out what if. Interrupting him, bowing his head, the guy stated that their priority was escort, not victory in the battle, noting that if this enemy could destroy the first car in such a short time, then in any case they would not have a way to defeat the enemy. Putting his hand to his chin, Theodore thought that he was right, adding that they were, after all, guards first and foremost, not fighters. Looking at the raging flames, his thoughts continued. He stated that even though they were able to defeat the enemy, they must not allow Alina to get hurt. Biting his lip, the main character thought that if they only win, the problem will be solved, noting that this is definitely not a way to protect someone. Turning his head, Theodore heard a powerful roar coming from behind him. Seeing a lot of magic projectiles, the main character thought about the strong recoil, reporting that it was from at least 5 impacts of the collision of the magic of the 6th circle. Wary, Theodore wondered if there were 5 mages of the 5th circle and 3 mages of the 6th, noting that among them one possessed magic beyond the usual for the 6th circle. Looking at the unimaginably powerful explosion, the main character thought that this someone had clearly mastered magic of the 7th circle before, suggesting that it was Elder Herman. From the magical device that was in the guy's hand, someone's voice was heard, who was trying to find out if they could hear him. Bringing it to his face, he said that he had accepted the order, adding that he was Anton from the Blue Tower. In his thoughts, Theodore guessed that it was Elder Herman's voice. The voice of Herman was heard throughout the district, who said that all those who heard him should get out of there, noting that this enemy was too tough for them, asking them to take the High Elf with them and leave now. After which, Herman again repeated this message. Anton's face was shrouded in genuine fear. Looking at Anton, who bowed his head, someone reported that the connection had been interrupted, not believing that Elder Herman had been defeated. Clenching his palms into fists, Anton tried to find out what they were carrying, noting that nothing was clear yet. Someone from the crowd recalled the words of Elder Herman, who asked everyone to run away from there. Further, Anton said that if the enemy continues to advance, they will all die. Wary, he became lost in his own thoughts. Clenching his fist, Anton ordered the second vehicle, informing that everyone else needed to dismount and be on full combat readiness in case of battle. From what he heard, one of the warriors was shocked. The man noted that Elder Herman told everyone to save themselves. Screaming, Anton said that their task was to deliver Alina to the capital safe and sound, ordering the soldiers to stop delaying. Placing their hands to their chests, the warriors accepted his order. Turning around, Anton called out to Theodore. With a serious expression on his face, He said that from now on the main character should focus on Alina's safety, noting that they would stay to buy him some time. With a worried expression on his face, Theodore declared that he would do his best. Showing an approving gesture, Anton said that this was nice, adding that Theodore was very reasonable for a recruit, noting that everything else was on him. Raising his hand, Anton ordered everyone to disperse to their positions. Turning to the second car, he said that they needed to set off now, adding that they could evade the route, asking them to move as far as possible. A mysterious glow emanated from the magical carts. One of the drivers, while in the car, announced that preparations had been completed, after which the other driver said that they could start. The sparkling blue aura made some sounds. Many soldiers near the vehicles froze, awaiting further orders. Raising his hand, Anton ordered the soldiers to prepare for battle, asking them to disperse to their places. A dark aura began to emanate from the seal that Anton made. Having folded a new seal, he froze in one position. A group of nearby magicians performed the same action. Getting into a fighting position, they prepared for further action. Unlike the Red Tower's mages, who focus their minds on the power of the flames, the Blue Tower's power is interconnected. Mages share their magic and abilities with each other, and through this influence their power grows. They may lose in a one-on-one battle, but in a group battle, the Blue Tower is no worse than the Red one. Anton had a cigarette in his mouth as he wondered if something had appeared. A huge monster appeared before their eyes, with wings visible behind its back. Then, opening his mouth, he let out a terrifying roar. Looking at the monster, Anton found it strange that it had a low amount of mana, wondering if this was the danger he had sensed earlier. He was amazed that he felt the monster's presence rather than its mana, marveling at its level of power. Exhaling cigarette smoke, Anton noted that he would be buried here. Removing it from his mouth, turning to the soldiers, he ordered them to get ready. Putting the cigarette back in his mouth, Anton grinned, suggesting that they teach the monster the phrase Blue Tower. Holding her shoulders, Alina suggested that it was because of her that everyone had to go through such torment. With an annoyed expression on her face, she noted that if she had left the village, or had not been born a high elf. After her words, the main character put his hand on her shoulder, hoping to calm her down. Alina repeated again that they were all because of her. Taking her hand, Theodore said that she should not blame herself, adding that in this situation she is the victim. Looking at the taken aback Alina, the main character said that if we imagine that she was not a high elf, then a simple gang of robbers would follow them, again asking her not to blame herself. With a serious expression on his face, Theodore said that it was not she who was bad, but the one who forced her to do this. Turning his attention to Alina, whose face was covered with tears, he noted that if she felt anxious, then she should think about her sadness, telling her that she was not to blame for anything. Squeezing the protagonist's hand, Alina thanked him for his support. Leaning towards her, the main character also expressed his gratitude, hoping that she would forgive him for this. After which, rushing into her arms, he bowed his head. Holding Theodore by the shoulder, Alina tried to find out what was wrong. Having completely covered her with his body, the main character cried out that she needed to lie down. After which, a powerful explosion occurred on the territory of the palace. The guy's gaze fell on the monster, whose tentacles fluttered in different directions. Turning around in his thoughts, Theodore was amazed that they had found them, noting that not even 10 minutes had passed since they left. With a worried expression on his face, as he continued to think, he wondered if this meant that in such a short time, all the elite magicians of the Blue Tower were killed, adding that these monsters could easily catch up with such a fast mothermobile. Flapping its wings, the monster watched the children lying on the floor. His eyes were shrouded in red streams of aura as he let out a terrifying roar. Covering his face with his hand, Theodore noted that, although faintly, he could feel the mana of the magical convoy, wondering if this monster was their enemy. From what he saw, the main character was shocked. In his thoughts, he reported that he knew that the enemy would not be simple, amazed at what he saw. An unknown liquid was dripping from the monster's body. His sharp claws were visible in the air. Flapping his wings, he continued to make an unimaginable roar. Drool slowly flowed from his mouth. Finally getting to his feet, Theodore wondered who was behind all of this, noting that he had never heard of the existence of such monsters. Looking at the monster's eye shrouded in a red aura, the protagonist thought that from its aura, he could only tell that this monster was different from all the opponents he had ever met. While on Theodore's arm, turning to Pride, Gluttony stated that her disgusting appearance had not changed at all. With a serious expression on his face, Pride noted that he could say the same about him, amazed that he clings to such inferior creatures as people, calling him a laughingstock. Lowering his head, Pride declared that by doing so, Gluttony was disgracing the 7 deadly sins by associating with people whom he called pathetic monkeys. After which, the monster wondered if there was any benefit to those who could rely on time and luck. Crying out, Gluttony stated that a fool like Pride, who doesn't even understand the concept of beauty and wisdom, has no right to vote, adding that after collecting and combining different samples, he came to the conclusion that he had reached the limit as a living being. Paying attention to the monster, who tilted his head, the magical grimoire noted that on the other hand, he was just a loser who gave up, unable to go beyond the limits of possibility, wondering what the difference was between that and a hastily cobbled together chimera. Beside himself with rage rising above the guys, Pride ordered him to shut up. Having created a magical barrier that blocked the monster's attack, Theodore turned to Aliner. While maintaining the magical technique, the protagonist wondered why something like this would attack them. Raising its paw, the monster prepared to strike again. The plot tells us about a grimoire of a self-sufficient type, Vanity. Gluttony said that he, like him, is part of the 7 deadly sins. Looking at the angry monster, Theodore prepared to defend himself. The magical grimoire noted that if his sin was gluttony, then the monster's was pride, noting that he was a usurper of the species who was born from the predators of the Tree of Life. Holding Aliner's head, the main character tried to find out whether such is the power of pride. Many red spikes were visible from the monster's back. In his thoughts, Theodore theorized that if he was a mage who collected mana, then Pride was a mage who absorbed lives. Declaring that it didn't matter what kind of organism it was, Gluttony revealed that the monster could harvest any genetic code, adding that it could reproduce the characteristics of any species it absorbed. Theodore was taken aback by what he heard. Looking at Pride's hands, reporting that this was the case, the magical grimoire noted that for trolls, this is their ability to regenerate, adding that for ogres, this is their physical strength. Raising his head, Theodore thought that he was beginning to realize that the monster was capable of using the traits of the creatures it had absorbed. After which, the main character tried to find out how many abilities Pride can use at the same time. Observing the enraged monster, Objasetvo assumed that he had overcome the 4th seal, noting that with his current strength it was 5. The magical grimoire asked if Theodore was going to fight Pride. The main character wondered what if this was so. The protagonist's hand was on the shoulder of the frightened Aliner. Gluttony stated that there was no point in this, noting that he was not here to devour them. Looking at the main character, Pride said that this was so, calling him a macaque. He stated that he was here to devour the High Elf, adding that he was not interested in Theodore. Lowering his head, he said that if the main character does not interfere, then he will let him go. Grinning, Theodore said that he thought it was funny. With a serious expression on his face, the main character said that he would never give her up to people like Pride. Pointing its claw towards Theodore's barrier, the monster ordered him to die. Raising his hand, the main character used the shield spell. Multiple chips were visible on the edges of his equipment. With a worried expression on his face, Theodore thought about Pride's new attack, noting that he first needed to get Aliner to safety. Clenching his fist, the protagonist used the reflective shield, thinking that with the help of magic he would deflect the monster's attack. Suddenly, his magical barrier was out of range of Pride's strike. Continuing to think, Theodore said that in this way he and Aliner ended up on opposite sides, believing that he only had to attract his attention here. Enveloping his hands in powerful flames, the main character turned to Lord Surtur, asking him for strength. Screaming as loud as he could, Theodore activated a small force. Due to the fact that he used the Inferno technique, a powerful explosion occurred in the thick of the forest, accompanied by strong flames. Having fallen to the ground, the main character felt that this was not enough, noting that he needed to use Alfred's magic arrow and inflict critical damage. Suddenly, seeing something, Theodore froze in one position. His gaze was drawn to Pride, whose hand was heading in his direction. The monster's blow caused dust to rise on the battlefield. While in the shackles of Pride, the main character formed a powerful cloud of aura, due to which the earth began to tremble. Raising his hands, he continued to emit technique from himself. Horrified, Theodore thought that if it were not for the protective magic, he would already be dead. With a stunned expression on his face, he thought that if he received another blow, he would die, considering it unimportant whether he won or died. Continuing to think, the main character noted that even fighting with all his might, for Pride he is just a pathetic insect. Baring his teeth, he recalled Glutton's words that if he allowed Aliner to die, he would live, adding that in the end, what he needed was the blood and flesh of the High Elf. Frozen in one position, Theodore was sure that life came first, stating that getting out of here would be a good decision. Continuing to maintain his technique by turning to Glutton, the protagonist tried to find out how he could win. Saying that it was not victory he needed, he asked the magical grimoire to hit the monster at least once. While in Theodore's hand, Glutton wondered why he was trying so hard, asking if the High Elf was dear to him. Nearing death, the main character stated that this was not the reason he was fighting, asking if this could be done somehow. Smirking, Gluttony agreed with him, noting that he would have to pay. After declaring an error, the system added that the 4th seal would be unlocked in an unnatural way. A powerful radiance appeared in Theodore's hands and enveloped the place of the duel. The system reported that Gluttony's abilities had been forcibly unlocked, advising the protagonist to familiarize themselves with the information window, noting that due to an incorrect unlock, causality would be applied. Further, the system stated that from now on, the user can borrow the abilities of the authors of the absorbed books, noting that when using the overwrite function, the author of the books will not be able to be called again. Notified of rank C, the system indicated that overwrite would be used, after which, a powerful explosion occurred at the site of a fierce battle. Alfred had a smirk on his face. Surprised, Pride wondered what kind of pathetic trick this time was. Looking at Alfred, who had just arrived, he noted that his heartbeat had changed, as if he had become a completely different being. Alfred's face was shrouded in genuine contempt. Smirking, he called the monster's conclusion wise, asking if he noticed that they had a high similarity. Encouraged, Alfred asked Theodore to leave the matter to him. The system reported that the entity Alfred Belantes had been downloaded into the user's body. Stretching out his hand, Pride stated that he did not know what cheap trick he had pulled, noting that he could not change anything. Rushing into the attack, the monster said that with such a frail body, he would die from the first scratch. Alfred's hands were shrouded in currents from his yellow aura. Getting into a fighting position, he prepared to attack. The monster's face was shrouded in bewilderment. Raising his weapon, he let out a terrifying roar. Smirking, Alfred suggested that he already understood everything about this. With a hole in his body, Pride wondered how Alfred dared to do this, calling him a pathetic worm, declaring that he would tear him to pieces. Lost in thought, Alfred reflected on the troll's ability to regenerate, reporting that it was incredible, adding that it bordered on immortality. He was sure that he could not defeat the monster with ordinary attacks. Looking at the wary Alfred, Alina tried to find out who he was. In turn, Alfred wondered if she needed to be protected. Raising his hand, he asked her to simply hide and wait quietly, noting that he would show the direction, asking her to run there as fast as she could. After which, a small cloud of aura appeared next to Alina, which was called a guiding light. Turning to the surprised elf, Alfred said that she needed to follow the wind. Taken aback, Alina asked him to stop and said that she would stay and help. Screaming, Alfred declared that this pathetic worm was hunting her, ordering her to stop scratching with her tongue and hide. Biting her lip, the elf thought that he was right, adding that for him she would only be a burden. Following the guiding light, Alina hoped that the main character would return safely. Presented before the angry Pride, Alfred froze in one position. Leaning towards him, the monster wondered if he was foolish, asking if he thought the high elf could escape from him. Further, Pride stated that as long as he was alive, she would have nowhere to hide. Letting out a terrifying roar, the monster, calling Alfred a monkey, said that he would devour him right here and then find the elf and devour her too. Concentrating, frozen in one position, Pride activated the power of the ogre, the power of the minotaur, and the power of the cyclops. With an angry expression on his face, he declared that he would make Alfred regret getting in his way by ordering him to die. After which, a loud explosion was heard at the scene of the fight. Alfred's body was shrouded in a magical barrier. Hanging in the air, he thought that the monster's strength was truly incredible, noting that this shockwave could turn all of his organs into mincemeat. Putting his hand forward, Pride tried to grab Alfred. Rushing to attack him, in his thoughts, Alfred thought that he was not only strong, but also fast. Suddenly, his body was enveloped in bright flashes of aura. His face was filled with anger. Alfred folded his hands into a seal and prepared to fire. Having placed the seal on Pride, Alfred used the smashing heavenly rocket. From the colossally powerful attack, the monster's body was thrown to the side. Finding himself on the floor, calling Alfred a pathetic worm, he wondered how it didn't get to the point where his attacks couldn't kill him. Suddenly, with lightning speed, Alfred found himself next to Pride. An aura was visible on his fingertips, preparing to fire. At the sight of the fierce battle, many bursts of bright energy appeared. Looking at the monster's mutilated body, Alfred noted in his thoughts that if he couldn't die, he would simply make a sieve out of it. While in a place where everything was covered in dust, Pride reported that he understood everything, adding that Alfred could calculate all the movements of a humanoid body. Plunging into the depths of his armor, the monster wondered what he would say to this. New parts began to form from his body. Someone's hands were visible in the thick smoke. Having reincarnated into an unknown creature, Pride froze in one position. Trying to stay on his feet due to the powerful currents of wind, Alfred thought that he was also studying him, noting that he had really never met such monsters. Bowing his head, Pride stated that his current form was perfect, adding that his tricks would not work on him now. Swinging his claw, he ordered Alfred to die. At the last moment, Alfred managed to avoid the monster's attack. Horrified, he continued to think and said that the tail was poisonous and one scratch would really be enough. Using multiple body parts, Pride tried in every possible way to deliver his blow. Covering his face with his hands, Alfred prepared to parry another attack. The thicket of the forest was covered with a powerful protective barrier. After hitting a block of stone, Alfred thought that even aura users were easier to fight, noting that with such unpredictable attacks he would not last even 10 minutes. Wary, turning to the main character, Alfred wondered if he could hear him. Theodore said that this is so. Alfred stated that he needed complete control over his body, adding that this required his consent. Paying attention to the monster, whose eyes sparkled red. The main character wondered if they would be able to win in this case. After which, Alfred said that if they don't try, they won't know, noting that he doesn't see any better options. Hearing this, Theodore asked him to act immediately. Taken aback, Alfred noted that the main character did not even know about the possible consequences, again asking if he was sure. In the depths of his mind, Theodore declared that he had already decided this. A smirk appeared on Alfred's face as he announced that so be it. The system stated that a hidden broadcast function would be activated, revealing that if the broadcast was successful, the protagonist would completely restore the identity of Alfred Ballance. Turning his attention to his hand, Alfred froze in one position. The system notified that if he failed, all of his abilities would be lost and Theodore's personality could be destroyed, signaling the start of the broadcast. With a distraught look, Alfred prepared for battle. Attempting to attack with his tail, Pride declared that his tricks would no longer work, suggesting that he would probably repeat empty flutters. Bowing his head, he said that this was a pathetic attempt. Then, the monster, using multiple parts of its body, continued to strike endlessly. Putting his hand forward, Alfred activated the protective barrier. Looking up, he activated the Song of Battle. Clenching his hand into a fist, he took advantage of the Rhapsody of Power. Enveloping Pride's body in his bright aura, Alfred activated Forte. Extending his hand forward, he activated his flaming palms. The thicket of the forest was enveloped in flames, which resulted in an explosion. Putting his hand behind his back, concentrating the combination in it, Alfred applied 2 circles. Releasing an incredibly huge burst of bright aura, he activated the volcanic shell. Hanging in the sky, Alfred froze in one position. Landing on the ground, he thought that due to poor synchronization, he was not sure which of the memories were really his. Looking into the void, continuing to think, he noted that if he did not take everything under control, he might lose consciousness. Being in a cloud of thick smoke, the monster assumed that he was hoping for the flames of an explosion. Tearing apart the red core with his tentacles, Pride tried to find out what Alfred thought about this. Some liquid was slowly dripping from the monster's hand. Dressed in armor, Pride used carapace, heat-resistant skin, and a form of hellish shadow. Bowing his head, he apologized for the weight, calling Alfred a monkey. Exhaling, Alfred thought that his opponent had neutralized the fire magic, suggesting that he could only rely on a magic missile. Looking at his hand, he noted that they were completely in sync with the main characters, figuring that this could work. Having created a magical seal around himself, Alfred activated a magical rocket whose power was equal to 100%. Putting his hand forward, Alfred prepared to launch an attack. His technique created a powerful shock wave. Alfred's magic swing resembled a bow. A powerful explosion occurred in the center of the forest. The place of the fight was enveloped in a bright burst of light. Alfred's face was shrouded in confusion. Wary, he wondered why Pride didn't even move, assuming that his magic bullet was powerless against him, despite being 100% powerful. In the cloud of thick smoke, a red glow could be seen emanating from the monster's eye. Raising his hand with a laugh, Pride stated that he was ticklish, noting that it wasn't bad for a monkey, asking if that was all his strength. With a distraught look, the monster froze in one position. Tilting his head, he assumed that Alfred had exhausted himself. Leaning on his arm, he announced that it was his turn, noting that he would slowly tear Alfred into small pieces. The monster jumped up and rushed towards him. Getting into a fighting position, Alfred prepared to block the blow. Horrified, in his thoughts, he noted that the monster had become many times faster. From the blow of Pride, fragments of stone blocks scattered in different directions. From what he saw, his face was shrouded in bewilderment. Turning his attention to Alfred, who had escaped from the scene of the blow, he wondered if this was a case of obsession magic. The monster saw that he knew how to run and hide. Wary, Alfred thought that even if he shot at him with the same force, it was not a fact that anything would change. Looking at Pride, who turned up sideways, Alfred noted that it was useless to use the same technique on him, adding that if he wanted to take him by surprise, then he needed to use something that he had not shown before. Seeing the monster clenching its fist and preparing to attack, Alfred thought that he wasn't even sure if it would work, figuring that despite this, he had to try. Suddenly, Pride's body was covered on all sides with shining circles of aura. Stretching his arm forward, Alfred continued to maintain his technique. The monster's fist was a meter away from his opponent, after which Pride struck again. Wary, he reported that he did not feel it, wondering if it was obsession magic again. Suddenly, he was surrounded by a crowd of Alfred clones. Beside himself with rage, calling Alfred foolish, Pride ordered him not to dare underestimate him, asking if he was thinking about pulling off the trick that worked twice again. Concentrating, the monster used the observer's eye. Blocking out the clone's attacks in his thoughts, Pride was amazed that all 6 were fakes, wondering if he had made a mistake. Turning around, the monster could not understand where the real one was. Calling out to Pride, Alfred said that he was here. A cloud of bright aura was visible in his hands. Shouting at the top of his lungs, he used Battle Song, Rhapsody of Power, Sforzando, memorization, opening all the slots into double flaming projectile. Staring into space, Alfred thought about shooting at the cost of his hand, noting that he would put all his remaining magic into this shot. Turning around, Pride ordered him to die, again calling him a monkey. Destroying everything in its path, Alfred's magic bullet headed towards its target. A bright glow emanated from his hands. At the sight of a fierce fight, a startling explosion occurred. Once in his body, the main character heard the system notify him that the transmission time had expired, adding that synchronization with Alfred Balance had been stopped. Keep your head down. Theodore reported that his shot was indescribable. Reporting that this was the case, Alfred noted that they gave it their all. Suddenly, a shadow fell on the protagonist's face. Some sounds were heard from the depths of the monster's armor. Climbing out, Pride called Theodore a pathetic worm, saying that he would rip his head off. Near death, the protagonist wondered if this was the end, noting that at least he was holding up well. While in the chains of the monster, he remembered the words of his parents who told him to take care of himself. Gradually sinking into the depths of Pride's stomach, in his thoughts, Theodore could not believe that he would die first, hoping that the master would take care of his family. Calling the main character a kid, Veronica said that he behaved well. Having torn out the cocoon where Theodore was located, she jumped to the side. Forming a magical weapon in her hand, Veronica prepared to strike. Lowering her gaze, she apologized for being late. Having managed to open his eyes, the main character tried to find out if the Tower Master was in front of him. Lowering her blade, Veronica asked the main character to rest a little, noting that she would sort it out here. Moving her blade forward, she activated the flames of purgatory. His gaze was shrouded in genuine malice. Throwing the weapon into a thick cloud of smoke, Veronica used the blade of hell. Horrified, Pride declared that this was impossible, noting that it was impossible to hurt him with fire magic alone. Leaning on the ground, the monster said that the regeneration power of this body was comparable to immortality. Rushing towards Veronica, calling her a pathetic worm, the monster declared that he would devour her first. With her fist behind her back, Veronica froze in one position. With lightning speed, she pierced Pride's eye with her hand. Due to the colossal power of the blow, an explosion was heard at the scene of the fight. A crack was visible in the monster's eye. Raising his tentacles, insulting Veronica again, he tried to find out how she dared to do this, calling her a hybrid ape. Raising a giant sphere of fire above her head, Veronica used the 7th magic circle, Hellfire. With a look of contempt, she wondered what the monster was trying to mumble, noting that it infuriated her. After which, a strikingly strong glow appeared in the thick of the forest. The eye of the monster with black tentacles looked straight at Veronica, the supreme mage of the Red Tower. This creature was very unhappy with her actions. It noted that Veronica was a disgraceful half-breed monkey. Veronica looked menacingly at this monster. Indifference and strong rage were visible in her eyes. She raised her hand. The girl used her magical power. She noted that the magic of the 7th circle is Hellfire. Her gaze became judgmental, and she began to question him. The descendant of the dragon race noted that what was this nasty thing saying, and added that he kept muttering something under his breath very noisily. An explosion of gigantic proportions thundered across this territory from Veronica's impact. The red eye of that monster began to split into pieces. The fragments flew in different directions. This creature remarked in his thoughts, uncivilly shouting that if everything continued to move at the same pace, then this body would not last much longer, and added that he should get out before it was too late. The magician of the Red Tower became very angry. Golden horns appeared above the girl's head, and flames began to appear from behind her mouth. Veronica jumped up. She folded her hands into a cross block. The girl shouted that he had nowhere to hide from her boundless dragon power. A magic circle appeared near the girl's mouth. She blew directly into it, and its flame began to spread with a large stream throughout the entire battlefield, delivering its main blow to that black creature. She screamed, "Dragon's breath." Veronica looked at the flaming circle on the ground parallel to the one floating in the sky. The fire raged strongly, but there was no one in it. The girl, gritting her teeth, noted with displeasure that the creature had managed to escape, and added that he infuriates her even more than many other sword masters. The Red Tower mage looked around the area with displeasure. Veronica noted that she thought that he should have reached this level, and added that otherwise Herman would not have had any effect on him. Veronica landed next to the main character. The fire sprayed by her was still raging in the area. She noted that Herman's influence did not just cover one person, but many magicians of the Red Tower and also the Blue Tower, and they all fell under his influence. The supreme mage of the Red Tower glanced sideways at the main character. She noted that the only survivors were the High Elf and the main character, whom she called the baby. The main character was lying on the ground with his torso completely exposed. He was breathing heavily. Veronica squatted down next to him and lifted him up, grabbing his shoulders as she looked at Miller worriedly. She noted that to survive such a thing is already an achievement, and added thanking him, saying, "Thank you for Miller holding out here." Theodore lifted his eyelids with heaviness, but he was looking at the ground. The main character said with heaviness, "The mistress of the Red Tower." Veronica looked at Theodore with a smirk in her eyes. She noted that he now had severe wounds on his body and added that he should not overexert himself too much and ordered him to just lie still. The lady of the tower stood up and looked at the girl who was hiding behind a tree. She shouted to her that everything was alright and noted that it was safe here and the girl should not hide anymore. The main character looked to the side out of the corner of his eye in surprise. He asked himself in his thoughts that there really was someone else here besides the mistress of the Red Tower. Elinor, the high elf, ran out of her hiding place and placed her hands on her heart. At first Elinor wanted to justify herself and say that she would not appear, but when she saw Theodore she screamed, "Mr. Miller." Two girls sat on either side of Theodore, looking at him carefully while he was barely breathing. The elf shouted, "Mr. Theodore," and began to ask him if everything was fine with him now and how he was feeling, and asked him if the main character recognized her. Miller's eyes could barely keep open, tears flowed down Elinor's cheeks, and Veronica looked at the main character in embarrassment. The main character barely squeezed out the following words. He noted that he was very glad that Miss Elinor was safe now. Miller closed his eyes. He tried to get up. He began to sway violently. Elinor grabbed him by the shoulder. Theodore noted that what a relief it was that everything was fine. The main character fainted on the ground. The high elf began to shout Theodore Miller's name and asked him to hold on. Veronica screamed in fear, asking if the main character was okay now, calling him a baby. Theodore opened his eyes slightly and looked at the sky. In his thoughts, he noted with heaviness that he was now at the limit. There was a bright, large white shooting star in the night sky. Miller continued to note in his mind that he wondered how long he would sleep this time. The system notified that function number 4 was not unlocked naturally, again under seal. The system added that the user, Theodore Miller, can no longer use the overwrite technique until this function is unlocked normally. The system continued to report that Miller had suffered mental shock as a result of the unexpected victory, and noted that he would need time to recover. The system began using forced sleep. Before us appeared the old city, which was plunged into fog, and crows were soaring in the sky. 2 days after the incident, news of the complete defeat of the convoy assigned to the High Elf reached the royal palace in Melter. In the depths of this building there was a huge dining hall, where everything was immersed in darkness and pitch silence. The loss of 5 magicians of the 6th circle, 16 magicians of the 5th circle, and 8 manabaubles is beyond comprehension. Based on this news, the Tower Lords, the head of the Academy, and the court ministers gathered in the conference hall. Brandel, the head of the Blue Tower, began to approach Veronica and the other man. Barndel began to laugh and approached the heads of the towers as they looked at him. The head of the Blue Tower noted that he was glad to meet unexpected guests, and said that a lot of water has passed under the bridge since they all saw each other. The Lord of the Blue Tower, Brandel Adruncus, smiled with his arms crossed. He noted Veronica and Orat the day before yesterday and asked if everything was fine with them. The mistress of the Red Tower, Veronica, sighed displeasedly. She asked, looking at Barndel, what kind of group of old people had gathered here. The Lord of the White Tower, Orta, stood silently and watched as the owners of the Red and Blue Tower argued with each other about the old witch's problems with the elderly and about Adruncus's pension. Adruncus smiled and sat down at his place at the table, which had recently been empty, while a dissatisfied Veronica pulled out her chair. The owner of the Blue Tower noted that they should all sit down now in a friendly atmosphere, and added that there is no truth in the legs, so there is no point in them talking while standing. Veronica sat comfortably on a chair while the owner of the Blue Tower looked for a comfortable position. He noted that this time it looked like the chair of the Lord of the Yellow Tower was empty. The Lord of the Red Tower noted that it was the same as always, and added that in any case, the Lord of the Yellow Tower was not the type to show up for the sake of a meeting. Voices could be heard from the meeting room as one of the king's subordinates began to open the door for the king. Someone noted that His Majesty the King would really come, and another of the lords of the towers shouted, which was understandable then. The king stood behind the place of honor while his subordinate pulled out a chair for him. Kurt III noted that they would do without formalities, and added that everyone could remain in their places and not stand in front of him. King Melter Kurt III sat down in his seat and put his hand on his knee. He noted that they would skip the foreplay and should get straight to the point. Veronica looked at the king carefully. Karl III turned to Veronica and asked her to enlighten them all with the details of the recent event. Veronica obediently agreed with the words, "Yes, Your Majesty." She remembered the appearance of that monster who was looking at them angrily. The Lady of the Red Tower noted that 2 days earlier, a convoy that was crossing the Na Luna Mountains was attacked by an unknown monster. She added that all the Manamobiles equipped for this mission were killed, and noted that their eternal composition of 21 magicians perished. King Charles III listened attentively to Veronica. She continued to say that although the High Elf had been delivered safely, she noted that towards the end of the battle the Monitor had escaped. More people came to the meeting. Among them sat a girl from the Yellow Tower and a man from the Red one. The man in the red hat asked Veronica in surprise whether the entire cast of 21 magicians had been killed, and asked the mistress of the Red Tower whether someone had really managed to escape from her. On the other half of the table, people who had arrived were sitting, and they were all looking at the Lord of the Red Tower. They shouted that to think that the incident happened on such a large scale, and someone asked Vladica Veronica if she really wanted to say that there was a Monitor that was not even inferior to Vladica in strength, and is now walking free somewhere. The king was dissatisfied with what he heard. Kurt III ordered everyone in the meeting room to be silent. The king looked at his subjects and hugged his knee with both hands. He noted that it was already fortunate that at least the elf was not hurt, and added that they managed to avoid the worst-case scenario. The king thought and opened his mouth slightly. In his thoughts, he noted that over 20 elite magicians had died due to international strife, and added that the High Elf for whom they sacrificed their lives was not so valuable, and it would be pointless. Kurt III noted, continuing to think that the dead deserved full compensation from Alfheim. Many, including the head of the Blue Tower, looked at the king carefully, and some were lost in their thoughts. Kurt ordered his subjects to organize compensation for the families of the dead magicians, and noted that they must make sure that Alfheim will repay them according to what they deserve for our work. The king asked Brandel if it was not so. The Lord of the Blue Tower looked at the king carefully with a smirk and a serious look. He noted that the elves were a race that paid the bills, and added that in this way everything should go as His Majesty the King said. King Kurt III looked at Brandel carefully, putting his hand to his lips. Kurt noted that he would be at a dead end if it were otherwise. The king turned his gaze from the Lord of the Blue Tower to the others, and removed his hand from his face. He noted turning to Brandel, and asked him to escort the elf to Alfheim, and added that he apologized for giving them this building immediately after completing the further mission. However, he continued to say that as far as they all know, Veronica does not have the best relationship with the elves. The Lord of the Blue Tower addressed the king and extended his hand to him as he looked at him with interest. Brandel noted that one way or another he would be happy to carry out His Majesty's order, but noted that before that he wanted to convey his elf's request to him. Kurt III smiled and began stroking his beard. He asked him again what the request meant, and suggested that he believed that this request was directed in his direction. The Lord of the Blue Tower noted that this was true. Brandel looked at His Majesty in surprise. He noted that the elf asked permission to stay here in Melter until Theodore Miller fully recovered. The Lord of the Blue Tower noted that he was not sure about the rest of his injuries, but the wound on his right arm looked serious, and added that if he was not treated by the forces of the High Elves, there was a high chance that he would not be able to fully recover. In the background, everyone in the meeting room began to discuss something among themselves. One of them asked if it was possible that this young man owed something to the elf. The Lord of the Blue Tower noted that Miller turns 20 this year, and he is still young, and is already in the 5th circle, which is very surprising, and added that how did it happen that all of them had not heard about it until now. There are no rumors about such talent. The king frowned. He noted in his mind that it was Theodore Miller, and again he heard the name of this guy, and added that this was the 3rd time it had been uttered in front of him, counting the incident with the convoy. Kurt III turned his gaze to the Lord of the Blue Tower. In his thoughts, he noted that Miller would have plenty of luck, because these are called the qualitative traits of a hero, and added that it might most likely be that he is simply very extraordinary. The king continued to say to himself in his thoughts that he did not know what exactly was true, but from all this it was clear to him that Theodore Miller had already helped this country more than a couple of times. Everyone in the meeting room turned their gaze to the king. Kurt III noted that he had no reason to refuse the request of the Lord of the Blue Tower, and added that in any case, they take care of the victims of such serious disasters. It is the duty of the king. The king snapped his fingers and carefully looked around the entire hall. He noted that the only survivor of the convoy was Theodore Miller, and he should be elevated to the title of Baron, and added that in addition, he would accordingly award him a silver magic medal. Over the kingdom of Melter, the raven's feathers flew through the air. Theodore Miller was all gone, his lips were very dry, there was a bandage on his head, which was lifted by the elf. Alina removed her hand from the protagonist, she held her knees and looked at Miller, who lay at attention on the cot. The elf Alina, who was the highest of all the elves, noted in her thoughts that all of Theodore's physical injuries had been healed, and asked herself why Mr. Theodore Miller still had not woken up. Alina looked sadly at the main character. She noted in her mind that she would like to express her gratitude to him before she left, and added that he did not want to just up and leave without even saying goodbye. Miller began to move a lot while the elf looked at him. She mentally asked him to open his eyes as soon as possible. She was very worried about him. The Lord of the Blue Tower climbed the steps and looked at the elf and the main character, and Alina looked at him. Brandel noted that he was very sorry that this happened, but they could no longer wait for Miller to awaken, and added that the delegation from Elfheim had already been putting pressure on them all day. The Lord of the Blue Tower closed his eyes with an exhalation. He noted that he understands her sadness, but the longer she waits for Miller to awaken and for him to open his eyes, the stronger their relationship between Melter and Elfheim is, so he asks her to understand him. Miller lay with the carriage on his head while Alina and Brandel communicated with each other. Alina was embarrassed, but she noted that she understood him and everything was clear to her. She added that what a shame it was for her to do this. She looked at the main character again with a blank look, but with hope. The high elf leaned down and kissed Theodore Miller tenderly on the forehead. She opened her eyes with a smile and her cheeks turned red. She asked him if they would meet him again, addressing Mr. Theodore. Morning came in the kingdom of Melter. The bright rays of the sun were shining directly into the windows. The main character snorted sweetly while lying on his bed. Suddenly the main character woke up and sat up carefully. He began to pull the bandages off his head with displeasure. He made a groaning noise from fatigue and noted, wondering how long he had been unconscious. Theodore Miller looked out the window. There was a large tree in front of him. He was silent. In his thoughts, the main character noted that if his body was so exhausted, then he probably lay there for at least a week. Miller recalled the appearance of a crying Alina, who looked at him carefully. In his thoughts he noted that he wondered what was happening to Miss Alina now, and added, wondering if the elf was able to return safely to her native Elfheim. Suddenly the main character shuddered, and his eyes narrowed greatly. He noted without understanding what kind of sensation he had just experienced, because he had never experienced it before. His eyes returned to normal and the main character looked somewhere. He noted in his thoughts that he needed to think, and clarified with himself whether this could be Alfred's intuition. The main character remembered Alfred, who began to mingle with the wind, and smiled menacingly. Theodore Miller noted that this does not seem to be his intuition, because previously his 5 senses were simply heightened. The main character noted that it seems to him that he can now see everything a few steps ahead, and added that the 6th sense is like an innate talent that suddenly appeared on the battlefield. And it was precisely because of this that Miller continued to think that he had become a war hero with only one weapon, and asked himself again, with a magic missile. Miller put his hand to his face. His head hurt very much and was splitting into small pieces from his thoughts. In his thoughts, the main character noted that apparently he would not be able to immediately master the 6th sense, and added that he would need time to get used to it and his new sensations. Suddenly, a voice suddenly called Theodore. The main character got scared and turned sharply at the voice of something. A girl was sitting in front of him. In his thoughts, in fear, he asked, stuttering, who was here, and added in confusion that there really had been someone in this room besides him all this time. In front of him sat sleeping Sylvia, who periodically fidgeted in her sleep so as not to fall. She uttered words of request that were intended for Miller. She asked him not to die, because he couldn't just leave her. The completely exhausted protagonist looked with a grin and surprise at the sleeping Sylvia, who was sitting in front of him. He noted in his thoughts that his recent companion Sylvia was sitting in front of him, and he added that it had been so long since he had seen her. Miller Theodore noted that, apparently, she spent the whole night near his bed, since she managed to fall asleep in a sleeping state. Theodore began to wonder if Sylvia was right in front of him. The main character looked at the granddaughter of the head of the Blue Tower, who was sleeping soundly, in parallel, asking the main character not to die. Theodore noted that he was most likely now in the treatment ward of Monaville. Suddenly someone else started talking. It was a glutton who asked whether the main character was awake or not. Theodore looked attentively at the glutton, who was looking directly at the main character. The main character turned to his magical grimoire in surprise, while the glutton noted that for some time he would not be able to go to meet the main character like that time that recently happened. The glutton looked straight into the eyes of the main character. He stated with a grin that until the next seal was broken, and noted that he would be 100% deprived of his autonomy now. Theodore Miller looked attentively and dumbfounded at the glutton while Sylvia slept nearby next to us. The main character asked him again in surprise. He did not understand how he was deprived of autonomy. Gluttony explained that he is simply one of the parts of the grimoire, that is, his system, equal to him in strength and capabilities, and added that due to the fact that he forcibly removed the 4th seal from the main character, it, in turn, imposed on Gluttony or limitations. The magical grimoire began to choke and his eyelids closed. He asked Theodore to hurry up and remove the next seal with his own strength. The main character was greatly stunned by the words of Gluttony, and he, in turn, fell into hibernation. Miller noted that what happened during the battle with Pride was entirely the result of the glutton's efforts, and added that it seemed that he would not be able to properly talk to him until he removed the next seal. Suddenly, unexpectedly, Sylvia woke up and began shouting Theodore's name. She was happy, and Miller was scared that he even put a block from his hand in front of him. The granddaughter of the Tower Lord smiled brightly. Her cheeks flushed. She was happy looking at her friend. She noted that Theodore had finally woken up. Vince put his glass of tea on the table and listened carefully to Theodore's story. Professor Heidel noted that he understood everything, and added that it turns out that this is exactly how Elder Herman passed away. Miller, Sylvia, and Professor Vince were sitting around the table drinking tea. The main character noted that this is exactly what happened. Heidel noted that the Elder was known for his abilities and care for the younger generation, and added that he was a very amazing person by nature, and noted that it was so sad that he died so ignominiously. Professor Vince lowered his eyes and then closed them. He noted that the fact that he was unable to do anything due to his injury makes him very angry, and added that it was all due to his helplessness. The main character thoughtfully put his hand to his chin while the granddaughter of the head of the Blue Tower and Professor Heidel looked at him. Theodore called Professor Vince, but Vince interrupted him and noted that even if he had been present on that battlefield, he would still not be sure that the Elder could have survived. Heidel looked down sadly. He noted that at the moment he can only be grateful to the Elder for the life he gave to fulfill his mission. Miller awkwardly looked away. In his thoughts, Theodore noted that this was the first time he had seen the professor in such a drooping state. Theodore noted that he understood. Professor Vince sat comfortably in his chair and began to speak while the main character looked at him in surprise. Heidel noted that be that as it may, and added asking if the main character knew about the task and what it was for. Vince paused for a short time. Did, he noted and added, made Theodore Miller the most famous person in the kingdom of Melter. The main character did not believe what he heard and asked him again. The main character was faced with images of all the enemies and allies that he met on the way at that moment. Professor Vince noted that an ordinary student of the academy defeated the successor of the Elder of the Tower, and added that after that, a couple of days later, he defeated the Elder Lick on a mission, and after a while, Heidel continued to say, the main character led the mission to save the High Elf, Aliner. With a smile, Professor Vince noted that the main character had done much more than any hero at the beginning of his story. Heidel laughed fervently while the main character was plunged into severe shock and almost screamed. The main character shouted with a stutter that Professor Heidel had been next to him all this time. Vince replied with a grin that this was not such an important factor because the royal family had already begun to present Theodore as a hero of the country. Miller was even more surprised by what he heard and shouted to the whole room where all three of them were sitting along with Sylvia. Miller sat completely shocked while Sylvia said something loudly to him. Theodore seemed to swallow his tongue in shock, and the granddaughter of the Lord of the Blue Tower said that Theodore is an amazing person, and added that perhaps he is the only one who became so famous at such a young age. She noted with a smile that as was expected of him. Theodore Miller couldn't believe his ears, so he asked her again. Professor Heidel handed the protagonist a folded piece of paper and smiled while Miller looked at him with interest. Vince noted that Sylvia was in fact telling him the truth and asked Miller to read the contents of the sheet, while the main character asked him in confusion what it was. Taking the bundle of paper in his hands, Theodore unwound it and began to read. In an instant his face changed and sweat flowed down his cheeks. He stammered inquiringly about the award ceremony and noted that a court ceremony would also be organized in his honor. The venue for the court ball appeared before them. The court ball, Professor Vince began to explain, and noted that it was a high society event hosted by the royal family for high society, adding that it had special significance here in Melter. Professor Vince presented the image of King Kurt III and the Elder of the White Tower. The king was pleased, and the second was tense. Heidel noted that King Kurt of Meltora is the third of those who cannot tolerate meaningless luxury, and added that this is why he ordered his subordinates to refuse any events that might entail excessive government spending. Theodore Miller fiddled with his hands. He was worried while others looked at him. He asked the professor that they really decided to arrange this event especially for him. Professor Vince noted that yes, and he himself thinks so, that they want to smooth out the tragedy that occurred while accompanying the High Elf. Vince paused for a short time and noted that this is done by introducing a new hero to the public. The main character looked at Heidel blankly while he smiled in his face. Miller asked that he was really worth so many honors. Professor Vince replied that yes, that was exactly the case, and added that if they had simply wanted to use his name, they would not have awarded him the Order of Honor. Theodore's eyes looked straight at the paper. He reread the contents of the text with shock. In his thoughts he noted that the Order of a True Magician, and he asked himself why he needed it. Theodore Miller lowered the letter and looked directly at Heidel as he gazed intently at his student. Professor Vince noted that one way or another this is the Order of a True Magician, and added that he does not think that anyone else will receive it after 30 years. Heidel added that he simply cannot believe that his student will receive this order. The main character looked suspiciously at his master. He turned to Professor Vince and asked whether this order was really so valuable. Heidel looked at Miller in surprise as he looked at him. Vince asked his student again and asked that he really didn't know what that order was, and added that he would then allow him to explain it. The main character was shocked by what he heard, and his eyes narrowed. Heidel explained that receiving this award is the same as receiving the title of Viscount, and noted that only those magicians who have done something outstanding for their country receive it, and added that in short, this is the highest honor for a magician Meltora. Professor Vince smiled slyly, looking into Theodore's eyes. He noted that he forgot to add that the Order of the True Magician comes with a cash prize, and added that most likely he would be awarded a national treasure during the ceremony. Theodore Miller was very much amazed and excited about the possible prizes for his actions. Theodore imagined the ceremony hall, and he asked himself, excitingly, what a national treasure means. Miller sighed. The Duke's chief wore a black shirt, which was intended to receive rewards for his perseverance. He noted that this was the first time he had put on such a thing, and noted that he liked that not a single fold was visible on it. He asked himself if it was all because of Alfred's memories in his head, and noted that he was not only a war hero, but also the third Prince of Belance. The main character adjusted his red badge on himself, which showed that he belonged to the Red Tower. In his thoughts, Theodore Miller noted that thanks to him, he can easily wear such formal clothes, and added that it turns out that he helps him not only with magic missiles and beyond intuition. The main character smiled at Professor Vince as he looked at his student getting ready. Heidel asked Miller if he was ready. Miller noted with a smile that he was ready. Professor Vince adjusted his red glasses. The main character looked simply stunning. Heidel noted that it was actually not that easy to put on a new suit, the fabric of which was so easily wrinkled, and added that he was quite impressed. Miller adjusted his sleeves and grinned at Professor Vince as he carried him a wooden box. Miller asked with a grin that it really suited him so well. Miller was surprised by the contents of the box Heidel was carrying. Professor Vince noticed that the main character forgot something and asked him if he wanted to wear it. Miller smiled cheerfully. The main character put on a mantle that belonged to the Red Tower. Heidel noted that this cloak seemed to be tailored for him, and added with a smile that everything was fine and the preparation of the world was over. Professor Vince stood opposite the main character. They looked at each other with a smile, and both were stunningly dressed. Heidel noted that he would like to say one last thing to the main character, and added that today he is the main guest of this ball. Professor Vince noted that no one has the right to be rude to someone who will be awarded by His Majesty himself, and added that now knowing all this, the main character should try not to make enemies. Heidel smiled slyly and noted that he should not bend under people just because of their names or abilities, and added that he should simply straighten his shoulders and walk forward with a confident gait. Theodore bowed to his teacher's instructions with his eyes closed. He noted that he would definitely remember this. Professor Vince looked at his student. He noted that, however, he is sure that Miller would have managed it without his instructions, because Theodore is him. Heidel extended his hand to his student with a kind smile. Professor Vince noted that Miller should go first and he would join him later, and added that they would see each other at the ball. The main character put his hand on the door handle and pulled it. He took a deep breath. In his thoughts, Miller noted that with every step his heart was beating faster and faster, but, he noted, the main character smiled softly with his eyes closed. He noted that thanks to his professor and Prince Alfred, he was not worried at all and thanked them. Theodore walked imperiously with his eyes closed. Someone shouted, "Let me introduce," and noted that he was the first laureate of the Order of a True Wizard in 30 years and the hero of today's ball. The main character walked with an even gait, Polish steps, straight to the nobility. He was wearing a Red Tower cloak. The voice continued to say that the Wizard of the Red Tower was now Baron Theodore Miller. The main character smiled, saluting with his fingers. Miller walked past noble people while they looked at him carefully and whispered. Someone from the crowd asked if this new baron was not from an ordinary family of nobility, and the man replied that if he didn't know, he would have thought that this was some kind of prince, and added that he must be very well brought up. Miller leaned his knee. He looked straight at King Kurt III with his eyes closed as he gazed at him from the stands. Miller introduced himself and noted that he was the Wizard of the Red Tower, an honorary Baron Theodore Miller, saluting the son of Meltor. The king smiled, looking at the new baron. He noted to the young hero Meltor that enough formalities. The main character began to open his eyes. Kurt III descended into the ceremony hall, and two maids stood on either side of him, and the king himself looked at Miller. He noted that Theodore Miller saved the High Elf from the slave trade, and added that he faithfully protected the Elfaliner from an unknown creature. Kurt III with all honors pinned a badge with a blue stone on the main character. He noted that such great feats as his should be appreciated, and added that this award was given for services to the fatherland. Miller began to rise from his knee with a bow, while everyone else in the hall began to give him a standing ovation, and the king looked at him. Miller thanked His Highness for such an honor. King Kurt noted that he is looking forward to Theodore Miller's next accomplishments. The main character and the king shook hands, and the hall began to burst into applause even more. King Kurt waved. Kurt III turned to the inhabitants of his kingdom and smiled. He noted that for the exceptional achievements of Baron Theodore Miller, and added, who from now on is exalted to the rank of Viscount, also receives as a reward 1,000 gold coins and 1 treasure from the state treasury. The king looked at the audience with a wide smile. He noted that at this royal ball, he took a short pause and noted that now let everyone begin to revere his glory. The orchestra played a pleasant melody, and the couples at the ball began to dance to the beat of the song. Several couples circled the ceremony hall and chatted with each other. King Kurt III stood with the main character and looked at it all. He noted that with the award ceremony over, it was now time to celebrate. Suddenly the king turned to the main character and put his hand on his shoulder. Miller was surprised. Kurt III noted that another person would give the treasure to Miller, and added that he would understand who it would be when he met him. The king grinned evilly, and his expression became darker than a cloud. Kurt III added that for now Theodore would enjoy the ceremony, and also noted that the king himself would go and take care of the worms that interested him. Miller watched the king leave him. The main character asked himself that the king really said that he would deal with worms. A bunch of people crowded around Kurt III. They surrounded him from all sides and began to have a casual conversation with him. The main character noted that it is immediately clear that the people here are influential, and in his thoughts he noted that he thinks that if he lingers here, he might die of boredom. Sighing, Miller noted to himself that okay, and he will go to his master and to the others from his tower while no one is going to follow him. A voice called out to the main character, and he was very surprised by this that he turned around sharply. 2 young girls approached the main character while he stood awkwardly. One of the girls was hiding behind her friend. The girl in the pink dress admired Theodore's beauty. She exclaimed that it really was Mr. Theodore, and added that she was glad to meet Viscount Miller. The girls began to come closer to him. While the main character was moving back, he was confused. The girl in the pink dress continued to say that she had heard a lot about him, and asked Viscount Miller if he would dance with her. The main character had a stream of sweat flowing from his face. He asked himself who these people were and what they wanted from him. Suddenly Miller heard the familiar clicking of heels. It was Veronica, who with a bright smile walked towards her young man Miller. The mistress of the tower was very beautifully dressed. She asked the girls, addressing them as if they were children, she asked them if they knew who they were messing with so brazenly right now. She came closer to them and stood opposite the girls and looked into their eyes with a sly smile. She asked the girls for forgiveness, and noted that Theodore Miller was all hers today, and asked them if they wanted to argue with her about it. The girl in the pink dress began to water her eyes. She was scared and put her hands in front of her. Veronica noted that she was in a good mood today, and added promising that today she would not fight at full strength. The girls scattered in different directions and began to go down different flights of stairs, while Veronica looked straight at the newly made Viscount. The girl in pink pouted while her eyes filled with tears. She noted that she was asking for forgiveness to the Lord of the Red Tower, and added that who would have thought that Theodore Miller would dance with the Lord of the Red Tower, Veronica. Veronica laughed at the situation while Miller was shocked by her. She noted how bored she was at this ceremony and asked that apparently this time there was no one else to distract them. The lady of the Red Tower put her hand behind her hair and looked slyly at Theodore with a smile as he stood silently. She asked him playfully why he froze and stood rooted to the spot. The main character began to deny, and noted that he simply paused. With his next words, he made Veronica blush, leaving her speechless. Miller noted that he wanted to say that Veronica looked simply gratifying in this dress. The lady of the Red Tower sighed questioningly with a grin. Veronica beckoned him with her finger with a smile, while Miller was confused. She noted that Theodore Miller had matured, and added that she was in the mood now and would enjoy being with him. Miller asked her in surprise. The main character was clearly unhappy and embarrassed by the situation. While Veronica laughed mischievously, they both headed towards the exit of the ceremony hall. The mistress of the Red Tower noted that everything was just wonderful and it was time for them to go to privacy. Theodore Miller turned over in surprise and began to ask questions. He asked himself that they should be alone, and added that the guy and the girl were different during the ball, and noted that this was all something from romance novels. Night had already fallen. The castle was illuminated with a faded light from bright stars that were scattered throughout the sky. Veronica did stretches while the main character ran after her and held onto his heart. The girl noted how wonderful the fresh air is right now and added that she loves walking outside. The lady of the Red Tower looked at the main character with a smile as he walked. She asked him, "Well, let's get started." He asked Veronica incomprehensibly what she was talking about. Theodore Miller even shuddered. The girl looked at the newly made Viscount in surprise. She asked him again and said that Kurt really hadn't told him anything, and added that they would now go for the treasure. Suddenly it dawned on Veronica and she smiled slyly, looking angrily at Theodore Miller. The mistress of the Red Tower asked if they would ask him to wait a little, and noted that the main character had already begun to have some kind of movement in his pants, and grinned. Veronica put her hand on his shoulder while he was shaking with fear and awkwardness. She noted that, unfortunately, it was too early for the main character to think about this, and added that let him conquer new heights, and jokingly noted with a pause that maybe in a few years she would think about it. The main character began to sign up and deny that she had misunderstood everything. The mistress of the Red Tower grabbed the main character in her arms. Her smile was insidious, while Miller was afraid and sweating with embarrassment. Veronica angrily made a drawn-out sound of the letter O and noted that it was time for them to stop chatting. The main character grabbed the mistress of the Red Tower and trembled in her arms while she laughed at him. Veronica told him to grab her tighter. In an instant, the protagonist's face became stony, but he was also stunned. He and Veronica jumped up. He held tightly to her neck. Near the castle there was a pleasant blue light from the lanterns. Theodore Miller and the Lady of the Red Tower walked directly in front of the pile of columns. Veronica smiled sweetly and looked somewhere while the main character was dumbfounded. The Lady of the Red Tower noted that they had arrived at the place. The main character asked her again and clarified whether they had come here. Veronica walked straight to the fountain with a confident gait until the main character did not understand whether they were joking on him or not, and he asked a clarifying question that this was really a fountain, and asked that she really wanted to say that the treasure was here. The Lady of the Red Tower put her palm to the fountain. She looked sternly at the fountain. All her laughter seemed to evaporate. Veronica noted that the main character can store all the usual treasures in his closet, and added that national treasures cannot be stored together. In her thoughts, she noted that this fountain was a state secret, and therefore she called him outside with her. The fountain under the hand of the mistress of the Red Tower began to glow with a bright light. Veronica noted that they cannot exist together because their strength is too great and their properties are exceptional, and added that if they were sealed together with mediocre magic, everything would immediately fly up into thin air. Streams of magic began to gently swirl around her hand, simultaneously raising a gentle wind. The Lady of the Red Tower noted that this is why national treasures are sealed separately around the magic towers. The magic quickly began to move chaotically in the water of the fountain, which caused the main character to be greatly shocked. The fountain absorbed magic and transferred all of it into a ball held by a stone statue of a man. The main character noted that all the magic that Veronica released into the fountain began to be absorbed. He took a long pause and noted in shock that it was a statue. Veronica was pleased with this spectacle, while the main character stood behind her and watched it in silence. The Lady of the Red Tower noted that each Tower Lord is responsible for a couple of places, and added that she herself is also responsible for the treasure that is stored in this fountain. The statue absorbed more and more magic into itself. This sight was simply mesmerizing. Veronica noted that although she knew what was here, it would still be much better if Theodore Miller saw it with his own eyes, and asked him if that was so. The statue's hand began to disintegrate into small fragments, and in an instant, half of the statue's arm had already disintegrated with the iridescent whistle of small stones hitting each other. The magic that was hidden in the hand of the statue began to be completely absorbed. All the magic began to turn into one medium-sized blue and glowing ball. Miller asked the mistress what it was. He looked at this mysterious object in shock. His eyes narrowed, and Miller asked her again what was going on. The statue completely disappeared, but the magic continued to be absorbed by an unknown ball for the main character. Veronica noted that this was a fragment that supposedly remained from a creature that existed in another dimension. A bright red eye appeared inside the mysterious ball. The Lady of the Red Tower noted that this is one of Melter's national treasures, and its name is Object Number 3. Veronica noted that this is Umbra. Before the eyes of the main character, a stream of mysterious radiance appeared that enveloped the building. Veronica told him that before him was a fragment of the past, part of another world that once flourished in another universe. A red core was visible in the depths of the glow. Veronica reported that this was Melter's third national treasure, adding that it was called Umbra. At her words, Theodore's face was shrouded in bewilderment. Smiling, Veronica said that Umbra-like ones are similar to spirits and exist where there is neither space nor time, noting that the spheres have properties, and the one in whose hands they fall can gain their astral abilities. Veronica stated that this was all she knew, saying that she had never owned such an artifact. Turning her attention to the surprised protagonist, she said that now her Umbra is completely his, adding that he can do with it as he wants. After which, Veronica told him to have fun. Looking down, Theodore was lost in thought. Looking at Veronica's Umbra, he thought about the third national treasure, noting a strange feeling, as if the more he looked at the sphere, the more it became distorted. A powerful glow emanated from the red core located in the middle. Continuing to think, Theodore stated that magic was not able to influence her, considering that the Umbra was definitely not from their world, thinking that it was reacting to a completely different force. Turning to the main character, the magical grimoire noted that he saw an interesting snack in his hands. Gluttony's face was wrapped in a grin. Continuing to observe the Umbra, Theodore wondered if the magical grimoire knew what this sphere was. After reporting that this was the case, Gluttony noted that although she was not at the grimoire level, Theodore was still holding a high-ranking item in his hands, which would not be easy to absorb. Veronica's Umbra continued to shimmer with bright light. Gluttony stated that only half of what Veronica said was true, noting that to be precise, Umbra is not a relic of the past from another universe, adding that she is another universe. After which, the magical grimoire declared that this was a dimension in which matter did not exist at all. The main character suggested that this treasure was a type of astral world. Looking up, Gluttony noted that Theodore was thinking quickly, saying that he wanted to add that the world of this level is several steps behind the spiritual one. With an alarmed expression on his face, the main character thought about the astral world, declaring another universe in which only ghostly entities live, marveling at the fact that the Umbra is an entire dimension that is close to the spiritual. An image of a magician appeared in his head, on whose back a shadow fell. In his thoughts, Theodore said that the world of spirits is an elemental world created and maintained by the strict laws of nature, closely intertwined with the physical, adding that it is accessible only to the elementals themselves and the first manas associated with them. Presenting the image of unknown creatures, the main character said that besides him there is an abyss, a place where monstrous creatures and demons live, adding that its space is forever confused and enclosed in a cycle of chaos. After which, Theodore wondered if Umbra was not that dangerous. Wary, Gluttony asked the protagonist not to drift, saying that such spaces are imperfect, which is why they are so easy to be absorbed, noting that in fact, the Umbra is a universe that fell apart a long time ago. Turning his attention to Veronica, who was pulling herself up, the magical grimoire said that as long as Theodore stood there, she wouldn't even notice that he was eating. Calling forth streams of mysterious radiance that enveloped Theodore's face, he asked him to allow him to be satisfied, adding that he would take care of the rest. The system notified the protagonist of 15 Umbra shards, saying that the shard was from a dimension that had long ago disintegrated, an emerging dimension that appeared in the physical world after the Umbra was sealed, stating that thanks to one great magician, the shard took the form of a sphere. Further, the system noted that since the Umbra was formed within the astral prostanter, the sphere is highly resistant to attacks from the material world. After which, gradually, Gluttony began to consume the Umbra. Revealing the unknown rank of the treasure, the system stated that by absorbing it, Theodore would gain its power, noting that there was no time to assimilate it. And immediately after absorption, spiritual perception would increase, adding that the user would not be able to fully use it yet. The system reported that after assimilation, only 20% of the potential would be available to the user. Looking down, the main character thought that at the moment his limit was 20%. Turning his attention to the magical grimoire, Theodore asked him to start eating. The system stated that the main character had absorbed an Umbra shard, adding that his body will be adapted to a new type of power, and from now on, the user can directly contact astral entities, and from now on, the user can see astral entities with the naked eye. The system notified that the Umbra seal would be engraved on the user's body. Suddenly, Theodore's body was enveloped in unbearable pain, causing him to cry out. Horrified, the protagonist wondered if it was Umbra's seal. Looking at his hand, he noted the incredible fact that he could feel it filling his mind with spiritual information. Smirking, Veronica noted that she could see Theodore absorbing their national treasure. Taking his hand, she noted that his magical powers had not increased, asking what he thought about it. Lost in his thoughts, Theodore considered that everything had turned out all right, remembering the words of Gluttony, who said that Veronica would not notice him. Suddenly, the protagonist's hand transformed into matter that passed through Veronica's hand. From what he saw, Theodore was shocked. Horrified, he noted that for a second he thought he had died, wondering if that was the power of Umbra. Looking around, the main character spoke about an instant transition from the physical body to the astral one, saying that only magicians of the 7th circle can master such an ability, adding that not everyone can master it. Concentrating the streams of aura passing through his body, Theodore thought that with the ability to change shape so quickly, he could easily repel any physical attack from the enemy, and would also be able to pass through barriers and walls. Smirking, he noted that of course he would not be able to defeat someone like the mistress, but it would not be easy to defeat him either. The palace standing in the center of the city was shrouded in fog. Leaning on his hands, the main character screamed, not understanding what was happening to his body. With a dumbfounded look, he wondered why he had only released his astral form, noting that his physical body had stopped obeying him. Putting her hand to her chin, Veronica said that Theodore looked unwell, asking if he was exhausted so quickly. The main character said that he had enough mana and physical training, noting that for some reason now he was literally falling off his feet. Smirking, Veronica stated that if he really trained his body in magic, but still felt tired, then most likely Umbra was using up his willpower. From what he heard, Theodore's face was shrouded in bewilderment. Turning her attention to the lamppost, Veronica suggested that he should have told him earlier about how to use it, telling him about the rumors that said that the best experience was the one he himself would get, asking him not to dwell on it. After which, Veronica sat down on a nearby bench. Leaning her elbows on her, she said that first of all, Theodore must understand that will is not something that can be controlled by conventional means, noting that it recovers very quickly, stating that if he rests a little, he will quickly come to his senses. The main character tried to find out what will is. With a smile on her face, Veronica tried to answer his question. Having imagined in her head the image of a person from whom streams of aura emanated, Veronica stated that this is the primary power that people possess, saying that magic, auras, and even spiritual abilities are all built on will. Veronica stated that everyone uses it, consciously or not, noting that most magicians rely only on mana and the use of circles, which is why they are not even aware of the existence of will. Recalling the image of Umbra, Veronica noted that this power is not like magic or an aura, adding that when you need to use an artifact from another universe, like Umbra, you cannot do without will. Bowing her head, she asked Theodore to imagine that Umbra was a beast from another universe where there was no magic at all, stating that in order to keep him in line, mana would not be able to be used. Drawing attention to his hand, the main character said that he understood this. In his thoughts, he believed that if he wanted to unlock the full potential of Umbra, then he needed to properly train his will. Hitting Theodore on the shoulder, Veronica declared that she was done with the lectures, asking if he had rested. Continuing to think, the main character noted that, on the other hand, such a cool power as astral rebirth must have some limitations. A sincere laugh was visible on Theodore's face. In his reflections, he stated that there is nothing easy in the world. After which, straightening her dress, Veronica stood up from the bench. Turning to the taken aback Theodore, Veronica tried to find out what he was going to do now. Smiling, she said that she still had some work to do at the ball, noting that everything would be fine if Theodore decided to go home. Veronica suggested that he was not too keen on such events. Closing his eyes, the main character replied that she was not very mistaken, thinking that if the ball had not been held in his honor, he would have simply returned to his place. Remembering the painted ceiling of the palace, Theodore noted that today he is the main character of this evening, adding that if he leaves without saying a word, then unpleasant rumors will definitely spread about him. Looking at Veronica, whose face was covered with a smile, the main character thought that she was with him until the very end. With a thoughtful expression on his face, Theodore froze in one position. Extending his hand to Veronica, he invited her to hit the road, noting that today he would stay with her a little longer. Smirking, Veronica wondered if this proposal should come up in a few years, after which she took Theodore's hand. Heading with him to the palace, she noted that the main character was not a timid one, adding that she did not mind. Raising his head, the stranger, whose body was covered with a red cloak, turned to Theodore Miller. The story takes us to the Andres Empire. Holding one of the chess pieces in his hands, the man noted that the main character had just turned 20, surprised that he had not only defeated the Elder Lick, but also saved the High Elf. Picking up a chess piece, he said that it sounded a bit exaggerated, asking where the evidence was that the rumors were true. The stranger in the red cloak reported that all sources indicate the accuracy of the information provided. Placing the piece on the chessboard, the man noted that he couldn't believe that such a strong hero like him showed up in Melter. Adjusting his cloak, the guy asked to convene all the swords nearby and send them to the kingdom of Melter as part of a delegation. Looking at the thoughtful stranger, the man noted that this guy, smirking, he stated that it did not matter what tales were told about Theodore Miller, asking him to check them. Smiling, the man noted that he was decisive, as always, suggesting that he too should answer straightforwardly as His Majesty wished. With a confident expression on his face, he stated that a month ago, rumors of a heroic rescue of a high elf had spread in Melter, adding that at the Emperor's behest, they must verify the authenticity of these stories. Further, he said that he, Van Elianis, the fourth sword of Andres, was obliged to carry out the order of his lordship. Leaning on the throne, Kurt declared that this was absurd, asking if he was going to discuss a peace treaty only after confirming the relationship between Melter and Elfheim. Wary, he turned to Elianis and tried to find out if he was wrong. A malicious grin appeared on Elianis' face. Lowering his gaze, Kurt said that they should leave it at that for now, asking him to explain how Elianis was going to verify the truth of the rumors, wondering if he planned to send another delegation. Clenching his hands into fists, Elianis stated that words were not enough for the night, noting that even if this was the testimony of the elves. Clenching his fist again, he said that the Empire had only one law, which was that one must prove the truth by force. With a distraught look, turning to the king, Elianis asked to be allowed to meet the main character. Snapping his fingers, Vince froze in one position. Looking at Theodore, who was trying to catch his breath, He suggested that he finish for today, noting that next time they would train his will. Smiling, Vince said that he was unlikely to be useful here. Raising his head, the protagonist stated that this was not so, adding that without his advice, he would never have figured out how to use these powers. Vince was sure that Theodore would have come up with a couple of ways himself. Putting his hand to his face, the main character asked to begin. Clenching his hand into a fist, the main character activated Astral Rebirth. Concentrating, Theodore thought about a body that could overcome the limits of gravity and go beyond the material world, and about the skill that Food had managed to master in less than a month, noting that thanks to this he was able to do what was considered impossible. Lowering his gaze, Theodore was lost in his thoughts, after which, having activated the astral technique, the main character left his body. Taking notice of him, Vince thought that he was not very precise in his movements, adding that this ability was almost no different from flickering. Continuing the race, Theodore thought that he would continue in the same spirit. With lightning speed, he got behind Vince and took a fighting stance. Frozen in one position, Vince thought that he expected this from the main character, calling it incredible, noting that his other version was moving at great speed, adding that astral rebirth does not exist in the material world, which makes it much more difficult to detect. Wary in his thoughts, he reported that even the sensitivity of the Aura Masters, comparable to the simultaneous perception of the inhabitants of an entire village, would not be enough to capture the moments of the disappearance and appearance of the main character. From the immense power that enveloped Theodore's body, he screamed. Looking into the void, Vince noted the incredible expenditure of willpower and the terrible pain that could only be endured. With a thoughtful expression on his face, Vince thought that this pain was nothing more than a sign that Theodore's will was strengthening. Turning his attention to the main character, who wiped his face, Vince said that he had advanced so much that he could forget what he was like a month ago, noting that he had recently mastered the fifth circle, but was now close to catching up with him, saying that a little time would pass and even he would not be able to withstand Theodore. Putting his hands in his pocket, Vince asked the main character not to be so impatient, recalling his words, which were that he had already reached the top in the magic of the fifth circle, saying that if he wanted to move on, he needed to move on to new level. Closing his eyes, he said that he knew this feeling of helplessness and anxiety, noting that Theodore's haste and impatience would only cause harm. Taken aback, the main character tried to find out what to do in this case. Cupping his palms, Vince stated that if Theodore were a run-of-the-mill magician, then training harder would be a better choice. Imagining a magical artifact in his head, Vince noted that if the main character again manages to embody something like the Elder Lick's Vessel of Life, then with the help of gluttony he will be able to overcome the barrier of the new circle. Surprised, Theodore suggested that it might work. After imagining the image of mysterious creatures in his head, the main character stated that high magicians rarely manage to go beyond the sixth circle, thinking about the familiar feeling of despair when you can do nothing but try again and again. Noting that he is Gluttony, an artifact who can absorb the abilities of powerful magicians, adding that he absorbed the Vessel of Life and crossed the fifth circle in an instant, suggesting that it was indeed possible. Turning his head, Vince said that Theodore was feeling better now, adding that in that case, they could continue. Further, Vince said that if they hesitated, they would run out of time. The main character was amazed and surprised by the time period, after which, Vince directed his hand towards the door. Opening it, he found a girl who, asking for forgiveness, suggested that they were still engaged. Wary, Vince said that there was nothing wrong with it, asking if he could be of any help. Smiling, the girl tried to find out if Vince Heidel and Theodore Miller were in front of her. After what was said, the guys reported that this was so. After giving Vince the letter, the girl stated that the Academy had sent an important message, and she had come to convey it, noting that the matter concerned both of them. Bringing it to his face, Vince read that to all the high magicians located in the capital, the Andres Empire had recently expressed a desire to send a delegation to them. The girl's face was shrouded in genuine delight. Also, Vince read that those who received this message were asked to gather in the main hall of the Magic Academy. Various discussions were heard throughout the palace. At the throne where Kurt was, stood his subordinate. Turning to Vince, who was standing next to him, Theodore said that he had heard that these people prefer to talk to each other with swords, suggesting that they are also capable of diplomacy. Vince noted that these people understand politics. Leaning towards Theodore, he said that the country could not rely on its army alone, adding that their knowledge of how to use combat power made Andres a force to be reckoned with. Looking at Vince, the main character asked if he was talking about combat power. Vince stated that the delegation was here to discuss the treaty signed during the last war, noting that Theodore was of course also the reason. From what he heard, the main character was shocked. Imagining the image of a terrifying monster in his head, Vince said that what they were most interested in was Theodore's connection with Elfheim and the High Elves, adding that they were probably suspicious of the heroic tales that were spread a month ago, thinking that the ambassadors wanted to evaluate what he was capable of Theodore and then move on to negotiations. Taken aback, the protagonist said that international relations are indeed complicated. Vince noted that this was a sign that Theodore was important, adding that his status as benefactor of the elves was much more significant than he thought. Standing at the entrance doors, his subordinates called out to Kurt, who said that the Andres Empire delegation had arrived. With a stern look, Kurt asked them to enter. Opening the doors, someone announced that the savages from Andres were finally here, wondering what kind of nonsense they would talk about this time. A grin was visible on Elianus' face. One of his subordinates was visible behind him. Turning their attention to them, the members of the nobility present began to exchange words. Elianus' face was filled with confidence. Bowing down, he announced that he was the fourth sword of the almighty Andres. Introducing himself as Van Elianus, he greeted the son of Melter. Raising his palm, the unknown person said that he was the seventh sword of the almighty Andres. Introducing himself as Lloyd Forlin, he greeted the son of Melter. Wary, Kurt noted that he had not seen Elianus for a long time. With a serious expression on his face, Elianus said that this was so, adding that today is their first meeting since the signing of the last agreement. Putting his hand to his face, Kurt stated that he was sure that they had known each other long enough, noting that he was not in the mood for formalities, asking them to let him ask directly and frankly. With an angry expression on his face, Kurt wondered if they had come to extend the peace treaty, or if they had come with the hope of another war. Laughing and piercing the red eyes of his interlocutor, Van Elianus with a scar on his face sarcastically reported that for the Knights of Adraz, words are not enough, even if it is the testimony of elves. Clenching his gloved hand tightly into a fist, he declared that the Empire had only one law, requiring that truth be proven by force. While a strong shadow fell on his face, the knight with a malicious grin impressively turned to his majesty, asking him to allow him to meet the young master. One of the assembled men in beige robes threw off his hood, shocked that Andres' knights wanted to challenge Theodore, declaring that even if the guy was the hero of Melter, a magician of the Fifth Circle would not be able to resist the master of the sword, while a bald colleague with a tie looked at him in bewilderment. The main character, standing in the ranks of the Viscounts, indulged in thoughts about the Andres Empire, beginning to frown deeply. He recalled that this is a powerful nation, better known as the Empire of Blades, which has been at war with the Kingdom of Melter for hundreds of years. This state is known for its 7 ball masters, but its real symbol is duels. Instead of using training weapons, knights fight for real and fight to the death, so killings in such fights are common in the Empire. The ruler with the golden wreath leaned forward a little, informing the arriving knight that they had heard about the Andres Empire using duels as an excuse for murder. After these words, the man frowned in anger, declaring with irritation that even though Theodore was a hero, he was only 20 years old, and adding that a man who called himself a sword master should be ashamed. Sir Elianus reacted to these words of the ruler with a sarcastic grin, saying that he had not planned anything so vile, because if he had killed the guy, he would not only not have benefited the Empire, but would also have turned the elves against him. A man with a scar and armor and a red cloak, standing in front of the ruler's throne, said that he only wanted to make an offer that would be beneficial to both parties. His Majesty cast a frowning glance at the knight, declaring that since he continued to insist on his own, words could not solve the matter, to which Elianus readily agreed. With a sarcastic sneer, the scarred man loudly called out Rebecca's name. Everyone gathered in the ruler's hall stood waiting when the girl entered the room. The stranger in a black robe introduced herself as Rebecca, a student of the 4th Ball of the Empire, Van Elianus, and greeted the son Melter. The ruler of Melter was stunned by the girl's appearance, causing his yellow eyes to widen, noting that she was a swordswoman and the same age as Viscount Miller. Theodore, looking at Rebecca walking along the red carpet, concluded that even though they were about the same age, she radiated the aura of a master. Even though this was the guy's first meeting, the main character had the feeling that he had already seen her somewhere. Crunching his fingers, Knight Elianus seriously turned to his majesty, deciding to ask his question again. The man clenched his teeth, baring his teeth terribly, and with red eyes burning with rage, he asked if they could arrange a magnificent waltz of swords and magic between the young heroes of the two nations. From a large window with wrought iron bars, bright sunlight entered the room, and thick green curtains were open. The ruler of Melter, Theodore, and Blundell gathered in the room on green sofas, discussing the treachery of the 4th sword of the Andres Empire, and the gray-haired old man with a slight chuckle said that he was very intrusive, because he knew in advance that he would be refused, so he behaved that way. Closing his eyes and smiling widely, the head of the Blue Tower stated that for the night this was just an excuse to stall for time, and if the offer had not been accepted, he would have found another way to stay here. Being in great confusion, His Majesty scratched his head, declaring that now this man would search the entire capital to collect information for him, and adding that he could not stand making concessions to the Knight of Andres. He thought intently that even if the White Tower was keeping a close eye on the delegation, there were 2 sword masters among the ambassadors, and it was unlikely that Melter's top brass would be able to restrict their movements. Lowering his hand to his leg, the ruler gloomily concluded that it was necessary to send the strangers back to the Empire as soon as possible in order to prevent them from learning too much. Afterwards, the man turned to Theodore, directly saying that he was not at all obliged to accept Sir Leonis's offer, and if he refused, then it would not harm Melter in any way. His Majesty looked at the young Viscount with enthusiasm, asking whether he could defeat the girl knight Rebecca. Theodore, frowning, answered in the affirmative with a serious look. Then the ruler looked piercingly at the guy, asking whether he could do this even without the ability of a national treasure. Lowering his alarmed gaze, the main character again answered in the affirmative. Then the ruler of Melter turned to the head of the Red Tower, Veronica, and the head of the Blue Tower, Blundell, sitting opposite, asking what they thought about this. The red-haired lady, winking and smiling slyly, said that if the delegation held 10 fights, Theodore would win 9 of them, and the 10th would be a draw, so, in her opinion, Theo would definitely not lose. After these words, the ruler asked with interest whether the guy was really that good, and Veronica, stretching in her chair, confidently replied that there was no need to even doubt it. Blundell enthusiastically declared that he agreed with the words of the head of the Red Tower, adding that it was not yet obvious, but the boy would definitely win. However, in the old man's opinion, it was better not to flaunt their confidence. After listening to the magicians, Kurt closed his eyes and confidently concluded with a soft smile that in this case he saw no reason to refuse the fight. Afterwards, he turned to the minister with a monocle and a white suit, who was busy reading a book, asked to bring him a peace treaty and draw up a list of lands available for annexation, taking into account any conditions that the Kingdom of Melter might put forward. Bald, mustachioed Everton, with a pen in his hands, seriously declared that he would carry out His Majesty's orders. Lost in thought, Kurt decided that when he thought about it, something was clearly wrong. He began to rub his fingers over the tip of his pointed beard, concluding that defeating the Elder Lick and rescuing the High Elf could not be a success achieved alone. After some thought, Kurt turned to Theodore with enthusiasm, deciding to entrust him with a new important matter right now, which made the guy taken aback. The ruler with a piercing gaze said that the main character does not need to be modest, because he has done so much for the Kingdom of Melter that the lands donated by the crown are no longer enough to reward him, asking the young Viscount not to hide his own merits. With folded hands, Kurt said that the Andres Empire has always chosen violence over dialogue, and its representatives violate borders, trying to steal the kingdom's crops, attack innocent citizens, and set fire to the Dama, taking the last wealth from Melter. The man raised one hand, extending it to Theodore, and addressed the guy. Kurt said with a smile that the young man is the pride of their kingdom and must win in order to teach the foreigners the history of their nation, as well as show what karma they have accumulated over the years and how strong an enemy they have made for themselves. Looking intently at his interlocutor, the ruler promised that after the battle he would adequately reward the Viscount for his victory. Continuing to look at the guy and clenching his hand into a fist, the man said that he was counting on Theodore. I put my fist to my chest. The main character enthusiastically said that he proudly accepted the order of His Majesty. The action moves to the arena, where Theodore and Rebecca stood ready, waiting for the battle to begin. Looking around, the guy recognized almost all those gathered and concluded that among them, about 80% of the forces of Melter's entire force were now in the arena. He regarded his red-haired opponent, Rebecca of the Andres Empire, standing with her hood down and mask on as the judge announced her name. The girl looked at the concentrated Theodore, Viscount of the Kingdom of Melter, when his name was heard. Judge Blundell, standing between the opponents with a weapon, clarified whether they were ready to start the fight, to which they unanimously answered so sure. The old man struck the ground with his staff and pierced the ground beneath it. The head of the Blue Tower, in a haze, said with a smile that when he hit the ground with his staff, the battle would begin, and now the representatives of the two nations had to take an oath. Afterwards, Blundell, with his eyes wide open, loudly pronounced an oath, declaring that the winner would be merciful to the loser, and the loser would show respect to the winner, and when the fight was over, it would be forbidden to continue the fight. Theodore, with a concentrated look, agreed with the old man's words, saying that he swears. Lowering her head a little, the red-haired girl in the mask replied that she was also taking an oath. A wide smile appeared on the face of the head of the Blue Tower when he realized that the battle could begin. He slammed his staff hard right between the opponents, announcing that the battle had begun, and the ground near them began to shake from the powerful blow. Rebecca looked at her opponent with a concentrated look, holding two red blades at the ready. When the blade of one of the swords was pointed at the guy, he put out his palm with a sharp movement, protecting himself from the blow. Theodore repelled his opponent's attack with one jerk, causing her to fly to the side. Looking at the main character in shock, Rebecca assessed his movements. The next moment, the girl swung her leg, delivering a powerful blow and throwing the young man back. The two spectators, covered in beads of sweat, were indignant and in great shock at how quickly the swordswoman from the Andres Empire attacked, considering her too young for such a role. The seventh swordsman of the Empire, Lloyd Forlin, watched the battle with a thoughtful look with his glowing red eye, placing his hand to his chin. Watching Rebecca's attack, the knight happily concluded that this was exactly what was expected of Andres' next generation of swordsmen. The fighting style of a girl with two blades is unimaginable, and with her current level of skill, she will definitely achieve her goal. Theodore, casting a cold glance at his opponent, continued to think that he had seen this before, remembering what her technique was like. The guy concluded that Rebecca's fighting style very much reminded him of the technique of the captain of the Wandering Wolves, Sir Randolph. Theodore threw a burning red gaze, full of rage, at his opponent, realizing that due to thoughts his last attack was delayed for a second, and he raised his fist for another blow. The main character was already looking around thoughtfully with a calm look, asking who could be this creepy bearer of bloodlust. Theodore noticed the figure of Knight Lloyd in the haze of fog, wondering if it might have come from the man in the distance. The seventh swordsman from the Andres Empire, who hid his face under a dark mask, looked piercingly at the curious young man with a burning eye. Theodore continued his thoughts regarding Rebecca's technique, stunned to realize that he and Randolph might be related or students of the same teacher. The enemy, meanwhile, cast a cold glance at the guy, deciding to strike and holding her blades at the ready. The young swordswoman suddenly flew up to Theodore, making a cross-cut with her blades, after which a blinding light began to emanate from the weapon. When the main character began to be carried back by the shockwave, he put his hands forward, concluding that there was no time to think about it, because now he needed to win. The guy clenched his teeth from tension and frowned, deciding to concentrate and first incapacitate his opponent, and small electrical discharges began to emanate from his hand. Putting his hand forward towards Rebecca, Theodore activated the chain lightning technique, and strong magical energy began to emanate from his palm. The focused swordswoman, without taking her eyes off the guy, swung her blade, from which a light red haze emanated. Frowning, she looked contemptuously at Theodore, striking him with blades and loudly shouting to fight with honor, from which the young man began to fly back again. Extending both hands with lightning bolts forward, the stunned Theodore, with clenched teeth, mentally asked if his opponent was really able to repel the magic with her scream. He raised one hand back with rage and decided to strike the girl with a powerful blow with his magic. While in the air, he concentrated ball lightning in his hand and then sent it straight to Rebecca, standing below. While the ground shook, the girl held tightly to the lowered blades, asking the enemy if he really thought that it would work the second time. Rebecca put her hand forward with her sword, and the lightning flying at her from above began to deflect the red blade. The girl's blade was able to absorb the powerful attack of her opponent, and Theodore, continuing to be in the air, began to raise his right hand for a new blow, concentrating a flow of energy in it. The main character threw concentrated magic into the ground, and gigantic debris flew from it to the sides, and a strong explosion was formed with a bright flash. Rebecca stood with her head slightly lowered and a long red blade held out in front of her. The girl stuck her swords into the ground, squatted down and glanced at her opponent, telling the wizard Melter that it was a good attack. Theodore watched with bewilderment the approaching figure of Rebecca, wondering in surprise whether she really did not feel pain at all, and also withstood ball lightning without additional protection. Looking down, the guy concluded that she was a difficult opponent, and it seemed that she could not be defeated with ordinary spells. Theodore mused that with a magic missile everything would be easier, concluding with annoyance that he might accidentally overdo it. Glancing at the concentrated opponent, the guy decided that he couldn't allow Randolph's relative to die at his hands. After some thought, the main character sighed, holding his collar. The next second, he was already rushing at full speed towards the taken aback Rebecca, activating the battle song Sonata of Speed at the tempo of a allegretto as he went. A bald man from the crowd of spectators with a stunned look asked if the young Viscount was really closing the distance, not believing that the wizard could decide on close combat. When Theodore was already close to Rebecca, she was indignant, declaring that the guy was completely crazy, like all the wizards of the Red Tower. The girl cast a dissatisfied glance at her opponent, calling him an arrogant bastard and asking if he really decided to go to his forefathers. When Theodore was standing very close, Rebecca fiercely rushed at him, swinging her sword and shouting that he should not dare to look down on the Knight Andres, and the guy managed to bend over so that the blow would not hit him. Watching the girl's movements, the main character, with an open mouth and frowning eyebrows, concluded that Rebecca is fast, noting that she, like Randolph, specializes in speed. The opponent cast an alarmed glance at Theodore, and he concluded that she was far from so good. As Rebecca continued to strike quickly with her sword, Theodore, who was crouching down, concluded that her movements were slower than her pride. During the girl's attack, the young Viscount, looking full of rage, began to raise his fist, concentrating blue energy in it. Theodore directed a powerful stream of energy at the girl, leaving red streaks in space from the sharp blade. Rebecca's eyes burned with rage as she approached the guy, holding her blades crossed in front of her chest, and the main character pointed his fist at her. The girl looked at Theodore with contempt, unable to believe that he was able to repel the attack from such a position, because in this case he was faster than her. While Theodore was preparing for a new blow, concentrating magic in his fist, the girl flew up furiously above him. The main character, with a menacing grin, cast an enraged glance at his opponent, raising his fist and activating the technique of uniting all magic circles. Energy circles were now passing through his hand one after another, and the guy looked menacing. Rebecca gave her opponent a crazy look. Theodore activated a 5-link shockwave with powerful jerks, raising a whirlwind. With his legs spread wide, the guy extended his fist forward with shining blue energy. Raising his concentrated gaze at the flying girl, Theodore concluded in his thoughts that it was too early to relax, because his opponent was the Knight of Andres. Without taking his eyes off his opponent, the young Viscount thought that she could well survive such an attack. If she gets up, then she needs to strike immediately. Suddenly the guy's eyes widened in surprise as he noticed something shocking. In front of him in a foggy haze stood a scarred knight with a sword on his shoulder, and Theodore, confused, clarified whether it was Sir Van Elianis. Approaching Theodore, the swordsman reported that the Andres Empire was accepting defeat, and noted that the guy was superior to his student in battle. Grinning and narrowing his eyes, Sir Elianis thanked the young man for leaving Rebecca alive. Throwing a bored glance at the approaching man, Theodore clarified with slight dissatisfaction what this meant. Sir Van Elianis clutched the hilt of his massive sword tightly in his hand. He calmly declared that in this battle the Andres Empire was defeated, and this outcome was recognized in the name of the Seven Swords. The spectators in the stands were greatly shocked by these words. After that, the seventh swordsman of the Andres Empire turned around and walked towards the student who was lying unconscious on the ground while Theodore continued to stand in place. Looking back at the wizard Melter, Elianis said with a grin that the rumors were true and the young man was able to show outstanding abilities. Continuing to approach Rebecca, the man said that if the young man becomes even stronger, then perhaps the Knight of Andres himself will challenge him to a duel. Watching Sir Elianis walking away with the girl's body, Theodore mentally concluded that he had no idea what was in this man's head, realizing that the thirst for blood definitely belonged to him. Now he recalled how, before the decisive blow, he felt someone's terrifying desire to kill. The nurse, holding Theodore's bandaged hand, said that he was lucky that the blade went in shallowly. With genuine delight, she admitted that this fight was impressive and added that she used a basic healing spell and bandaged everything. In her opinion, the wound would heal in about 3 days. Theodore thanked the nurse, saying that he was much better now, to which the nurse replied with a slight smile that she should be grateful to him. Standing opposite the lying Theodore, the nurse told him that in the infirmaries they were used to seeing the wounded and fallen, and that for them, unable to go onto the battlefield with them, victory was always nothing more than an image. With her hand on her heart, the nurse said that today for the first time in her life she knew what victory really was. Continuing to keep her hand on her heart, she froze in one position, after which she bowed and said that it was an honor for her to heal the hero of their generation with her own hands. Theodore, embarrassed in response to the nurse's gratitude, added that she was exaggerating. Standing on the stairs, the nurse turned her head to the main character, saying that she was leaving him and reminding him not to forget to take the prescribed medications. Theodore accompanied the nurse as she walked down the stairs. After thinking, the main character confirmed his opinion that being in the center of attention of so many people is a burden. Turning his gaze to the other side, he called for a dark figure standing on the floor below to come out to him, calling him Sir Lloyd Forlin. Opening one eye, Forlin asked a rhetorical question about whether he had really been identified. Watching a dark figure ascend the stairs, Theodore asked him about the gala dinner, hinting that he should be there. In response, the figure stated that unfortunately Melter's cuisine and the local alcohol did not meet his preferences and that he had decided to take a walk around the area instead. Frowning, the main character turned to Forlin and asked why he came to him. Answering Theodore's question, Sir Lloyd stated that he had come to apologize. The main character, surprised, asked the dark figure. An image of the protagonist's past duel arose in Forlin's head and he stated that, as Theodore probably already knows, Sir Lloyd interfered in their duel with Rebecca, adding that it was surprising that a person who had not trained Aura was so susceptible. Looking at his gloved hands, Forlin turned to Theodore with the words that he did not expect that the main character would be able to feel his accidentally bursting bloodlust. Because it was so small, the figure added that he was trembling with happiness. Stunned by Forlin's words, Theodore wondered in his mind whether Sir Lloyd had released that terrible will not to distract him, but because he actually wanted to kill. Sitting down on a chair, Forlin assured the main one, the hero, that he should not be so afraid, because the fourth sword strictly forbade him to touch Theodore. Grinning, Sir Lloyd added that he would not cut off the head of the main character, which he was very dissatisfied with. gritting his teeth and then turning to the dark figure, Theodore asked him that he really wanted him dead so badly. At the question of the main character, Forlan thought, putting his hand to his chin, then looking back at Theodore and completely turning to face him. He wondered why a person like him was born in such a pathetic country of losers and not in their great state. Lifting his cloak, the man pointedly showed blade in its sheath and then looking with a piercing gaze at the main character. He stated that the peace treaty had been concluded for 10 years and that after this period Theodore would become Andras's most dangerous enemy. Taking out a blade from under his cloak, Forlan moved towards the main character, saying that his intuition had never failed him, then asking the question whether it would be wiser to finish off Theodore here and now, calling him a future threat to the Empire, to which the main character asked the counter question, would it be true? Forlan believes in something as irrational as intuition. Raising the blade to his face, the man stated that he knew that in that battle the main character did not reveal all his secrets. Pointing the red blade of the blade at Theodore, Sir Lloyd added that against the 7 future swords, those who would become the stronghold of the Empire, the protagonist dared to restrain his power. With wide eyes hidden behind a mask, Forlan notified Theodore that in order to definitely win the coming war, he would kill him right here and now. Looking closely at the scarlet blade of the Ill-Wisher, the main character was horrified in his thoughts at how monstrous the thirst for blood was and that it was so powerful that even pride could not compare with it. Turning sharply away from Theodore, the figure walked away from his bed to the stairs, so that 10 years later, when they meet again, the main character will not get off so easily. Still shocked, Theodore thought over the term of the contract in his mind, noting that it seemed like a long time, but in reality it wasn't that long. Continuing to think about what happened earlier, the main character noticed that the sword masters were truly terrifying and that there was a new obstacle in front of him that needed to be destroyed. The massive doors opened, someone in the distance called the main character to come in, to which he apologized for the intrusion. Walking inside, Theodore noticed a guard. Looking around, the main character was surprised that they simply took him and let him in. Then he wondered that if they immediately realized that he had come, then why were they so hospitable to the enemy? A red-haired woman standing on the floor above asked Theodore why he was looking for her. The woman, looking intently at the protagonist rising towards her, asked whether he had come to exercise the right of the winner. Not understanding, Theodore asked the woman what she was talking about. The red-haired woman, holding her finger in front of her neck, said that the Empire does not spare the lives of the losers. Only the winner determines the fate of the opponent, and then in order to survive, the loser is obliged to offer something in return. While in thought, Theodore heard the woman's words that these were the general rules of a duel and if one of the opponents refused to comply with them, then both he and his family would be executed. Looking at the woman's gesture, the hero realized in his thoughts that this is a world in which everything is decided for us and that the rumors that the Empire was incapable of dialogue were not false. Putting one hand in his pocket and taking a confident pose, Theodore noticed that they were not in Andras now, but despite this, the woman still wanted to exchange her life for his, to which she answered in the affirmative to his question and added that she was her knight country's. Putting his hand to his chin, the main character chuckled and said that it was quite difficult for him to figure it out, because she had not yet understood what requests were acceptable in such conditions. But then turning to Rebecca, the main character said that he needed an answer to just one question. Looking up at the woman, Theodore notified her that he knew a man who had the same fighting technique as hers. Rebecca was surprised at such a statement, but the main character did not stop there, asking her whether she knew the name Randolph. Rebecca, in bewilderment, repeated the name Theodore said and asked how he knew this. With a neutral face, the main character suggested that the woman first tell herself everything she knows, and then perhaps he will also give her answers. Rebecca, sitting on the armrest, said that she understood Theodore, but first she decided to make a request to him. Realizing that if her words reached other people's ears, she would get a lot of trouble, so she asked the main character to make sure that no one around them heard them. Theodore agreed and a cloud of aura formed in his hand, and then turning towards the ceiling he used the silence technique. With a confident face, the protagonist assured Rebecca that any outgoing sounds were blocked. He turned to the thoughtful woman with the words that he was ready to listen to her and that she would tell everything connected with Randolph. Sitting opposite Rebecca, Theodore asked her what the story was about him and Randolph. The woman, lowering her eyes to the floor, stated that Randolph was her brother. An image of a brother with 2 swords popped into her head. The woman clarified that they had different mothers, but the same father. Looking up at the main character, she told him a story that says that once the Clovis family was a noble family and successors to the 7 swords of the Empire, to which Theodore asked her a question, clearly not expecting that these events took place in the past. Rebecca, remembering the past, said that it was 130 years ago. Against the backdrop of fragments of the past, she continued to tell the story to Theodore, where she noticed that her family, which was not yet rich, rose to prominence thanks to the existence of sword masters. A man in the shadows appeared in her thoughts and she continued the story, stating that the Clovises believed that the glorious era would last at least a century, adding that however, their hopes for this were in vain. Against the backdrop of a dark silhouette playing chess, Rebecca said that one day the Emperor issued an imperial decree that said to find the black magician who caused riots throughout Andros and cut off his head. According to Rebecca, the Seven Swords had no choice but to obey the order, and her ancestors crossed the borders of the Empire to destroy the sorcerer. Under the final move of the pawn made by the piece, the woman stated that her ancestors never returned, her clan failed to fulfill the Emperor's orders, and their sword master also disappeared during the search. Concluding her story, Rebecca said that since then the Clovis family began to lose its greatness. Sitting opposite Theodore with her legs crossed, the woman added that her father, who was the head, was very good with a blade and that finding a swordswoman with talent in the family was not at all difficult. Theodore wanted to ask the woman a question, but she interrupted him by immediately answering it, stating that even though they were half-blooded, they still had several siblings in common from their other mothers. With devastation on her face, she said that in one way or another, almost all the children that her father fathered were considered failures, adding that they were sold except for her and Randolph. Crossing her arms, Rebecca explained that the family needed to invest everything in one person to become a sword master. Recalling the past where she lay in bed, the red-haired woman revealed that despite the fact that the Clovis clan had squeezed out all the remaining resources, it was still not enough to train two, adding that eventually one of them had to become victim. Rebecca, remembering the image of her little brother, who was walking through the crowd with a sack, explained that this is why her brother ran away in the middle of the night without telling anyone, as she believes he did it for her sake. As Randolph leaves Rebecca a letter, she reveals that even though she found his letter saying they would meet one day, she still had no information about him. Theodore replayed the story in his head and concluded that the two-bladed ancestors Sir Randolph was looking for were the Clovis family. Looking at Rebecca with a piercing gaze, the main character stated that more than a month had passed since he saw her brother. Recalling past events where Randolph clashed with the Elder Lick, Theodore said that he was sent to his native place on a mission from the Scarlet Tower, adding that there he met with Sir Randolph. Against the background of Randolph's battle with the Lick, the main character said that they entered the Elder Lick's dungeon together and that they managed to deal with the monster. Turning to Rebecca, Theodore informed her that it seemed to him that he had managed to help Randolph a little in his search, to which Rebecca was surprised and asked if they had really found the missing ancestors of their family. Remembering the image of Randolph, the main character confirmed the woman's thoughts and stated that her brother was close to becoming a sword master. Rebecca placed her hand on her chin and closed her eyes, and assumed with slight joy that her brother was still the same. Suddenly, two guards in red cloaks called out to them, saying that it was time for them to leave. Standing up and pushing back his chair, the main character said that their time was over and he was leaving. Turning to Rebecca, Miller said to her that he hoped she would get better soon. Rebecca called out to the main character, telling him that he never took advantage of the privileges of the winner and asked him to promise her that he would definitely do it later. Against the backdrop of a stone city, the main character speaks in his thoughts that 4 days later, agreements were concluded between the two countries, and since Melter emerged victorious from the friendly match, Andros had no choice but to accept the unattractive conditions. Continuing to think while leaning on the wooden railing, Theodore noticed that less than 6 days had passed since the representatives of the Empire left Monaville. With a slightly surprised face, the main character was amazed that these 6 days flew by so quickly. Using the Hawkeye technique, Theodore's pupil constricted. Below, he noticed Rebecca, who was riding a horse. Noticing that she was sitting behind, the main character noticed that she most likely had not yet fully recovered to travel on horseback herself. Looking away from the girl and thinking that she managed to survive his shockwaves more than 5 times, he noticed that it was a miracle that she was still breathing. Recalling his duel with Rebecca, Theodore noted that during that battle he was able to fully sense the power of an aura user, and he also assumes that if they meet again one day, Rebecca will be much stronger than she is now. Raising his hand and looking at the bandages, the main character wondered if he could remove the bandages. Noticing that the arm looks as if everything has healed, an unknown figure appeared behind the main character and called him by name. With a questioning expression on his face, Theodore turned to the figure and said how he could be useful. The guy enthusiastically announced that he had finally found the main character and, introducing himself by the name Andy, explained that he was from the Central Department of the Magic Academy. Andy stated that he had orders to bring Theodore to the president's office, to which the main character was surprised. Andy, with an enthusiastic face, said that the invitation came from the president personally and that if possible, he wanted Theodore to arrive as soon as possible. In his thoughts, the main character remembered that, as a rule, magicians have no reason to visit such places. He was wondering what happened. To see the cities from a bird's eye view, the main character agreed and will go to the president. Walking inside the building, Theodore noticed the statue, wondering in his head what this terrible-looking statue was. Appearing in front of the two figures, the main character introduced himself and greeted the president of the academy and the master of the Scarlet Tower. The president in turn was delighted to see the main character. With his hands folded in front of him, the president of the academy assured Theodore that he was just in time and that he apologized for calling so suddenly, adding that a situation had arisen due to which he had no other choice. Sitting down opposite the president, the main character reassured him by saying that he was not busy with anything anyway. In response, the president invited Theodore to sit down. With Veronica sitting in the background, the president addressed the main character that he had done well that time and that they were not sure that Andreas would accept their conditions, especially due to the circumstances associated with the High Elf. Then he added that it was possible it's safe to say that Theodore made the greatest contribution to the new agreement. The main character just grinned, such praise seemed too serious to him. Narrowing his eyes, the president suggested that his words would not be mere flattery, noting that he himself knew about it, asking if it was so. The main character suggested that the reason for the call may be related to the reward. In turn, the president of the academy confirmed Theodore's assumption, saying that he and the Lords of the Towers held a long meeting and finally decided on the prize for the main character. According to the president, the subject is still kept in the strictest confidence. He felt that a public award would cause unnecessary resonance. The president asked Theodore to remember that only he and the Lords of the Towers knew about this thing. With a serious face, the president said that if information leaks somewhere, even the main character will not be able to escape punishment. Veronica turned to the president and reminded him that she had said that it was not necessary to intimidate, to which the president replied that it was better to warn. Suddenly, the statue behind him spoke, putting forward his candidacy for explanation. Theodore, looking over his shoulder, was surprised to see a talking statue behind him and wondered how a statue could even talk. Sticking out his tongue and giggling disgustingly, the statue stated that he had not seen such a reaction for a long time. Suddenly the statue was punched. Veronica, rubbing her fist, turned to the statue and said not to scare the main character, calling the stone monster a crooked utensil. Then Veronica irritably asked the question that didn't she tell her not to laugh like that because it was very loud, to which the statue snapped back calling her a crazy dragon. Veronica, surprised by such impudence, wondered that someone was planning to depart to another world today. Hitting the statue with a powerful blow, Veronica wished death on the statue. The room was filled with rising dust from the force of the impact. Theodore nervously turned to the president, to which he stated that he would not like to introduce them so chaotically, but that's what happened. Against the background of a statue shrouded in dust, the president said that as Theodore could see, this is an unusual statue and that how it moves, what it is made of, all this remains a mystery. According to the president, only one person is able to control golems, and also added that even the wizards of the Seventh Circle have not achieved this. Against the background of the dissatisfied face of the statue, the president said that the magician hiding his identity is the ruler of the Amber Tower, Norden, adding that it is he who controls this statue. After Veronica delivered her powerful blow, the president of the academy noted that, as she saw, the statue was far from ordinary. The president of the academy said that how it moves, what it consists of is all unknown to them, noting that in the whole world only one person is able to control it, telling about Norden, who was the Lord of the Amber Tower. Looking at the stunned statue, he noted that there was no doubt that it was Norden who controlled the statue. Wary in his thoughts, the main character announced the master of the Amber Bath, who was a magician, whose face has never been seen and no one knows his age and race. Imagining Norden in his head, whose face was shrouded in shadow, Theodore noted that if rumors were to be believed, he could refuse the king a general mobilization of magicians, saying that only the other lords of the towers and the ruler himself were allowed to meet with him. With his hands on his side, the president of the academy said that Norden's appearance in public could only be seen once or twice every 100 years. From his words, Theodore was greatly taken aback. Averting his gaze, the president of the academy asked the main character not to be surprised, since the Lord of the Amber Tower is mysterious and there are still many things that keep much greater secrets. Looking at the documents lying on the shelves of the office, he said that according to the records of the central office, it was Norden who created the plans for the 4 towers, adding that he also contributed to the prosperity of Melter during the birth of the country. Further, the president of the academy said that in medicine, alchemy, metallurgy, and architecture, the level of this magician is comparable to the divine, noting that it is for this reason that there are so many amazing goods and artifacts on the entrusted continent. Lowering his gaze, turning to the president of the academy, Theodore tried to find out how old Norden was. Wary, the president noted that there were at least 600. In his thoughts, the main character stated that even elves only live to be 200. With a worried expression on his face, Theodore thought that among the high elves there were those who were more than 3,000 years old, adding that magic was an art that developed only among humans when other races could hardly master it, wondering who the Lord of the Amber Towers. Squinting his eyes, the president of the academy said that so far no one has figured out the secret of Norden's identity, which is why there is no point in racking his brains over it now, noting that if he has been hiding for more than 600 years, then there must be a reason for this. Drawing attention to the nearby statue, the president of the academy said that when Norden wishes, then he will show himself to the whole world, saying that theories about who he is are useless, asking Theodore not to think about it. Turning to the guys, indignant, the statue said that it had been damaged, asking if Veronica had any idea how long it would take to repair it. Turning around, Veronica stated that the Scarlet Tower would take care of compensation, asking for the goods. Smirking, the statue said that she would now provide them with the MK37 sensitivity enhancer. After that, the main character tried to find out what she was talking about. Placing her hand on her side, the statue noted that since Theodore was a magician, he should know how important sensitivity is, adding that neither training nor even medicine can increase it. After putting the pill in his mouth, the statue announced the device. Smirking, she stated that he could increase her level even if it seemed impossible before. Looking at the tablet in his thoughts, the main character wondered if it was a sensitivity enhancer. Continuing to examine it, the system reported that it was a drug synthesized using Eastern and Western alchemy, noting that rare materials and ancient technology were used to create it, which significantly increases sensitivity to mana. The system stated that the value of the drug was equal to that of a treasure, and when consumed it would increase certain characteristics since it had no digestion period, adding that Theodore's understanding of alchemy would also increase exponentially. The system informed him that the drug would be more effective if taken orally rather than through gluttony, and that once consumed he would become immune to the properties, noting that repeated use would have no effect. Surprised, the main character thought that increasing sensitivity had previously seemed like a fantasy, saying that for a wizard like him who was almost deprived of it, such a drug was simply a gift from heaven. Patting Theodore on the back, Veronica asked him to swallow the drug quickly, noting the confidence that the result would not take long to arrive. After which, the main character wondered if he should drink it now. Taken aback, Theodore announced that he understood, asking if he needed to eat while it's hot. Delighted, Veronica noted that he grasped it on the fly. Looking around the expanses of the Academy President's office, Veronica reported that 3 rulers were looking after Theodore, suggesting that one of them would not be able to help him, but would not harm him either. Lowering his gaze, looking at the tablet, Theodore thought that this was so, noting that with 2 magicians of this level, he was in no danger. The protagonist's face was shrouded in doubt and anxiety, after which, opening his mouth, Theodore prepared to absorb it. The system reported that he had used the MK37 sensitivity enhancer, adding that the power contained within him was gradually being revealed. The system reported that the user's mana had increased to maximum, noting that he would soon feel a temporary surge in all senses, asking him to concentrate. After swallowing it, the main character stated that it had an unusual taste, asking if that was all. Suddenly, his face was shrouded in genuine horror. Falling to the floor, Theodore thought that he could not breathe. Approaching the lying protagonist, Veronica asked him to pull himself together and not dare to deny the mana around him. Screaming, she stated that mana had always been there, adding that Theodore had not felt it before. Trying not to lose consciousness in his thoughts, the protagonist reported that this was not the case, noting that he simply did not know. I look at the stunned Theodore, Veronica asked him to use magic. After which, holding 2 fingers up, the main character prepared to create the technique. Baring his teeth, he used an electric shock. The technique that emerged from his fingertips thundered throughout the entire office. Surprised, Theodore reported that he felt better. Leaning on his hand, continuing to think, he declared that he understood how mana felt. Veronica tried to find out if the main character had finally come to his senses. With a look full of surprise, Theodore said that he felt something in the air that seemed impossible to exist, noting that it was simply amazing. Looking into the void, he said that some say that mana is like water, and for others it is like mud or like fire. Crossing his legs, Theodore thought that he could not understand their words, believing that he never could, wondering if geniuses like Sylvia had such sensitivity. Folding her hands, Veronica suggested that everything was fine, asking Theodore to be careful with his magic, as after taking this drug, the speed of casting spells and their power would increase, adding that his control of mana required practice. Turning his head in her direction, the protagonist suggested that having high sensitivity is not enough. Smiling, Veronica said that this was so, saying that a high level of sensitivity and magic is good, noting that individually they are nothing special. Further, she stated that if a magician has problems with one or the other, then there is no point in rising to the next circles. Having raised Theodore, Veronica said that there are people with high sensitivity, adding that at the same time they are simply amazing simpletons, which is why the main character should not turn up his nose and continue to train. Outraged in its thoughts, the statue wondered what Veronica was doing with Theodore. Confused, the main character said that this was not what she thought. Veronica asked the statue to stop showing his scary face. Turning its head in her direction, the statue said that she needed to talk to Theodore alone anyway, asking her to leave. Beside herself with rage, Veronica tried to find out if she had been told to leave, after which, the president of the academy said that they would leave immediately. Looking at the statue clenching its fist, Veronica said that next time she would not get off so easily, calling it a terrible piece of stone. Veronica's outrageous exclamations were heard from the slammed door. Smirking, the statue noted that he had expected this, saying that the main character was unusual. Placing a finger on its chin, the statue spoke about the reaction to Mana and the smell of Theodore's spirit, suggesting that Veronica was not exaggerating about him becoming the next master of the Scarlet Tower. With an embarrassed expression on his face, the main character thanked him for what he said. The statue said that this was just an objective assessment, congratulating Theodore as the first test subject for, after which, informing him that this was not the case, she congratulated him as the heir to the power of his drug, adding that she would remember his name. Smirking, the statue noted that they would not see each other for some time, declaring that they would definitely meet at the right moment, asking Theodore to wait for now. With a look full of madness, turning to the main character, she said that when the time comes, they will discuss the secret hidden deep within him. Having evaporated, the statue said goodbye to Theodore. Surprised, the main character wondered if the statue could find out about gluttony. Being on his hand, the magical grimoire asked him to be careful with the Lord of the Amber Tower. Looking at Theodore, who was taken aback, Gluttony stated that the formula and alchemy in that drug were used 2000 ago, noting that he not only knows about them, but also understands how to use them. Smiling, the magical grimoire said that he had several ideas on this matter, adding that it was impossible to say anything for sure right now. With a serious expression on his face, asking him to stop, Theodore tried to find out if he believed that the Lord of the Amber Tower was also the owner of the grimoire. Gluttony noted that he was only based on the information he received, adding that this is also possible. The magic grimoire stated that even if he has a grimoire, he uses it very refined and effectively. Grinning, Gluttony noted that it would be unlikely to attack the Lord of the Amber Tower suddenly, like the Elder Lick. Averting his gaze, the main character thought that the Master of the Amber Tower was hiding his identity, and the Lord of the Pearl Tower was wearing a mask, saying that someday he would definitely find out about everything, adding that not now. Clenching his fist as he turned to Norden, Theodore wondered if he was saying that they would see each other again. At this moment, the unknown person was actively working on a typewriter. Sitting in the shadows, the unknown person became interested, noting that so much time had passed. A malicious grin appeared on his face the moment he addressed Gluttony. There was a fierce battle between the main character and Sylvia. Squeezing the staff in her hands, Sylvia activated an ice arrow. At the moment when she fired magical projectiles towards Theodore, he, in turn, managed to form a magical barrier. Clenching his fist, he prepared to strike back. Having created a powerful flame, the main character released it towards Sylvia. Looking at the cloud of dust that appeared, Theodore thought that in order to curb his sharply increased sensitivity to mana after absorbing the sensitivity enhancer, he asked Sylvia to help him with training. Looking at Sylvia, on whose staff a cloud of unimaginably powerful aura had formed, and continuing to think, he noted that being a magician with an innate and incredible sensitivity to mana, as well as the ability to learn, there was no one who could be better suited to her in his training. Smiling, turning to Theodore, Sylvia tried to find out if he could still continue. Smirking, the main character stated that it was so, after which, with lightning speed, the guys rushed towards each other. With a look of admiration, Sylvia called Theodore incredible, noting that only a week ago he was unable to react to such a thing, adding that she expected this from him. With an embarrassed look, the main character thought that she was flattering him. In his thoughts, he said that sensitivity training was much easier than he expected, saying that the only snag was the problem with casting spells. Raising his palm, continuing to think, he stated that in magic, a spell is just his own interpretation of magic. The main character doubted that when using spells, the effectiveness of magicians increased exponentially, adding that because of this, magicians became very fixated on spells. Wary, Theodore froze in one position. Having created ice projectiles around himself, the main character said aloud a spell that allows him to do this. Stretching his hands forward, he shouted the fourth magic circle spell, Thunder Spear. Clasping his palms, Theodore cast the fourth magic circle, Storm. Lowering his gaze, he noted that he had not used spells much before, after which, magical projectiles that appeared in the air headed towards Sylvia. Putting her staff forward, Sylvia managed to activate a magical barrier, which blocked Theodore's fall. Surprised, she thought about 3 different elements and 3 different magic circles, wondering how the protagonist was able to use them all at once. From what she saw, Sylvia's gaze was shrouded in bewilderment. Theodore appeared before her eyes, directing his fire technique in her direction. Putting his hand behind his back, he prepared to attack. His fist was engulfed in powerful flames. Having fired a magic projectile, the main character froze in one position. Falling to the floor, Sylvia watched the huge cloud of smoke that arose after using Theodore's technique. Looking at the place of the fight, Sylvia noted that Small Force and even Inferno were successful. Hugging the main character, she was surprised that in such a short time he figured out how it all worked. Theodore noted that all this was only thanks to her instructions. Smiling, he said that the spell was no longer a problem for him, adding that if they had continued for even 10 more seconds, he would not have been able to cope. Smiling, Sylvia noted that one way or another, success is success, Theodore praised. Taken aback, thanking Sylvia, Theodore said that all this was thanks to her. Indignant, Mithra called out to the main character. Frightened, Theodore tried to find out what happened. With a confused expression on her face, Mithra tried to pronounce the word guest. Taken aback, the main character tried to find out if she wanted to tell the guest. Standing behind the guys, the unknown person wondered if Theodore was in this place. Smiling, he said that he had come to accompany him to an audience with the king, asking him to go with him. Looking at the embarrassed protagonist, he stated that the ambassador of Elfheim was waiting for him. Streams of sunlight enveloped the walls of the palace. Paying attention to Kurt ascending the throne, one of his subordinates announced that the king had arrived. Leaning on the arms of the throne, Kurt stated that, first of all, he wanted to thank everyone for responding to such a sudden invitation. Veronica's face was shrouded in surprise. Kurt noted that, as they all already understand, no one could have expected such a situation. Looking at the man, whose face was hidden by a mask, he believed that it would be better if they understood that this was the most important turning point in the history of the country, noting that some should already be aware of what happened from the rumors, adding that there are those who know nothing. Having lowered his gaze, the guy who had a bandage on his face was lost in his thoughts. Seated on the throne, Kurt stated that they were gathered here because the ambassador of Elfheim had arrived, and for the first time, the reason for his arrival was to conclude friendly relations, and not for the sake of trade. With a smile on his face, Kurt asked to greet the ambassador, noting that this is why he called them all here. The country of the elves is Elfheim. The silhouette of an elf was visible in the darkness of the night. They didn't build walls against the whole world. They easily accepted the rapidly growing human civilization, and even exported their national dishes to the people. However, for a very long time, they always refused to conclude any friendly relations. Leaning towards one of those present, the man in the red hat wondered if they were serious about friendship, noting that if this was all true, then it could change the entire North, not believing that Elfheim would make the first move. Leaning towards Kurt, his subordinate announced the arrival of the Elfheim ambassador. Turning his gaze in her direction, Kurt asked to let him in. After which, the doors of the meeting room opened. Afterwards, a white cloak was visible, on which the glare of the sun's rays was reflected. With a slight smile on his face, Edwin adjusted the cuff on his sleeve. Delighted, Veronica said that it was the spiritual guardian himself, the keeper of the spirits, noting that they had sent a big shot. The main character tried to find out who the guard was. Looking at the ambassador walking towards Kurt, Veronica said that this is what they call elf summoners who are capable of summoning high-ranking spirits, noting that among them there are also those who are able to grow as warriors and be awarded such a title. Looking at Edwin again, Veronica stated that in other words, this was a master. Surprised in his thoughts, Theodore reported who was equal in strength to the sword master and the magicians of the Seventh Circle. Kneeling before Kurt, the ambassador announced that he was Edwin from the Beach tribe, the third tribe of Elfheim, asking forgiveness for his manners. Smiling, Kurt also apologized for his ignorance of the customs of Elfheim, adding that they were warmly welcome to Melter. While sitting on the throne, Kurt noted that although Elfheim were neighbors, for them they were always a nation that was far from them, reporting that their nation had always denied people any relations other than trade, saying that they had always respected this ideology. Putting his hand to his chin, Kurt said that they could not stop wondering why their dear neighbor had come such a long way before them. Closing his eyes, Edwin noted that he should tell him everything. Smiling, he said that they simply wanted to pay tribute to Alienar's savior, adding that they were here because their family wanted to invite him, as well as his entourage, to Elfheim as state guests. From what he heard, the main character was shocked. His face was filled with surprise at the ambassador's words. Lowering his head, Edwin said that he should make his intentions known. Smiling, he revealed that they wanted to repay Lady Alienar's savior and invite him to Elfheim as an honored guest, noting that this was his father's order. The guys were shocked by what they heard. The protagonist's face was shrouded in doubt and anxiety. Wary in his thoughts, Kurt noted that he expected that they would want to increase the volume of goods they trade, surprised by the offer. With a serious expression on his face, turning to Evidon, Kurt wondered if he wanted to say that he wanted to see the diplomatic delegation. Smiling, Edwin said that it was so. Tilting his head, Kurt tried to find out if the meeting would take place, as always, at the borders of the Great Forest. Opening his eyes slightly, Edwin declared that this was not so, saying that they behave completely differently with benefactors. With a smile on his face, Edwin said that the people of Elfheim agreed to meet Theodore and his group at the World Tree. Looking at Edwin's kneeling form, Kurt wondered if this meant they would welcome humans into the heart of the Elven lands. Having reported that this was so, Edwin noted that this would take place near the leader's tree, after which Kurt asked how far a person could walk. Grinning, Edwin replied that the smaller the better, adding that if someone attacked again, then a small group would be much easier to defend. Tilting his head, Kurt said it was worth considering. Closing his eyes, Edwin noted that in addition, they should know something, saying that the closer to the center of the forest, speaking of the world tree, the faster the concentration of mana will increase, saying that it was for this reason that the group should consist of only magicians or not lower than the 5th circle. Putting his hand to his chin, Kurt noted that this was a bit of a hassle, saying that there wouldn't be that many candidates. A monster was visible behind the elf, its paws pointed in his direction. Not everyone can become a participant in this mission. You must not only be a magician, but also have diplomatic skills. During the convoy incident, almost everyone who might have approached met their death. Turning his attention to Veronica, Kurt noted that in this case, the few remaining, telling about her people and herself. Horrified, Edwin asked Kurt to think twice before including Veronica in the delegation. Taken aback, Kurt stated that he knew that he would not approve of her candidacy, adding that the fire magic of the Lady of the Scarlet Tower was too strong, noting that they did not want to burn down their sacred place. Outraged, Veronica wondered if Kurt would continue to trust her only with worthless missions. At that moment, Theodore begged her to calm down. Turning his head to Kurt, Anton noted that if the decision was not pleasant, asking why not contact the Lord of the Azure Tower. With a worried expression on his face, Kurt said that he would do so, revealing that Blundell was currently busy preventing floods in the east, adding that he had no time for other missions. Raising his hand, Anton offered to take the senior magicians of different towers there. Kurt suggested that many of them were now unable to take it upon themselves, adding that those who were free were too old for such long trips. Approaching the throne, the Lord of the Pearl Tower noted that if no one else was found, then he would go. Paying attention to him, Kurt thought that he was one of the magicians who most often took on various assignments, noting that the Lord of the Pearl Tower was known for his composure. Kurt thought that sending him on this diplomatic mission would be the best idea possible. Looking at the Lord of the Tower, who put his hat to his chest, Kurt, agreeing, stated that from now on Orda becomes the first member of the delegation, adding that now he must form a group of magicians of the 5th circle and above. Listening to His Majesty, the Lord of the Tower froze in one position, after which Kurt noted that no more than 10 people could be accepted. Clenching his fist, the Lord of the Tower announced that everything would be done. With a grin on his face, turning to Theodore, Kurt spoke of the confidence that he would once again become the pride of all Melter. Clenching his fist, turning to the main character, Kurt stated that when going as part of the delegation to Elfheim, he must remember that all this happened thanks to him. After which, Kurt noted that from now on Theodore will receive the same powers as the Lord of the Pearl Tower, but only until the end of the diplomatic mission. Looking at the inspired protagonist, he asked him not to be afraid to express his thoughts. In turn, the main character said that he was Theodore Miller and would carry out the will of His Majesty. Placing a mug of tea on the table, Vince reported that there were currently only 93 top-ranking Manas in Mana Vila, adding that 71 of them had expressed a desire to join the delegation. Smirking, he noted that he wanted to invite 13 people, figuring that Theodore understood his circumstances. Turning his head towards Vince, the protagonist wondered if so many people wanted to go with them. Grinning, Vince stated that the place to which Theodore was invited is sacred, saying that the elves treasure it very much, and therefore entry is closed to other races, noting that the news about the opportunity to get there is, in fact, the very embodiment of the desire of magicians to explore unknown. With an alarmed expression on his face, the protagonist suggested that there was a commotion in the capital. Vince noted that she could not help but rise, suggesting that it was difficult to notice. He said that right now all the towers have problems with wars, nepotism and bribery. Raising his hand to his mug of tea again, Vince announced that he was deflecting, adding that he still had an interview to catch. Leisurely sipping tea, Vince said that this was an order from the Lord of the Pearl Tower, saying that he asked him to come up with what interests they could satisfy by collaborating with Elfheim. Taken aback, Theodore wondered if the Lord wanted to do this himself, noting that Vince went deeper into his research, asking whether he would be able to do everything in time. Grinning, Vince stated that everyone needs a break sometimes, suggesting that he would find clues in the lands of the elves. Looking at Vince, the main character tried to find out if he had taken on this responsibility just to not have to work. After which, Vince noted that the main character quickly realized. Leaning on his knee, he said that the girl had also submitted a resume. Rising from the couch, Vince stated that her application was very well written, having no doubt that it would definitely be accepted. At that moment, Theodore tried to find out who Vince was talking about. With her head down, Sylvia was lost in her own thoughts. Vince said he was talking about Sylvia. Smiling, the main character said that she discovered the fifth circle in herself, not even reaching 20 years old, noting that she was quite suitable for this mission. Smirking, Vince said that that kid was also jumping in over his head, calling him tactless. As Theodore turned his head, his face was covered with bewilderment. Vince said it didn't matter, adding that he should just pray for his and Sylvia's luck. With a face full of incomprehension, the main character watched as Vince left the vastness of the room. Indignant, he wondered if he was being tactless. An image of an elf appeared in his head at the moment when he tried to find out if Alfred's supreme sensitivity was not enough, not understanding why Vince was doing this at all. Leaning on his arm, the main character announced that the Lord of the Pearl Tower himself would be part of the delegation. With a look full of attention, the Lord of the Tower continued to listen to Kurt's order. While in his thoughts, Theodore noted that on the one hand, he was an ideal candidate for the position of representative of the entire diplomatic mission, considering that there was nothing to worry about. Further, the main character stated that, on the other hand, he knows nothing about the other rulers, noting that his knowledge is only about those who rule the Scarlet and Azure Towers. Exhaling, he thought that, in addition, on this expedition, the king gave him the same rights as Ordu. Clutching his head, the protagonist cried out that there would be so many people in the delegation, wondering if the king really thought he could handle it. With a puzzled look, Theodore noted that he would meet with Aliner, suggesting that he might have made a mistake somewhere. Suddenly, the main character's face was covered with genuine horror. Looking around the expanse of the room, in his thoughts, he wondered what kind of feeling of presence came over him, noting that he could not understand where its source was and who was capable of such a thing. Taking a mug of tea, Edwin asked for forgiveness if he scared Theodore. The shadow of his robes could be seen on the wall. Looking at the stunned protagonist, Edwin said that he was here to talk with him alone. With a smile on his face, calling Theodore a dear benefactor, Edwin tried to see if he could spare some time for him. Putting the mug on the table, he froze in one position. Putting his hand to his chest, the main character said that he was very surprised because Edwin found him and did not give him away. Smirking, Edwin suggested that he had yet to get used to human etiquette, hoping that his actions towards their benefactor had not been too rude. With a face full of joy, Edwin said that if it were up to him, he would prefer to see the main character first, noting that the mission entrusted to him by his parents forced him to delay. With a worried smile, he suggested that it was a little late, but he was very glad to meet their benefactor even under such circumstances. With an embarrassed expression on his face, Theodore stated that he was glad to see him too. Leaning down, he wondered why Edwin was giving him so much honor, noting that the elf's reaction made him uncomfortable. Taken aback, Edwin wondered if this was really so, asking whether this circumstance should cause inconvenience to their dear benefactor. Clasping his hands, he said that the rescue of Aliner, for which Theodore had almost paid with his own life, was a merciful valor, adding that it deserved to be called a benefactor, declaring that the Arv family would never consider it unnecessary zeal to try to repay kindness. Putting his hand to his head, the main character said that this was not the case. Alvin stated that he was still getting used to human customs, adding that it was completely natural for them to show such courtesy, asking Theodore to understand this. Confused, the main character tried to find out why Edwin was looking for him, assuming that he wanted to tell him something. Smiling, Edwin said that although meeting their benefactor in person was an occasion, he wanted to convey something. Looking at the mysterious object that Edwin took out from his bosom, the main character wondered what it was. Picking it up, Edwin said that it was the symbol of Elfheim, the seed of the World Tree, noting that it was somewhat different from the original ones, but the effect was still miraculous. Peeking out from under the corner, Mithra called out to Theodore. Pointing her finger at the seed of the World Tree, she continued to call him. After asking what Mithra was doing, the main character stated that one should not point fingers at people. Laughing, Edwin said that it was not worth it, noting that Aliner had left him a message. Putting the seed in Mithra's hand, he said that it was not for the benefactor, adding that he needed to give it to her. Looking at the joyful Mithra in his thoughts, Theodore considered that if that thing was truly the seed of the Tree of the World, Yggdrasil, then it could cost almost more than this castle, noting that Aliner gave the seed to that one. With a face full of incomprehension, turning to Alvin, the main character asked if he knew about the purpose of this seed. At that moment, Edwin wondered what Theodore called the assignment. The main character said that he could not put his mind to why Aliner would give him to Mithra. Closing his eyes, Edwin noted that although he could not know her intentions, he would try to tell everything he knew. Imagining the elven forest in his head, Edwin said that the World Tree has always protected Elfheim with the strength with which it earned its name, adding that its fallen leaves cleansed the land sprinkled with blood, and from those layers of the earth that the roots of the tree reached, a barrier created by nature sprouted. Paying attention to Theodore's hand, which contained the seed, Edwin noted that if we talk about it, which Elinor gave, then from her words, whoever absorbed it would awaken their hidden potential. Surprised, Theodore thought that, after all, such a seed would become useless in the hands of someone like him due to the fact that he was devoid of innate talents. Paying attention to Mithra sitting next to her and continuing to think, the main character stated that when we are talking about an ancient spirit, the goddess of the earth, then this is a completely different story, believing that Elinor wants to awaken her abilities. Looking at his hand, turning to Mithra, Theodore said that it was her gift. Mithra's face was enveloped in genuine delight. Taking the seed in his hand, Mithra asked if he could eat it. The main character wondered if she wanted to eat him. Mithra noted that it looked delicious. Smirking, Theodore said that since it was Mithra, she could do whatever she wanted with it. Thinking about this, the protagonist was amazed that she was drooling over the seed, suggesting that only spirits could sense it. Looking at the seed of the world tree, Mithra froze in one position, after which, putting half of it in her mouth, she tried to bite through it. The morning sky enveloped the expanses of the palace. The plot takes us to 4 days later, telling us that Orta, the Lord of the Pearl Tower, quickly, with unprecedented speed, appointed 7 members of the diplomatic mission, adding that preparations for departure to Elfheim began. Sylvia's gaze fell on Theodore walking in her direction. Smiling, she said that he needed to come to her. Looking at the main character who took Sylvia by the hands, Vince wondered if he was looking at anyone other than her. Turning his attention to the joyful Vince, Theodore noted that he had been expecting his arrival. After which, Vince greeted him, adding that everyone had been waiting for him. Looking at the puzzled Theodore, the Lord of the Pearl Tower declared that it was an honor for him to work with him, asking him to deliver him safely to Elfheim. The main character's face was covered with an embarrassed smile. Clenching his fist, the Lord of the Pearl Tower asked Theodore to take care of him, assuming that everyone was assembled. With a serious expression on his face, the ruler froze in one position. The main character was glad of his arrival. Bowing his head, the Lord of the Pearl Tower wondered if Theodore was really ready. With a face full of determination, the protagonist declared that this was so. Putting his hands in his pockets, the Lord of the Pearl Tower invited the children to quickly set off, noting that the road would be quite long, thinking that it would be nice to hurry up. A magical artifact was visible on his hand. Holding his hat, the Lord of the Pearl Tower activated mass teleportation. Surprised in his thoughts, the main character said that he expected this from the ruler of the tower, noting that in addition to the tower's inherent magic, he also possesses spatial magic. With an excited expression on his face, continuing to think, the main character said that he had gone through this a bunch of times, adding that he could not get used to the strange sensations. Suddenly, the guys found themselves in the center of some palace. Turning to the Lord of the Tower walking ahead, Theodore tried to find out where they were. The Lord of the Tower said that this was a dungeon structure located on the border of the kingdom, noting that this was not a place where one should linger. Standing in front of the door, the Lord of the Tower asked the guys to keep up with him. Looking at the concentrated Lord of the Tower, the main character could not believe that he had overcome the entire path with one spell. Suddenly, the guys found themselves in the vastness of the desert. In its expanses one could see a lot of stone blocks and sand. Crimson Plateau, arid lands stretching for hundreds of kilometers. They are so wide and deserted that they are suitable as an arena for fighting the huge monsters of the Great Northern Forest. Continuing to walk through the territory that was shrouded in sand, turning to the Lord of the Tower. The main character tried to find out where the carriage they would ride on was located, noting that it would be difficult to cross this highland without a carriage. The Lord of the Tower said that it was not in the spirit to chew everything, asking the guys to put on the rings. After which, Theodore put on the ring, awaiting further instructions. His face was shrouded in anxiety and worry. A shadow fell on the ring on his finger. Putting his hand in his pocket, noting that everyone was wearing them, the Lord of the Tower announced that they could be pulled out. Turning his head, he stated that he had one thing to say before they left, asking the boys to stand where they were standing. From what he saw, Theodore's face was covered with genuine horror. The sand under his feet began to make strange sounds. Suddenly, mysterious creatures emerged from its depths. Baring his teeth in his thoughts, the main character wondered why space distortion occurs with every step. Continuing to think, Theodore noted that even though he was the Lord of the Pearl Tower, repeating again that he did not understand this. Many bursts of aura appeared in the raging desert. Looking at the back of the Lord of the Tower, the main character thought that in comparison with him, the Manimobble would seem like a snail, not realizing how far he had advanced at once. With a serious expression on his face, the Lord of the Tower announced that they were to arrive at the Great Forest, asking everyone to prepare to set up camp when he stopped. A bright shining sun was visible in the sky. Looking around the expanses of the desert, the main character said that he had tried many times to track the flow of mana, noting that he could not say anything at all about the principle of operation of this spell. Looking at the back of the Lord of the Tower, Theodore said that his magic was sharply different from any other spatial magic and was on a completely different level. Crossing her legs, Veronica said that he should not worry about Orta, adding that he was much more competent in matters of escorting her. After which, the main character wondered whether he was more capable of being the mistress of the tower. With a serious expression on her face, Veronica stated that this was so, noting that if they had gone head to head, she would have won, adding that if Orta decided to run away, he would not be caught. Veronica said that in a situation where it is not necessary to win, such maneuverability is more like cheating. Looking at the Lord of the Pearl Tower, she reported that in the last war, he managed to break through the combined attack of 3 sword masters, asking Theodore to imagine this, wondering if such a person could live up to the usual standards. Surprised, the main character noted that no matter how fast he was, asking if it was possible. Smirking, Veronica stated that the Lord of the Pearl Tower was perfect for this mission, asking Theodore not to worry about it. Powerful gusts of wind fluttered the scarf that was around Orta's neck. In his thoughts, the protagonist stated that at first he did not believe Veronica's words, noting that he was now beginning to understand their essence, considering it unsurprising that the swordsman did not know what to do when faced with magic of this kind. Looking around the expanses of the desert, the Lord of the Tower froze in one position. Continuing his thoughts, Theodore reported about high-level spatial sorcery, which can only be mastered by someone who has at least 6 circles, adding that if he could learn how to use it, then it would definitely be useful to him. Looking at the vast borders of the desert, he declared that in order to reach the 6th circle, he needed to develop more abilities and achieve overcoming the next wall. Having stopped, Orta said that they would set up camp and stay here for the night. Squatting down, he said that tomorrow morning at sunrise they would be on the threshold of the Great Forest, asking the guys to get ready to pitch their tents. After which, Theodore began to drive a stake to install it. Some of the guys were cooking. Taking out a ladle, he tasted the contents to see if they were done. Turning to his team, the main character noted that they were all surprisingly quite fast, surprised that they managed to settle here so quickly, suggesting that he did not really help. Smirking, Vince said that this would be a new experience for Theodore. Looking at the embarrassed main character, the man noted that this is always the case in youth. Someone from the team asked him not to worry, offering to take a cup. He didn't care what the point was, saying that when you're in the open air it's always better to have a full stomach. Taking the man by the shoulder, the guy noted that he was doing a much better job than him. Hearing this, the man wondered if he wanted to bet, crying out that they didn't know how fast he was in his prime. Paying attention to Theodore, who was laughing, someone asked the guys to stop fiddling around and eat the roast. With a smile on his face, Vince said that it had been a long time since he had been so relaxed and idle. Approaching the main character, Edwin tried to find out if he could give him some time. Closing his eyes, he stated that he did not expect such a quick arrival, suggesting that human magic had significantly exceeded their understanding of it. Grinning, Edwin noted that if you tell someone that they crossed the Crimson Plateau in half a day, they will certainly doubt his words. Lowering his head, the main character said that they did not have to go through this themselves, considering that their doubts were understandable. Raising his finger, Edwin said that he had come to check on Mithra's condition, adding that this was, after all, the first time he had fed the seed of the World Tree to a spirit. After which, turning his head, Theodore called Mithra. A small sprout was visible on her head. With a smile on his face, the main character noted that, as Edwin sees, there are no special changes, pointing to the sprout that grew on her head. Closing his eyes, Edwin said that he didn't think Mithra had grown much, adding that if the runaway stretched out a little more, who knew what mystical things might happen. A huge number of stars were visible in the night sky. Further, Edwin recalled the words of Elinor, who said that when they entered Elfheim, Mithra's abilities would manifest themselves naturally. A light haze could be seen across the expanses of the desert. Leaning on his arm, the main character thought that being the only one who slept in such comfort embarrassed him a little. Looking around the tent, Theodore thought that he wanted to join Vince on night guard, saying that he and the owner of the White Tower were relieved of duty after sunset, reporting unusual treatment. Opening her eyes slightly, Mithra tried to find out what was the matter. Smiling, the main character asked her not to worry. Having covered her with a blanket, the main character asked her to lie back down. The sprout on her head was enveloped in a mysterious glow. Suddenly, jumping out of bed, Mithra froze in one position. From what he saw, Theodore was shocked. Taking Mithra by the shoulders, the main character began to beg her to wake up. A mysterious glow continued to emanate from the growth on her head. Baring their teeth, the crowd of monsters let out a piercing roar. Their horde was on the mountainside. Suddenly, Theodore's face was enveloped in genuine horror. Frightened, Mithra tried to find out if he was okay. Lost in his thoughts, the protagonist wondered what it had just been, noting that it seemed to him, or that the creatures from the Great Forest were heading straight towards the camp. With a dumbfounded expression on his face, continuing to think, Theodore noted that he was not entirely sure, stating that this was definitely not a nightmare or an illusion, being sure that his sensations were intensified thanks to Mithra. Coming out of the tent, the main character called out to Vince. He, in turn, tried to find out what happened. Approaching him, Theodore reported that monsters from the Great Forest were moving here. Wary, Vince froze in one position. With excited faces, the squad members continued to listen to the main character. Vince wondered if Lil was trying to say there was an ambush here. Someone in the crowd noted that the sound was too far away for it to be an ambush, asking if it was. Clenching his fist, the monster continued to observe from afar. Theodore assumed that they were ogres. Approaching him, the Lord of the Tower called it interesting that he had adapted to recognize monsters long before they approached, adding that good intuition cannot be easily dismissed. Looking down, Theodore said it was a little difficult to explain. Interrupting with a serious expression, Orta stated that he did not need an explanation, noting that after all, they now had enough time to prepare for their attack. Raising his hand, he announced that he would begin the countdown from that moment, adding that everyone should attack with magic at the same time upon his command. Looking at the guys getting ready for battle, the Lord of the Tower began counting down. Taking her magic staff in her hands, Sylvia froze in one position. Theodore's face was full of determination. The moment the Tower Lord shouted about the start of the battle, the guys formed a powerful surge of aura. After finishing their technique, a huge hole appeared in the mountain. Near the mountainous area there was an echo that arose after the attack of the guys. Flame tongues enveloped the impact site. From what he saw, the main character was shocked. With an image of the place where the monsters were in his mind, Theodore wondered if they had wiped out a horde of them with one blow, noting that if they continued at this pace, they would be able to get by without any casualties. Standing behind the guys, Edwin called their attack amazing, adding that he would lend a helping hand. A cloud of shining aura began to form in his hands. Having folded his hand into a seal, turning to Alis, Edwin asked him to bestow him with an arrow, after which, having created a magic bow, he prepared to shoot. Having released a magic projectile, Edwin froze in one position. Colossally powerful mana continued to emanate from his projectile. The group of magicians was shocked by what they saw. After Edwin's attack, a huge hole appeared in the mountain on which the remnants of his aura could be seen. One of the guys wondered if it was primordial elven magic. Smiling, Edwin said that they were now safe for the entire coming night. In the thick of the forest, glimpses of light could be seen shrouding the trees. Turning around, addressing the main character, Edwin said that if they turn right, they will get to a shorter path. After which, Edwin tried to find out if Theodore wanted to test his detection skill. In his thoughts, the main character said that because of the skill with which he discovered the night of monsters sneaking towards them, he suddenly took the role of a guide during the operation. Holding Mithras sitting on his shoulders, continuing to think, Theodore noted that it would be more correct to say that it was not he who took this role, but Mithras, saying that he was counting on her. Leaning on the main character's head, Mithra tried to yawn. Concentrating, she began to explore the area. Surprised, Theodore thought that the left of the path was clear, not understanding what was on the right. Looking at the creatures standing on the slope, the main character wondered who they were, suggesting that they were wolves. Turning his head towards Edwin, Theodore asked if among the local fauna there were wolves with a horn on their forehead, noting that they should meet such in 3 kilometers if they went to the right. Putting his hand to his chin, Edwin suggested that Theodore was talking about thunder wolves, saying that it was better not to mess with them, adding that if they noticed them, problems would arise. Smirking, the Tower Lord wondered if they were really so dangerous that they needed to escape. Laughing, Edwin stated that monsters are not scary in battle, saying that he avoids them because of the sound. From what he heard, the face of the Lord of the Tower was shrouded in misunderstanding. Lifting its muzzle, the thunder wolf began to howl. Edwin reported that thunder wolves are capable of emitting electrical charges from a horn in their forehead, and the sound of such lightning will come out as a real clap of thunder. Noting that if they sense danger, they will call on nearby monsters for help, create chaos, run away, and hide again to attack. Taken aback, the Lord of the Tower said that in this case, they should go to the left. In turn, Edwin said that it was time for them to move forward. In the vastness of the forest, the stomping of the main character could be heard. Grabbing their clubs, the group of ogres froze in one position, watching the group of guys. Powerful bursts of aura began to emanate from Edwin's ear. With lightning speed, he waved his hand and sent his technique towards the ogres. His face was wrapped in a grin. From the direct hit of his blow, the monsters let out a terrifying roar. Their bodies fell to the ground and froze in one position. Surprised, Theodore, in his thoughts, wondered if this is what a thunderstorm front looks like as performed by the ruler. Turning to the protagonist standing next to him, Edwin suggested that he take a break before continuing. With a wave of his head, Edwin said that this was true, noting that they would meet many monsters ahead, and it would be difficult to advance even with his skills. Squinting his eyes, he declared that now was the last chance for a good rest. With a serious expression on his face, the main character said that he understood him. Turning towards the squad, the Lord of the Tower tried to find out if the guys had heard Edwin, adding that they would stand here for a short time. With a smile on his face, he announced 2 hours during which the guys were free, asking them not to go far, inviting them to eat, walk, relax, and do what they wanted. With a distraught look, the squad member wondered if they were free. The guy rejoiced at the fact that they would finally be able to explore the great forest. Rushing into the depths of the forest, a member of the squad said that such a chance comes once in a lifetime. Having asked to wait, the guy said that they would go together. Laughing, Edwin noted that human wizards were much more energetic than he thought. The main character completely agreed with him. Kneeling down, Sylvia tried to call out to Theodore, asking him to look here. Waving her hand, she said that there were very interesting plants here. With a smile on his face, in his thoughts, the main character suggested that Sylvia and Vince were also carried away by the collection. Putting his hands in his pockets, noting that they had free time, Theodore invited the guys to take a walk through the forest. Stopping, the main character looked at his leg. His face was shrouded in incomprehension. From what he heard, Theodore was shocked. With a dumbfounded expression on his face, the main character was thinking about an incomprehensible feeling. Finding himself completely naked, Theodore wondered what kind of place this was, noting that it was the same clearing, but he had a strange feeling as if it was a completely different dimension. Looking at the puzzled protagonist, the unknown person tried to find out who dared to invade Roy's mind. With a surprised expression on her face, the girl asked who he was. The spirit ordered Theodore to identify himself. Frightened, the main character said that he was Theodore Miller. Pointing the weapon to his body, the girl said that she had heard this name before. The spirit said that he did not know the main character, asking who he was. Taken aback, the girl said that she remembered. Leaning towards Theodore, she called him the human boy who saved Alina, asking if she was right. With a frightened expression on his face, the main character said that this was so. Squatting down, the girl tried to find out how it was, asking if they held hands or touched lips, noting that it had been a long time since there had been a romance between a man and an elf. Putting her hand to her face, Alina called out to Theodore. Seeing her in front of her, the girl froze in one position. With a confused expression on her face, Alina looked away. Giving her hand to Theodore, she noted that they had not seen each other for a long time, saying that she was glad to meet. After which, the main character inquired about her condition. With a serious expression, Alina declared that thanks to Theodore, she was fine. Smiling, the main character said that he was glad to hear this, asking where they were now, saying that he had just arrived with the others. Interrupting him, folding her hands, Alina said that this is the mind of the swarm of the world tree, Yggdrasil, Ratatoskr, adding that this is the spiritual body of the tree, noting that only the direct heirs of Arv can get here. Surprised, Theodore declared that he was an ordinary person, asking how he ended up here. Leaning on a nearby tree, the spirit told about Demetra, saying that the world tree grows from the earth, and Demetra is the goddess of the earth, considering it not surprising that he has the right to enter. Smirking, he suggested that Theodore's rights were broader than theirs. With a dumbfounded look, the main character tried to find out if this was true. Reporting that he was not sure, the spirit noted that it was more of a guess. Bowing his head, Theodore said that he understood him. In his thoughts, he stated that he was able to enter Ratatoskr, with rights perhaps greater than those of the High Elves, adding that he was a difficult case for this world. Turning to the confused protagonist, the girl wondered if it was difficult for him to talk in Roy's mind. After that, Theodore said that he had no problems with this. Finding herself behind the protagonist, Alina said that they were not used to talking in Ratatoskr, adding that for this reason, she would go to the guys. Turning around, Theodore tried to find out how. Interrupting him with a finger to his mouth, Alina said that he would soon find out. Suddenly, the main character became conscious. Approaching him, an excited Edwin asked if he had spoken to them, asking if he was in a place where only dancers could go. Taken aback, Theodore assumed that this was so. Crying out in surprise, Edwin declared that the main character was a completely extraordinary person. Seeing something, Edwin turned his head. Before his eyes, something began to sprout from the ground. This something began to form a body. Alina appeared before their eyes. Smiling, she greeted the guys who came from Melter, saying that she was the daughter of the Green Flower tribe, the sixth dancer. The unnaturally dark-colored female body stretched as if it were made of viscous, sticky clay. Alina, whose body had become the color and texture of tree bark, stood with her arms crossed and her eyes glowing with a bright yellow light. Alina greeted the mages from Melter with an ominous smile and introduced herself as the daughter of the Evergreen tribe and the sixth dancer. Orda, dressed in a suit and hat, said that they did not expect to meet the woman so soon and in this way, and Alina replied that she had only recently learned this spell and also asked the trio to allow her to become their guide. Orda wrapped his fingers around the visor of his hat, introduced himself as the Lord of the Pearl Tower of the Kingdom of Melter and thanked Alina for her help. The man took off his hat, pressed it to his chest and said that he was flattered that Alina had come so far, but she need not worry because Edwin would guide them to Elfheim. Alina replied that she did not doubt Edwin's abilities, but no one knew this forest better than the High Elves. Alina pointed upward and asked the others to look in that direction. Orda widened his eyes in admiration and raised his eyebrows, saying that what he was seeing was incredible. The man was amazed that the plants moved on their own, as if they had their own will. Alina pointed to the road and said that along it they could easily reach Elfheim, and the journey should take no more than 3 days. When Orda put his hat on his head and concluded that 8 hours would be enough, Alina looked at the man in surprise. Orda, frowning his black eyebrows, answered mysteriously that Alina herself would understand when she saw it. In Elfheim, there was a greenish fog among the tall buildings. In one of the buildings, someone's loud voice was heard, whose owner was horrified that the delegation had already arrived. The high elf named Erisa sat with one leg crossed over the other, feeling ashamed that she would not meet the delegation. Alucard, resting his chin on his wrist, replied that their reputation as high elves and elves in general would suffer if they let Erisa go. When Erisa laughed and asked why Alucard was flattering her, the young man shouted that he didn't do it. An elf named Lumia, dressed in a long white dress with a cloak, told Erisa and Alucard to calm down because they were not here to quarrel. Lumia said that they needed to discuss issues regarding the problems that had recently arisen, and first they needed to decide how they would welcome guests who came from distant lands. Erisa leaned back in her chair, put her hand on the back of her head, apologized and said she wouldn't do that again. Lumia reported that the delegation was already here. An elf named Alina with a high ponytail said that they needed to immediately provide housing, and then return Edwin to his post, as well as arrange and allocate several guards for the guests. Everyone present agreed with Alina's proposal, raising their open palms up. Since everyone unanimously came to the same opinion, Lumia proposed to discuss the next problem regarding the request from the Druids. The woman said that they were recently informed that many monsters in the east began to destroy forests, and the Druids asked to stop the monsters as soon as possible. Alucard narrowed his eyes in disbelief and said that they had entered into a contract with the Ents, which provided protection, so the man felt that it was not worth interfering. Lumia suggested that the contract did not help. They have a huge number of casualties. Right now, almost 20% of the Ents have died in the eastern part of the forest, so there is a chance that among the monsters there are those who use fire magic. Lumia silently looked at Alucard and Erisa, who decided that if they sent a guard, it would definitely not be Edwin, because he needed to rest. Lumia said that they would now discuss the request from the head of the Lion tribe, Orlando, because, according to him, someone outsider had invaded the clan's territory. The woman's look looked lost as she said that they are trying to figure out the suspect, but he escapes every time, and Orlando believes that it could be fairies, which is why he asks the elves for help in catching them. Erisa shrugged her shoulders and grimaced, saying that Orlando wants too much, and in fact, it's not a stone lion, but an ordinary cobblestone. When Erisa said that Orlando would accuse his neighbor and execute him if he himself fell out of bed in the middle of the night, and then suggested that they ignore the man's request, Alucard angrily shouted that elves do not make decisions based only on emotions. The man with a stern expression suggested putting this problem aside and sending several investigators to their tribe, and if they didn't find anything, they would simply go back. When Lumia sighed displeasantly and said that one investigator would be enough, Erisa joyfully threw her hands up. Suddenly the girl froze in this position, realizing something. When Erisa jumped out of her chair and screamed deafeningly, asking about Orlando's whereabouts, Alucard looked at the girl with a puzzled look. Erisa loudly shouted to Alina that they urgently needed to be taken away from that place, while the long-haired elf in light clothes sat with her head down. A quiet apology escaped Alina's lips. With an expression of horror on her face, Alina announced that they had already met. A muscular, bare-chested man with short red hair stood with his hands on his waist and shouted to the elves inside the building to come out and explain themselves. The head of the Stone Lion tribe, named Orlando, clenched his hand into a fist and yelled with an angry grimace, dissatisfied with the fact that people who mistreated other races were walking through the forest. Orlando furrowed his brows and shouted even louder, asking if the elves sang into the ears of the people and brought them here. Alina, towering over Orlando, raised her hand to the side and ordered the man to stay where he was, while Alina, frowning with rage, told Orlando that these were not just people, but guests of Elfheim. Orda and Theodore stood behind her, and the man was confused, and the main character was terrified. Orlando opened his mouth wide, revealing his fangs, and screamed deafeningly so that Alina would not give him orders. Theodore turned to Orda when he asked what he thought about a race of humanoid beasts that were not often seen. The main character looked away, thinking about how Orlando was not hurt by such screams, and replied that words alone could not solve the matter. The man walked up to Alina and pointed his finger at the people standing behind her and shouted that he could not believe that the proud elves treated people better than the tribe of Stone Lions. Orlando clenched his hand tightly into a fist. Approaching Alina, Orlando loomed over her and shouted that he would not move an inch until he heard an explanation. Alina was about to answer Orlando something when suddenly someone said to stop. Alina and Orlando looked at Theodore at the same time. The main character raised his palm in front of him and, with a serious expression on his face, asked Orlando what he wanted from them. Orlando widened his eyes in shock and arched his eyebrows, looking at the main character. The man, thanks to his instincts, felt colossal pressure and incredible danger from Theodore, and was also terrified that he was afraid of the man. Orlando bared his teeth in displeasure and shouted that Theodore was talking nonsense. The man's face showed veins of tension as he loudly insulted the protagonist for his impudence. Orlando came close to the main character, clenched his hands into fists, and shouted that he, as a member of the tribe of Stone Lions, shows his courage through combat, and if Theodore has the courage to challenge one of them, then he can try. Orlando screamed shrilly so that Theodore would then expect a hail of blows. The man swung his fist towards the main character and shouted that everything was fair. Standing in the middle of the rising dust, Theodore looked at Orlando and without a single emotion on his face repeated his words about the hail of blows. The man stuttered when he confirmed that the main character had heard everything correctly, being stunned that Theodore was not afraid of him. The protagonist, with a gloomy expression on his face, called Alina, informing her that Orlando himself had proposed solving the problem with a few blows. Alina's eyes widened and her lips pursed, saying that everything said here would be witnessed by them in Elfheim. Then Alina looked at Orlando with fury on her face and sternly asked him if he would not return to this if he had already voiced it himself. Orlando, with the sweat of excitement running down his face, shouted in a trembling voice that Alina was right and that there was nothing that could not yield to his fists. The protagonist poked his chest with his thumbs and said that he would let the enemy make the first move, so Orlando could attack as soon as he was ready. Orlando, offended that a non-entity like this loud-mouthed wizard would look down on the valiant chief of the Stone Lion tribe, clenched his teeth angrily. The man, his face twisted with raging rage, raised his fist and shouted that there was nothing human about Theodore. Orlando struck the main character in the stomach, but he did not move while the sound waves from the attack passed through space. Orlando's fist froze, resting against the protagonist's muscles. The leader of the Stone Lion tribe was amazed and looked at Theodore with red eyes wide in shock. After a short silence, the protagonist mockingly asked if this was all Orlando was capable of, and added that the man's hands were weaker than expected. Theodore grinned sinisterly and furrowed his brows, saying that now it was his turn to attack. Orlando screamed in shock, because it was inconceivable to him that the blow of his fist could not damage his opponent. The main character wasted no time and was already cutting the air with a clenched fist at lightning speed. The next moment, Orlando was knocked off his feet and flew into the air with a deafening sound. When Orlando crashed into the bottom of a tall building, a thick fog of dust and sand rose up around him. Orlando doubled over and groaned heavily, coughing up fresh blood from his throat. While the leader of the Stone Lion tribe was struggling to his feet, someone said in a mocking tone that Orlando did not know his place and was attacking Theodore, so he received a well-deserved punishment. The main character dusted off the sleeve of his brown clothes while Alina watched the young man. Alina smiled proudly and said that she would now continue to guide Theodore. The dust from that short fight still hasn't settled, and people still haven't stopped talking about Orlando, who doesn't even know how to use aura and relies only on his body for everything. The main character, dressed in light clothes, looked into the fog outside the window and said that Orlando did not have any special skills, and now Theodore understood why the existence of the Beast People race on this continent was hidden. Gluttony, looking at the main character with round eyes, told him not to find fault with them so much, because there was a reason for their deplorable situation. When Theodore, surprised by the awakening of the magical grimoire, asked what the reason was, Gluttony replied that the information available to the main character and the information hidden from him are closely intertwined, but thanks to his curiosity, the veil of secrecy can be lifted. The magical grimoire said that the leader who united all the Beast People, the werewolf King Fenrir, died in the arms of someone from his retinue. When Theodore frowned and said that he didn't know about such details, Gluttony smiled, not at all surprised by this. The magical grimoire spoke about an amazing forest, about the World Tree, created thanks to the power of the Arves, and about the Kingdom of Demons, which became a refuge for the fallen race. Gluttony stuck out his long dark tongue and said that he could smell the grimoire that he was missing so much, so he would never be bored in this forest. The main character tensed, and a drop of sweat appeared on his cheek when he asked if there were grimoires in the Great Forest. The magical grimoire confirmed this with a wide smile and bulging eyes and explained that these fluctuations cannot be confused with anything. Gluttony said he felt the power of the grimoire that ended Ragnarok, the war that ended the Age of Myth. Gluttony remembered the great magician who burned the firstborn World Tree, and the grimoire that Surt held in his hands. The magical grimoire said that this red book with a black and yellow circle on the cover was called Levantine. The system reported that Levantine's grimoire belonged to the mythical class, and more information about it was not known. Theodore realized that this grimoire was equal in level to the Song of Death, because the grimoire that created the Elderlick from the Ghost in 3 months was the same. The main character widened his eyes, thinking that that grimoire not only captured the entire world in prosperity, but also the burning of the World Tree. Although Theodore made such conclusions by looking only at the description, so Levantine could be much more destructive than the Song of Death. The main character, remembering that Gluttony senses Levantine's presence, asked where this grimoire is now. Gluttony replied that he didn't know because Levantine was too far away and showed his strength for only a split second, so it was lucky that Gluttony managed to identify him at all. Theodore indignantly asked how he should search for Levantine in this huge forest, and whether he should use wide-range search magic like that time with the Song of Death. The magical grimoire winked, playfully stuck out the tip of his tongue and replied that the main character should not worry so much, because sooner or later Levantine would get to them. Gluttony said that for the grimoire to reveal its true power, the seal must be removed, and to do this, a sacrifice must be made, and whatever Levantine desires is right around them. The magical grimoire said with a smile that something extraordinary would be needed to return to the original state, and burning a couple of mountain ranges would only be enough to remove a fifth of the seal, but there was something much better in this forest. The main character froze in horror and asked if Gluttony meant the World Tree by sacrifice. The magical grimoire, looking up at Theodore, told him to just wait for the right moment, because one fine day Levantine himself would show up. The protagonist looked lost at Gluttony and thought about Levantine, the magical grimoire of flames that was said to have ended the age of myth 1,000 years ago. Theodore thought that if what Gluttony said was true, then the grimoire burned down the World Tree, which grew above the clouds, and that in this flame it destroyed the Arv tribe, which must also be true. The main character sighed, thinking that this artifact was tied to the elves like a curse, and at this rate it would certainly lead to an open clash with Elfheim. Theodore came to the conclusion that it doesn't matter what happens in the end, because they certainly won't get away with minor casualties. Suddenly, someone's voice was heard outside the door calling Theodore, and the main character immediately responded. The man in the long gray robe apologized to Theodore, and the protagonist, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, asked who was standing in front of him. The herald of Elfheim with long white hair and a beard put his hand on his chest and said that he hoped that he had not disturbed the peace of the protagonist. Theodore tensed at the stranger's excessive condescension, but laughed and said that everything was in order, and then asked why the messenger had come to him. The messenger replied that the reason was not significant and was that the father's dancers called to all of them. The messenger told the main character to tell him when he was ready because he was expected. The delegation from Melter, accompanied by elves, set out on wooden boats straight into the great forest, passing tall trees. The Lord of the White Tower, Orda, raised his head, examining the towering structures with curiosity. Now the man in the white suit stood with his hands in his pockets in front of the dimensional gate from which a blue glow emanated, amazed at the sight of something so ancient. From the crowd in the foggy haze behind came the indignant voice of Herman Elfen, asking everyone to stay behind the Lord of the Tower, asking Ort, who was holding his hat, if he was sinking already. The old man in white, without saying a word, walked forward towards the bright blue glow, leaving behind the amazed crowd. The men, watching the Lord of the Tower dive, wondered how it was possible that the man literally disappeared into thin air. Theodore looked terribly shocked, trying to find out if the dimensional gate was a portal that was connected to other lands. Suddenly Sylvia turned to the guy, looking at him with a smile from her big blue eyes and offering to go too, which greatly inspired the young man. The main character returned to the girl with his eyes closed with happiness and, after hesitating a little, agreed with a smile. Now, when Sylvia and Theodore passed through the abyss with a blue glow, only the hand of the guy was visible in the fog. Now a couple of magicians stood in a wooden room. The girl's face expressed concern, and the brunette, closing one eye and putting his hand forward, looked somewhere up. The guy and the girl tried to understand where they were, looking at the space of the room with a glass ceiling, covered with a foggy haze, and Theodore realized with bewilderment that the gate had actually been moved to another kingdom. An elf with short white hair slicked back appeared in front of the guys, who greeted travelers from Melter with good nature, sincerely welcoming them to Elfheim. Opening his eyes and raising his index finger up, the fair-haired, pointy-eared man declared with enthusiasm that from now on they would be not just friends, but brothers who shared both sorrow and joy. I respectfully take off my hat from my bald head, the Lord of the White Tower, or to thank the descendants of the Arvs for their warm welcome, pledging on behalf of all those who arrived in Elfheim to abide by the rules of the forest during their stay, thereby proving that they are worthy of this kinship. To this, the elf extended his hand forward with a slight chuckle, asking everyone to be his guests and make themselves more comfortable, for which the old man in white thanked him again, while Theodore and Sylvia, meanwhile, simply stood in a stupor. The elf glanced at the guests with a slight good-natured grin, asking them to begin if they wanted to discuss something. Looking up at his towering interlocutor, the old man said that first of all they would like to talk about trade with Elfheim. The elf closed his eyes and held his chin with a smile. I inform you that they also wanted to talk about this, because artifacts brought from Melter are widely used in their country, and if the kingdom diversifies the selection of artifacts, then Elfheim will do the same as a sign of gratitude. Putting his hat back on his head, Ordo lowered his gaze and timidly said that in addition to this, they would like to increase the volume of medicines and pure raw materials imported into Melter by about 3 times. One of the elves sitting in the hall at a table on a bench also joined the conversation, deciding that this was a great idea. While the blonde guy spoke, Theodore glared at him with a curious look because the elf's voice seemed familiar to him, since most likely it belonged to one of the high elves that the brunette had seen in Ratatoskr. But that chatty elf was not here. Suddenly, in the hall, illuminated by sunlight from the roof, a disembodied entity began to appear right under the dome, desperately asking for help and attracting the attention of all the gathered elves. One of the pointy-eared men, with bewilderment, recognized the Queen of the Dryads in the emerging creature, and the other, furious, shouted at her, asking if she somehow dared to use the ways of Ratatoskr without their permission. The girl under the ceiling in the form of a translucent spirit apologized to the elves for this, declaring that the matter was urgent. Glancing pitifully at the crowd, the Queen of the Dryads said that the Eastern Forest was in danger. Theodore, hearing this, thought anxiously about one thing. The guy attributed the disasters of the Eastern Forest to a flaming giant of colossal size, created from rock. Slightly closing his eyes, the main character coldly asked Gluttony whether it was Levitane. Looking at its owner with round eyes, the magical grimoire confirmed his guesses, adding that in its second form the monster is a fiery giant. Gluttony stated with concern that if 2 more seals were removed, the barking giant would turn into a monster that even a master would not be able to cope with. But now Levitane is at the 2nd stage, which means that there is still time. I look around at the perplexed elves in the hall. The main character decided that the most difficult thing would be to convince the locals to act, to which Gluttony said that in this case the young men had better hurry up, because if the giant takes on the 3rd form, then it will be impossible to cope with him. The magical grimoire continued, explaining that the first form of the monster, known as the Fire Beast, breathes out flames, the second form is the Flame Giant, and if the original fire were to reincarnate, it would take on this exact form. The first 2 stages are themselves a massive disaster, but in compared to the 3rd and 4th, they are nothing. Gluttony also said that in his final form, Levitane becomes a dragon, the strongest living creature, like a grimoire that has released all its power. However, being away from the forest, it goes into hibernation, and after these words, the grimoire came to the conclusion that something is wrong here. So Theodore looked at him wearily, asking if everything could really be a setup. The grimoire, with a carefree look, replied that this was not excluded, but if this was so, then the organizer was a very stupid person. Gluttony explained that Levitane will move from the 2nd stage to the 4th, and then even the heavens will not help, and the current era will come to an end, and the one who started all this has doomed himself to death. Suddenly, a male voice screamed heart-rendingly, outraged at how the monster dared to invade the Eastern Forest. The elves looked with amazement and glee at the man who appeared and made this cry. Everyone was glad to see the formidable guard Elim of colossal size with horns and a muscular body, reporting that he arrived in time. Some of the elves did not believe that the guard would be able to cope alone, but another pointy-eared man convinced him that although they did not know what kind of monster it was, since this was the 2nd branch of their father, then there was no need to worry about anything. The curly-haired elf, standing a little further from the tables, reported with concern that this was too dangerous. Now one of the elves, frowning, angrily addressed the flaming giant, because of whom the Eastern Forest was burning, shouting that they would not forgive his actions. The stone monster listened to all this with glowing red eyes against a flaming background. Guardian Elim now stood with a menacing look, surrounded by a foggy haze, opposite his opponent. Above the man, deciding to drive out the monster, towered a flaming giant several times taller, and around him was a ring of smoke. The giant cast a menacing glance at the rich guard. The elves watched what was happening from the same wooden hall, concluding with amazement that Elim was really strong. The guard, being in the Eastern Forest in front of the enemy, raised his weapon with a menacing look. To stop the burning of the forest, Elim used freezing magic on the flaming giant, forming a snow whirlwind. Now a monster of colossal proportions threatening the forest was encased in a block of ice. Suddenly, the forest began to slowly fill with heat again, and the flaming giant was able to completely melt the ice wall, which is resistant to most monsters, which greatly worried the guard Elaine. The dark man with horns shouted furiously, now realizing how powerful the monster in front of him was. The flaming giant's gaze became even more menacing than before when the guard started talking about killing him. A curly-haired elf from the hall screamed in alarm, heart-rendingly asking Guard Elaine to stop and retreat immediately. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, fiery circles began to emanate from the wishing giants, shaking the space around. The horned man kept his eyes on his enemy, wondering why his fire did not die out. As the flaming giant towered over Guardian Elim, he shockingly concluded that his elemental magic was not working against him. While the elves from the hall gloomily watched the unequal battle, the pointy-eared man seriously turned to curly-haired Nania, wondering if she knew anything about this giant. The girl, with a dejected look, admitted that she had given false information. The man, looking at the interlocutor with concern, clarified what she was talking about. Turning slightly to the side, Nania said that once upon a time she had read the myth of Gigant, a flame that has a soul from another dimension and burns all living things in its path. The girl said that his name is Unquenchable Fire Levitane. Then the elf who met the strangers asked the girl again, after which Nania said that their true parents, the primordial trees of the world and their ancestors, wrote about an ancient demon who burned everything in its path. After this, the curly-haired elf, throwing a strange look at her interlocutor, said that this is all she knows, adding that some of the records say that the demon was a giant, while others say that he was a dragon, and it is not known which of this is true. Theodore decided to join the conversation, declaring that he had also heard about Levitane, which shocked the elves. The guy got up from his seat and said with a serious look that he couldn't tell how he knew this, citing the fact that his kingdom has some information, the disclosure of which is strictly prohibited. The man in the hat, glancing at the young man, suggested that he might have visited the Zero Library, and the shaven guy behind him with a thoughtful look agreed, concluding that the brunette had been entrusted with a national treasure. Frowning and grinning, the main character with a sly look thought that it was unlikely that anyone would believe such a bluff, but it would be nice if they at least took it into account. He looked at the men discussing, thinking that until you personally get into the Zero Library and read every single book, it will be impossible to refute his statement. Nania, looking up at Theodore, said that even though he saved Mrs. Aliner, it was hard to immediately trust a stranger, and offered to talk through Ratatoskr, where lies are prohibited. Long-haired Aliner stood up when she heard the proposal and indignantly called out to the curly-haired elf, and the main character had already agreed to her proposal. The elf rescued from the recent past above looked at the guy behind a restless gaze. The same one, calmly closing his eyes, assured Aliner that everything was fine, because there really was no better way to prove one's honesty. The guy opened his eyes, being in Ratatoskr with his astral body. The wooden hall where all the elves had gathered was now illuminated by rings of blue glow, and Theodore began his speech that the flame that burned the original world trees was Levitane, adding that if it continues to consume the forest, it will pass into the next form, because, according to the records, this monster grows by devouring trees. Theodore calmly stated that if they had indeed encountered Levitane, then he was ready to speak with complete confidence. Clenching his fist, Theodore seriously stated that they have 5 days. If they do not manage to stop the giant during this time, then the northern continent will come to an end. A thick fog rose above the building from the trunk of a tall tree. One of the high elves calmly sipped her drink. 2 elves were sitting on a bench, and Lumia expressed her joy that they got to drink together, and Aliner expressed her joy in response. Closing her eyes, Lumia admitted to her friend with a smile that Theodore was a very cool guy. Aliner, grinning, gently clarified why her interlocutor suddenly said this. Lumia said with a pleased look that one day she too was burning with passion, promising that she would keep her fingers crossed for a couple of lovers, and her interlocutor was taken aback by these words. I assure the girl that she misunderstood everything, and the guy was simply a benefactor who saved her. Looking at Aliner, the elf noted that she seemed to want to go fight with him side by side. The interlocutor confirmed this assumption, answering that although she was weak, she wanted to help Theodore. Lumia stated that the guy did not need their help now, adding that the dark-haired elf Alucard would help him. There was also a saucepan and ladle on the grate, and Lumia concluded that her friend had not yet mastered the space and could not summon the elemental overlord. Moreover, Alucard and Alice were already on their way, so all that remained was to support the heroes from here. Sipping her drink with pleasure, the elf told Aliner that there was nothing wrong with worrying, but now was the best time to pray. The girl suggested praying for the great forest, for the ancestors, and for the guy her friend was thinking about, to wish him good luck. Feet and boots moved quickly along the forest path, raising clouds of dust into the air. The elf running after Theodore informed him that Alice, following his instructions, encountered Levitane and summoned the elemental air lord, who created a vacuum around the demon. Without slowing down, the guy glanced at the elf next to him and asked if he could ask about the results. The pointy-eared blonde man stated that it wasn't that bad, the fire had died down, and the demon had definitely slowed down, regretting only that he had not been able to completely stop the spread of the flames. Levitane's flame is more powerful than the fire of their world, but in the end the fire that affects the forest is an ordinary flame, and if you continue to maintain a vacuum, the damage will be insignificant. However, as the elf ran, he announced that there was bad news, which worried Theodore. The Dryads and Ents refused to retreat. I decide to fight the demon to the end. Theodore, having heard this information, threw an indignant look at the elf and asked again with a cry. The pointy-eared blonde looked at the furious guy, agreeing that the decision was unhealthy, but that's what they said. The elf said that the mentality of Ents and Dryads is different from the elven one, which amazed the main character. The blonde said that for them this is not just a house, but much more. The elf noted that for the Darai and Ents the forest is a whole family. Even knowing that they are acting stupidly, they will not stop fighting until their last breath. Now Theodore thought with a frown that if the giant continued to devour the Ents and Dryads, then his transformation would occur earlier than planned. He thought that if Levitane went into the next form, then everything would come to an end. The young man asked Alucard how long it would take them to get there, since they had been running for 2 hours without stopping, to which the elf stated that they would arrive soon, asking them to get ready. Now the main character was flying from a cliff at high speed, and below everything was covered with a red haze with sparks. Theodore sank softly into the grass, squatting, and swirls of sparks from the forest fire surrounded him. The elves who had followed him now stood nearby, looking around and realizing with horror that everything was worse than expected. One of the elves covered his mouth with the high collar of his robe, shocked at how many trees had died. Suddenly, one of the colossal Ents ran past the arriving trio with furious screams. A whole troop of tree creatures threw stones at the flaming giant, announcing that they were throwing stones and protecting the forest. Theodore from below began shouting to the Ents to stop their nonsense and retreat, and they glanced sideways at the man with displeasure. The guy with a frown warned the creatures that if they continued to fight, they would only make things worse. One of the Ents, turning his gaze to the enraged Theodore, noted in broken language that the man was making a lot of noise. The colossal tree creature bent down, heading towards Theodore, and firmly stated that it did not follow the orders of the man. Ent said that they are protecting their forest with their friends. The guy concluded that it was impossible to convince the tree creatures, and glancing at the gloved hand under which the grimoire was hidden, he wondered if he could subdue them by force. Now one of the elves shouted to the elder of the Ents, asking him to stop the squabble because they did not come to fight with him. The tree creature only noted that the elf was too noisy, adding that they would continue to fight. Suddenly, an inspired Mithra appeared behind Theodore, which made the guy very happy. He looked back at the earth spirit with curiosity when she bit his shoulder, asking in a childish voice what the magician was doing. The elves turned to Theodore in bewilderment, noticing the spirit of the earth that Alinar was talking about, not understanding why Mithra suddenly showed up. Seeing the little girl, the Ent elder knelt down in front of her. Mithra stood motionless in front of him, and Theodore watched expectantly behind her. All the tree creatures bowed down before the great ancestor, saying that it was an honor for them to meet the world tree Yggdrasil. The spirit of the earth with horns looked at what was happening in bewilderment. The tree Ents bowed before Mithra, kicking up the sand under their massive feet. Theodore turned away to avoid getting sand in his eyes. Stretching out their hands, the wooden Ents turned to Mithra with the words that meeting her was a great honor, calling her the great Yggdrasil. Surprised, Mithra looked at the golems incomprehensibly. In his thoughts, the protagonist wondered if they really worshipped Mithras. As he continued to reason, he again wondered if it was because she had swallowed the seed. Looking closely at Mithra in his thoughts, the main character confirmed that in essence the world tree is the greatest of all existing, and that now he understands why the druids and Ents do not dare to ignore its presence. Turning to Mithra, Theodore asked if she could send the bowed Ents into that forest, assuring that they would definitely obey her. With a confident face, Mithra stated that she understood the main character's thought. Raising her left hand up, Mithra loudly commanded the wooden Ents to stand. The wooden Ents bowed their heads, obeyed the order, and said that they would obey the command of the king, awaiting further instructions. Turning her hand in the other direction, Mithra pointed in the direction of the Ents. The wooden Ent, looking in the direction Mithra pointed, declared that since such was the desire, they would go according to the order. Walking with massive strides, the Ents set off, kicking up the sand under their feet. The elf with a short haircut was surprised that the Ents were leaving. The elf with a long hair added that Mithra managed to force the stubborn Ents to retreat with one word. With a joyful face, Mithra boasted that she had succeeded. The main character, with the same joyful face, praised Mithra, adding that she is the best. Looking into the distance at the departing Ents, Theodore noted in his thoughts that with the help of Mithra they managed to send the two races to safety and that they had finally approached Levitane. A barefoot figure appeared behind the heroes. Having greeted everyone, Erisa said that even though it was still bright here for the evening, she was glad to see everyone in any case. Rising to the heroes, Erisa announced that, as she had been ordered, she had created a vacuum around Levitane and invited them to see for themselves. With a smile on his face, Theodore thanked the elf, thinking that she must be tired, but nevertheless she was still holding up well. Recalling the past, the main character said that the vacuum created by Erisa is the space of the elemental spirit Sylph, which she summoned, adding that combustion is almost impossible, but nevertheless it will not stop Levitane, but will only delay it for a while. Looking at the barrier from the vacuum, Theodore asked Erisa how long her vacuum would last, to which she replied that most likely the barrier would last about 10-15 minutes. After this time it would be much more difficult for her to contain Levitane. After thinking about the situation, Theodore decided to immediately launch an offensive, stating that even though Levitane could not be defeated with powerful magic, they could weaken him, adding that even if the attacks did not work, they would certainly be able to exhaust the monster. Explaining in simple words, the main character announced that their main goal was to force the monster to spend as much mana as possible. Theodore informed everyone that they first needed to distract Levitane from their positions, then they needed to use long-range spells to neutralize the monster's attacks. After finishing explaining the plan, the protagonist stated that if they succeed, they will be able to reduce the damage caused. Holding on with all her strength, Erisa interrupted the main character, saying that she could no longer hold the vacuum. Theodore commanded Heinz and Olsen to attract the monster's attention, to which the two elves resolutely prepared. Heinz and Olsen rushed toward Levitane. The huge creature, noticing the two elves, furiously stamped its huge foot. The monster's action sent Heinz and Olsen flying to the side. Swinging, Levitane was about to deliver a crushing blow, to which the elf, using his technique, attacked the monster, trying to attract its attention. Having caught his breath, the elf said that since the monster's gaze was turned to them, it was time for the spell. A cloud of energy glowed in the hand of the second elf, which subsequently led to the use of the Cell of Vortex's spell. Spreading his arms to the side, the elf managed to imprison the creature in a cage. Covering his face with his hands, the male elf stated that even though it was Levitane, even he could not get out of the cage of vortexes. Then he turned to Sylvia and Theodore with a request to cover them. The main character, clenching his fist, asked Sylvia if she was ready, to which the girl replied that she was ready. Many flames could be seen on the fierce battlefield. Screaming furiously, the creature climbed out of the cage. Seeing the monster getting out of captivity, the elves could not believe their eyes that he had already broken through the spell. Throwing his arms out to the side with an angry roar, Levitane slammed his hands into the ground. From such a crushing blow, flames flew straight towards the two elves, causing them pain. Having finally emerged, the monster screamed furiously again. Following the damage, Heinz and Olsen fell to the ground. Looking at the huge figure of the monster, Theodore cursed in his mind, saying that he did not expect that the creature would be able to free itself so quickly, and that if their formation was disrupted, the whole purpose of the operation would collapse. Realizing that time was already running short, the main character came to the conclusion that he needed to find another way. Turning to Sylvia and Alucard, Theodore explained to them that he would distract the monster and that at his signal they would immediately begin shooting, to which Sylvia worriedly assured him that it was too risky. Theodore rushed forward, ignoring the girl's warning, and told her that he hoped for her. Landing on the ground, the protagonist's hand glowed with a bright aura. Pointing his hand at Levitane, Theodore shot at him, to which the creature turned towards him and attacked in response. Dodging the retaliatory attack, the main character was quite surprised that the monster also had long-range magic. Having avoided the attack, Theodore signaled to Alucard to summon a water elemental. The image of the elemental spirit Elmer appeared above the concentrated Alucard. Clenching his fist tighter, Alucard asked to save them from the furious fire, and at that same second, the monster was enveloped in a blue aura. Seeing this picture, Theodore suggested that if Elmer's attacks and Sylvia's magic were combined, they would certainly be able to damage Levitane. Looking at the white-haired girl, the main character gave her a signal. Raising her staff above her, Sylvia used her spell and called on the Master of the Cold, Ymir, to freeze everything around her. The battlefield flashed blue as the white-haired girl summoned a snowstorm. By combining attacks, the heroes managed to freeze the monster. Turning to the main character, Alucard paid tribute to Theodore's intuition, saying that it works like clairvoyance. Then he wondered that the experience of past battles could play a role. According to the elf, he could not even imagine that a young man like Theodore was so talented. Wiping his sweat, the protagonist stated that before this he had only calculated their attacks according to the enemy's abilities. Looking at the frozen monster, Theodore said in his thoughts that it might seem like they could celebrate victory, but that was not the case at all. The protagonist didn't know how long they would last in the cycle of holding and attacking. He guessed it could be 30 minutes. Theodore's thoughts were interrupted by an ominous feeling. Suddenly, the ice that enveloped the creature began to crack and the monster emerged again with a furious scream. The monster's roar caused a flash of momentum that swept away everything in its path. At the last second, the elf managed to put up a magical shield, protecting Sylvia and Theodore. Holding up his shield, he said that if he had been even a second late, everyone would have turned to ashes. Theodore, looking at the blazing battlefield, wondered what kind of hell this was. In his thoughts, the main character announced that the third form is only intermediate in the process of transition from the second to the fourth. Continuing his thoughts, Theodore thought that they could stop the monster's transformation into its next form if they prevented the number of victims from increasing. With a serious expression on his face, the main character thought that he had finally arrived. The third form of the firestorm appeared before Theodore's gaze, which rose upward in a fiery spiral. Having moved his gaze to the center of the firestorm, the main character continued the narration in his thoughts, explaining that the second form is simply impossible to overcome, because, according to Theodore, even gluttony is not able to devour something that does not have a physical form. However, starting from the third form, the body Levitane becomes tangible. Having scrolled through all the information in his head, the main character realized that this was their only chance to take possession of this truly terrifying monster. Noticing that Theodore was about to leave the protective barrier, Alucard turned his attention to him in surprise. Seeing the main character trying to break through the shield, Sylvia screamed and called his name. Looking at his actions with incomprehension, the white-haired girl wondered where he was going and warned that it was dangerous. Grabbing Sylvia by the shoulders and stopping her, the elf told her that she would not stop Theodore, noting that in this situation everyone is powerless. While the main character continued to try to get through the protective barrier, the elf added that they had no choice but to just wait and believe in Theodore, watching from the side. Having passed through the barrier, the main character moved forward with difficulty. As he was engulfed in flames, Theodore noticed in his thoughts that he felt like he was in the underworld. Continuing to walk, Theodore thought that even if he were blessed by a water elemental, he felt that if things continued like this, his whole body would burn in the flame. Using the technique, the main character enveloped himself in a layer of umber water. According to Theodore, umber waters are not subject to physical influence, so it can withstand the heat. Noticing something behind, the main character shifted his gaze. A huge wave of fire was approaching Theodore. At that moment he wondered that if water can overcome physical laws, does this mean that fire can do the same? Trying to stay on his feet, the main character suggested that perhaps he could take 8 more steps, but for him, with each step he took, the hellish flames became stronger. Covering himself with his hands from the heat, Theodore wondered why the Lord of the White Tower was not with them in such a situation. Meanwhile, the Lord of the White Tower watched the battle while sitting on a stone. Sensing someone's presence, the Lord of the White Tower became wary. Continuing to look at the flames in the distance, he turned to an unknown figure behind him, saying that it seemed that the battle with Levitane had moved to the next stage and that it would be good if this battle did not cause as many casualties as Melter once suffered. Recalling the past, the Lord of the White Tower said that in the last war the Empire lost 2 of its 7 swords, adding that the 3rd and 6th were both formidable opponents. According to the Lord of the White Tower, 15 years have passed since those events, noting that time is so fleeting. Sitting back on the stone, the Lord of the White Tower turned to the mysterious figure behind him, asking him if he would like to show himself. While calling the figure a sword master, warning that if he took 1 more step, the Lord of the White Tower would no longer sit silently. The mysterious masked and hooded figure said nothing and ignored the warning said earlier by the Lord of the White Tower. The masked man crept closer to him from behind. Taking out his blade and scabbard, the masked man attacked the Lord of the White Tower with a cutting blow, but he managed to dodge. Seeing this, the masked man was convinced that this grandfather was indeed the Lord of the White Tower. Turning his gaze to him, the mysterious masked man asked him when he noticed his presence. Without answering the hooded man's question, the Lord of the White Tower asked a counter question, wondering which of the 7 swords of the Empire he was, the 3rd or 6th. Staring intently at the Lord of the White Tower, the mysterious masked man questioned whether all sword masters must be imperial, adding that he might just be a sword master passing by. It didn't take long for a counter question from the Lord of the White Tower to come, saying that it was he who released the monster. Still standing with his back to the Lord of the White Tower, the masked man stated that he had no idea what the Lord of the White Tower was talking about. Removing his hat, the Lord of the White Tower said that exactly at the moment of their delegation's arrival, the masked man unleashed a monster and infiltrated Elfheim, and that through the actions of the creature, he sniffed out gaps in the defense network, adding that the masked man's goal was to kill the High Elves. The masked man stood in a fighting stance and reached for the blade, repeating that he has no idea what the Lord of the White Tower is talking about, adding that if everything he said about him were true, he really thinks that the masked man is so simple, showed his cards. Drawing his blade, the masked man stated that there were easier ways to solve problems, adding that he would therefore die here and now. Standing opposite each other in fighting stances, the masked man said that he had heard rumors about the Lord of the White Tower, which said that he was a fugitive who would not hesitate to turn his back on the battlefield, adding that he himself had once said that combat is not his specialty. Looking at the hooded man, the Lord of the White Tower stated that, in general, the Lord of the White Tower could not say that he was wrong, to which the masked man, completely exposing his blade, lunged and swung his sword, wished death to the Lord of the White Tower. Slowly returning the blade to its sheath, the masked man gloated, saying that he was not even able to dodge his attack. Confirming his hypotheses, the masked man stated that, as he thought, the Lord of the White Tower made a useless opponent. Having fully returned the blade to its sheath, the masked man felt pain and fell to his knees in front of the Lord of the White Tower, groaning in pain. Not a little surprised, the masked man asked himself a question, not understanding where all these wounds on his body came from. Continuing to think, he wondered if the Lord of the White Tower had used spatial magic to switch places with him. Writhing in pain and anger, the hooded man shouted at him, asking what kind of dirty tricks he used. With a calm expression on his face, the Lord of the White Tower revealed that, as he said, his magic is based on space and time, adding that battles are not his specialty, as he already said. Holding his wounds with his hand, the masked man said that he never considered himself worse than others. Sharply removing the blade from its sheath, the masked man blocked the blow of the Lord of the White Tower, saying, "Don't turn up your nose." Using his strength, the Lord of the White Tower counterattacked his enemy, after which he flew several meters away from a powerful impulse. Adjusting his hat, the Lord of the White Tower stated that he wanted to hear the names of those who sent the hooded man here and ordered the release of the monster from his lips, adding that until then, he would dream of death. A powerful explosion was heard in the thick of the forest. Baring his teeth, the protagonist thought that umbra fluidization was absolutely useless. Trying to stay on his feet, continuing to think, Theodore noted that, apparently, the flame affects not just the physical body, adding that it is capable of burning everything, no matter what space it is in. A small cloud of a fiery sphere could be seen near his face. Directing his hand towards him, Theodore froze in one position. From the colossally powerful streams of aura, the main character screamed. Frightened, Sylvia tried to call out to him. Falling to his knees, he noted the futility, saying that he could not get any closer. Beside himself with rage, Theodore thought that if he took even a step, his whole body would turn to ashes in a second. With a stern look, the protagonist noted that this was his limit. Drawing attention to the fiery cloud of aura, Theodore spoke about the beginning of the reality of heroes overcoming the fear of death and those who rush into battle without knowing the outcome, adding that this is a wall that someone like him cannot cross. An image of a monster appeared in his head, with a red glow emanating from its eye. Leaning on his knee and thinking about the fear of death, the main character stated that he had already overcome it once. With a worried expression on her face, turning to Theodore, Sylvia asked him to grow over it and just come back. At that moment, Alucard asked to leave the main character, asking if Sylvia wanted to intervene. Looking at Theodore, he begged him to remember the countless fallen who gave their lives for Eleanor. Baring his teeth, the main character froze in one position. Further, Sylvia reported on the time of the battle with one of the 7 sins, pride, again asking him to remember the determination that he showed then. Horrified, the guy in the hat wondered if the guys were crazy, noting that if they took even the slightest step they could die, asking Theodore to stop. Sylvia's face was shrouded in anxiety and genuine fear the moment she turned to the main character. Continuing his way, Theodore thought that he still had a little time left. His face was charred due to incredibly powerful gusts of flame. The protagonist's hand was directed towards the magical artifact. Opening his mouth, Gluttony said that he was tired of waiting. Clenching his fist, Theodore asked him to deal with it. Lowering his gaze, turning to the magical grimoire, the main character again asked to absorb it. Gluttony noted that he was not chilling. Absorbing the artifact, the magical grimoire, calling him a pathetic worm, said that resistance was useless. Bursts of powerful aura were visible from his mouth. Barely standing on his feet, the main character watched the endless explosions. His excited gaze was caught by a bright glow. Wary in his thoughts, he noted that their opponent was kicking until the very end, wondering if he couldn't just give up and let himself be consumed. Stretching out his hand, turning to the magical grimoire, Theodore screamed for it to consume him. Mysterious sounds were heard in the air. Having reported about Levetena, the system stated that this grimoire contained a sealed fiery kingdom, Muspelheim. The system said that during Ragnarok, the great magician Surtur, with the help of a grimoire, released the powers of Muspelheim and turned the world tree into ashes with its flame. Noting that as a result of this he was also turned to ashes, and the grimoire, which had lost its owner, closed his eyes and quietly waited for the end. Further, the system reported that the class of the item was legendary, adding that after absorption, the affinity with fire magic would increase to its maximum, and the magical power spent on using fire spells would be halved. The system stated that damage from fire spells lower than the owner's level will be ignored, after which, the system reported that damage from fire spells higher than the owner's level would be reduced by half, adding that after absorption, Theodore would have access to the Muspelheim ring, and also, he would be able to gradually begin to use the flames of Muspelheim. A bright burst of flame was visible in the sky. Because of this, a cloud of smoke hung over the thick of the forest. Raising his hand, Alucard tried to find out what just happened, noting that he couldn't believe his eyes. Looking at the mutilated protagonist, he could not believe that he had actually defeated Levetane alone. Lowering his head, Theodore tried to catch his breath. Turning to him, Sylvia tried to find out if he was okay. Enveloped in bright flames, the main character screamed in terrible pain. Running up to him, she wondered what had happened to him, noting that flames suddenly began to emanate from his body, asking the elves to do something. Crouching next to her, she asked Theodore to hold on, using an icy touch. With a frightened expression on her face, Sylvia could not understand why the flames did not subside. Exhausted groans came from the protagonist's mouth. Turning to Elmara, Sylvia prayed to her to heal him. Turning his head to Elmara, Alucard again asked her to heal Theodore, noting that if the offering was not enough, then he would tell him everything beyond what he wanted. But later, wary, Elmer reported that he had extinguished the enemy of this world, the flame of disaster, adding that he did not need any offering. Elmer said that's all he can do for him. A powerful radiance appeared before the children's eyes, after which the main character took a deep breath. Overjoyed, Sylvia hugged Theodore, hugging him to her with all her might. With tears in her eyes, she wondered if the main character would be okay, begging him to wake up and say that he was okay. Pressing herself against his shoulder, Sylvia again asked him to do it. Suddenly, Theodore put his hand on her head. With a cry, Sylvia wondered if he was okay. Thick smoke continued to emanate from the depths of the forest. After reporting that this was the case, the protagonist thanked her, asking what happened to Lavatine. Sylvia stated that she did not know how Theodore managed to defeat him, thanking him for the fact that their enemy had completely disappeared. Looking at his hand, the main character thought that the magical grimoire managed to absorb him, adding that if not for him, they would not have had a chance to win this battle. Turning her attention to Theodore, who was sitting on the ground, Elmer reported that she had expelled all the remaining flames from him, noting that she could not get rid of the powers she had given him, which is why he would need to take care of them himself. Smiling, Theodore thanked her, saying that it was an honor to receive her help. Bowing her head, Elmer said that she would never have thought that she would meet creatures of mythical times, and even two at once, thinking that it was quite entertaining. Looking at the dying flames, Sylvia was glad that everything was over. Agreeing, Theodore noted that he did not know how, not completely believing it. Leaning on his arm, in his thoughts, the main character said that if he had not taken that one step, then the entire continent, including this place, would have turned into a living hell, stating that the battle with the legendary grimoire was truly merciless. After which, raising his hand, he tried to hide from the sun's rays. Turning his attention to his hand, Theodore thought about the Ring of Muspelheim. Rejoicing, Erisa said that while she was coming here, she thought that she was about to die, asking the guys to return. Looking at Erisa, who laughed, the main character tried to find out where she was. Stating that it didn't matter now, Erisa wondered if Theodore had gotten the better of Lavatine, suggesting that the boys go back and celebrate properly. In the evening sky, one could see the sun gradually setting into the sunset. The guy in the red hat said that he knew about this only from hearsay, noting that being here now, he was more amazed. Looking at the surprised Theodore, he asked him not to pretend, adding that he had defeated Lavatine by withstanding this impossible heat, noting that they could not take a single step. Turning his head, the main character heard the guy in the hat try to find out if this was the ability that the national treasure gives. Smiling, Theodore stated that this was true, noting that without Umbra he would never have been able to get close to Levitain. In his thoughts, Theodore revealed that this was only partly true. Recalling how he gradually approached the cloud of powerful aura, the main character reported that without Umbra's ability to reproduce, he would have died before even approaching Levitain, adding that Umbra significantly helped in destroying Levitain's body. Further, Theodore stated that in this way he covered up the existence of his ace in the hole, which was gluttony. Looking ahead, he wondered if he had said that he had destroyed it with the power of Umbra, telling him that if he was being picky, it wasn't entirely a lie. Turning his head, the guy in the hat wondered who came to them. From what he saw, the protagonist's face was shrouded in bewilderment and shock. The Lord of the Tower appeared before his eyes, from whom Theodore tried to find out if he was okay by asking about the blood. Putting his hand in his side pocket, the Lord of the Tower asked not to be afraid, noting that the blood was not his. Next, turning to Philip, he asked him to take it. A dark mask was visible in his hand. Holding it out, the Lord of the Tower said that it was an assassin's mask, suggesting that it belonged to one of the 7 swords. After handing over the mask, the Lord of the Tower asked Philip to find a way to track its owner, adding that it was someone with an aura capable of hiding, which is why he asked him to approach this task carefully. Confused, Philip said that he would carry out his instructions. Folding her hands, asking to wait, Erisa wondered if the owner of the tower said that the assassin sent from the capital, asking if he was sure about it. Smirking, the Lord of the Tower stated that he thought so, after which, Erisa tried to find out who his target was. The Lord of the Tower assumed that she had guessed it herself. With an angry expression on her face, Erisa said that they were the Imperial Pitiful Worms, not understanding how they dared to attack their children. With a stern look, the Tower Lord noted that he wanted to kill him, adding that chasing an assassin and constantly thinking about the High Elves was not easy. An image of a knight appeared in his head, whose hands were chained to weapons. The Lord of the Tower reported that he managed to reward him with a couple of blows, noting that it was difficult to keep track of the enemy in an area full of cover. Placing her hand on her face, Erisa said that she was still grateful, telling about an assassin who was able to deceive her parents' eyes, adding that if there were no Lord of the Tower, the children could have been in danger. Declaring that it was not worth it, the Lord of the Tower said that he was simply behaving as befits good neighbors. Looking at the guys leading the dialogue, the main character was mired in his thoughts. Eris wondered if this was true, saying that if he said so, then they should also be friendly in return. In his thoughts, Theodore stated that it had not yet been confirmed that the Andra Empire was behind this, adding that it was quite obvious. With a thoughtful expression on his face, the protagonist noted that attempting to burn down the forest with the help of Levitane and killing the High Elves were impressive crimes. After which, seeing Vince in front of her, Erisa notified him of his arrival. Putting his hands in his pockets, the Lord of the Tower tried to find out about the successes. Vince said that everything happened as the Lord of the Tower said. Bowing his head, he asked someone to leave. Behind him could be seen a pair of strangers whose hands were shackled. Looking at one of the prisoners, Vince said that they had already received testimony from them, saying that they were hired by some man in a black mask, and they did not know what they were transporting, adding that there was nothing more to find out, not even under torture. Turning to Vince, who was standing next to him, the Lord of the Tower said that this was pointless. After which, Vince asked if he needed to take care of them. Screaming, the frightened prisoners began to beg for mercy, noting that they knew nothing and were simply following the orders of the man in the black mask. Baring his teeth, the Lord of the Tower was lost in his thoughts. Turning his head to Erisa, he tried to find out how criminals were punished in Elfheim. Erisa told him about lifelong work in the mines, suggesting that he employ the prisoners as hunters or harvesters. Looking at the surprised Erisa, the Lord of the Tower said that in that case, they would do so. Laughing, Erisa asked what was the matter, noting that he was not even 100 years old, but he was already so perceptive. Agreeing, Erisa stated that she would not reject such a gift. Her gaze fell on the lake next to them. Further, she proposed sending the prisoners back. The girl sitting next to the main character expressed her gratitude to him in every possible way. In his thoughts, Theodore said that after the battle with Levitane, the delegation took several days to rest, and most of the magicians who took part in the battle recovered very quickly, adding that after everything that happened, he was seriously tired. Sylvia appeared in front of the confused protagonist. Continuing his thoughts, he noted that because Alinar took such good care of him, he was able to quickly replenish his energy. Looking at the indignant Sylvia, Theodore thought that something had changed. Watching the guys' conversation, he said that the elves had become friendlier towards the members of the delegation. The main character noted that it was impossible to say that they were rude before, adding that their cold eyes now look warmer. After which, Theodore said that something had changed in him as well. Lowering its gaze, the creature asked the main character to stop. Stretching out his hand, he called Theodore a great person. Theodore wondered if he was talking to him. With a slight smile on his face, the creature asked for forgiveness for last time and thanked the main character for protecting the forest and his family. Averting his gaze, Theodore smiled. Looking at the leaning creature, the main character noted that he was rude when they first met, adding that he would like to apologize for this. Bowing its head, the creature said that it did too. Raising his gaze, Theodore suggested that we settle this. Spreading his arms in different directions, he addressed the delegation members, noting that if they are ready, then it's time to leave. Smiling, he said that as their fathers had said, he proposed to gather at a feast. A mysterious magical seal was visible near the entrance. Looking at her, the man wondered if it was the same portal as last time, asking if they should just go through it. After reporting that this was the case, the elf noted that only this time the road leads to another place, adding that they should enter, figuring that it was better to experience it for themselves rather than listen to her explanation. Entering the portal, he discovered powerful streams of radiance. Once inside the portal, the main character suggested that it could be mountains. After which, turning to him, Sylvia asked him to look here. A mountain appeared before their eyes, which was shrouded in snow. Horrified in his thoughts, Theodore tried to find out how high they were. Smirking, the Lord of the Tower stated that they were at an altitude of 10 kilometers and 824 meters to be more precise, adding that without the powers of the World Tree, they would have frozen to death. Looking forward, he said that even breathing would become difficult, noting that they would not suffer from this. From what he heard, the main character was shocked, suggesting that the place. Interrupting him, the Lord of the Tower said that this was so. Smirking, the elf stated that it was one of his branches, saying that this was a place that they could not enter without their permission. Looking around, Theodore tried to find out if there was a branch of the World Tree here, not believing that it was so huge. Leaning on the fence, the elf declared that the entrance was there. Laughing, Eris wondered if they thought they were a little late, noting that everyone was waiting for them. Rejoicing, the main character said that he understood where she was. Asking to go, Erisa stated that they had prepared a lot of goodies. With a smile on her face, the elf said that today's feast was not in honor of their states, but to honor the saviors of the forest, asking the guys to forget about their status and sit anywhere. Taken aback, the main character tried to object. Interrupting him, the elf asked him not to be stubborn, noting that from now on he could consider them friends. After which, the guys raised their glasses. Standing at the head of the feast, Edvi said that now that everyone had gathered, they could begin the celebration. Looking at the smiling Theodore, Edwin proposed to raise a toast to their ancestors who blessed this meeting, hoping that by the end of the feast they would turn from neighbors to friends. With a serious expression on his face, the Tower Lord continued to listen to him. Edwin said that he was just like them, calling them brothers. The elves' faces were filled with joy. Edwin continued, saying that the guys who saved them from the disaster would, in turn, also respond to their call if they were in trouble. Raising his glass, Edwin proposed a toast to the prosperity of Melter and Elfheim. Having exalted him, he drank to their health. Elinor held a brown bottle in her hands. She called Theodore and asked him if he could drink some wine. The High Elf was very pleased. She glowed with joy, holding wine in her hands. Elinor noted that this wine was made from grapes that were grown in her tribe, and added that it had a rich aroma and taste. The High Elf noted that everyone praises the taste of this drink. Theodore Miller looked at Elinor with a smile while Sylvia was shocked and chewed her food. The main character noted that he would be only too happy and asked her to pour a glass. Suddenly, the granddaughter of the Lord of the Blue Tower awkwardly ran up to him. She was holding her plate in her hands, while Elinor and the main character looked at her with interest. Sylvia noted, calling the main character by name, that he had better try her meat with the spices that she herself added, and advertised her dish, saying that it was much better than any wine, and the taste was simply amazing. Sylvia put a piece of meat on her fork and began to pull it towards Miller's mouth as he laughed awkwardly, and the High Elf watched in silence. Theodore noted that in this case he would not mind trying her dish. Sylvia smiled and noted that her meat was right in front of him, and added that it was still hot, so let the main character be more careful. The High Elf looked at all this with a grin. She noted, calling on God, that apparently human children had not yet tried their elven wine, and added that in fact this was logical, because children were unlikely to be able to understand the full depth of taste of their alcohol, which was straight from the elven tribe. The granddaughter of the Lord of the Blue Tower was very embarrassed, and looked at Elinor and Theodore Miller, not understanding. She shouted and asked who the elvish woman was calling a child, and noted, telling her to know that she was a respected adult woman who had gone through a coming-of-age ceremony this year. Sylvia snatched the bottle of wine from the High Elf's hands as she flinched in surprise. The granddaughter of the Lord of the Blue Tower told her to give her this bottle, and added that it would show them all how mature she was. Sylvia was filled with rage. She opened the bottle of wine in one motion, while Theodore looked at her in horror and Sylvia calmly. Theodore shouted for Sylvia to slow down, and added that the taste of wine could depend on the vessel. Sylvia's eyes watered at such injustice, but he swallowed the wine furiously. The granddaughter of the head of the Blue Tower drank the entire bottle of elven wine to the bottom, and threw the empty bottle over her head while others laughed at her. Someone noted, calling Sylvia by name, that you couldn't tell from her that she knew how to drink, and another added with a laugh that they should place bets on who would drink the most elven wine. Sylvia continued to hold the empty bottle of wine above her head. She screamed, demanding another bottle, while others laughed at her and supported her. One of the guys noted that Sylvia was holding up well. The elder stood and drank wine from a glass. He looked at the children who screamed loudly. Someone started approaching the man from behind. The girl noted, asking why the elder of the elves stood alone during such a luxurious feast for the whole world. The elder turned away from such a spectacle, and Erisa began to approach him with a grin. She asked him why he needed this mask, and added that he really thought that some kind of masquerade would be held here. The elder threw his head back and began to sip his wine. The man noted that this was personal. The girl walked to the railing of the second floor and looked down at the noise, where Sylvia was getting drunk and everyone was supporting her, while the elder looked at Erisa. Higher Erisa asked if he could show this, and noted that he should at least say why. Erisa asked the man if he knew that he was not one of those who would not leave a secret undisclosed. The elder judged his eyes and looked at the girl as she looked at him dumbfounded. He noted that everything is actually very obvious. Erisa asked him again. The girl looked at the elder and talked to him while Sylvia was angry. Erisa noted and asked to listen to her that even though she has the face of a child, she is still about 100 years old, and noted that in that case they would. The granddaughter of the head of the Blue Tower shouted at the main character. She noted that she was tired of all this. Erisa and the elder looked in the direction of the screams in surprise. Sylvia was angry and trembling with fear. She lowered her eyes. The granddaughter of the head of the Blue Tower noted that Miller every day is either with the master of the Red Tower or always with some other girl. She shuddered and noted that she was tired of all this. Theodore looked awkwardly at the girl, piercing his gaze. He noted that it seemed to him that Sylvia was already very drunk, and added that it was time for them to stop. Sylvia looked angrily at the main character. Her eyes were already beginning to break between themselves. She asked him again and clarified very dissatisfiedly that he really considers her a child just like everyone else, adding that she is really a child who is not able to drink wine. The Blue Tower head's granddaughter's eyes watered and her eyelids gradually closed. She noted that Theodore Miller should hold on because she was going to drink a lot of wine. Sylvia fell with her head on the table with a crash, while Theodore became scared because of her and called the girl's name. Theodore sighed with a grin. Sylvia fell asleep sweetly, snoring quietly, saying something under her breath with displeasure. Miller grinned and noted that the girl drank wine so furiously, and this is the result she got. Theodore and the high elf Alina looked at the thick fog. The main character noted that no matter how many times he saw this landscape, it still took his breath away, and added that she couldn't even dream of feasting in such a place, and noted that he didn't even think about it, dared even to dream. The elf and the main character both enjoyed the view. Alina noted that does the main character know that when she was here for the first time, she felt the same as Theodore now. The high elf smiled warmly, looking into the distance. She noted that although she also had large trees at home, they were not so huge that the clouds passed. Theodore smiled and looked at Alina. He noted, "Stop and think about it, sitting here right in the clouds," and added that it was like he was in a dream. Alina laughed affectionately and cheerfully and asked if he really thought that way. Alina looked up while the protagonist looked straight at her. The elf noted, calling Theodore by name, and asked him if he would go somewhere with her. Alina looked at Miller with a calm gaze. She noted that she would like to show him some places where only the two of them would be. Alina began to walk away straight away while Theodore Miller looked straight after her. He shouted that he, of course, agreed to go with her. Alina asked him to follow him, and noted that he should not lag behind by more than 3 steps. In silence, the high elf and the main character walked somewhere while Theodore examined the area around him with interest. Miller was embarrassed. He looked straight. In his thoughts, the main character noted that he had a feeling that in a split second the space where they were had changed, and added, asking himself, is Lady Alina really the same as the master of the broken pearl of the tower, who has spatial magic? Theodore looked straight at the high elf awkwardly, sweat dripping from his face. He asked Alina how they managed to move to another place so quickly. Alina smiled happily and answered him as he looked at her. In her thoughts, she noted that this was the privilege of the high elves. The elf noted that since they are high elves, who are moving more and more towards the world tree, their volume of produced magic increases several times, and added that all this is produced thanks to their ancestors. Alina continued to talk about how, thanks to this, high elves could jump over certain distances without gates or holes, and was pleased to note that this was very convenient. Theodore and the elf scattered cheerfully together. Theodore noted that he then understood why this was so, and added that this immediately reminded him of the master of the Pearl Tower. Alina laughingly noted that one could say that she and this master work almost according to general principles. The elf stopped laughing and looked seriously at the main character. She noted that it was time for them to go. Alina extended her hand in front, thereby introducing Theodore Miller to a new place while he looked at him in surprise. Miller was almost speechless. He asked Lady Alina what this place was to which she had led him. Alina and the main character crossed the wooden bridge. Alina replied to Miller, saying that this is precisely the space that even high elves, like her, cannot enter without permission, and added that this place is called the Source of Wisdom. Alina smiled cheerfully and looked straight at the main character. She addressed him by name, and noted that he was the second person in the history of the elves to be recognized as a guest here. Miller looked up in surprise while Alina looked straight ahead. The main character asked the high elf if this hut really was the source of wisdom. The high elf replied that this was exactly the case, and added that they brought him here because this is what the sage had told them to do. Theodore looked straight into Alina's eyes with shock. The elf continued to say that this sage was the first person to enter the source of wisdom, and added that it was a great person who made contracts with all 4 kings of the elements at once. Hershheim sat contentedly and signed the drink while the earth element was behind him. The high elf noted that the great elemental master Almund Hershheim once said that he left a message for Theodore Miller inside this hut. Miller commented and asked Alina that Almund Hershheim himself really asked to do this. Alina remembered the prophecy where a man was running away from a monster. Elphika noted that she was quoting a quote that the master then said, "Time will pass and the 6th Mukvi will open its eyes, and then long-forgotten creatures will wake up from a long sleep," and added that 2 great nations will come together and bring a great catastrophe to the world. The girl noted that, however, there is nothing to be afraid of, since the guest who will bring the sparks together is a catastrophe, and added, and before that, she continued to quote the master, "Please direct him here." The main character became wary and wary. He asked Alina if this was all a prediction. Alina looked at Miller slyly. She noted that this was exactly the case, and added that that was all she could say to Theodore. Elvin and Miller looked at the endless steps that led to the gate. The high elven noted that everything else was behind this door, and added that there he would understand everything else. Miller looked at the door, dumbfounded, his eyes narrowed. In his thoughts he noted that the 6th movie, he had endured a short pause, from the birth of Lady Alina M until the appearance of Rabate, and added that to think that there was someone who was capable of something like that, to foresee such a thing. The eyes of the main character began to look more and more closely at the door. He continued to note in his thoughts that even if Mordak is an elemental master, this does not change the fact that he is just an ordinary person. Miller asked himself, surprised at such a result, how could he have foreseen the future ones then? Theodore Miller looked at High Elf Aliner, who was holding her hand. Miller noted that he understood everything, and added that he would then go inside and find out about everything, especially why Meadle himself called him here. The main character smiled. He added that he would return quickly, so let Aliner wait a little for him. Theodore Miller began to walk up the stairs with funny steps straight to the door of the hut while Aliner looked at him. The High Elf clasped her hands together with a smile. She noted that of course she would wait for him, and added that she would wait as long as necessary. The main character had already gotten up and grabbed the door handle. He began to pull it towards himself. Miller, with his head held high, walked straight into the spatial dimension of the former master of the four elements. In his thoughts, he noted that there were also spatial gates, and more how many of them there were on his way, but he added that in any case he would move forward. The system notified us that the main character had consumed the original book. Miller walked with a serious expression on his face and his eyes closed. The system noted that a connection is now being established with an entity called Meadle Hersheim. The connection was established successfully. The system added that Meadle Hersheim accepted the user's consent to communicate. The start of communication was enabled. The main character opened his eyes slightly. In front of him sat a smiling Hersheim, who was looking directly at Miller. Theodore asked him who he really was. Meadle sat calmly on a low column and looked at the main character who stood opposite him. Hersheim noted that Miller had finally arrived, and added that the guest he had been waiting for so long finally appeared. Miller looked at Meadle awkwardly. Swallowing his saliva, he asked if he really was Meadle Hersheim, and asked him how he got here. Hersheim chuckled. He noted that he apologizes, and added that he is the true self, the self that the main character knows, and in fact he is not at all the same as he is now, and added that it would be much more accurate to think of him as about the memory imprint. Hersheim looked at the main character with a grin, while simultaneously placing his hand on his knee. He noted that Miller looked much younger than he actually imagined, and added that such a boy could really be the owner of Greed. Miller's eyes narrowed in shock. Miller didn't understand what was happening while Meadle looked at him and spoke. The man noted, asking if he could find out the main character's name. Miller stammered, saying his name was Theodore Miller. Miller looked at Hersheim puzzled, sweat running down his cheek. He did not understand who this Hersheim really was. In his thoughts, Theodore noted how he found out about his gluttony, and especially how he found out that Miller was his master. Meadle put his palm to his beard. He was still throwing grins towards the main character. The man asked the main character that he could not call him Theodore, but address him as Theodore, and added that his name was quite funny for a magician. Miller stood very close to the master of the four elements, and the glutton began to wake up. Hersheim noted, referring to Greed, how many years, how many winters, and asked him if it was really called gluttony now. Gluttony looked at Hersheim menacingly, his eyes filled with anger and surprise. He added that apparently it was Hersheim who dared to call him with just some piece of memory, and noted that this master had become much more reflective in recent times than before. Hersheim smiled kindly and chuckled while the main character and Gluttony were silent. The man noted that he was asking for forgiveness, and noted that he had foreseen the visit, and he also explained that he had no other choice but to meet him and the executor of his contract in this way. Gluttony noted displeasedly that this excuse was very weak and should have been worked on. Miller looked at these two puzzled. He did not understand anything. In his thoughts, the main character noted that it is really and how Gluttony and Meadle Hersheim know each other. The protagonist's eyes narrowed noticeably as he looked closely at the master of the four elements. He mentally asked himself how he could know so much about Gluttony. Grim of Greed was pleased. He noted that it does not matter how he remained alive, and added that he should explain why he had been waiting for them all this time. Gluttony noted that if his answer was unconvincing, he continued to look at Hersheim. Then from that moment on, Gluttony would perceive him as an enemy. Meadle smiled and looked at the two carefully. He noted that Gluttony was still sharp-tongued, and added that he was the one who made the soul contract with his representative, and asked Gluttony if he was being too cautious now. All three remained in the same positions in which they had been all this time. Hersheim noted that he called him here to help him, and added that it was all because he thought that he was different from the other deadly sins. Gluttony asked him, dumbfounded, that he was really different. Meadle looked at him seriously. He noted that it was he, and he believed that it was gluttony that was not like the other 6 sins, and noted that he was not particularly interested in the life of this world. Hersheim added that by capturing all existing forms of life, such as pride, stopped the world itself. Gluttony interrupted him and ordered him to stop. Greed was unhappy. He noted that this spirit was really trying to threaten him, and added that Hersheim is a mythological relic. Hersheim looked menacingly at the Gluttony. He grinned gravely and noted that he was just asking politely. Gluttony noted that he talks too much. The main character watched them silently. In his thoughts, he asked himself what happened between these two, and what kind of communication style they have now. Miller continued to think and began to assume that these two were really having a quarrel now, or that Meadle was trying to expose something. Gluttony looked at the Master of the Four Elements seriously. He noted that he would leave this case unattended and added that only this time. Miller's hand clenched into a fist, thereby covering up his gluttony. Greed noted that he could not do anything without any need. With a sharp movement, the main character opened his hand while Hersheim sat silently. Theodore shouted that Gluttony couldn't just leave like that. Hersheim noted with a laugh that he seemed upset and added that he was only trying to be polite towards him. Miller looked menacingly. He asked the Master of the Four Elements why exactly he wanted to meet with someone inexperienced like Theodore Miller. The man sat and looked at Miller seriously as smoke surrounded him. He asked the main character again, inexperienced, and added who in this world calls the holder of a contract with one of the deadly sins ignorant. Hersheim noted that Theodore should not stress so much about this. He began to pierce the main character with his gaze, and he noted that the old man just wanted to help him. Hersheim looked at the vat of tea from which strong steam was emanating. Miller asked what the reason for all this was. The man thought about it. The main character clenched his hand into a fist and looked awkwardly at the Master of the Four Elements. He noted that he does not want to obey anyone without knowing anything. Miller added that if the master wants to help him, then he wants to ask him why and for what. Meadle looked at Miller with a serious look. He added that he now understood that their conversation with Gluttony could have confused him and asked for forgiveness. They looked at each other and did not look away until the room rose in smoke. Hersheim replied that he asked him to understand and added that there were secrets that he could not reveal to him now, and among them were secrets that were not destined to be told. Theodore asked again, secrets that cannot be told. Meadle leaned back with his elbows, satisfied. He noted that yes, for example, the purpose for which the 7 deadly sins appeared in this world, and added that they left parallel traces. Miller screamed in fear. He asked again, the secrets of the 7 deadly sins. Hersheim extended his hand to Theodore, which was covered with blue frost. He noted that Miller was right. Meadle did not jump on Theodore Miller. While he barely managed to place the block, the entire room was painted in blue frost. The man noted that if Theodore allows him, then he can perform such tricks. The system turned red and the error was reported several times. Miller's pass hit Meadle, and everything was painted in shades of blue. The system began to recover and noted that a valid request was accepted. The system announced that the 4th seal of Gluttony had been broken. The main character's eyes narrowed greatly. The system added that Gluttony's abilities are now fully unleashed, and the user is prompted to immediately look at an information window that is associated with his characteristics. The system noted that the Gluttony Grimoire had reached rank C, and that the 4th seal of Gluttony had been broken accordingly. The system continued to note that the user could now borrow the power of the author, extracted from the original manuscript and the absorption of Gluttony. The system added that, however, if characteristics updates are performed for the author, they will not be able to be accepted again by the user. The system continued to say that the previous owners called this function overwrite. If you wish, you can change the name. The main character grabbed his heart with his hand while they looked at him. Miller reflected in his thoughts that the seal that had been forced open by Gluttony in the battle with Superbia had been removed again, but unlike the last time, this method was not recognized as unnatural. The main character asked himself how the Master of the Four Elements did this. Suddenly, Hersheim sat down in his seat again and began a conversation with the completely unsettled protagonist. Meadle noted that there was a trace left in Miller that the seal had been opened earlier. He added that thanks to this he had the strength to talk. The man looked at Theodore with a slight smile. He noted that he had about 5 minutes left, and added that from that moment on, the main character perceived everything like his grandfather's tricks and listened carefully. Hersheim's gaze became serious. He noted that, frankly, the main character is now in a dangerous situation, and added that it's all about Levitain, who he absorbed during the incident. The main character recalled this grimoire, which was in the form of a shark. Meadle noted that the power that was gained from this grimoire, and that mysterious power from another dimension, and on top of all this, the power of artifacts, he continued to say, comparable in value to treasures, is too voluminous for 20-year days dealt with it. The main character was very wary. He asked the Master of the Four Elements what exactly was the problem with all this. Hersheim grinned and examined Theodore Miller carefully. He noted that he would ask Miller a very simple question. He asked the main character what happens to a vessel if you try to put more liquid into it than it can hold. Miller froze in place, his eyes narrowed. In Miles, Theodore noted that this was deaf. Meadle began gesticulating with his hand. He noted that, fortunately, the meeting with him added Theodore a little time, and added that most likely Miller would be able to live peacefully for the next 2 years. Here he paused. However, Hersheim continued to say, after 3 years the body of the main hero will begin to collapse, and in 5 years he will perish. Miller couldn't believe his ears, his teeth chattering in horror as he held his finger up. Theodore objected. He said that such a recreation center could not exist. And Hersheim replied that the main character does not turn back time. Sorry, he added. Hersheim looked at Miller with some longing. He noted that instead of living a life of fighting and consuming, let the main character concentrate on developing his own skills, and added that while exploring this huge world, let him encounter a bunch of people, and at the same time expand his horizons. The smoke had already consumed more than half the room. Miller ran up to the master of the four elements. He shouted that Myrtle's advice was too abstract and asked him if he could name a more precise method. Myrtle grinned and replied that he couldn't because the answer itself was already known to the main character. Miller was faced with a picture where he was collecting more and more of the book for detailed study. Hersheim noted that just like his time spent wandering and fighting, he helped him survive and grow. Miller recalled one of his fights in the past, and Hersheim continued to say that let Theodore, in the same way, without hesitation, seek difficult and exhausting paths. Hersheim began to disappear. He smiled and extended his hand to Miller. He noted finally that in the end, each magician must find his own path through the inner wasteland. Miller stood silently as white smoke filled the rest of the room, and Hersheim said in his last words that he does good luck to the young hero Miller. Miller frowned. He was unhappy. In his thoughts, he noted that the identities and goals of the other seven sins really spoke about the world, and this truth was not something he could know yet. Theodore Miller began to leave that room. He noted in his mind that he only had 5 measly years left to live. Miller began to walk slowly and calmly towards the high elf Alina until she unexpectedly noticed him. Theodore stood in one place and looked at Alina as she began to approach him. Alina noted that Theodore had returned and called him by name. The main character was surprised at Alina and also addressed her by name. Alina questioned the main character with a smile while he was silent. She asked him if he liked their elven sanctuary. Miller remained silent and answered. The main character noted that this day made him think much more than he expected. The high elf smiled. She noted that she understood him, and after a short pause continued to say that she did not know what Miller experienced in the Fountain of Wisdom, but she was sure that it benefited him. Alina followed the main character and talked to him along the way. She said that this was the end of her role here, and added that she needed to escort the main character Theodore to the Source of Wisdom and back to the banquet hall. The elf came out, awkwardly noted that now there would be nothing more than a personal request, and asked him if he would listen to her. The elf was very worried, but she also tried to smile. She noted asking if Miller Theodore wanted to take a little longer walk with her. Miller smiled and nodded. They began to walk together around the area where they originally came from, and Theodore noted with a smile that he agreed and that he would like to go for a walk now. Under the dome of the church, 2 men were engaged in a dialogue. One sadly responded understandably to the other's story, and another Yuck explained that this is exactly how he failed the task. A man with brown hair stood holding his severed arm, his head let go while the others whispered to each other. The monk stood and looked out the window. He asked what about Melter. The monk's subordinate bowed his knee. He noted, turning to his master, that he was asking him to end his life. The monk silently continued to look out the window. He noted that the subordinate has no fault in this because they all impeccably carry out his orders, and this is beyond doubt, and added that the burden of this failure lies entirely on him, and there is no fault of others here. His other subordinates placed the box in front of the one who was ready to lose his life. The monk marked him to take it. The subordinate silently looked at the black object that was being pulled out of the box. He was amazed by what he saw. This is what the subordinate began to say with a sinking heart. In front of him lay a metal hand with claws. The monk noted that this prosthesis was a replacement for his lost arm, and added that once he got used to using it, his subordinate could do it in less than a year. The subordinate without an arm fell to his knees and began to bow to the monk while others looked at him. He shouted, "My lord," and the monk noted that this is a common thing for him, which is appropriate to reward a faithful servant, and added that as a warrior he understands very well how significant the loss of a hand is. The subordinate gritted his teeth. He noted that henceforth. He stood up and began to smear the bandage on his arm, his gaze menacing. He continued to say that next time he would definitely, he paused for a short time, he would kill all these despicable scum from Melter. The next day, as soon as the banquet ended, the ambassadors went to Melter's capital, Monaville. There was a huge cloud of smoke below. Looking at the main character and Sylvia, the elf asked if they were ready for the road, stating that this road would lead them to the right place. Theodore, looking at the elf, told him that he understood and thanked them for coming out to see him off. The elf happily declared that they were only too happy and wished them good luck. Theodore said with a grin on his face that it was time for them to go. Suddenly, behind a group of people, a girl loudly called out to Mr. Theodore and told them to be very careful. The hero reciprocally responded to Mrs. Alina so that she, too, should take care of herself. Theodore stated that it was definitely time for them and a strong surge of aura appeared around them. The main character said in his head that their meeting was very short and it was very bitter to part. Perhaps one day they will meet again. This story takes us to Monaville, to the reception chamber of the palace. King Kurt III said in a whisper that everyone was ready. Kurt loudly called the Lord of the Pearl Tower and ordered him to tell him what their ambassadors could please him with. The Lord of the Pearl Tower leaned before the king and said that thanks to the meeting with the natives of Elfheim, they not only tripled the amount of goods for export and import, and eased the export restrictions on artifacts by the same amount, but also acquired a timber warehouse in the Great Forest of Elfheim. In addition, we agreed to maintain trade relations between countries. The king initially smiled, and then began to clap his hands, shouting wonderfully and thanking Viscount Miller. Kurt stated that the Viscount lived up to his high reputation and that people had a high opinion of him, continuing to talk about the Viscount. The king stated that he had done great honor to the people of Melter. For the kingdom, the Viscount was one of the greatest gifts from above. Theodore, with a serious expression on his face, told the king that his majesty was exaggerating. Kurt told the main character that the results of his actions are worthy of the rank of Great and commands him to temporarily assign him the rank of Great, and when Theodore reaches the 6th circle, he will be declared a full-fledged Great Magician. Theodore thanked the king and stated that he had no objections. Kurt told them that he would reward everyone who participated in the campaign, and also organize a banquet on the occasion of their return. Shocked people who heard everything that happened in the reception chamber of the palace are very happy for Theodore, because such a young guy received the rank of Great, and thoughts appeared that he could become the next Lord of the Tower. Theodore, standing in the palace, said in his thoughts that he did not know what exactly made him change, because the day when he would be given the title of Lord of the Tower was not far off. The main character, returning to his room, said under his breath that he was great, and that's good. But it only made him think that, apart from the titles of Lord of the Tower and Elder, Great Magician is the highest rank that a Tower Magician can receive, because it gives the right to meet with your own research team or organization, and also allows you to receive funding for research activities from the kingdom. But Theodore, looking at his wrist, did not tell the king that he had already received the 6th circle, but as soon as he informed his majesty, he would immediately become a Great Magician, because rank gives Theodore power, and with great power comes great responsibility. The hero continued to think with folded arms that if he became a great mage, it would be difficult for him to cross the border of the country at any time he needed. Some sounds were heard in the vastness of the palace. Vince suggested that Theodore had 5 more years. Approaching Theodore, who was sitting, Vince noted that he had completed the 6th circle and was impressed because one could say that he was walking 10 times faster than the others. Vince told the hero that the secret of his progress was gluttony. Theodore, angry, looked at the magical grimoire and agreed, after which he said in his thoughts that gluttony should be given credit for his incredible progress. But now, because of Vince, his time here is limited, and despaired, thinking that there would be no other way. The hero raised his hand with gluttony and turned to him, showing that he was eavesdropping on him and wanted to discuss a lot with him and stop wasting his time. The magical grimoire does not understand what the main character is talking about, after which Theodore told him not to pretend to be a fool and said that they would follow a different question-answer pattern. The hero asked Gluttony who Myrtilhersheim was. In response, Theodore can only find out what he roughly looks like, because if Myrtle had not broken his level 4 seal, then Gluttony could not tell him anything. The hero, widening his eyes and opening his mouth, asked Gluttony about the 7 deadly sins. The magical grimoire fearfully informed him that they are in a different league than Pride, because he only knows about this because Gluttony managed to briefly meet him face to face. Not counting Pride, the rest at least at level 5, said Gluttony, and stated that if Theodore wants to get more information, he will have to break the seal of the 6th circle. Theodore said in his thoughts that he would not be able to get something like this and did not think that Gluttony had any reason to force Myrtle to remain silent about something. Squinting his eyes, Theodore thought that, apparently, restrictions were deliberately placed on the magical grimoire. The main character told Gluttony that he was changing the question and spoke the words of Myrtle, that you can expand the boundaries of your cup, and asked Gluttony how to do this. The magical grimoire stated that there are several ways, and the simplest of them is sacrifices. Age and gender do not matter, and it will only take about 10 people to expand your soul. Theodore, in a rage, told Glutton that he would never do such a thing and asked what the next method was, to which Glutton replied to accumulate experience. The magical grimoire stated that it does not matter what Theodore receives as a result of good or evil deeds. The only important thing is whether his actions affect the world. If so, then the boundaries of the cup will expand. Gluttony noted with a grin that if Theodore wants, then let him solve someone's problems, or become a problem in someone's peaceful life, because the ability not to get hung up on actions, but simply to take everything for granted is what people have to define a professional. Theodore asked if there were other ways, to which Gluttony replied to continue in the same spirit and everything would work out for the main character. Theodore did not understand what he meant, to which the magical grimoire stated to hunt the originals. Gluttony told Theodore to look for the originals, whose powers he had already absorbed. As an example, Gluttony listed the Song of Battle, the Laws of Spirits, and others, and told the main character that he would help expand his cup. Theodore, in confusion, turns to Gluttony with the words that he thought the boundaries of the bowl had already reached the limit, because to absorb and hunt the originals, that he poured water into the full thicket and asked the magical grimoire how this would help him. Gluttony stated that he understands his confusion, but in fact, what Theodore receives as a result of the hunt for the originals will become something like material for his cup. But that's not all. Glutton noted and said that the main character will have soul fragments. The original ones need to be absorbed, because then the boundaries of the cup can expand even further. Theodore thought in shock that absorbing soul fragments would really help him. Vince laughingly spoke words of gluttony to Theodore and stated that if Theodore decided to take the second path, Vince would give him something that would be useful. Vince extends his hand to Theodore and hands him a book, a collection of ancient magic from the Balakian edition. The system reports that it contains information about ancient peoples and Balakian magic. The magicians of those times were more knowledgeable and used magic much more effectively. The author, Vince Cadle, spent decades of his life to systematize the information. The quality and quantity of knowledge contained in this book is incomparable with what the system also reported that information about the level of knowledge was recorded. The value of the book is precious. When absorbed, it gives a person basic knowledge of the Balakian language. The system reported that this copy is an original. The author is associated with the book. There is a high probability of absorbing some personal information. Vince said with a grin that Theodore would need this book if it came to the originals and was not sure whether he would like such a gift. Theodore surprisingly told Vince that he really liked this gift and asked how to thank Vince. But Vince said that he shouldn't thank him because he finished this book thanks to Theodore. After which Vince warned the main character that hunting for the originals is not an easy path, to which Theodore agreed and stated that he would try. At the same moment, Vince interrupted Theodore's words and noted that this is not the point, because Theodore is now a hero Meltora and everything is not the same as before. Theodore looked at Vince with a surprised look and continued to listen to Vince. Vince stated that the entire kingdom would be against his departure and noted whether Theodore could persuade His Majesty. Theodore thought that His Majesty would gladly meet him halfway if he could back up his request with convincing facts, so Theodore said to himself before meeting His Majesty, taking a fork with a piece of meat in his hand. Suddenly, Veronica interrupts Theodore's thoughts, simultaneously taking the fork from his hands and starting to feed the main character. Theodore is confused as to what the Lord of the Scarlet Tower is doing here. Veronica flirtatiously asks if Theodore doesn't like it when she spoon feeds him. In response, Theodore noted that that's not the point. Kurt, sitting next to him, laughed and said that it's not every day you see something like this, how Veronica feeds someone straight from a spoon and how someone refuses her. The main character, shyly, asked why everyone had gathered here. The king, in response to Theodore, told him to relax and said that he called Veronique for the comfort of the main character and to make Theodore feel at home. Continuing to laugh, Kurt asked Theodore why he asked for an audience, for a request or a wish. Theodore's face shows that he is excited. King Kurt noted that he reads people well and knows what Theodore is thinking. The hero boldly stood up and asked Kurt if he could go on a trip outside the kingdom. The king displeasedly asked Theodore if he now wanted to leave. At this time, Veronica asked Theodore if he wanted to leave the country, to which the hero answered positively. Kurt thoughtfully told Theodore that he was not completely sure of his intentions and thought that it would be better for the hero to earn such a privilege himself, because Theodore is the hero of Meltor, after all, and he deserves a high title, and the hero will be provided with all possible rights and benefits. Kurt said that instead of traveling around the world, wouldn't it be better to stay and hone his skills inside the kingdom, because it is much safer here. Theodore, upset by the king's words, noted that he understood his doubts, but Theodore asked him to understand that he wanted to go on a trip. Kurt began to address Theodore, but the hero interrupted him and raised his wrist with a mark with the words that he was close to reaching the sixth circle, and all thanks to the fact that he had gained valuable experience in foreign trips and realized that outside the kingdom, Theodore's skills were much faster developed than at a desk in the library. Kurt put his hand to his chin and thoughtfully told Theodore that he was still not sure about him, because his name had become too widely known even beyond the borders of the kingdom. The hero said in his thoughts that he knew that the king would not approve of his request and it was unsafe to travel abroad without support. The king shouted to Everton and asked him to bring him something, which Everton agreed to bring. Everton took the medallion and approached Theodore. Sitting down on his knees, he held out the medallion to Theodore and declared that the gentleman should take it. Theodore incomprehensibly asked the king what it was, to which Kurt replied that it was an artifact for the self-defense of the Lord of the Yellow Tower and was not sure whether it was useful, but it was better than nothing. Kurt told the hero that when he leaves the room, he will immediately want to lock himself in his laboratory and not leave it for several months, because this is an excellent excuse to disappear. The king noted how he liked the artifact, to which Theodore stated that it was a wonderful thing, squeezing the artifact in his hand, thinking about what the king meant. Because it is natural for magicians to disappear in laboratories doing research, and His Majesty wants to hide the fact of Theodore's travel under the pretext of scientific research. But at the same time, the hero needs to be extremely careful so that he is not considered a spy or some kind of mercenary. Kurt stated that Theodore could go and that he had a lot of work ahead of him, and did not know what kind of research he was going to do, but hoped that the results would be worth it. Theodore thought that even such a privilege as taking books from the royal library is not given to everyone, the same elders, and he could not think that His Majesty would allow him access not only to the library and laboratory, but would also allow him to go beyond the borders of the kingdom. Theodore stood up from the sofa and put his hand to his chest, thanking him for the king's time. The hero thought that it was now clear to him why he was praised as one of the greatest rulers. Theodore told the king that he was leaving now, to which Kurt nodded his head. Theodore left the room, after which Kurt turned to the Lord of the Scarlet Tower that she was strange, to which Veronica did not understand anything. Kurt stated that he expected Veronica to cry and ask Theodore to take her with her, and besides, her performance had decreased. Veronica noted that maybe she wanted to go on a trip with him, to which the king asked why she remained silent. In response, Veronica said that if she argues with him, she will cause a lot of problems, and if this happens, she will get tired too quickly and immediately rush home, to which Kurt looked at her incomprehensibly. Veronica said with a smile that when Theodore returns next time, most likely she will no longer be able to call him a boy. A brightly shining sun could be seen in the desert. There were too many carts traveling through the desert. The coachman said that they were very lucky that the magician was with them, to which Theodore repeated the word lucky. The coachman replied that he managed to jump in with them at the last moment, and besides, he got a VIP carriage. Looking at the road, the coachman noted that for a long time they could not find at least one magician for such a long trip, but then Theodore came, because what is this if not luck? The hero said with a grin that the coachman was right. In response, he noted that only Theodore the Younger, the brother of the hero of Allmelter, deigned to join them, because this was truly great luck. After these words, Theodore laughed and agreed with this. The hero thought that he had doubts at first, but did not expect that artifact to work after looking at the artifact. The system reports that this artifact was created by an unknown master during unsuccessful experiments. Has the shape of a ball, this artifact allows the owner to slightly change his appearance in order to hide his identity. The system also reported that the artifact, when worn, activates on its own. If the magic is destroyed, it self-destructs, cannot be found using detection magic. However, it is impossible to hide its presence when the magic is activated. The system noted that the artifact class is valuable and when absorbed, it greatly increases the magic power. After absorption, it will take 18 hours to fully assimilate. After absorption, your understanding of transformation magic will increase. Theodore thought that he was now not the hero Theodore, but a simple Theo, a magician who had reached the 4th circle, who went to Kargas to meet distant relatives, knowing that he should have chosen a better name. But the teacher said that the name should sound ridiculous, and he hopes he knows about what does he say. Sighing, Theodore continued to think that they were unlikely to see him soon, or the same Sylvia, with her clumsy, but such a gentle and pleasant character, or the kind Veronica, whom the truth sometimes gets carried away in playfulness. Tired Theodore thought that he would quickly return to them, but abruptly abandoned these thoughts, saying it was not time to become limp. The hero put his hand under Pancho and pulled out a book from there, after which he opened it. Theodore, in his thoughts, said that the book into which the teacher put his sweat, blood, and tears was called Pandect on Archaic Magic, Balakian edition. The hero thought and said that he had been reading the book for several days, but only understood half of it. But on the other hand, reading books is his joy, because you can immerse yourself in the study of knowledge hitherto unknown to you. And when you absorb this knowledge, you need to make efforts to understand it, but at the same time you get rid of all unnecessary thoughts, which really helps not to sour. The coachman stopped the cart and shouted that they would spend the night here. In the foggy desert, the coachman ordered the mercenaries to stand guard while they set up tents, and to occupy the rest with tents and make a fire, after which they would all eat together. The soup was boiling on the fire. Theodore said that it was colder today than when the sun was just setting. In response, the coachman noted that there are no trees or any other vegetation here, so it will be cold. Raising his voice, the coachman said that during the day it was really hot here, but at sunset it became more or less tolerable. Theodore said that it would not be better to set off after sunset. After all, horses get tired quickly during the day, to which the coachman, smiling, noted that this is not a bad idea, but the catch here is that they are not the only ones who like to walk around at night. For example, the same sandworms and ants, because they move out immediately after dusk when the sand is getting colder. Theodore scooped a spoon into the soup and drank it, after which he stated that he did not think that vegetable soup and fried meat would be so delicious. Theodore, sensing something was wrong, stood up and wondered why his head was buzzing, because it didn't look like assassins. The coachman was surprised by what he saw and asked the hero whether he liked the food or not. Theodore turned around with widened eyes and said just that in his thoughts. A crowd of bandits on camels could be seen in the distance, after which Theodore shouted bandits. A dark-haired young man dressed in white clothes stood in the middle of a desert area under a dark night sky. Dust and sand rose all around from the loud clatter of camels, on which sat armed men with eyes glowing with red light. Two young men froze in fear when they saw the robbers in front of them. a man in a light beige cloak raised his hand and shouted loudly for all the people to line up in a row, and the archers took charge of the wooden fences and put out the fire. Theodore silently observed the situation as black smoke flew into his face. The main character looked at the robbers and thought that among them there were at least 10 aura users, and one of them, who was most likely their leader, was not inferior to Rebecca in swordsmanship. Theodore pulled the cloth over his mouth and put the headdress on his head, thinking that he should not reveal his identity, despite the fact that the young man did not know who these people were and what they wanted. Putting a metal mask over his eyes, Theodore came to the conclusion that now he needed to concentrate, and for the sake of preserving the legend, he could not use magic above the fourth circle. The main character took the collar of his clothes off his mouth and grinned, asking himself if he should say hello now. Theodore waved his hand in the air, and a bright pattern in the form of a circle with a cross inside appeared on the sand. Thick blue smoke appeared around, among which humanoid creatures were visible with a loud roar. The creatures that filled the area straightened up and moved in one direction. The main character stood with both hands raised up, and the sand monsters that appeared moved according to his order. The two men who were watching what was happening were horrified and assumed that it was summoning magic. Theodore shouted, ordering everyone to calm down, and explained that these creatures were summoned by him so they would not cause any harm to the people around them. The main character loudly ordered his puppets to protect his group and said that this order would remain in effect until there were no enemies left within a kilometer radius. The creatures responded monotonously that they would immediately carry out Theodore's order without any objections. The main character frowned and thought that he did not feel any anxiety at all, unlike other opponents he had fought before. Theodore raised his palm, in which a bright flame had accumulated, and came to the conclusion that the local robbers were no more dangerous than a stone in the middle of the road. The main character raised his hand up, and 4 fiery attacks soared into the air, lighting up the night sky. Theodore was sweating with excitement because he didn't understand how he was able to create 4 attacks if he used mana that should only be enough for 2. Looking at the glowing symbol on his palm, the protagonist assumed that this was the power of the Ring of Muspelheim. Theodore concluded that this would not hinder him much, and he just needed to calculate the power of the ring and add it to the formula, and then created fire between his 2 palms. The main character put his hands in front of him, directing the blow. The next moment, fiery attacks resembling fireworks tore through the sky. In an instant, many of Theodore's fiery attacks sparkled in the air. The robbers, whose faces were hidden behind black cloth and red glasses, spoke loudly to each other in a foreign language, shocked by the magic of the main character. The fiery attacks were directly in front of the robber, who walked ahead of everyone and was presumably their leader. When the man riding a camel rushed forward, the main character became convinced that these robbers knew how to use aura. Several of the bandits were struck by Theodore's attacks like lightning, and they jumped from the backs of their camels. The main character, whose pistol-shaped palms were smoking, concluded that the robbers definitely did not expect this. One of the robbers quickly rode a camel towards Theodore, at the same time shouting loudly and aggressively. The main character jumped to the side, took out a long sword and threw it over his shoulder. Theodore then leapt over his opponent and raised his weapon, preparing to strike. The robber, whose face was hidden, but a red light was shining from the eye slits, loudly shouted wishes for death to the main character. Theodore fell to the ground with a loud sound, raising columns of dust and sand around him. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and loudly shouted, "Song of Battle, Rhapsody of Power," while a bright flash of light gathered in his palm. Theodore bent down, clenched his hands into fists, and rushed to attack the enemy again. The shockwave was rapidly approaching a man dressed in black riding a camel, who had a dark cloth draped over his head. The man was riding leisurely and hanging from the saddle when, in the middle of the dust, he saw the immobilized bodies of his comrades. The man, completely covered in black clothing, raised his index finger up and made a circle in the air. A man in the same clothes, sitting on a camel with a bridle in his hands, nodded in response to this gesture. Theodore stood with his fists raised in front of him as 4 bandit riders surrounded him. The main character, sweat streaming down his face from fatigue, was stunned that the man gave the signal for the cordon with just one movement of his hand. When one of the robbers took off his mask and said that Theodore was very skillful for his age, the young man recognized in this speech the official language of the North. A man with bright green eyes and a scar on his nose said that it was time for the main character to leave the games because he believed too much in his abilities and would end up dead if he continued to resist. When Theodore asked if the robbers would spare him if he surrendered now, the man confirmed this and explained that their goal was to take everything valuable, then receive a ransom, and if the main character surrendered now, he would soon go home. The main character grinned, looked at his interlocutor with impudence in his eyes, and asked why he should believe the robber's words. When one of the robbers, enraged by Theodore's words, shouted that he was still too young to understand how much one should value his own life, but another robber stopped him. The main character looked at the people around him and said with a smile that they were better suited to be called not bandits, but Janissaries are a squad of army bloodhounds. The robber with green eyes and a scar on his nose furrowed his eyebrows and opened his mouth in shock, looking at Theodore. While the main character's cloak fluttered in the wind, he pulled the collar of his clothes away from his neck and said with a stern face that ordinary bandits could not have such a level of military training. The protagonist with a cold look asked if he could consider that their robbery was approved by the Sultan himself, because the Janissaries are also known as the Swords of the Sultan. The man pursed his lips and frowned, looking at the main character with wide open eyes. The man stated that he had no idea what Theodore was talking about, for he was not part of the Janissaries, and his subordinates were not part of any unit. The man reached for the weapon behind his back, saying that they were just bandits who had no names or honor, and they were simply profiting from the merchants who came their way. The man waved his sword in the air and screamed piercingly that now the main character would meet his death at the hands of some simple robbers. Theodore bent his knees and fingers, saying that in this case he would accept his fate and leave gracefully. The main character used the earth-breaking technique, and the bandits who surrounded him were thrown up along with their camels from the shock wave. The animals became frightened and screamed, as did their riders, who fell from their backs. The leader of the robbers grinned tensely and cursed loudly, insulting the main character. Theodore raised his head and shouted, asking the wind to become his sword. Sand flew in the air while the main character used ancient magic, which was called a storm of blades. Stone humanoid monsters, controlled by the main character, fought with bandits in the middle of the desert. One dark-eyed robber pulled an arrow onto the bowstring, taking careful aim. The arrow hit the hand of one of Theodore's soldiers and cut it in two. Several robbers galloped with lightning speed to the wounded creature, which was already preparing to attack. The creature's hand began to gradually split into small fragments with a loud crack. The next second there was an explosion, and the robbers and their animals jumped up. A man in beige clothes with light brown hair watched from afar as the desert was engulfed in a fog of dust and sand due to the battle. The head of the Flonal Guild, named Gord Flonal, raised his palm to his forehead, watching the battle with admiration and stunnedness at the same time. The man looked at Theodore's warriors and thought that he had seen living armor before, but this was the first time he had seen such powerful armor. Gord assumed that the main character had summoned living armor using that bracelet and thought that he could try to buy back this useful artifact. When Gord put his hand on his waist and sighed heavily, Theodore, standing next to him with his hands in his pockets, asked what was the matter. Gord turned around, waved and greeted the protagonist, saying that an unexpected sandstorm had just occurred. Theodore laughed awkwardly and said that it was one of the robbers who was using some kind of artifact. Gord, thinking about the danger of the artifact, with a face full of excitement, asked what happened to the robbers. When the main character replied that he had finished off several of them who were caught in the storm, Gord asked in surprise whether the young man had dealt with the enemies alone, and Theodore confirmed this. The main character felt awkward when Gord said that the storm might have weakened the robbers, but the fact that Theodore dealt with them and thanks to him the merchants could live another day was truly impressive. Theodore laughed and said that they were just lucky, although he thought that in fact the robbers fought for the glory of the Sultan until their last breath. The main character reflected that due to the disaster in the Kingdom of Austin, the drought forced the military, like these Janissaries, to stoop to robbery for the sake of the future of their kingdom and people. Theodore raised his head, pulled the cloth over his chin and sighed exhaustedly. Looking at the bright constellation in the sky, the main character wondered if he himself was at least in any way different from these Janissaries. In the middle of a desert area with golden sand, a small city could be seen. The main character sat in the carriage with a hat on his head and the lower half of his face covered and silently looked out the window. Theodore arrived in the trading kingdom of Kargaz, a border city called Sapoto. The main character turned around when Gord, who was in the role of coachman, said that he did not expect an ambush near the border. However, this confirmed that the rumors about refugees from the Kingdom of Austin becoming bandits were true. The carriage kicked up dust around itself as Gord explained that the severe drought was to blame. The man said that the price of water had increased tenfold and influential families had fled to other cities, causing people to go mad. Gord said that he and Theodore were prohibited from entering the Kingdom of Austin for some time. The main character lowered the cloth from his mouth and advised Gord to hire more guards before he went back, and he himself reflected that immigrants who became robbers could still be understood, but not entire military units who descended to robbery. Theodore came to the conclusion that other continents should not yet know about the current situation, and if the identities of the bandits become known to the public, the Kingdom of Austin will declare that their reputation is being tarnished, and then the situation will take on a global scale. The carriage creaked to a stop. When Theodore left the carriage saying that he would stop at Sapoto, Gord took off his hat, stunned that the main character was already leaving. The man closed his eyes with a smile and said that he could not let their virtue go empty-handed, and he needed to be thanked somehow for his help. Gord handed Theodore a palm containing small, rectangular wooden objects with carved designs. The main character arched his eyebrows warily and asked what it was. Gord smiled, raised his index finger, and explained that the guild gives 2 of these tokens to merchants who reach a certain rank, and one of them confirms identity. When the main character asked about the second token, Gord said with a warm smile that if you show this token to anyone in the guild, Theodore will be treated like a leader, providing him with free carriages, interest-free loans, and much more. Theodore asked incredulously who would be responsible for this, and Gord poked his finger in the chest with a confident smile, saying that whoever gave the tokens was responsible. When the main character opened his mouth in shock and widened his eyes, asking if Gord was serious, the man burst out laughing and replied that he fully vouched for all of Theodore's actions. Then Gord put his fist on his side and with a smile, as if by chance, asked if the main character would sell him that same bracelet. Theodore immediately understood why Gord did not take his eyes off the artifact, and with a smile he raised his hand with the bracelet in front of him. The system reported that this artifact belongs to the class of treasures, and when absorbing the item, one can obtain a huge supply of magical power. The system also informed that digestion would take 4 days, and that this was the maximum information available for level 4. Gord winked and said that he would pay 100 gold for the bracelet, persuading Theodore to sell the artifact. The main character awkwardly scratched the back of his head and explained that he himself had borrowed a bracelet from another person, so he had no right to sell someone else's property, and Gord, adjusting his hat, said that in this case nothing could be done. The main character thought that this bracelet was created by the Lord of the Amber Tower, Norden, and since this artifact is capable of summoning living armor, its cost should be far beyond 100 gold. Gord raised his hat, telling Theodore to take care of himself on the road, and the protagonist waved to the man, wishing him the same in return. The main character raised his hand and broke into a sincere smile, saying goodbye to Gord. Then Theodore lowered his hand and turned away abruptly, saying that it was time for him to move out. In the middle of a kingdom with dark and deserted buildings, black crows flew. Theodore walked along the narrow street, avoiding people in brown cloaks and animals. The main character watched passers-by. Theodore thought that in the border city of Sapoto of the Kargas kingdom, the atmosphere is quite calm, although there are many foreigners. The main character stopped. Theodore looked down the alley and wondered if this was the place Canis was talking about. According to Canis, the Information Guild is in the business of selling information, and the Mouse King is the best among their ranks. Theodore used the hawk's eye technique and peered into the alley. Theodore looked at the wooden door and thought that in heroic epics and fairy tales, in order to enter a room that is usually underground, the main character usually needs to say some kind of password, but in fact, the likelihood is that the guild will not mark its location on the map is very small. The main character moved forward, counting 6 steps after the 3rd pillar and 3 more steps from the old sign. Theodore concluded that he had come to the right place. The main character knocked on the wooden door while a fog of dust rose behind him. The main character opened the door to a spacious room that looked abandoned. Theodore walked forward through the rising dust. The man with a scar under his eye, dressed in a black cloak, looked hostile. A man with eyes glowing with red light sat, intertwining his fingers, and together with his comrade silently watched what was happening. Theodore saw a girl in black clothes in the distance and asked her if he was now in the Sapoto Information Guild. A muscular girl with red eyes, black hair, and a scar on her face looked at the intruder with interest. Theodore, standing in a room with wooden spans, covered himself with his collar from the rising dust and looked in bewilderment at the muscular girl in front of him, not understanding why he was called an uninvited guest. The brunette sitting in front of the guy turned out to be the leader of the Mouse King Guild named Jibra, who, after looking at the stranger, calmly concluded that he was not their sponsor and not even local. Putting her finger to her lip, the woman said with curiosity that judging by the ton and style of the young man's clothing, he was from the north, or more precisely from Melter. Theodore was shocked, wondering how Gabra knew this information, and she said that she has her own methods, which is to determine information from small details. The woman looked piercingly at the guy with red eyes, with a malicious grin, saying that she was unlikely to identify a good spy, but the rest would not be able to hide. Glancing at his interlocutor with excitement, the guy concluded that she had a keen eye, and stated that she lived up to the name of the guild, confirming all her words about him. Crossing her legs, the woman with an imposing look asked where Theodore knew about their organization, and he replied that he received this information from a smuggler named Canis. Hearing this name, the woman closed her eyes and asked with dissatisfaction whether this fool was really still alive, because after leaving for Melter there was no news from her. Theodore was amazed that the guild leader knew the girl, not understanding why she was so angry, and Jibber continued to grumble with displeasure, declaring that they had met with Canis a couple of times, and the smuggler, despite her professionalism, turned out to be a coward. The woman extended her hand, which was covered with a long fingerless glove, in greeting of the intruder. She smiled friendly, closing her eyes, and said that in any case, she was glad to meet you, introducing herself as the head of the Information Guild branch in Sapporo. Shaking Jibra's hand, Theodore told her the short form of his name, and she with a smile clarified what brought him to them. The guy cast a sly glance at his interlocutor, declaring that he wanted to find something in Kargas. She slightly closed her eyes, curiously clarifying what exactly interests him. The main character, with a serious look, explained that he had arrived here in order to ask the guild to buy back information about the location of the originals and their owners living in Kargas, adding that the condition of the books should be acceptable, and if the price corresponds to the quality, then Jibra will receive a bonus. After listening to the guy, the woman with a sly look said that if he was talking about original copies of magic books, then such purchases would cost a tidy sum. Theodore, a little nervous, clarified how much it would cost, and the guild leader extended her hand with 3 raised fingers, saying that she would ask for 30 gold pieces as a contribution, separately counting the price for the time spent. After that, Jibra looked at her hand in bewilderment and put out her index finger on her other hand, trying to count accurately. A moment later, the woman again assumed an imposing pose, scratching the back of her head, and asked to forget about her words, since she would not be able to fulfill this request, and then Theodore began to ask in bewilderment whether it was about money. Rising from her seat and turning away from her interlocutor, Jibra folded her arms across her chest with dissatisfaction and said that this was not the case, because the guy's request promised good earnings for the guild, but he came at the wrong time. Having sat down with the woman at a wooden table with a red stripe, Theodore repeated what he had heard, to which the woman replied that since the guy was from the north, he could not know about Kargas life. The woman gave the guy a serious look as she told him about the massive auction, which was an annual event that was set to begin in a couple of days, and rumor had it that the amount of money being put into it was equal to the kingdom's annual budget. Confused by this information, the main character clarified how the auction was related to his request. As the woman pulled her finger to her lip and looked down, she said with a thoughtful look that the auction was a place where the seller could get the highest price for his goods, and after this event it would take months to fulfill the guest's request. Throwing a disappointed look at his interlocutor, Theodore pondered her words about the auction, deciding that he should attend this large-scale event. Look in the other direction with slightly closed eyes, the guy was thinking that he could find the owners in advance and convince them to sell the books, but they would sell the goods to auctioneers more willingly than to a person who came from nowhere, so Jibra is right that this is not the most suitable time. With his hands folded, the guy had already decided that it was too early to give up, because there was another way to solve the problem. After that, he turned to the head of the guild, asking with a serious look what if he went to the auction himself, and the interlocutor replied that the first person he met would not be allowed in there because of the huge budget of the kingdom concentrated there. Theodore lifted his sand-colored cloak slightly, taking out a valuable item. When the woman recognized the item belonging to the Flonal Guild, the guy confirmed her guess with a sly smile. Then she looked down with a thoughtful look, not understanding how the young man was able to get the token of the head of the guild at such a young age, and Theodore said that, unfortunately, he could not tell her the details. The guild leader said that the token was more than enough for entry, and then beckoned the guy closer with her index finger, daring to ask one question. Jibra cast a piercing glance at her interlocutor, asking in a serious tone whether he was really going to participate in the auction. Turning away from the woman, Theodore confirmed his intentions with an awkward look, thinking that he already had little time, so he was not going to sit out for months. After this statement, the woman's lips spread into a satisfied grin, and she thoughtfully scratched her chin. Winking at her interlocutor, the brunette with a scar on her face accepted his request with a good-natured smile, informing him that from now on she would call him employer. Still in the same spacious hall with numerous flights of wooden stairs and high windows through which sunlight broke through, Jibra said that now she needed to know the details. Leaning on his hands, Theodore looked questioningly at his interlocutor, and she explained that she needed information about his budget because at an auction it is important to promote your goods, but money decides everything there. Taking a thoughtful pose, the main character closed his eyes and said that he had about 500 gold, thinking in his mind that if this was not enough, then he could go beyond the budget. Stunned by the figure she heard, Jibra decisively stated that if the customer had met a little earlier, her guild would have bought up all the originals in the country. With her hands on her knees, the woman from the mountains beat and said that everything was in order with the budget, asking if Theodore wanted anything other than books. The main character's dark bangs fell on his face, and he answered with a serious look that the originals were enough for him. I even allowed the guild to overpay for them. The most important thing was to get as many copies as possible. The satisfied woman closed her eyes, realizing that for the employer, quantity exceeds quality, and after snapping her fingers, a subordinate approached her with a box in his hands. Jibra took out a map from there and, spreading it on the table, stated that the auction would begin in 4 days and would be held independently in each of the places marked on the paper, and Theodore listened attentively. Looking at the map, the main character concluded that there would be several auctions at once. Let them look down. The woman explained that each marker contains a certain type of product, so you need to find out everything in advance. Auctions in Kargas are usually held in the north, south, west, and east. In the east they sell weapons and armor, in the west, clothes, in the south, jewelry and decorations, and in the north, in turn, they sell everything that was not previously specified, and that's where you need to go. Looking carefully at the map, she explained that there would be 3 auctions in total, and, unlike the others, they did not boast about their quality and prices, but the number of goods they sold was truly amazing. When Theodore began to think that the auction in the north of the kingdom would require too much travel time, he asked if they could visit other auctions. I put my hand to my chest. Jibra said that this can be done with the Flonal Guild token, which allows you to participate in auctions with 3 agents. Glancing at the employer, she said with a sovereign look that with informants from the guild he would instantly find the originals. Slightly closing his eyes, Theodore thought, concluding that the people of the Information Guild should really know a lot about this. Leaning with one hand on the table, the head of the guild stated that with 3 auctions the budget should be approximately at the same level as mentioned earlier. I now decide to deal with the most important event, and Theodore looked questioningly at his interlocutor. Jibra explained with a smile that there is a central auction, which is the largest of all and contains all the listed goods. But agents will not be allowed there, because only people with a pass are allowed to be in this place, so Theodore will be on his own. Interested in the prospect of attending an underground auction, the protagonist broke into a devious grin. Crossing her arms over her chest, the woman lowered her head and promised that she would do her best. Afterwards, the brunette with a scar on her face raised her head, casting a questioning glance at her interlocutor and clarifying where he would live. After this question, Theodore put his hand to his chin and turned away slightly, indicating that he had not even thought about it. Suddenly, a good idea came to the guy's head. With an awkward laugh, he turned to the leader of the guild, asking if she had any place in mind for tourists. Jibra clenched her fist, greatly indignant at this question, and wanted to hit the guy if he weren't the employer. Night was already falling over dusty Kargas, and several stars sparkled in the sky, and the woman swore dissatisfiedly, after which she decided to show one place for tourists. It was now a clear day over the cities, and the rays of the sun illuminated the semicircular roofs of buildings, and a flock of would-be a raven. The flock, together with a man from the guild, in a dusty wooden building. Theodore thought that 3 days had passed since the meeting with Jibra, and during that time he had traveled all over the kingdom. As it turns out, Kargas is not famous for its attractions, but the tricks of the trade here are quite tempting and worth spending your time on. Watching passers-by on the dusty street, Theodore held his collar and thought about how long he would have to wait for the abandoned goods. Many blackbirds soared over the city, and the guy concluded that knowing the deadline would not shorten the wait. The action moves to a room with a carpet on the floor, and there is now a small brown bag on the table right in front of the main character. Sitting on the sofa with his hands down, Theodore asked the guild member what he had brought him, to which the man replied that this was the goods that the head of the department had asked to deliver. When Jibra's subordinate got up from his seat, and the young man, who had believed all this time that it was almost impossible to get the originals, was surprised at such a quick discovery, clarified whether the original books were really in front of him. When the guild member began to leave, Theodore waved after him and asked him to convey his gratitude to Jibra, and the man, waving back and assuring that the request would be fulfilled, went about his business. The opening of an auction house does not mean that all goods will be put up for auction, because there are people who prefer other methods, and these include opponents of auctions or those who are in a hurry to get rid of something. Deciding to check the delivered goods, the guy began to untie the brown bag on the table. Imposingly throwing his crossed legs onto the table, Theodore began to carefully examine the books and read the titles on the covers, among which were Gentle Breeze, Heating Magic for Dummies, Principles of Amplification Magic. Continuing to look at the received goods, the main character gloomily concluded that all these books are useful only for beginners, noting that this is the first time he sees ordinary in the description of the original book. Theodore cast a puzzled glance at the last book with a mustard cover, trying to understand what was in front of him. The book was enveloped in a soft blue glow, and a turquoise tablet appeared that Theodore was holding in his hands a work called Summoning the Rift, which contains knowledge about the magic of summoning creatures from the intangible world. Information also appeared that the author, Saint Tomer, refused to acknowledge the extinction of the magic of summoning and went to unknown lands. And there, in one of the most sinister places, he wrote this book, but, unfortunately, died before he could complete a high-level summoning spell. The last tablet reported that Theodore's level of understanding was very high, that the book was of a rare class, and when absorbed, the understanding of summoning magic would increase significantly. The main character, looking at the mustard cover with curiosity, chuckled contentedly because the front one was a rare original. Without taking his eyes off the book, he thought that summoning magic had long been looked down upon and considered a relic of the past. All the wizards on the continent have long forgotten how to summon earth giants or ice dragons, content with middle-class magical entities. Thinking about whether this book would be of any use, the guy concluded with irritation that he could not help himself because the designated deadline was approaching, but he was complaining about food for the magical grimoire. Still sitting on the couch, Theodore informed Gluttony that today's lunch would be a book called Summoning the Rift. The guy called the grimoire, and it began to grow from his palm. Hearing his master's call, Gluttony looked at Theodore in anticipation of the original, sticking out his tongue like a dog. With a malicious grin, bringing his palm glowing with blue energy to the original, the main character wished the magical grimoire bon appetit. A turquoise tablet appeared and said that Theodore had absorbed the principles of amplification magic, adding that the book's understanding was very high. There was also information that the original copy had been absorbed, but the soul fragment contained in the book was too weak, so synchronization was not possible. The next small sign explained that the fragment would be absorbed into the user's soul. Blinded by the bright blue flash, Theodore frowned deeply, having never eaten regular script before, so he didn't know if they really absorbed in this way. Signs that popped up informed of an increase in understanding of summoning magic, while a whirlwind rising from powerful energy shook Theodore's hair. The system decided to check the possibility of synchronization with the essence of the author, after which it confirmed it and learned part of St. Tomer's skills. The last turquoise sign announced that synchronization was beginning. Dusk was gathering outside the window when a strange sound was heard in the room with numerous books scattered on the table. The narrative shifts to a book Theodore is engrossed in, where a fair-haired man is leaning on a table reading an old manuscript. Hanging down, he began to sigh loudly. Flasks, and magical cauldrons were placed on shelves throughout the room. Clenching his hand into a fist, the man complained about life. Leaning his hands on the table, the magician slid down and fell to his knees in despair. Covering his face with his shoulder, the unknown man held his head with his hand while tears flowed from his eyes in streams. A sudden sound behind him disturbed the researcher, and he suddenly opened his eyes. This desperate man was the first ever summoner of St. Tomer, who, with his back turned, hastily wiped the tears from his face. Based on the recording, already in his time the potential of summoning magic came to a standstill, and the author of the book died early due to accumulated fatigue and poisoning during the journey. And now he turned around towards the sounds, noticing Theodore shrouded in a blue haze in his laboratory. St. Tosno looked in amazement at the young man who arrived. After that, he went straight to the stranger, angrily asking if the young man had also come to ridicule him. After these accusations, Theodore looked at the man in front of him with bewilderment. I don't understand why he sees him. St. Tomer and suddenly started shouting, demanding the guy not to pretend that he had not come to plunge him into the mud. Pulling back his blue robe, St. Tomer yelled that he understood Theodore, who was a magician of the 6th circle, because he was much better than himself, who remained a magician of the 5th circle until his death. Clenching his fist, the author of the book shouted with a pitiful look, does the young man really not want to ask him for wisdom, but is only trying to ridicule him? When St. Tomer finally fell silent, Theodore declared that the master had misunderstood him. Hearing such an address, the man declared that he was no master, to which the main character extended his hand and explained that he could not come up with a suitable address, and if the researcher was uncomfortable, then he could use another one. Sitting down on the floor and throwing the edge of his robe back, St. Tomer declared that the young man was funny and said that he did not care about appeals. Looking down, the man thoughtfully asked why a 20-year-old boy who had reached the 6th circle would come to a loser like him for knowledge. The standing Theodore assured that the gentleman was not a loser, to which St. Tomer demanded to stop comforting him. Looking around, the main character suggested that if a man read his memories, he should know that he possesses a grimoire. I look up at my interlocutor with a tired look. St. Tomer decided that Theodore decided to show off his success in this way. After these words, Theodore told a story about how he once asked the grimoire why summoning magic was weaker than others and why in myths and legends it was false, which greatly interested the author of the book. The young man explained, and that the reason why this magic, when used, cannot reveal its full potential does not lie in the magic itself. He began to talk about how during the end of the era of myths the barrier between dimensions became stronger. Because of this it became much more difficult to summon creatures from other dimensions or borrow their power, citing historical data as an example. After the story, St. Tomer closed his eyes and chuckled slightly. He raised his head up and burst into mad laughter, and Theodore tried to call out to him. The man, with a joyful laugh, finally understood what was the matter and why the creatures did not answer his call, concluding that correcting the magic circles was a futile exercise. Continuing to laugh, St. Tomer shouted with enthusiasm that he was not mistaken and his research was not a failure, coming to the conclusion that his magic and his hopes were not fruitless. Putting his hand on the floor, the man sadly recalled how many years he spent on research. He glanced sideways at the object next to him. I concluded that it wasn't even funny anymore. Theodore anxiously asked if the gentleman was okay. Leaning his head on his fist, the man turned to Miller and thought. Tomer, pointing his finger forward, asked if the young man could do this, but Theodore did not understand what was being said. Then, raising his closed eyes, Tomer with a dreamy look explained that he was asking whether the guy could accomplish what he himself could not do during his lifetime. After such a serious question, Theodore, confused, began to mumble. Rising from the floor, the researcher said that he was thinking about how to break the wall between dimensions, but the dead man was clearly powerless in such a matter. Hitting the guy on the chest with his fist, Tomer seriously stated that he intended to entrust Theodore with his dream. He looked good-naturedly at the young man, promising that he would receive all the knowledge he had accumulated over many years, after which he announced that he was leaving the dream to him. Hearing this, Theodore became embarrassed. Then the inspired author of the book gave a hint with a chuckle, declaring that there was no other way out but to break the barrier or create a portal, thereby neutralizing the effect of the barrier. Throwing a piercing look at Theodore, St. Tomer said that he already had a similar one in him. He just needed to use summoning magic through the portal, and then the young man would be able to go back 1,000,000 years ago and successfully summon a godlike creature. The black tentacles of the grimoire began to surround Theodore when he, with his eyes closed, admired the solution to the most difficult problem, and the author of the book also asked him to take with him when moving the bird that had entered into a contract with him. Suddenly, the grimoire wrapped itself around the protagonist's body and pulled him back, causing the guy to bare his teeth. When the black barrier began to close, St. Tomer said goodbye to his guest, and then noted that it was not proper for the dead to say goodbye. A pop-up sign from the system reported that synchronization with the entity of the author of the book was successfully completed. Information also appeared that Theodore received a contract from the entity of St. Tomer, offering to summon a minion using a summoning spell with a line from the contract. A new ability was added to the Ring of Muspelheim, which the system also notified the magician about. It was night on the narrow streets of Kargas. Black crows were flying on the strip of sky visible between the houses. While Theodore and Gabra stood in a dark alley, a merchant accosted the guy, obsessively inviting him to look at him, and the woman glanced sideways at the bald stranger. Suddenly there was a loud cry demanding to make way, and the confused young man looked towards the source of the sound, putting his hand on the intrusive dark guy's chest to silence him. A stately man with blonde hair and a mustache, dressed in a massive kavak, caught his eye on Theodore. When horses and a carriage were walking along the road, kicking up dust, a scream was heard in the street, announcing the arrival of an agent of the Orcus Guild. Two carriages with horses stopped, getting lost in the clouds of dust that rose in the street. On the white flag peeking out from the haze, the yellow coat of arms of the Orcus Guild could be seen. This guild, from which the agent in Kavak has now arrived, is one of the 3 largest guilds in the Middle East. Its representatives are richer than the royal family, according to rumors. Looking at the growing crew, Theodore drooped, and for him it was unthinkable. He turned to Gibra, concluding with a gloomy expression that the guild agent was not a pleasant person, since he was traveling through the central square in a carriage, and even with such an escort. Watching the passing carriage, the woman chuckled thoughtfully, and then warned the young man to watch his words. He looked at his interlocutor with bewilderment, not understanding why Gabra, being the head of the Information Guild branch, was so afraid of them. The woman cast an alarmed glance at the guy, declaring that Orcus was not just some guild with a lot of gold, and if he continued to speak so unflatteringly about them, he would easily get into trouble. As the agent's entourage stood waiting in front of the couple, Theodore asked the woman to tell him more, and she stated that the information had nothing to do with the mission. After this, the head of the Information Guild department turned to the main character, taking the coin right out of his hands, which made him perplexed. Gibra, who winked, grinned, glad that the young man had money. When Theodore began to glare at his interlocutor, I asked him to listen carefully, clarifying that they themselves were not sure of the reliability of this information. The main character looked very alarmed when he learned that people who arrived from the Middle East used telepathy with the help of an aura. Gibra told Theodore that Orcus was founded about 30 years ago, which was a ridiculous time frame. The guild came out of nowhere and at first occupied only a small share of the market. Now they have grown and become almost the most influential guild of the entire central continent. The unexpected growth attracted the attention of the Information Guild, so its members decided to infiltrate their ranks in order to find out all the ins and outs. However, none of the spies returned alive. Closing her eyes, Jibra Ambush reported that they were all professionals in their field and could have avoided even the master of the sword, but they were still able to be eliminated, so now the Information Guild decided not to interfere in the affairs of Orcus. Teodora concluded that they had given up, but the woman objected, saying that they still managed to obtain some superficial information, and this is how an interesting pattern was discovered. She stated that anyone who conflicted with the guild over profit was sooner or later killed, but not at the hands of mercenaries, but at the hands of traitors who were previously considered friends. Theodore thought about what was said with alarm, horrified that people were dying from sudden illness, accidents, and also from the betrayal of loved ones. He furrowed his brows, concluding that at first glance it might seem that the guild had nothing to do with it, but something still pointed to them. This evidence is magic, capable of causing terrible diseases, bringing misfortune and misfortune, poisoning the hearts of those unfortunate people who became its victims. It was concluded that this was witchcraft prohibited by the magical community called black magic. Theodore chuckled thoughtfully, not taking his eyes off the moving carriage. He decided that he would be careful with the Orcus Guild. Jibra and the young man were now returning back, passing through narrow streets filled with dust. The woman's blonde subordinate cordially greeted the head of the department. Opposite Jibra and Theodore stood an employee of the Arkan department in a voluminous cape and hat, who smiled when the boss noted that he had arrived on time. Realizing that the guys did not know each other, the leader introduced them to each other. Throwing an admiring glance at Arkan, Theodore said that he was pleased to meet you. Closing his eyes, the blonde young man responded with a smile to his employer. Arkan began to quickly move away in a narrow alley, turning to the boss and the magician, because there was no point in standing still, and they decided to catch up with him. Now the department employee was talking to a tall, bald jock, and he was animatedly explaining something to him. The big man looked menacingly at the hatted guild member, declaring that a special event was being held at their gambling house. Baring his teeth, the man looked at Arkan with a mad look and said that only those who have an invitation can go out. When Theodore wanted to intervene, declaring that they had the right to participate in the auction, the blonde youth with a smirk threatened him with his finger, asking him to wait. Lowering his head, Arkan hid his face behind the wide brims of his hat and said menacingly that the oak tree guard was very funny. Something between a grin and a sarcastic smile appeared on his face, and the guild employee clarified whether the big man was ready to take responsibility for his words. Arkan sarcastically concluded that at this time, the only special event held here is an auction. Beginning to panic greatly, the bald man broke out in a cold sweat and began to make excuses that he was only following the orders given to him. Unobtrusively showing the big man the token of the Vogel Guild, Arkan, with a feigned good-natured smile, threateningly clarified whether he dared to interfere with the people supported by such an influential organization. The auction attendant was absolutely horrified when he saw the Flonal Guild mark on the token. He abruptly began to bow in front of the blonde guy, loudly asking forgiveness for what he did not admit. Arkan clarified the man's further actions, which made him nervously bite his lip and roll his eyes. The guy with a wide smile said in the guard's ear that he had already asked him. I was asking if the big guy was ready to answer with his head. The bald man, sweating, nervously thought that he was finished, since he did not know that the guys were supported by the Flonal Guild. When Arkan patted the jock on the back, the guys began to slowly walk past him, and he still stood in a bent position. Turning to the frightened watchman, the guild employee announced that this time he forgives the man, and he began to thank him loudly. Examining the Hulk, scared to death, Theodore concluded that Arkan's stupid outfit had knocked him off his feet. The guy with a crazy look tried to realize that the blonde young man was a rather important shot in the guild. Jibra, standing behind Theodore, asked whether the employer liked the funny spectacle. Smiling and winking at the brunette, Theodore noted that the guild's employees really work professionally, which earned them their price to the last coin. Jibra grinned and answered with enthusiasm that this was not all, asking the young man to save his surprise for later. Arkan, placing his hand on the arched door, asked the boss and the employer to follow him, informing him that the show was just beginning. The trio found themselves in a richly furnished, chic, bright room with carvings and arched recesses on the walls, and in the center of the room there was a table with food. Staring straight, Theodore was greatly shocked, his eyes widened and his jaw dropped. He looked at all the magnificent elements of the hall that created its pomp. Various important people sat at a long table, and the cooks prepared dishes right in front of them, while the waiters approached each one with a tray. With her hands folded across her chest, Jibra curiously asked whether Mr. Employer was impressed with this place. A woman dressed in a chic red dress, standing in the middle of the hall with a young man in a suit, informed him about the rules of the Kargas auction. The guy, waiting, began to nervously straighten his tie. There were only 5 rules, including the starting price, the size of the bid, the total number of bids and the amount of 10. It was also indicated that one participant could not raise the bid more than 5 times, and the amount of the final bid could not exceed 10 times the cost of the lot. Having examined the sheet of rules, Theodore in the suit concluded that they were much more detailed than he thought, and Jibra in the red dress replied that it should be so, because before the rules were introduced, real battles took place here. Casting a gentle glance at the young man, the head of the department concluded that now the owners can sell their goods many times more than the market value, and buyers do not have to feverishly raise their bids to acquire these goods. Continuing to look at the rule sheet, a worried Theodore stated that it was quite difficult, and an ignorant person like him could easily create problems for himself. Jibra cast a sly squint at the guy, declaring that it would not be he who would place the bets, so Mr. Employer need not worry about anything. While Theodore was perplexed, the head of the department looked back with a soft smile at a man from the crowd who raised his hand. The crowd was bet by the blonde Arkan, holding a number in his hand and smiling with his eyes closed, because during this time he had already managed to buy the 4th book. When the bewildered Theodore was presented with the original, Jibra, laughing, asked whether the employer regretted forking out for their guild. The young man's surprise changed to admiration, and he noted that the organization clearly knows its business, thinking about rare originals that most likely will not be here. Some time had passed, and Theodore concluded that so far everything was going well, and if this continued, then by the end of the auction he would receive at least 20 books. Suddenly something pierced the guy, and he looked to the side with alarm. Theodore noticed how someone from the other side of the hall was again shamelessly staring at him. The guy looked tiredly out from behind Jibra, who noted that since the man continued to glare at his employer, he probably didn't like him. According to the guild, the bald man with a gray mustache sitting stately at the table is named Heinrich. He is a scientist who decided to devote his whole life to reading books. In the information organization they call him a book maniac, because Heinrich will not cling to every book, but if one interests him, he will do everything to take possession of it. Looking sideways at the strange man, Theodore concluded that he would have a lot of problems at the auction, and the presenter meanwhile moved on to the next lot. The man in the hat briskly announced another script, pausing before its name to create intrigue in the room. One of the Christmas tree signs in the hall rose sharply. Then the presenter was stunned to say that someone didn't even need the name, and the one who immediately doubled the price was the book maniac Heinrich. The man in the hat pointed at the scientist, stating that the initial price of the lot was 20 gold pieces, and now the man would have to pay at least 40 for it. Jibra noted with excitement that Henry's obsession with books had made itself felt, wanting to quickly find out what kind of book it was, while Theodore, meanwhile, cast a frowning glance at Mr. Arkand. The young man looked sideways at his betting assistant, asking the guild employee to be sure to buy the original and giving 200 gold pieces at his disposal. Arkan was shocked by such a huge amount, and Theodore, crossing his arms over his chest, stubbornly declared that he could not voice the reason. The young man turned to his assistant with a request to place maximum bets. The blonde guy, closing his eyes, agreed with hesitation and surprise because it was his employer's money. After the conversation, Arkan immediately raised the number, thereby increasing the bet to 60 gold. Theodore, meanwhile, was intently looking somewhere ahead while dark strands of hair fell on his face and decisively declared that he must definitely get this book. The original, for which the book maniac and the main character began to fiercely fight, was called Introduction to the Magic of Spirits, Volume 2. This book of spirit summoning magic was written by Mietel Hersheim, which was another great opportunity for Theodore to talk with the great magician and ask questions that have been tormenting him since the last time they met. Concentrated, Heinrich raised the sign again and showed the judge 2 fingers, raising the bet to 80 gold. The man in the hat shouted joyfully that the price of the original was now a whopping 80 gold pieces, heightening passions. Arkan turned to Mr. Employer, asking whether the young man wanted the department employee to continue raising rates. Smiling tensely, Theodore nodded his head in agreement. After this, Arkan showed 3 fingers, and the presenter with admiration announced a new 100% rate. The man in the hat furiously declared that the blonde youth was offering as much as 100 gold pieces, so the counting began again. Hearing the report from 10 to 0, Heinrich grimaced with displeasure and raised an eyebrow questioningly, which he tried to cover up his panic, but the drops of sweat on his face gave away the man. Watching his opponent with alarm, Theodore wondered if he would raise his prices again or if he was ready to part with an even larger amount just for the sake of reading. After these thoughts of the main character, Heinrich spontaneously showed 2 fingers to the judge and raised the sign, thereby increasing the bet to 110 gold pieces. The presenter shouted loudly into the microphone, shocked that this item had just become the most expensive of the evening, wondering if there would be a daredevil who would beat the new price. Now the eyes of those gathered were directed at Arkan. Everyone expected him to up the ante. Showing 5 fingers, the blonde young man raised the bet by another 100%. The astonished presenter emotionally announced that the book was now worth a whopping 130 gold pieces, asking if any book had ever been sold for that price, and concluding that it had not happened for 10 years. Sitting back on the chair, Heinrich drooped and said that nothing could be done, and the presenter said with annoyance that the old man was dropping out, adding that there was only one buyer left. Thus, the book Introduction to Spirit Magic. The second house of Mädel-Hersheim went to Theodore for 130 gold coins. Holding the coveted book in his hands, the protagonist stroked its cover with glee. A turquoise window popped up and said that the book contained detailed information on the four elements and their relationship to the spirit. Then the system informed that the work describes the principles of interaction between a magician and a spirit, including advice on controlling the power of magic circles, and also some information about the author himself appeared. The tablets reported that the level of understanding of the book is high, the class is precious, and when absorbed, the level of mastery of elemental magic will increase significantly. The signs also stated that this was an original copy written by the author himself, so that when absorbed, the affinity with the appropriate element would increase, and there was also a slight chance of gaining contact with the spirit. The system advised that the novice elementalist should increase his level of elemental magic before absorption. Holding a bag of books in his hands, Theodore turned to the voice of Jibra, who with a chuckle asked what kind of book it was and whether it was worth the money. Look down, the main character answered with a grin that of course he should, because Mädel-Hersheim is a real legend. Theodore couldn't miss the chance to meet the author of the book, so such a high price is more than justified. The woman interrupted the guy's thoughts, asking whether he planned to participate in the final auction, which would take place on the last day. Folding her arms across her chest, Jibra curled her mouth and said that they wouldn't sell something as cute as the original books there, and it was also very easy to offend important people from there. Theodore, thinking about the woman's words, concluded that she was right and it was better for him to refuse to participate. However, the main character decided to do the opposite, enthusiastically declaring that he wanted to participate. Taken aback, Jibra asked the guy again and, worried about the outcome of the auction, tried to dissuade her, but he asked her not to worry her so much because most likely he would have nothing to buy there. Winking at his interlocutor, Theodore put his index finger forward and stated that his intuition was telling him the need to participate. The day of the final auction arrived, which also took place in a luxurious hall. They pushed the main character from behind with a blade, not allowing him to stop. Theodore now stood in front of that most important agent of the Orcus Guild, who, towering on the steps, concluded from his appearance that the guy was an outsider. While the saber lay on the young man's back, the man in the kavuka confidently stated that he did not know how the stranger got into the local auction, but he could say one thing for sure. The mustachioed agent of the Orcus Guild gloomily concluded that Theodore had plenty of impudence. Both men cast contemptuous glances at each other, and the agent asked if the young man wanted to die. The central auction stands out among the usual ones because extremely rare artifacts are put up for auction there, and the lots here often go under the hammer for fabulous sums, and this action is known not only in Kargas, it attracts nobles from all over the world. The man in the brown cloak and white hat smiled happily when he saw a man in front of him with a box in his hand and heard that the lot called Heart of the Lake was sold to buyer number 64 for 800 gold coins. The main character sat with his fist resting his face and was horrified that the money that could have bought a couple of small estates was spent on some colorful stone. When Theodore sighed in disappointment, realizing that his financial condition was not that good, Jibra asked with a grin if the main character was happy, because she warned him that he had nothing to do here. The main character looked at Jibra, thinking about her words. Jibra explained that people who have everything always displease those who have nothing, and everything about the rich seems to be one big mockery of the poor, from their fine clothes to their words and actions. Theodore looked at the happily smiling man who bought the artifact and admitted that Jibra was right, because before the main character himself had reproached himself for not being born with talent and hated those who were luckier. A man in a light suit turned to the guests and shouted deafeningly that half of the lots had already found their owners, and the organizers had prepared something to allow the guests to unwind a little. A smiling man with a precious necklace in his hands appeared near the presenter, while the presenter said that this was the legacy of a kingdom that, for unknown reasons, had sunk into oblivion overnight. The main character became interested in the necklace and asked Gluttony if he knew anything about this thing. Theodore frowned in confusion as the magical grimoire replied that luck had been on Theodore's side lately. Gluttony said that this necklace of Princess Charlotte of the fallen kingdom of Antior is very unique because it is cursed and contains the evil of the entire nation. The main character was scared when he heard the words of a magical grimoire about a curse. Gluttony said that the necklace can transform immaterial beings, and, once under its influence, ghosts and spirits become ghosts and banshees, and in the hands of an experienced necromancer it will be no worse than a national treasure. Theodore carefully examined the jewelry with a beautiful red stone. The system reported that the necklace, which once belonged to Princess Charlotte, looks like a simple accessory, but it contains a truly terrible curse. The system also informed that absorbing this artifact requires a huge amount of mana, and when absorbed, serious damage to the mind can be caused. Theodore concluded that this necklace was extremely dangerous. The main character thought that countless hordes of invisible and harmless spirits were walking around the world, but Charlotte's necklace could turn them into extremely dangerous ghosts and banshees. Theodore frowned and came to the conclusion that if a person with evil intentions broke the seal, everything could end in disaster. The presenter said that the starting price of this accessory is 30 gold, which means that its maximum cost is not that big and will not exceed 300. The man winked and with a wide smile said that the ancient artifact was not in the best condition now, but it would make a good souvenir. When the dark man showed 2 fingers, the announcer loudly announced that number 133 was starting with the maximum bid, and the price of the lot had risen to 60 gold pieces. Viewers of the auction were surprised that the first bid was made by a representative of the Orcus Guild, and even the maximum bid from the very beginning. The main character, whose mouth was slightly open, raised his palm to his face. Theodore was nervous, pressing his hand to his mouth and indignant that it was the representatives of the Orcus Guild who had coveted the necklace. Looking at the man from Orcus, even though the necklace is cursed, its evil powers are sealed and cannot escape, and if someone else wanted to buy the artifact as a souvenir, he would not worry. Looking at the smug face of the dark man in the large white headdress, Theodore firmly decided that he was now obliged to stop the plans of the Orcus Guild. The main character brought his eyebrows to the bridge of his nose and asked Gluttony why he was talking about luck, because he did not understand how the cursed object could help them. The magical grimoire frowned and angrily reminded that Theodore had once defeated ghosts in the dungeon of the Service of Death. The main character was confused while looking at Gluttony. The magical grimoire stuck out a long tongue and explained that the necklace can create ghosts, and Gluttony himself can absorb them, and this method is much more effective than searching for the originals, since the book still needs to be read and understood, and Theodore will be able to enlarge the vessel many times without extra effort. A bead of sweat ran down the protagonist's face as he delightedly thought that Charlotte's necklace would give him a break from chasing the original books. The main character watched the dark-skinned man sitting imposingly in a chair, and thought that by starting the fight for the lot, he would cross the path of the Orcus Guild. Taking on a confident expression on his face, Theodore raised his hand up. Jibra screamed in horror, not understanding what her employer was planning. The main character did not answer the girl and simply looked at her without lowering his hand. The presenter, with a voice trembling due to stupor, said that number 472 was also making the maximum bet. With a cold expression on his face, Theodore decided that he must obtain this artifact. A man with red hair and a long mustache raised his head and looked contemptuously at the main character. Guild agent Orcus frowned, looking at the main character with orange eyes and calling him impudent. The man continued to look at Theodore, doubting that he would be able to carry out his plan. The main character sat motionless, and Jibra put her palm to her forehead when a man in long light clothes reached for a long golden sword. The accompanying guild representative, Orcus, pointed his weapon at Theodore and rudely asked what he was doing. The main character, with irritation on his face, replied that he was participating in the auction. The man brought the sword closer to the protagonist's face and said that he was clearly a stranger. The man took the weapon away and turned away, saying that he didn't know how Theodore got into the action, but he couldn't exactly be called a coward. Guild agent Orcus furrowed his eyebrows with hostility, asking if the main character was going to die young. Theodore remained silent in response, looking at the man with anger. The man pulled back his red mustache and thoughtfully said that they pointed a blade at the main character, but he didn't even flinch, which means Theodore is not so simple. While the main character was getting up from the colorful sofa, the man with a gun in his hand decided that the main character wanted to grab more money and began to offer him any money so that the young man would not take this necklace. The main character turned to a man sitting in the distance and said that he wanted to get this particular necklace. The man frowned with displeasure and even twitched when he heard such a statement. When the guild agent asked if Theodore was going to withdraw his bid even after such concessions from Orcus, the protagonist, who had a sword pointed at his back, confirmed this. The man frowned, dissatisfied that the main character was not afraid of the representative of the Orcus Guild and wanted to give Theodore one last piece of advice. The man ordered the main character to forget about the necklace, and the room was filled with black smoke. The main character stood motionless while the attacks were rapidly approaching him, and Gluttony was unhappy that some pathetic nonentity was interrupting his sleep. The magical grimoire with an angry face told Agent Orcus to use at least the evil eye of Balor if he wanted to deal with the owner of this body. Theodore opened his mouth in surprise when the black smoke dissipated and did not touch him, but flew past him. Guild Agent Orcus's face twisted in fear as his own attacks changed direction and began to approach him. The man let out a heart-rending cry of pain as streams of smoke pierced his eyes and turned them black. The man rested his elbows on his knees and buried his face in his hands while his subordinate excitedly asked if he was okay. Covering his face with his fingers, the guild representative Orcus opened one eye, which turned red, and called out to Theodore. The man, who had fallen from his chair and pressed his hand to one eye, screamed shrilly, asking the main character what he had done to him. The guild representative Orcus screamed heart-rendingly, pressing his fingers to his face. The man was horrified and bewildered that not only did the demonic eye not work, but he also received a retaliatory blow. The man looked at Theodore with a red eye, not understanding who he was. The guild representative grinned angrily, revealing white teeth. The man, who was grimacing in pain, said that they would have to decide everything through a duel of bets if the main character did not want to give up the necklace. The main character furrowed his eyebrows, widened his eyes, and opened his mouth, clearly not expecting such a turn of events. When Theodore wanted to know about the betting match, the representatives of the Orcus Guild turned around and angrily replied that they had nothing more to talk about. The mustachioed man, whose eyes had returned to normal, looked at Theodore with hostility and declared that in 3 days he would personally beat the crap out of the young man. The main character looked at the men leaving and did not understand what was happening. Theodore let out a startled sigh and jerked when Jibra appeared next to him and asked very loudly how it went. The main character said that the agent announced a betting match for him and then simply left. Jibra screamed even louder that Theodore was crazy and that she had said to avoid the fight by any means necessary. The bidding duel is an additional rule exclusively for underground auctions of Kargas, and it comes into force when the price of the lot reaches its maximum and both buyers do not want to give in to each other. Both contenders must find a warrior to fight, and the one whose fighter wins takes the lot. Jibra looked dejectedly at Theodore and said that she did not question his skills, but the buyers were not allowed to participate in the duel themselves. When the girl asked why it was necessary to accept the challenge at all, the main character answered with a question whether he just needed to choose a fighter for himself. Jibra frowned and replied that nothing would come of it, because anyone who agreed to represent Theodore would become an enemy of the Orcus Guild, and no madman would dare to do that. Jibra froze with a shocked expression on her face as the protagonist said with a smirk and a raised eyebrow that there was nothing to worry about because he had already found his fighter. When the girl asked if the main character was serious, he confirmed this and said that the fighter should be told that they would meet a little earlier. An excited Jibra said that the bodyguard of the Orcus Guild agent is a black knight, completely clad in black steel armor, and he overpowered the armored knight, cutting him into 2 halves. When the girl asked whether Theodore's fighter would be able to compete with such power, the main character smiled and told Jibra not to worry. The main character assured that there would be problems if the Black Knight was at the master level, but in other cases, Theodore's fighter would win without any doubt. People in raincoats and long robes walked along the stands of the large arena. A man with a black pattern on his forehead thoughtfully put his palm to his mouth, saying that there had been no betting fights for a long time, and a man sitting next to him with a scar on his face, dressed in orange clothes, clarified that during the last fight, which was 5 years ago, Duke Saldan took the elixir with the hands of the King of Mercenaries. The audience agreed that this time the fight will definitely not be boring, since this time an agent of the Orcus Guild named Isaac is taking part in it. The wooden grate moved upward, revealing access to a knight in black and red armor. The knight entered the arena, a 2-handed black sword hung on his back. The spectators looked at the man with fear, not believing that this was really the same Black Knight. The men, looking at the Black Knight, concluded that an aura of greatness emanated from him, as if from a block of stone without vulnerable points, but at the same time no life was felt in him. The crowd of spectators screamed deafeningly when they saw Isaac with the Black Knight. The main character, dressed in a white suit, looked at Isaac with his hands in his trouser pockets. Theodore, next to whom Jibra stood, said that 3 days had passed, and Isaac, seeing that the main character had not escaped, said that he never ceases to amaze him. Theodore replied with a grin that you couldn't tell from the man's face. Isaac frowned maliciously, saying that the impudence of the main character had not gone away either. A girl with short white hair and a red beret said with a smile that it was time to start, and asked whether Isaac was represented by a Black Knight. Then the girl turned to Theodore and Jibra and asked with excitement which warrior the young man represented. The main character said quietly that his fighter had just arrived. A dark-haired young man wearing a white shirt walked into the arena with his hands in his black pants pockets. It was Randolph, commander of the Wandering Wolves mercenary group. The main character was thinking that a few days ago he accidentally found Randolph's name in the Sapoda register. Theodore reflected that he would not have decided to take the choice if it were not for Randolph, and that the young man had some connection with him and his younger sister Rebecca. The audience, seeing Randolph, began to say that Theodore's representative did not look strong. The main character raised his hand to his face, sticking out one finger. Randolph approached the Black Knight, asking if this tin was his opponent. The red-eyed presenter, blushing with embarrassment, asked Randolph to introduce himself. The man winked, apologized for his lack of manners, and said his name. While the Black Knight and Randolph looked at each other, the presenter said that the main thing in a betting duel is the will of the participant for whom the warrior is fighting. And even if the fighter is no longer able to fight, the last word remains with the employer. Randolph chuckled, said that he liked these harsh conditions, and asked the Black Knight if he was ready to die. The Black Knight ignored Randolph and reached for the sword behind his back. Randolph thought about how the Black Knight seemed empty, which made the man somehow feel uncomfortable around him. Randolph decided it didn't matter and picked up the rope. While the Black Knight was still drawing his huge sword, Randolph was already approaching him with incredible speed. Randolph stood right in front of the Black Knight and kicked his sword powerfully. The next moment, Randolph jumped, leaning on the Black Knight's shoulders and holding the rope in both hands. The man jumped to the ground and pulled the rope that wrapped around the Black Knight's neck. Suddenly, the Black Knight struck Randolph. The man flew high into the air while the Black Knight stood on the ground with his sword raised. Randolph bared his teeth, looking at his opponent with fear in his yellow eyes. Randolph landed opposite the Black Knight, who took a fighting pose. Randolph frowned in confusion, not understanding why he couldn't feel the Black Knight's breath. Looking at the Black Knight, the man thought that it's not that he's holding his breath, because this creature literally doesn't breathe. Randolph raised the corner of his lips and told Theodore that it seemed they had been lured into a trap. The main character was horrified by the hidden voice technique and asked why Randolph thought so. Randolph, without taking his frightened eyes off the Black Knight, explained to Theodore that this pile of metal had haunted him from the very beginning because he did not react to pain, and there was no heartbeat or breathing. When the main character asked what Randolph was getting at, the man replied that the Black Knight was undead. Theodore frowned at the knight in armor, realizing that most likely Randolph was right, because during the battle with the Ancient Lick, he personally defeated the ancestor turned into undead. Afterwards, the main character concluded that even though the dead man was not a high-ranking Death Knight, it is unlikely that they are somehow fundamentally different, so Randolph's premonition can be trusted. Grabbing the hilts of the red swords, the mercenary praised himself sarcastically, because he rushed to this place without any preparation, only after hearing the news about his sister. With his blades ready, Randolph confidently declared that he owed Theodore anyway, so he could finally repay his past misdeeds. Theodore watched the concentrated red-haired man, noting his terrifying aura and not believing that he could achieve such a level of skill in a year. Randolph lunged with his feet, extending his red blades to the sides and not taking his eyes off the undead opponent. Isaac's subordinates looked at the sword master with alarm, anticipating something serious. Theodore cast a dark glance at his good friend, who was a swordsman known throughout the continent as Randolph Lightningblade. The red-haired man, who was now quickly rushing towards the enemy, raising rings of dust behind him, was known for his speed of movement, far exceeding human perception. Randolph circled around and came to an abrupt stop directly in front of the armored undead, leaving a trail of dust behind him. After this, the man flew up to the enemy, striking him with sharp blows with his blades. The armored knight's eyes glowed red furiously as he received blows. The next moment he was already raising his spear, deciding to make a retaliatory attack, and Randolph prepared for it, putting his sword forward. When the armored man started swinging his spear, Randolph had no trouble ducking down with his quick reaction time. After that, the man leaned on the hilt of the sword stuck in the ground, concluding that in terms of brute force he was losing, while dust swirled around him. Standing on one knee, Randolph gripped his sword tightly to make another attack, and saw a significant advantage in himself. When the man, holding out his red blades to the sides, began to run furiously towards the frozen enemy, he concluded that he would never be able to keep up with him. All the spectators were amazed at Randolph's inhuman speed and sat wide-eyed in admiration. Jibra, who was next to Theodore, noted that the guy's friend was quite talented, and decided to find out where the employer met such a skilled fencer. After the question, the brunette turned to the woman and with a sly look declared that he would not tell, and she curled her lips with dissatisfaction. Offended by this attitude, the head of the guild branch looked at her interlocutor in shock, her mouth open when he told her to just watch. Now Theodore was sure that during this year Randolph, who was now flying towards the enemy on the battlefield, had become much stronger, but he had not yet become a master. Skillfully dodging the blows of the undead, the red-haired man flew ahead to attack the formidable enemy, and the main character concluded that the most important thing left for the mercenary was to awaken the aura skill. The aura skill is a unique ability of a sword master, a power that sometimes surpasses even the greatest magic. Remembering Randolph's fight with the undead in the dungeon, the main character explained that someone can destroy space, someone can control gravity, and someone becomes invisible. There are as many aura abilities as there are swordsmen in the world, but only real sword masters can awaken them. As Randolph furiously struck the armored knight, Theodore concluded that if the man had such an ability, he would have ended the fight long ago. The mercenary flew forward, and red streaks emanating from the blades remained in the air from his blows, and the main character, meanwhile, came to the conclusion that so far the advantage is on the side of his friend, but he is fighting with a high-ranking Death Knight, so now any mistake can cost his life. After Randolph dealt a powerful blow to the dead man and now stood in the distance, bent over, pieces of chopped armor flew into the air. The red-haired man, with renewed vigor, flew furiously towards his opponent, raising his red blades to attack. As Randolph approached the Death Knight, he swung both blades to strike the armor again. The attack made by the swordsman was so powerful that a huge stream of scarlet energy emanated from the swords with strong recoil. Isaac watched the fight in complete rage and with a worried look assumed that by knocking down the armor, Randolph wanted to show that the Black Knight was actually undead. Out of dissatisfaction, the man clenched his snow-white teeth while rare drops of sweat appeared on his face, and declared that no one should find out that black magic was practiced in the Orcus Guild. Putting his hand to his chest, the mustachioed agent in a panic began to loudly call for the knight as a servant of the god of death Thanatos. He shouted furiously with a stunned look, asking the dead man in armor not to hesitate and to kill the enemy as soon as possible, because they were running out of time. The knight stood motionless, accepting the order and not saying a word in response. The servant of the god of death obeyed the guild agent who called him and firmly grabbed the wooden hilt of his massive sword. Now a dark aura inherent in the undead hung over the formidable knight, which was immediately noticed by Theodore. The guy realized with panic that now Isaac would not even try to hide the fact that his guild was using black magic. When the Death Knight took heavy steps towards the enemy, dust rose under his feet. Once next to Randolph, the dead man in armor raised his massive blade with all his fury, and the red-haired guy was already preparing to dodge the attack, his hair flying from the rising whirlwind. Randolph watched his opponent with a grin, sarcastically noting that the knight in armor, pejoratively called a can, upset him. The man sharply activated the 3 strikes of lightning skill of twin blades, and while powerful discharges sparkled around him, he prepared to attack with a menacing look. As Randolph rushed towards his opponent at great speed with his red swords outstretched, lightning streaking from them, the Death Knight swung his massive sword, which emanated a dark aura of undeath. The red-haired man, surrounded by electrical discharges, furiously struck the first blow. This was immediately followed by a second powerful strike using bright lightning, and Randolph quickly flew forward, leaving the stricken Death Knight behind. The undead sword flew far to the side, and now the opponents stood with their backs to each other at some distance, and the swordsman turned around. Standing half sideways to the Dark Knight bent over in the dusty haze, Randolph with swords turned to the undead, asking whether he was out of breath. Sharply thrusting 2 red lightning blades forward, the mercenary angrily declared that he was not finished yet. The concentrated man threw a look of bright green eyes at his opponent, expressing contempt, and declared his intention to strike a third blow. Gathering all his might, Randolph stormed towards the Death Knight, making a perfect cut and leaving the undead behind. Now the man, motionless, stood with lowered blades in the dust away from the enemy, watching as he leaned forward from the blow he received. Isaac was unpleasantly shocked by the outcome he had just seen, and his eyes widened greatly, and the voices around him were perplexed, amazed at the incredible speed of the swordsman. Hit by the powerful attack, the Death Knight dropped to his knees as small red streaks like blood emanated from him. Randolph, with his hand in his pocket, had his back turned to his fallen opponent as a red stream of energy rose upward from the knight's severed body. The man looked carefree, smiling slightly, rubbing his nose with his finger. The taken-aback blonde girl, her red eyes wide with surprise, straightened her beret and hesitantly began to announce the winner. When she announced that Theodore's warrior, Randolph, had won the duel, the swordsman began to wink at the crowd with a smile, raising his hand with 2 fingers outstretched. Clenching his teeth, a sweating Isaac looked dumbfounded at the Death Knight killed by Randolph and wondered how this was possible. The spectators, not seeing traces of blood from the body of the corpse, tried with a perplexed look to understand what had happened. This made the agent of the Orcus Guild increasingly furious, twisting his mouth in displeasure. A mustachioed man in a cuvette quickly descended onto the battlefield, shouting and demanding that a stretcher be brought as soon as possible to remove the body of his fighter, while Randolph, meanwhile, turned towards the agent, watching his reaction. Isaac stood expectantly next to the severed Death Knight as 3 men dragged him onto a stretcher held nearby by another subordinate. The blonde in the red beret, winking, enthusiastically announced the result of the bidding match of the 57th Underground Auction for Charlotte's Necklace, in which Randolph, Theodore's warrior, won. Next to the short presenter stood the joyful protagonist in a white suit with his hands in his pockets while applause rained down on him from the stands. When the girl in the beret said that, according to the rules of the duel, the winning side receives the disputed lot, and the loser pays for it, Isaac's subordinate approached Theodore with a box in his hands. The jubilant guy looked with awe at the brought casket with Charlotte's necklace, which now rightfully belongs to him. After that, Theodore pulled his hand, wanting to open the box. Isaac, in a voluminous cap, standing behind the main character, looked with contempt at the absolutely calm guy, threateningly advising him to come to his senses. The mustachioed agent, twisting his mouth, angrily said that the young man would pay one day if he took this necklace now, and then it would be too late to regret. After these words, Theodore broke into a malicious smile, declaring that Isaac was absolutely right. He turned to his interlocutor and with a mocking look asked the mustachioed man to think about whether he would have suffered such losses if he had decided not to get involved with him. This greatly boosted the ego of the agent of the Orcus Guild, and he froze in shock with his eyes bulging. The enraged mustache threw a frown at Theodore and, insulting him, again uttered threats. Randolph, standing next to the main character, closed his eyes and smiled, joyfully concluding that no money would be spared for such a spectacle because it is very funny to watch a man of status flushed with anger because of a thing taken away. Throwing a cold squint of contempt at Isaac, Theodore said that the agent had only shown his true colors. Crossing his arms over his chest, the lightning-fast swordsman looked at his interlocutor and clarified what they would do now and whether they would have the strength to deal with the Orcus Guild, which owns dark magic. Theodore suggested reporting the incident to the magical community so as not to ignore the black magicians who use sacrifices and other inhumane methods, adding that even the national army cannot resist them. The brunette said that he would leave an encrypted message for the informants of the White Tower, and in half a month the magical community would begin to investigate the dark affairs of the Orcus Guild, and Randolph was not at all surprised, noting that this was expected of the young master. Theodore admitted with a tired look that he had actually been very close to failure. Everything worked out only thanks to luck, and the main character agreed to the duel only because Randolph accidentally ended up in Sapoto. But no one knew that he would have to fight the Death Knight, and if the swordsman was defeated, the necklace would go to Isaac. The red-haired mercenary began to encourage the taken-aback Theodore, throwing his hand on his shoulder and inviting him to have a drink together. Closing one eye, the guy looked at Randolph with an awkward smile, saying that the idea was great and asking what a good place the man had in mind. The swordsman joyfully concluded that he knew one such thing, asking whether the young master was offering a treat. With her arms folded across her chest, Jibra watched as her friends walked away, and Theodore agreed to treat the swordsman, who had helped him save 300 gold pieces, with a drink. The woman with the scar on her face put her hand to her chin with a thoughtful look, trying to figure out who this swordsman was and why the Information Guild had not noticed him before. Opening her mouth slightly, Jibra concluded that Mr. Employer had a rather interesting circle of acquaintances. While the woman was thinking, someone called out to her. Having stopped, Theodore and Randolph began to friendlily call the head of the guild branch with them. Hearing the offer to get drunk together, Jibra burst into a satisfied smile. Approaching the waiting guys, the brunette grinned and said that their offer was very tempting. It had barely begun to dawn on Sapoto Street, and there was a light fog in the air, and at such an early hour a voice was heard asking to bring everything here. Theodore and Randolph stood waiting by the white wagon, watching as several men took turns loading boxes of their belongings into it. Jibra, standing at a distance, waved to the guys with her raised hand, asking if they were really leaving Sapoto, and noted that they had quickly recovered from yesterday's drinking session. Theodore, seeing the woman come out so early, was pleasantly surprised that she came to say goodbye. With her hands folded under her chest, Jibra said with a smile that the order turned out to be not so simple, so after such passions you couldn't just leave. Theodore realized that the head of the guild branch was going to share useful information with him, but she corrected him, calling it after sales service, and offendedly asked him to be grateful. Placing her hands on her sides, Jibra asked if the young man had decided where he would go, and he answered in the affirmative, admitting that initially the plan was to stay in Sapoto longer. Opening her eyes, the woman with the scar advised us to go east. Theodore asked in bewilderment if he had heard correctly, and Jibra confirmed them, noting that the main headquarters of Orcus was located in the southwest of the central continent. The woman explained that, due to this location, the guild has enormous influence in the south and west, but in the east it is less, so it will become noticeably easier for the main character in the coastal kingdom. Theodore thanked Jibra for the valuable information, asking in bewilderment whether it would be a loss for her to share something like this for free. Breaking into a satisfied smile, the woman said that she was satisfied with everything. Recalling the experience with warmth, she concluded that although they had been close to death a couple of times, overall the employer's request had been interesting. Theodore happily stated that he was pleased to hear such a thing, once again thanking the head of the department for her help, and Randolph looked at the woman with crossed arms and a smile. Jibra said that she hoped to meet in the future, promising to find a folder of original books and jokingly adding that Theodore would not hope for a discount, and he said goodbye. When the cart with the guys began to move away, disappearing into the alleys of Sapoto, Jibra, standing in the middle of the morning fog, silently followed it with her gaze. A blonde employee, Arkin, peeked out from behind a brick wall, watching the woman. Leaning on a wooden box, the guy crossed his legs and sincerely thanked the manager for the opportunity to earn extra money, but she just chuckled. Jibra then took out a cigarette and lit it with the magic of flames emanating from her fingers. Arkin played the role of the lighter man, standing contentedly behind the boss with hearts made from his fingers. Exhaling cigarette smoke, the woman turned to the blonde young man, assuming that he was interested in why she decided to help Theodore. Closing his eyes, the guy turned to his interlocutor and, smiling awkwardly, asked what she was talking about. Holding a smoking cigarette in her hand, Jibra with a serious look asked Arkin not to pretend that he didn't know, because she had been watching for a long time. The manager stole a glance at the employee, saying that the Empire's intelligence was offering a generous reward for information about the hero Melter, and she simply let the guy go. When Arkin heard that Jibra could live comfortably on the money from the reward, he closed his eyes. She told the blonde man standing in the alley that even though there are only scum in the Empire, they always keep their promises, so the guild would not be deprived of gold. When Arkin decided to ask the question why Jibra decided to act differently, she turned slightly to him, casting a frown at her interlocutor. The woman vehemently stated that even though they were sewer rats, their drain was Karga's, so personal gain should not be put before the future of the country. When Jibra made it clear with contempt that she knew that Arkin could not resist at the sight of gold, the excited blonde guy, putting his hand on his chest, began to make excuses to his boss. The woman resolutely stated that the subordinate did not have to make excuses, and he fearfully put his hands in front of him. The next moment, the enraged Jibra was already flying towards the traitor of the Arkin Guild. She suddenly grabbed his head with her legs, wrapping her arms around his neck and crushing it. After the completed manipulations, the guy fell to the ground, and the woman landed on her haunches. Continuing to strangle Arkin with her feet, Jibra furiously declared that the Mouse King does not particularly favor talkers, deciding to kill the traitor. A lonely carriage raced through the desert, picking up grains of sand along the way. Theodore sat in the carriage, drawing a pentagram in his hands, and Randolph lay opposite him. Even in his sleep, 2 swords were attached to his belt. Theodore finished drawing a pentagram inside a circle on his notebook. Theodore placed his thumb on the top of the pentagram, pouring mana into it. As the summoning spell was recited, black energy burst out from the formed formation. Theodore, next to whose head black mana was bursting out, looked at the formation in his hand with a serious look. He gave a name to the summoned beast, calling it Hugin. From the black mana, the figure of a huge bird emerged from the formation. Theodore turned his gaze upward, amazed at what was happening. After the summoning process was completed, a small black bird similar to a crow appeared and looked at Theodore. Theodore looked with his mouth open at Hugin, who was sitting on his arm and looking around with interest. Randolph woke up from the noise and began to stand up. Leaning on his hands, he asked Theodore what that disgusting sound was, as if someone had suddenly parted with his lunch. Theodore put Hugin in front of him, with a sad face, asking him to ask questions. Randolph looked at Hugin in shock as he asked Theodore about the crow on his hand. Theodore closed his eyes, bowed his head a little, and explained that it was he who responded to his call. Randolph, who was sitting opposite Theodore, exhaled with relief while barely holding back his laughter. The next moment he jumped up and began to laugh wildly, tears of laughter flowing from his eyes. After a while, Randolph calmed down. He covered his mouth with one hand, asking for forgiveness from Theodore looking at him in defeat. Randolph told how he believed that the summoned creature should have at least been stylish. Theodore smiled weakly. He had thought so before, but now Theodore understood what it was like for Saint Tomer. Theodore closed his eyes. In his hand, Hugin sat calmly watching Randolph. Theodore asked Randolph for forgiveness for getting into trouble again because of him. When Randolph asked what he was talking about, Theodore opened his eyes and recalled that because of him, the Orcus Guild was now hunting him. If not for him, he would not have had to leave in such a hurry. Randolph crossed his arms over his chest and closed his eyes. He smiled and said that he helped Theodore not only because he asked, he also had his own reasons. In a desert filled with dunes and winds, Randolph's story continued. He considered that he was lucky to accompany Theodore. Theodore, whom Randolph addressed as a young master, asked him what his luck was. Recalling his battle with the red-robed fighters, Randolph told how in the past year since he returned the family heirloom, he managed to become stronger. But after that he no longer felt progress and only the fight made him boil again. This was not the case quite a long time ago. Randolph leaned back in the booth, putting his hands behind his head. Traveling with Theodora would help him become a master, so he asked Theodora not to feel sorry for him. Theodore and Randolph sat opposite each other. Hugin flew up from Theodore's hand, and Randolph straightened up and crossed his arms looking at Theodore. He asked him where they were going. Theodore, whose hair covered his eyes, said that he was heading east. According to rumors in the kingdom of Saldan, the influence of Orcus is much weaker, so he invited Randolph to stop there to rest and gain strength. Theodore imagined the glutton in his hand, realizing the need for a break. He needed to conduct an experiment with Charlotte's necklace and not forget about the 20 original books received from auctions. They could calm down when they reached the coastal kingdom. Randolph looked at Theodore and asked if they would be safe in the coastal kingdom. Theodore looked at Randolph nervously and asked what he was talking about. Randolph leaned over to remind Theodore of the troubles that happened to him everywhere. He did not think that Saldan would be an exception. Theodore became depressed, his eyes closed, and he asked not to talk about it. The carriage drove along the sand dunes, raising sand with its wheels. Theodore's voice spread throughout the area. He spoke about the need to believe in the best. Huygens flew over the carriage in which Randolph and Theodore were. He observed the area. Flying with his wings spread in the air, Huygens noticed something ahead. Huygens' croaking caused Theodore to wake up and lift the book from his face. Theodore sat down and began knocking on the window of the carriage, shouting to stop at the incomprehensible Randolph, who was acting as a coachman. The wheels of the carriage began to slow down, and dust rose from under the wheels from the sudden braking. Randolph jumped up from his coachman's seat, asking Theodore, who was getting out of the carriage, about what was happening and the reason for the stop. Theodore did not answer. He simply looked at the horizon. At this time Randolph looked through his glasses at the ground, not understanding why it was trembling. A huge number of green hands burst out of the ground, causing it to tremble. Creatures whose faces had long since rotted began to rise to their feet. Their remnants of skin had long been stuck to the skull. One of them opened its jaw, emitting a strange roar. The dead and zombies stood in front of Theodore and Randolph. They hated the living and wanted to kill these two. Randolph stood next to Theodore with his blades already drawn, while Theodore simply clenched his fist, looking at the dead while his cloak fluttered in the wind. They both did not understand where the undead came from, and even in the middle of the desert. Theodore and Randolph stood near the carriage looking at the horde of approaching dead. The way they walked in a crowd hinted at a mass conscription. Theodore decided to create a couple of allies. With one hand he grabbed the wrist of his other hand and began to cast a spell. The earth began to gather at a low altitude and take shape. A hand, the palm of which was clenched into a fist, formed from the ground. 7 stone golems stood behind Theodore, awaiting his order. Randolph, seeing the summoned ones, smiled faintly. He raised his blade to the level of his face, looking at him. Theodore ordered Randolph not to allow the dead to approach him. Randolph, holding blades in his hand, rushed towards the dead while simultaneously accepting Theodore's order. Red energy began to be released from Randolph's face, an aura of red coloring his face. He burst into the crowd of the dead, delivering cutting blows, killing 2 or 3 opponents at the same time. Randolph's entire body emitted a red aura, and lightning like jets of energy were released from his mouth. The undead, dressed in old armor with a rusty sword at the ready, made strange sounds rushing towards Theodore. But stone golems blocked their path, foreshadowing a collision with each other. One of the stone golems with precise blows to the head crushed it into many fragments. Theodore raised his hand clenched into a fist. He was preparing a spell of the element of fire, which caused the symbol of the spell to appear on his hand. Theodore lowered his hand a little while finishing the spell. His face and clothes began to glow due to the fire that appeared on his hand. Theodore raised his hand, summoning 6 fireballs that soared into the sky, leaving a trail of smoke behind them. A large-scale explosion occurred after the simultaneous collision of 6 fireballs with a crowd of undead. Theodore stood with his hand pointed towards the undead while a huge amount of smoke swirled around him. Theodore bowed his head a little, pondering the origin of the undead. In his opinion, they were not natural, but rather looked like an army summoned by someone's black magic. The figures of the undead army began to appear through the fog. Theodore stood opposite them and watched them. The warlock, whose face was a skull-shaped mask, dressed in a black kimono over which was a cloak, looked at Theodore. His red eye opened wide behind his mask. Randolph, placing one of his blades on his shoulder, was surprised by Theodore's magic. He looked at the figure of Theodore standing in the dust around which sparks were flying. Randolph, of course, understood that Theodore had become stronger, but his abilities had increased many times after the battle in the Miller Barony. Randolph stood with his blades lowered, looking at Theodore, whose cloak was fluttering in the wind. A huge sandworm appeared from the ground. On it was a warlock who had summoned an army of undead. He laughed continuously while looking at Theodore, who raised his head and looked at him. The warlock took off his mask so Theodore could see him. He was bald with an arrow tattoo in the middle of his skull. The warlock mocked the collapsed Toter in Randolph. Randolph raised his head and was surprised that the magician standing among the undead turned out to be a fake. The warlock extended his hand a little to the side and began to cast a spell, due to which a certain white creature appeared behind him. It was an evil spirit rising from the abyss. The warlock screamed, ordering the monster that brought death to kill everyone. The monster opened its mouth from which its pointed teeth appeared. Randolph was angry on the side. He watched as the monster approached the standing Theodore. He did not follow, and Theodore was far away. Seeing how the monster had already opened its mouth right in front of Theodore's face, Randolph began to curse. But Theodore only smiled, calling on Gluttony, who was waiting for this moment. Gluttony appeared in his hand, rejoicing at the summoned prey. Theodore extended his hand with Gluttony, ordering him to absorb the spirit. Gluttony's mouth began to rapidly absorb everything around him, turning everything swallowed into black energy. The monster trying to eat Theodore stopped right in front of his hand with Gluttony drawn out. Drool flowed from his mouth, but fear stopped him from further action. Gluttony in the hand of Theodore praised the monster for its intelligence and difference from the mindless monsters that came before. A huge humanoid monster gathered from the mana of Gluttony and began to absorb the spirit summoned by the warlock, literally devouring it with its mouth. 3 notifications from the system sounded, the first reporting that he had absorbed an evil entity that brought death. The second alerted Theodore to a slight increase in his vessel, and the last third notification was about gluttony neutralizing the remnants of the curse. The warlock, seeing the death of his summoned spirit, clenched his fists and began to cry, while shouting about how this could happen and what happened in general. A wide smile appeared on Theodore's face. He clenched his fist, after which his entire body began to light up due to the fire spell that he performed without words. A huge explosion thundered throughout the entire area, sparks and light from the explosion spread to both sides. The warlock, leaving a trail of fire, flew out of the epicenter of the explosion. Theodore looked at the body of the warlock flying in the air in the distance and leaving a trail behind him. After some time, Theodore stood right in front of the body of the lying warlock, who asked with incomprehension about his identity. He raised his head a little looking at Theodore and asked how he could already be in the 5th circle at such a young age, and how everyone hadn't found out about him yet. Theodore, tilting his head forward a little, said that the warlock did not understand the situation in which he found himself. He continued to look at him and clearly began to explain to him that here he was asking questions, and the warlock was answering them. The warlock smiled looking up at Theodore. He was someone who explored death and enjoyed pain, so he was not afraid of torture. He narrowed his eyes at Theodore, asking if he thought of extracting a word from him through some pathetic torture. Theodore looked at the warlock, a little offended by the fact that his torture was called pathetic. Theodore rubbed his fists, asking the lying sorcerer if he had changed his mind. After some time, Hugin, who was looking at the horizon, heard screams of pain. The warlock, whose forehead was pressed with Theodore's palm, screamed in pain, begging him to stop the torture. Theodore, whose hand was on the warlock's head, noticed that apparently even a warlock who studies pain and death is unable to withstand mental magic. Theodore asked the warlock, who was obediently sitting at his feet, whether Isaac had sent him and whether they had ordered him to stall for time. The warlock immediately confessed, saying that everything was exactly like that. Theodore, whose hair covered his eyes again, asked what the name of their organization was. The warlock opened his mouth wide in response. It turns out he didn't even know the name of the organization. Theodore remembered the spell that he had recently used and summoned the spirit. Theodore asked him if he could use it again. The warlock, whose pupils diverged in fear and his mouth opened, said that the spell was one time. Randolph watched with shock at Theodore's decision to personally kill the warlock because the warlock was unnecessary. The warlock's pupils began to roll into his skull, sweat streaming down his face. Theodore's hand exploded the head of the kneeling warlock. The devastated body of the warlock fell right in front of Theodore's feet. Randolph, looking from the side at the brutal torture and murder, was amazed because he initially did not think that he was capable of such a thing. Randolph raised his glasses and told Theodore that he didn't expect that from him. He wasn't a big shot anyway. The warlock's body continued to smolder while Theodore talked about the undeservedness of humanity towards people like this warlock. He asked Randolph if he was familiar with the 8th commandment of the Red Tower. Randolph awkwardly responded by saying that he was not informed. Theodore exhaled, clenched his fist and asked to listen to him. Theodore looked down at the corpse and said that a good warlock, a dead warlock. Theodore stood clenching his fist, and Randolph laughed awkwardly and looked at the dejected Theodore in shock. Randolph and Theodore stood in the midst of countless grains of sand swirling and flying in the air. Theodore began to speak to Randolph, saying that no matter what, they still didn't know who he was, but they sent so many troops against him just to slow him down, which is why Theodore accepted the fact of the power of the Orcus Guild. Randolph turned his head and agreed with Theodore. In his opinion, although he dealt with them quite easily, he shouldn't underestimate them because these guys visited them every day. Theodore closed his eyes and wanted to communicate the plan he had thought of. Theodore, standing not far from Randolph, turned his head to him and offered him a trip to Ramos. Randolph approached Theodore and asked him about Ramos, if it was a port city. Theodore confirmed this by saying that it was one of the few in Kargas. Randolph scratched his chin with his hand equals. He roughly understood Theodore's plan. He wanted to move on water, not on land, which he immediately asked him about. Theodore, imagining the ship in the waves, confirmed his argument. The undead Orcus could not follow them in the water, and if they tried, strong currents and sea creatures would interfere with them. Randolph asked about the time they would have to travel to Ramos. Theodore replied that they would arrive tomorrow if they forget about the stops. Randolph chuckled weakly and suggested returning to the carriage. Theodore and Randolph, who had thrown his head back and stretched, walked towards the carriage. Randolph looked at Theodore with a smile, advising him to hold on tightly to something. Theodore's face contorted in shock. He looked with fear at Randolph, yelling about the full speed at which they would go. A stone statue could be seen on the roof of the city. The plot takes us to the port city of Ramos. Many birds were circling in the city sky. While in his thoughts, the main character said that in an attempt to hide from the hordes of undead sent by the Orcus Guild, they arrived precisely in the port city of Kargas. Looking around, continuing to think, Theodore noted that once in Ramos, he and Randolph decided to separate for a while, reporting that according to Jibra's information, the influence of the Orcus in the east was relatively small, which is why he immediately went to look for the ship going to the kingdom of Saldan. From the windows of the palace, the voice of the main character was heard, asking about the availability of free ships. After which, the girl replied that, unfortunately, there were no places left. Leaning on the sofa, she said that other transport companies would tell Theodore the same, noting that now all ships sail either north or south. With her hands folded, the girl stated that only 3 ships were heading to Saldan, adding that at best they would return in a month. Taking out some object, the main character wondered what would happen if he showed it. Closing her eyes, saying that she understood, the girl noted that Theodore was from the Flonal Trade Guild. Looking at the taken aback protagonist, she said that the situation remains the same, adding that there are no places on passenger ships, stating that she could put him on a special ship. Theodore tried to find out what conditions were present for this. Putting her finger to her mouth, she said that first of all, he must agree to keep the journey a secret, since the reason would become obvious after sailing. With a serious expression on his face, Theodore said that he agreed. Smiling, the girl said that first he needed to make an advance payment. The main character wondered if he would have to pay more. The girl noted that this is not entirely true. With a smirk on her face, she turned to Theodore and asked if anyone else was planning to go with him. Lowering his gaze, the main character said that there was one person. Showing 2 fingers, the girl stated that the advance payment would be 20 gold, 10 for each, noting that Theodore would understand why later. Indignant, the main character tried to find out what was wrong with her ship. After which, the girl noted that, unfortunately, she could not say. Handing Theodore the tickets, she said that the ship was sailing at night, asking him not to be late. With an alarmed expression on his face, the main character wondered how long it would take them to sail to the kingdom, saying that he would like to know the approximate time frame. Lowering her gaze, the girl stated that she forgot to mention this initially. Closing her eyes, she said that the ship was making a small detour, which is why the main character would be on the road for about a week, asking if this would burden him. Having calmed down, Theodore replied that he was satisfied with everything. While in his thoughts, the main character stated that now it is more important for them to get rid of the pursuit of Orcus, and not to quickly swim to the kingdom of Saldan. Remembering the huge number of monsters, continuing to think, Theodore noted that they were low level and she could not withstand the harsh waves of the ocean and sea monsters in its depths. Wary, he again wondered what was so special about their ship, reporting that he didn't like it. Remembering Randolph, who won a fierce battle, the main character felt that he needed to meet him and tell him everything. Theodore said that he had been working on the central continent for some time, suggesting that he might know what was going on. While drinking hot coffee, Randolph asked if the main character thought that something was wrong with this ship. With a puzzled expression on his face, and apologizing, Randolph said that he knew nothing about this matter. The main character was shocked by what he heard. Leaning on the chair, Randolph said that he was on the central continent more than Theodore, noting that he had nothing to do with anything like that, saying that this was the first time he had found himself near the Eastern Ocean. Leaning over, he wondered that even if he had visited, who would share such information with him. Further, recalling the girl's words, Randolph noted that the matter was very secret. Putting his hand to his face, Theodore stated that it was so, adding that he was told to keep everything a secret, not thinking that they would be able to figure it out now. Putting the mug on the table, the main character noted that they still had no other way. After leaving the establishment, the guys heard the voice of a man who told them to come back again. Leaning on the railing, Theodore began to climb down. Looking around, in his thoughts, the main character said that they had arrived at the 3rd pier, noting that they had the 5th, considering that they needed to go a little further. Theodore's hair was blown by streams of powerful wind. Turning his attention to the ship, Randolph noted its large size. Lowering his head, the chief declared that he would call it huge. Heading towards the guys, the woman, whose body was shrouded in a red cloak, wondered if they were passengers. With a serious expression on her face, she tried to see if she could see their tickets. After which, having provided the tickets, the main character asked to take them. Taking them in her hands, the woman began examining them. Turning her attention to Theodore standing next to her, she announced the end of the check, asking them to keep the tickets with them until they were checked again in 2 hours, noting that if the ticket was lost, they would not be allowed on board. Frowning, Randolph called the woman friendly, wondering why there was no steward on the ship, noting the high cost of the ticket for such service. A man was seen next to them, eavesdropping on their dialogue. Turning around, the main character froze in one position. Staring into space, lost in his thoughts, Theodore reported that it looked suspicious, suggesting that there was something wrong here. A brightly glowing chandelier could be seen on board the ship. The protagonist's face was filled with surprise at what he saw. At that moment, Randolph couldn't believe they were on a ship. Looking around, Randolph noted the huge amount of expensive furniture, wondering if it would drag them down. After which, he said that it was so luxurious here that it wouldn't be ashamed to have a honeymoon. Horrified, Theodore tried to find out why there was only one bed. Falling onto the bed, Randolph announced that he was sleeping on it. Wary, the main character activated the Eye of the Hawk. Turning his head from side to side, in his thoughts, he noted that everything on board was calm, noting that it was even too calm. Sitting down on a chair, Theodore said that there was no surveillance here, finding this strange. Hearing this, Randolph tried to find out why the main character was counting. Turning around, Theodore said he meant it was too normal, adding that he expected it to be a casino or contraband ship. Continuing to watch Randolph lying on the bed, he wondered why such secrecy, noting that he was no different from an ordinary liner. Remembering the image of the man, the main character asked if Randolph had seen other passengers, adding that judging by their appearance, only the nobility and the rich were here, saying that it was not for nothing that a ticket to the ship was so expensive. After which, Theodore noted that even with the magic of clairvoyance, he did not notice anything strange. Closing his eyes, Randolph invited the main character to discuss this later, saying that there were no threats for them anyway, asking him not to worry in vain. Indignant, Theodore wondered if he had relaxed too much. After what had been said, Randolph said that he, a mercenary, needed to take care of the body. Leaning on the pillow, he noted that if he could rest, then rest, adding that he advised Theodore to do the same. Exhaling dissatisfiedly, the main character turned away from him. At that moment, the sun gradually went into sunset. Agreeing, Theodore said that he would listen to his advice. A mysterious glow emanated from the depths of the sea. Due to the powerful waves that arose, the ship began to rock from side to side. Strange sounds were heard from the depths of the sea. Rays of sunlight gradually enveloped the ship. Turning to Theodore, who was still sleeping, Mithra asked him to look. Getting out of bed, the main character tried to find out what happened. Holding an unknown creature in her hands, joyful Mithra called him a friend. Taken aback, Theodore asked her not to torture Huygen. Looking at the annoyed Huygen, in his thoughts, the main character, asking for forgiveness, noted that a little later he would treat him for all the suffering he had experienced. Wary, Huygen froze in one position. Having taken off, Huygen began to croak loudly. Wiping his head, Randolph noted that Theodore's bird would wake even the dead, asking what was the matter. Looking out the window, someone screamed about an approaching pirate ship. With a serious expression on his face, the protagonist asked Randolph to prepare for battle. Holding the towel, Randolph said he understood. While putting on his shirt, Theodore was lost in his thoughts. While straightening his tie, the main character thought that his sixth sense was silent. Putting on his jacket, Theodore noted that it always warns of mortal danger, not understanding why the pirates went unnoticed. After which, pointing his hand to the handle, the main character opened the door. His gaze fell on the alarmed people on the deck. Randolph wondered what was going on, noting that a pirate ship was sailing towards them. Wary, he asked why no one was running away, suggesting that they decided to evacuate in groups. Clenching his fist, the unknown man called out to the guys. Turning, Theodore tried to find out their names. As he walked down the stairs, he noted that they looked tense, asking if they were new here. Putting his hands in his pockets, the main character said that this was so. After which, the unknown person noted that this was noticeable from them, adding that newcomers are always scared at this moment, telling them that there is a pirate ship on the horizon, but no one is paying attention. With a worried expression on his face, Theodore wondered if the ship's mystery was related to pirates. Smiling, the unknown man asked the guys to let him explain everything. Looking around the expanses of the ship, he said that, in short, this is not an unusual passenger ship, but a cruise liner. Stating that the end point of the journey was Saldan, the unknown person said that along the way they would land at an unusual place. Smirking, he said that this was happening before heading to the coastal kingdom, adding that their ship would moor at the pirate islands. Wary, Theodore tried to find out if they would so easily raid their lair. Raising his hand, the unknown person was sure that he knew what the main character was thinking about, telling about the absence of a reasonable reason to swim there. The unknown person said that this place was a pirate lair half a century ago, noting that now the islands have begun to be used in an unexpected way. An image appeared in his head of a man whose face was shrouded in shadow. An unknown person told about a lawless zone where they buy goods prohibited everywhere and enter into dangerous transactions, saying that the archipelago attracts the attention of people with special desires. After which, the unknown person said that thanks to such desires, the former pirate lair became a favorite place for the rich. Looking at the excited Theodore, he declared that now the islands were completely unrecognizable. The main character suggested that they were moving into a world of temptations and temptations. Laughing, the unknown person said that everyone would find entertainment to suit their spirit, adding, that this is the most archipelago of pleasures. Looking around, in his thoughts, Theodore believed that it was because of this that everyone around him was tipsy. The pirate flag was shrouded in a light haze. Continuing to think, the main character stated that according to that man, the pirate ship is their guide to the archipelago, and the line on which they are now sailing always carries rich tourists, noting that it was for this reason that he did not feel the danger. Standing next to Theodore, Randolph said that they should not become like this scum, proposing to stage a coup. Wary, Theodore stated that this could not be done, saying that if the words of the unknown person were true, then the crew of the ship was at one with the pirates, noting that there was no guarantee that they would cooperate. After which, the main character added that they might not survive if the ship sank during the battle. Raising his head, Theodore said that for now they would not do anything, saying that on the eastern continent there was even a proverb for such situations. Turning towards Randolph, he stated that to catch the tiger, you need to enter his lair. The ship where the main character was gradually approaching land. Leaning on the wooden fence, the guy was glad that they had finally arrived. Lost in his thoughts, Theodore wondered what was the matter, saying that the weather was clear, the island was hidden in a fog with enormous magical power. Looking at the surprised protagonist, Randolph tried to find out if they had fallen into something dangerous again. Theodore's gaze fell on the pirate archipelago, which they were rapidly approaching. Smirking, the protagonist suggested that it was similar. The young man standing at the helm observed the pirate archipelago. Having docked, the man asked everyone to observe order when disembarking from the ship and to go down in the same order in which they boarded. Waving his hand, the guy noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. Looking around, the main character thought that the pirates looked quite intimidating, adding that they could not compare with Randolph, but they certainly had experience. The boy's eyes were caught by a stranger. With a smirk on his face and his hands folded, he demanded 10 gold pieces each for entry. Having given the gold, Theodore said that there were 20 gold pieces here. Looking at the board, the stranger froze in one position. Smiling, he greeted the guys, asking if it was their first time. Taken aback, the main character said that this was so, asking if there was a problem with this. Stretching out his hand, the stranger suggested that they hire a guide, noting that for just 1 gold piece he would find them a real expert on the island. Throwing gold to him, Theodore asked him to catch it. Squeezing the coin in his hand and thanking him, the stranger noted that he would not regret it. Putting his hand to his face, turning to Jack, the stranger said that she had 10 seconds, adding that if she did not appear, she would entrust them to someone else. Asking him to stop, Jack, running towards him, said that she would be there soon. Turning to the newly arrived Jack, the stranger said that these were new arrivals, noting that according to their agreement, she received half of the profits. After which, Jack thanked him for this. Putting his hands on the guy's shoulders, the stranger said that he would pay her as soon as she showed everything. With a smile on his face, he wished them a pleasant excursion. With an embarrassed expression on his face, the main character thanked him, thinking that seeing him made him feel uneasy. Leaning over as a sign of respect, Jack greeted the boys, hoping they had arrived without incident. Leaning on her knees, she announced that her name was Jack and she was their guide to the pirate archipelago, asking them to let them know if they wanted to go to a specific place. Theodore, Jack and Randolph climb a snowy mountain. Jack noted that she was born and raised on this island and no one knows these places better than her, then asked Theodore and Randolph whether this was their first time here or not. The hero stated that this was their first time here and asked Jack to tell him how everything worked for them. Walking up the stairs, Jack agreed to tell them everything and also suggested they take a walk. Jack also asked them to be sure to tell us some places they would like to visit. After some time, they came to the house, after which Jack spread her arms and noted that this house was a gold mine of pirate society and 17 gambling establishments coexisted here. Then Jack stated that this is not an ordinary casino, because there are no restrictions regarding bets and you can win anything that is not so easy to get in the outside world. Jack smiled and said that if they were caught cheating, they would have to pay the bet tenfold. Theodore, surprised, said how to pay if there was nothing. Suddenly people appeared, covered in cloaks, and Jack noted that in this case they would lose their hands. Theodore thought that in other places everything was controlled by the law, but on the island such savagery was not alien to anyone. Jack, upset, noted that from their faces they were not going to play. Jack, Theodore and Randolph entered the city. Jack said that all the ladies would be delighted with Theodore and Randolph and asked them if they wanted to pass the time in the company of them. Randolph smiled and joyfully asked who the ladies were, and suddenly 2 very beautiful girls came out with good wishes. Randolph, seeing the girls, smiled and said that this was a tempting offer, after which Theodore threatened him that he would tell everything to Rebecca, and at the same moment Randolph noted that he had changed his mind. The hero stated that he was forced to refuse and asked if he could find out about something else. Jack, interested, asked what they wanted to know about, to which Theodore noted about the ruler, or rather who is the most important in the archipelago. Jack crossed her legs and surprisingly asked the question of who is the most important, after which Theodore told her what was surprising in that question, to which Jack noted that even in villages there are elders. Then she asked Theodore if he would say that pirates democracy. Theodore reached into the inner pocket of his jacket and told Jack that he had a few questions, to which Jack herself laughed. The hero took out a couple of coins and noted that if Jack's answers satisfied him, he would give her these coins. Jack, thoughtfully, asked that this remain only between them and stated that several self-proclaimed kings live on the islands, but only 4 have power, namely the Sea Wolf Captain Virtus, the head of the brothel Queen Dave, the godfather of the gambling world Golden Toad Todd, and Soul Black Market, Great Thief Lupian. Then Jack stated that these 4 columns on which their pirate world stands. They divided all the responsibilities and territories among themselves. Then Jack noted that they squabble extremely rarely and do not meddle in other people's business. Theodore, delighted with the information, told Jack that this was not all, to which Jack did not understand anything. The hero said that if all the control forces are in balance with each other, then this will not last long, because 4 large organizations cannot coexist so easily. Then he noted one strange thing, because there are almost no conflicts between them. Theodore, raising his tone, asked Jack if there was anyone more important than these 4, to which she excitedly said that she knew nothing. Theodore and Randolph turned their backs to her and began to leave, declaring that they had closed this topic. Jack shouted at them to stop and got angry and said that she knew very little about the god of the sea, but she would try to remember. The hero turned his head to her and asked what kind of god of the sea she was. Theodore, Jack and Randolph entered the 2-story house. Then Randolph and Theodore sat down on the sofas. Randolph stated that they suddenly found themselves on the pirate archipelago and asked what they would do next. Theodore, thoughtfully, noted that now their main problem is the god of the sea. The hero began to think about what Jack said, that in the center of the archipelago there is a temple dedicated to the god of the sea, and according to her, everything on the islands is tied to rumors about him, but there clearly exists something worthy of such a title. Theodore noted that Randolph must have noticed that in order to get to the islands they passed through the fog, and the fog was saturated with magical power, which is why it seemed strange to Theodore, because it was as if it was a barrier hiding the archipelago from the surrounding world. Theodore stated that the fog outside is like a wall impenetrable to prying eyes, and you can get inside only if accompanied by pirates, because without them the ships will forever drift, unable to find a way, and if the god of the sea exists, and it was he who created the wall of fog, then the hero is afraid that they will not be able to defeat him. Randolph calmly agreed with this and noted that he had seen some of the 7 swords of the Empire in action, but they were no comparison to the one who guarded this island. Theodore stated that it seems they are powerless in this regard and suggested focusing on hiding from Orcus, because if you look at the situation differently, then the archipelago is literally a fortress and they are out of reach here. Randolph got up from the couch and told the hero that he was right, then stated that they still couldn't do anything else, after which he noted that he would go to bed and asked to be woken up when the ship arrived. Theodore thought that the next ship, according to rumors, would appear somewhere in a couple of weeks, and he did not want to sit idly by all this time. Theodore relaxed and rested his head on the back of the sofa, then took out Gluttony and addressed it. The hero stated that Gluttony spoke about transmission last time, to which the magical grimoire noted that he did not remember his exact words and was afraid that he would not be able to repeat them again. Theodore stated that Gluttony said it was necessary for her to strictly follow a certain procedure, and remembering that recklessness with Alfred only accidentally did not kill Theodore, thereby remembering the moment with Alfred where there was a huge surge of aura. Theodore then noted that there was something else about the gradual merging of souls, to which Gluttony responded positively. The hero asked Gluttony to teach him how to use the transmission, because this directly relates to the functionality of the magical grimoire, so it is not formally considered a question. Gluttony agreed that he would train Theodore, after which he stated that the transmission was primarily designed to more effectively use Rewrite, his 4th level ability. The magical grimoire noted that if Theodore manages to summon and absorb the soul of the author of the book, he will be able to take over his abilities. But as Theodore knows, from the experience of transmission with Alfred during the fight with Pride, direct merging of souls is a very risky business, so usually transmission requires completing the task. The hero asked what kind of task, to which Gluttony responded with the word quest, so the user can contact the authors of the absorbed scripts, and if he manages to deal with their unfinished business and tormenting regrets, then Theodore will have the opportunity to absorb fragments of their souls. Theodore asked if he could do this at any time, to which Gluttony responded positively and stated that right now Theodore had Lai Yun-sun and Saint Tomer available to him. The magical grimoire stated that Theodore called one of them and found out what he wanted, then asked who he wanted. Theodore began to think that Saint Tomer had recently taught him summoning magic, and now it would be more useful to adopt the skills of Lai Yun-sun, a master of hand-to-hand combat. Theodore asked to summon the author of the battle song, Lai Yun-sun, to which Gluttony agreed and began the summoning. The system reported that the hidden transmission function was activated. Receiving information about the quest, a request was sent to summon the essence of Lai Yun-sun. Then the system stated that the essence of Lai Yun-sun successfully responded to the call and the temporary synchronization of consciousnesses was launched. Theodore was transported into Lai Yun-sun's mind where the master stood in his dojo and greeted Theodore as a benefactor. The hand-to-hand combat master stated that they had not seen each other for a long time, to which Theodore agreed. Lai Yun-sun noted that he did not think to see Theodore again and was very happy about it. Upset, Theodore asked the master whether he knew why he was called. Lai Yun-sun confidently gave a positive answer and noted that he knew Theodore's goal. With a grin, the master noted that Theodore wants to complete unfinished business, so that in return the master would give away all his knowledge. Theodore answered positively with tears in his eyes. The hero thought that the successful completion of the transmission, as Gluttony said, would lead to the complete disappearance of Lai Yun-sun's personality. But is he really ready to make such sacrifices for the sake of his aspirations? The master asked Theodore to do one favor, to which the hero thought whether this was serious or not, after which he asked if the master was sure because his personality would cease to exist. To which Lai Yun-sun stated why they called him then, if Theodore had gone too far, because it was too late to return. The master noted that in any case, the man named Lai Yun-sun was long dead, but if this way he could get rid of regrets, he would be only happy. Theodore accepted this and asked what the master wanted. The master grinned and said that he wanted to return home, but Theodore did not understand what he meant, and then the master said that his Sun Nui family is in the White Cloud Mountains, where his native land is. Frustrated, Theodore said that he wanted to return to his homeland, then thought that there is nothing unusual about homesickness, but in this case, everything is not so simple, because according to Lai Yun-sun's memories, the White Cloud Mountains are located at the very edge of the eastern continent, and to get there, you need to cross the ocean and a good part of the mainland, which will take at least a year. Then I thought that it would be easier with Alfred and St. Tomer because traveling to the eastern continent is not an easy adventure. The master unfortunately stated that he could not offer anything else, but he would like to wish for something more achievable. Smiling, the master noted that it looked like Theodore would not be able to complete the transmission and said that the hero should not go out of his way if the master asks too much, because the dead should not interfere with the living. Frustrated, Theodore continued to think about how his master calls him a benefactor, but everything is just the opposite, because whatever Theodore did without his battle song, he most likely rotted underground for a long time. Continuing to think about unfulfilled desires right now are tormenting Lai Yun-sun's soul, and Theodore stands in front of him and does not want to help, just to avoid unnecessary trouble. Resigned, the hero declared that the master should rely on him. Smiling, Theodore said that he did not know how long it would take, but he swore that he would help the master return to the White Cloud Mountains. The surprised master thanked Theodore and asked him to dispel his regrets, then turned his back to Theodore and wished good luck to his benefactor, then disappeared into smoke. Gluttony stated that the synchronization with Lai Yun-sun was completed and asked Theodore whether to call the next one. The surprised hero asked who else was there, to which the magical grimoire noted that the St. Tomer quest was available. Theodore noted that he could fulfill the unfulfilled wishes of several individuals at once and told Gluttony to continue. The system reported that a request was being sent to summon the entity St. Tomer. The system reported that the entity of St. Tomer successfully responded to the call. St. Tomer was surprised that Theodore returned to him too quickly, because just recently he had passed on his knowledge to the hero and asked if he had come for more. Theodore, upset, turned to his mentor, to which St. Tomer greeted his student and asked how Hyujin was to him and whether he was of any use. Theodore answered positively and said that he had helped him out more than once. The hero loudly called Hyujin to see his former master. At that very moment a raven named Hyujin and a grown-up girl named Mithra appeared. Hyujin shouted to the whole room, to which everyone silently listened to his croaking. Then St. Tomer noted that he saw how not boring the two of them were, to which Theodore confirmed this. Looking at how Hyujin croaked, St. Tomer said, "It's good that everything is okay with him." Getting closer to the point, St. Tomer wanted to discuss his regrets, thinking that Theodore guessed about them. The hero stated that he wanted to summon a high-ranking creature, to which St. Tomer confirmed this, after which he said that he would like to do it just once, or for a moment, because after that it would not be a pity to die. Smiling, St. Tomer noted that he could not have done it on his own and thought that Theodore might succeed, to which Theodore stated whether St. Tomer would be happy with this, since Theodore, not St. Tomer, would be calling. The upset St. Tomer said that he didn't care, but he was sorry that he wouldn't be able to do it personally, but on the other hand, all the knowledge about the call was from himself, so Theodore would simply fulfill St. Tomer's dream with his own hands. Confident Theodore said that he would not let his mentor down. St. Tomer noted that Theodore had been taken to an unusual place, to which the hero asked why. The author of the book stated that Theodore is now in someone's possession and if there is a sea around, and as it seems to St. Tomer, then it is so, because the most likely candidates are the Kraken, Megalodon, and Sea Serpent. Theodore asked the researcher who the Sea Serpent was, to which St. Tomer noted that it was a dialect, it had no wings, so the ignorant called it as they saw it. In other words, it is a representative of an ancient race. A huge blue sea dragon appeared in the sea. Theodore began to think that the situation had finally become clearer, because the pirate archipelago could never exist under normal conditions. But if the rulers of the islands are supported by a sea deity, namely a dragon, then the situation changes radically. Because one day Theodore found there was an old legend in the library, and in it an evil dragon in the guise of a mermaid lured sailors to certain death and created a tsunami for fun. And his name was the sea tyrant Aquilo. Randolph exclaimed in surprise, not believing what he heard, asking whether the sea god was really an azure dragon. Looking at the main character, Randolph asked how he knew about it, to which Theodore replied that he had come across a description in a couple of books. Against the backdrop of a stormy ocean, the main character said that since ancient times, people have been afraid of the sea serpent and the kraken, adding that they were called two-sea disasters. But as it turned out, the snake belonged to a completely different category. A huge water serpent appeared in the background. The main character, continuing the story, stated that the strongest race of the material world, governing the laws of nature, the lords of the seas, azure dragons, adding that legends were made about their ferocity, and also noted that the sea tyrant Aquilo is one of them. Listening to Theodore's story, Randolph said that in this case, they should stay away from him. Confirming Randolph's idea, the protagonist said that the best thing to do now would be to lie low. Continuing the dialogue, Randolph suggested that they might have to hide for a long time, to which Theodore replied that they were not in a position to leave calmly. Against the background of the storm, the main character said that, according to St. Tomer, the fog of Aquilo serves as the border of the dragon's domain, and then added that it also acts as a barrier for uninvited guests. Thoughtfully, Theodore said that if it's difficult to get here, it's even more difficult to get out. Suddenly, the main character became wary, as if he felt something behind him. Turning around, he wondered what it was, adding that he felt someone's gaze on him. With a thoughtful face, Theodore wondered if it was his imagination. Raising the book up, the main character abruptly slammed it shut. Holding the book in his hands, Theodore stated with a satisfied face that he had read almost all the books brought from Melter. Pointing his hand with the creature at the books, he wished bon appetit to the glutton. The system notified that the main character had absorbed the book bolst out of the blue and added that the understanding of this book was very high. In the process, the 6th circle spell Lightning Strike was studied, and thanks to the study of an advanced spell, the level of proficiency in simple lightning magic increased. While the creature fidgeted in Theodore's hand, he stopped at the most important thing, namely the capacity of his vessel, wondering whether it was worth conducting an experiment while he was here. Taking out a red stone from under his jacket, the main character stated that this was an artifact won from Agent Isaac in a betting match, noting that he had not even removed the seal, let alone used it. Theodore wondered if he should figure out how the artifact worked. Having put the artifact away in his bosom, the main character said that there was no point in taking unnecessary risks. Looking around the vast room, Theodore stated that he was already in the lair of a tiger, or rather a dragon, noting that if he also started summoning evil spirits, then it was generally unknown how things would end. Wrinkling his face, the main character again felt something. Looking at the jug, Theodore wondered what this eerie feeling was. Watching an unknown entity crawl out of the jug, the main character was surprised, wondering if they were really being followed from the very beginning. A moment later, the creature from the jar began to grow. Theodore cried out in surprise, not believing his eyes. Seeing the creature approaching him, he recognized it as the highest spirit of Naiad. The entity stated that she wants the creature to convey a message to the main character. Before Theodore even had time to ask a question, the creature immediately interrupted him with the words that it was better to do without details, and then urged him to listen to her carefully. Suddenly, the water creature took the form of a girl. Smiling, the Lord of the Ocean greeted Theodore. The main character was stunned by the powerful aura. According to him, it was felt even through his voice. Bowing before the ruler of the ocean, Theodore declared that he was glad to meet her. Flying past the main character, the ruler of the ocean stated that first she wanted to welcome him to her islands. Theodore, without taking his eyes off the ground, stated that he did not expect that the ruler of the ocean would meet him in person, to which the girl laughed and continued to fly around the main character, saying that he was saying one thing, but in fact he was not surprised. Finding herself behind Theodore, the Lord of the Ocean sarcastically said that the protagonist's face was young, but he had clearly already seen a lot. Still without raising his gaze, Theodore asked if he could find out why the Lord of the Ocean had come, to which the girl again sarcastically replied with the words, "Is it really so difficult for him to chat with her?" The main character did not lie and admitted that, in truth, her aura is frightening. Having changed her face, the ruler of the ocean sarcastically thanked him for his honesty, adding that it was not that she disliked such people, but she would advise him to be careful with his words, because she could inadvertently kill him. From such a statement, Theodore could not contain his fear. Touching the main character's face with one hand, the Lord of the Ocean declared that he was cute even when he was scared, but did not hesitate and decided to get straight to the point. The Lord of the Ocean whispered in Theodore's ear that in 3 days a festival in her honor would be held in the heart of the archipelago and that she would like him and his friend to be there. Still under the power of fear, Theodore said that they would come, to which the woman replied that his head was in the right place and that if he had refused, he would now be lying lifeless. Once again approaching the protagonist's ear, the Lord of the Ocean announced that she was expecting them in 3 days and that if they did not show up, she would kill them. Suddenly the woman disappeared, leaving not a single trace behind her. Standing behind Theodore, Randolph asked him whose incredible thirst for blood he had just felt. With horror on his face, Randolph assumed that the sea tyrant himself had appeared. Theodore, sighing with relief, confirmed Randolph's assumption, saying that it was a projection from the body of a higher spirit, and then added that she left a message. Crossing his arms over his chest, Randolph asked what kind of message she left. The main character told him that in 3 days they should go to the festival, and then turning to Randolph, he added that if they did not come, then an unenviable fate awaited them. Randolph put his finger to his head and wearily declared that it was never calm with Theodore, because first there were warlocks and now a dragon. The main character scratched his head apologizing, to which Randolph replied that he should not apologize and that he had already said that he himself had chosen this path, adding that he also wanted to see a real dragon. Randolph winked, assuring the main character not to worry, explaining that dragons are known to be flighty creatures. Thinking about this, Randolph said that in this case, no plan would save them. In his opinion, it was better to solve everything along the way, meeting the problem face to face. The main character looked at Randolph and was surprised that he had just said a wise thing. Making an irritated face, Randolph wondered that in his opinion he was an ordinary windbag, to which Theodore laughed, reassuring Randolph that this was not the case. With a calm expression on his face, the hero suggested that maybe he was just too worried, because a dragon had appeared, capable of killing without hesitation for saying a word he didn't like. Echoing Randolph's words, Theodore stated that they had no choice but to face the problem head-on. At the main character's comment, Randolph grinned, and Theodore confidently headed out to the door, saying that they would do it. Against the backdrop of a massive building, Theodore said that the Sea God Festival is a festival that is held in the pirate archipelago once a year, but no one, not even the 4 kings, knows exactly when the next one will begin. Further, the main character stated that most likely they were looking at an example of the inconstancy of the sea tyrant Aquilo. 2 men in cloaks, looking at Theodore and Randolph as they rose, stated that they had been waiting for them. The main character looked at them with a suspicious look. Looking at these people, Theodore realized that, like that Naiad, their minds were controlled by the fear of the dragon. Passing through the arch, Theodore felt that he should not follow them, but he understood that if they contradicted him, then inevitable death awaited him. The 4 of them walked across the long bridge that led further to the festival. The main character could not help but admire the beauty that appeared before him. The man in the cloak, who looked at this whole performance along with the heroes, explained that every festival they give away half of the acquired wealth from the entire archipelago, adding that this is their tribute to the sea god. The guy stated, the bigger the offering, the better the blessing. Putting his hands in his pocket, Theodore asked how many years they had been paying tribute. The guy in the raincoat said that they had been paying tribute for 52 years, which surprised the main character. Against the background of the landscape of the festival site, Theodore wondered in his thoughts that Aquilo had really been taking half of the income for herself for half a century. Having scrolled through all this in his head, it became clear to him where the stories about dragon slayers came from, who after their exploits became fabulously rich. Continuing to develop the idea, the main character explained that dragons such as Aquilo are characterized by greed, so collecting tribute and robberies is a way for them to have fun. Looking at all these people in cloaks, Theodore came to the conclusion that for years they had been filling their lairs with mountains of treasures, and then contemplating the specimens they especially liked. Against the background of the interior of the building with the dome, the main character wondered how much wealth had accumulated in the monastery of Aquilo over 52 years. Answering his question, he realized that it was even impossible to imagine. Having entered a building with an interior similar to a church, Theodore looked around, noticing people in cloaks who were praying. A huge hall of a large-scale building appeared before the main character. On one of the benches in the room, a man in a cloak began his speech, declaring that today they had gathered to make an offering to the guardian deity of the sea and that may she grant them success in all their endeavors. Looking around, Theodore stated in his thoughts that he did not expect such piety. He assumed that they did not seem to care about the methods by which their followers collected these offerings. The main character noticed that their selfishness knows no bounds. Suddenly Theodore wondered where Randolph had gone. He realized that he had lost sight of him as soon as they entered and hoped that nothing would happen to him. The main character's thoughts were interrupted by a voice that said that festivals were starting to tire. The hero realized that it was Mrs. Aquilo. She explained to Theodore that she had sent Randolph and the others out for a walk. She doesn't know why, but she wanted to look only at Theodore. Calling the main character along, Mrs. Aquilo asked him to follow her, wanting to walk with him a little, adding that maybe this would help revive this festival. Walking through the corridors of the building, Theodore was suddenly enveloped in white smoke. In his thoughts, he realized that the smell was coming from somewhere in the depths of the palace and was becoming stronger with every step. Before he could finish the thought in his head, a cloud of blue energy suddenly flew into the main character. Using the power of Umbra, Theodore was able to avoid a fatal attack, noticing that if it were not for the Umbra, he would have already given up his life. Turning back, the main character wondered what he was attacked with, suggesting that it was a drop of water under incredible pressure. A voice was heard behind the hero. Turning around, Theodore noticed a woman in a white robe, who stated that she did not think that he would be able to survive. Crouching, Aquilo appeared in all her glory, saying that she seemed to have found some fun. Placing her thin fingers to her lips, Aquilo invited the main character to talk. At the snap of the fingers of a graceful girl in a white robe, the water took the shape of chairs, which Theodore was very surprised by. Seeing this spectacle, the main character thought that this was the creation of matter from the void, adding that the power that dominates the laws of nature is the power that is vested exclusively in dragons. Having sat down and crossed her legs, Aquilo asked the main character to sit down, noting that it might be a little cold, but assuring that it was better than standing. Theodore sat down without hesitation and thanked her. Almost with an evil grin, the girl asks a question to the main character, wondering who he is running away from. Hearing the question, the main character did not understand what this majestic girl sitting opposite him meant. Putting her thin, graceful fingers to her chin, Aquilo asked how many days Theodore had been visiting her, adding that some idiots had recently tried to break through the fog. According to her, no one would deal with them, so she decided to personally go out and see. Leaning on her arm, Aquilo continued to broadcast, saying that there were a couple of guys there and that they sailed on a ghost ship. The main character, not believing his ears, asked her again. Against the background of a terrifying ship, Theodore said in his thoughts that those living on land consider this a superstition, and sailors consider it an omen of trouble, which is a sunken ship with the undead as a crew. Continuing the explanation, the main character said that in order to raise such a vessel on the water, a mountain of materials is needed, and the process itself is extremely complex and shrouded in mystery, adding that the black magic used in the creation is so ancient that it is only mentioned in ancient archives. Frowning, Theodore realized that they were looking for him on the ghost ship, wondering if Charlotte's necklace was really that important to them. Looking directly at Mrs. Aquilo, the main character asked what she did in this situation. Aquilo asked Theodore, while on her long finger, a water figure similar to origami was balanced. Presented in front of the main character as a true villain, she said without hesitation that she killed everyone. When this information reached Theodore's ears, he couldn't help but feel sadness in his eyes. With an ominous smile, continuing to change the shape of the object in her hands, she said that it seemed at first that they wanted to come to an agreement with her and that she finished off that same chatterbox first. Having made a kind of tube out of the water mass, she continued declaring that the same chatterbox became quieter when he saw his ears with his own eyes, but this was not enough, so she cut off his legs for trying to escape. Aquilo continued, saying that then he wanted to give up, but asking the question of who said it was okay to give up, in the end she cut him into small pieces and fed him to the sharks. Rising from her seat, she headed towards Theodore, telling him that these insolent people had mentioned his name more than once, so in this case, she was going to kill him too. Getting even closer to the frightened main character, she said that she smelled him. In response, Theodore asked what exactly she smelled. The sinister Lady Aquilo approached the protagonist's ear, whispering to him that she smelled the scent of a beautiful, young girl, suggesting that it was the scent of a high elf and the most hated stench of the Red Clan. Blue steam came out of Aquilo's mouth, enveloping the protagonist's face, and he immediately began to choke. Holding his face with both hands, Theodore went through the options of what it could be. Guesses immediately came to his mind that it was a sleeping pill or a hallucinogen. While the main character writhed and squirmed, Aquilo towered over him, who mockingly stated that she did not think that it would be so knocking down. Trying to utter at least a word, the main character wondered why she needed him. Squatting down, Aquilo asked Theodore again, and then added that she could have simply killed him, but she came up with something more fun. Taking the main character's chin in her hands, she said that she loves to steal other people's things. Theodore was on his knees, bowing in front of Aquila, who was sitting opposite him. Theodore asked why they needed him. Aquila responded by saying that she could have just killed him, but she came up with something more fun. Aquilo's palm came closer, gently touching the face of Theodore, who was bending over. Aquila lifted Theodore's chin with her hands, forcing him to look up. She told Theodore how she loved to steal other people's things, and this was the reason that he had not died yet. Aquila looked at Theodore and asked him if he was curious. Theodore, who had steam coming out of his mouth, immediately began to crystallize, turning blue, and looked at Aquila with incomprehension. Aquila, who was sitting in front of Theodore, put her palm on Theodore's face and asked how the girls who adore him would react if she stole his first kiss. Aquila opened her mouth and stuck out her tongue, asking if they would get angry or start hating her, for her either outcome was pleasant. Aquila brought her hands to Theodore's neck and began to approach him with her tongue hanging out. Theodore in defeat did not know what to do. Aquila, with her tongue hanging out, was getting closer and closer to the face of the frightened Theodore, who did not understand the reason for her actions. Aquila brought her tongue to Theodore's mouth, wanting to kiss him. Theodore could not move. Mithra's small fist burst out of the ground. Mithra violently slammed her head against Aquila's head. Throwing her fist upward, she scolded Aquila, calling her a bad ant. Theodore was able to move a little and shouted Mithra's name. Mithra stood in front of the seated Aquila, who was wiping the place where Mithra hit. Mithra herself leaned forward a little, driving Aquila away from Theodore. Aquila looked at Mithra, raising her hand clenched into a fist to her face. She began to list her qualities, talking about her ability to control emotions. Aquila began to get up while Mithra blocked her path by standing between her and Theodore, who looked at his hand. Noticing the subsidence of paralysis, he did not understand why this was happening. Theodore looked at Mithra, realizing something. Theodore looked at Mithra, who with a furious face, arms outstretched in both directions, stood between him and Aquila. Theodore made an assumption. He thought that everything might have happened because of the bud of the world tree in Mithra's body. Because the sapling of the world tree had amazing power, he could cleanse any filth in the material world. Theodore looked behind the back of the evil Mithra. He realized that by making a contract with the spirit that owned the sapling of the world tree, so the sapling began to cleanse his body. Theodore raised his hand in thought. He only realized that if he had called Mithra earlier, then paralysis would not have even occurred. Theodore stood up unsteadily and turned to Aquila, who was sitting in front of Mithra. Theodore put his hand to his chest, looking at Aquila. Theodore did not know her motives, but he did not want to enter into a relationship with her, which he immediately told her. Aquila leaned forward a little and pushed Mithra, who was standing with her arms out, with her hand, thereby blocking the path. But now Aquila simply grabbed her head and pushed her away, asking Theodore the reason. Did he really think that she was not beautiful enough for him? Aquila grabbed Mithra's head with both hands, asking Theodore, who stood in front of her, about the reason why he refused her, and if she liked the answer, she decided to forgive him. Aquila stood up and touched Theodore's chest with her finger, saying that if she didn't like the answer, she would kill him right here and now. Theodore became nervous after her words. Theodore calmed down. Looking at Aquila, he answered her. He recognized her beauty, however. Theodore straightened up and stood up, looking evenly down at Aquila. He told her that he could not let down all those who trusted him. Aquila looked at him with her mouth open and without saying anything. After a moment, Aquila smiled and closed her eyes. Aquila turned around, raising her hand with an outstretched finger to her face. She stood in half a turn. Turning to Theodore, she said that she would not force him to do something that he did not want, because it would only hurt her pride. Aquila turned around completely and stretched and began to walk away from Theodore and Mithra. She finally wished them a pleasant time during the rest of the festival. When Aquila reached the edge of the platform, the weight of the temple began to shake due to the earthquake. Theodore tilted the body slightly to the side to stand in place. Theodore looked at the ceiling, thinking about the reasons for what happened. He wondered if people not only from the Orcus Guild had come here. Aquila instantly found herself at Theodore's side. Looking at him, she noticed that an uninvited guest had again appeared on her islands. Aquila raised her hand a little, the fingers of which had extended claws. She was wondering who was the fool who had invaded her territory without an invitation. She already wanted to look at his face. On the beach of one of the islands, one of the coast guards walked with 2 bottles to another guard who was sitting on the sand looking out at the sea. The shore guard carrying the bottles sat down next to another supervisor, regretting that the whole island was celebrating, and a patrol was pushed onto them. The second supervisor, resting his head on his crossed hands on his knees, agreed with him. They both sat down close to each other, holding a bottle of alcohol in their hands. They were sure that then the others would mock them. The one in the bandana turned his head to the second, but continued to look at the sea, while the second complained about justice in this world. 2 patrolmen simultaneously raised bottles of alcohol and began to actively drink against the background of the night sky. When they stopped drinking, one of them, closing his eyes, sadly remembered how he wanted to have a couple of drinks with the ladies, but his luck turned out to be terrible. Having placed the bottles on the ground, the patrolmen noticed that their patrol looked more like drunken gatherings. They did not notice the movement of the soil nearby. As the 2 looked out to sea discussing their regrets and grief, Black Mana began to creep up behind them. The bald patrolman noticed something in the distance. He wondered if he had imagined it. Turning his head, he ordered the second patrolman in a bandana to go and check everything. He reluctantly stood up looking at his comrade but still agreed. With his hand in his pocket, the patrolman in a bandana walked along the edge of the shore, finding nothing. Black tentacles began to rise from under his feet, frightening the patrolman. Instantly, the black tentacles lengthened, clasping the patrolman's arms and legs, and he began to resist, screaming. A bald patrolman in a t-shirt stood up asking his comrade, half of whose body was already shrouded in tentacles, to hold out. But even Tommy's face was engulfed by tentacles. He looked at his drinking companion, extending his hand and asking for help. The bald patrolman ran to the one whose body was already buried underground, and all that remained on the surface not enveloped in tentacles was his hand. The patrolman stopped, shouting furiously and asking Tom to respond. Suddenly the patrolman's pupils shrank and he looked with fear at what was happening ahead. A wriggling tentacle came out of his stomach. The patrolman raised his hands but could not touch the tentacle, looking in shock and not understanding what it was. Smaller tentacles began to emerge from the tentacle in his stomach that the patrolman was looking at. Soon, the patrolman's entire body was pierced by tentacles in various places, and his body was lifted into the air. Under his body, the monster's huge mouth opened with its raised tongue. Pride closed his mouth and swallowed the patrolman. Only the splashes of blood released from his mouth left traces of his existence. The huge body of Pride began to crawl out of the ground. Soon his full figure became visible through the darkness of the night. Opening his huge mouth, he discovered the presence of a dragon on the island with many breathing holes. Tentacles began to actively release and wriggle from his body. They soon formed wings on his back, which he suddenly opened. Pride with a massive and muscular body that inspires fear with its power. His skull-shaped face with bright red eyes stared into the distance. His skin dark, almost black, with shades of purple and red. Pride leaned forward, his huge arms hanging down and his body tense, as if he was preparing to attack. In the hall of the spacious white temple, the rude prayers of a woman were heard, asking for an unpunished prolongation of her sins. A woman dressed in white robes with a hood over her head sat with her hands folded in her knees. She asked her daughter not to become pregnant in order to earn money and peace. Aquilo folded his hands on his sides. It was disgusting to listen to this. Theodore looked at her, expressing his irritation. Aquila looked at the people, sighing. She was disgusted because they were praying, asking to sin with her permission, and they were speaking and praying in complete silence, voicing their desires. Aquila walked up to the pedestal, put her hands on it and ordered all the people sitting in the temple to leave. The people who heard her order froze and stopped praying. Slowly, each of them stood up and walked towards the exit of the temple. Theodore stood next to Aquila, marveling at the dragon's racial fear ability, which allowed him to control the minds of lower beings. Theodore's mouth fell open. He looked at the people with a sad look, wondering if it was possible for the racial ability to control so many people at the same time. Randolph suddenly ran into the temple. At this time, Aquila next to Theodore was just beginning to enjoy the peace and quiet after the people had left and wanted to meet with the invading creature. Aquila, looking at Randolph, raised her hand, surprised that someone could disobey her order, mistaking them for people who had recently prayed. Randolph's face and entire body froze due to Aquila's magic. After Theodore's cry, Aquilo turned to him and with a smile told him how she almost killed his friend by mistake. Theodore became nervous because of her words. Randolph bowed his head and put his hand on his heart in greeting Aquila. He began to remember Aquilo, the sea dragon that Theodore spoke about. Looking at Aquilo in a white dress going down the stairs, Randolph realized that outwardly she was a beautiful woman, but behind the shell there was an insanely enormous power hidden. He would not live for a second in a battle with her. Randolph approached Theodore, whispering his question in his ear. Theodore listened as Randolph asked him how he managed to make friends with the dragon, while looking at Aquilo, who crossed her arms under her chest. Theodore turned to Randolph, saying that he was forced by circumstances. He did not go into details, only saying that she was now on their side. Randolph looked at Theodore in shock, asking how this happened. Theodore looked into the distance. He asked Randolph to focus on something else, talking about the uninvited guests who had moved to the island. Aquilo turned her head sharply. She sensed Pride, who was already close. Pride destroyed the windows of the temple and burst into it with his head. A bright light began to emanate from Pride's huge body, and because of his actions, huge clouds of dust rose and began to spread throughout the temple. Theodore's body flew away. He crossed his arms in front of his face to escape the fragments and dust. Even in flight, he felt the powerful aura of Pride, which was even stronger than Aquilo. Theodore clenched his teeth and looked at Pride in fear. He remembered him. Pride himself stuck out his tongue and stood in his place. His huge tongue hung out of his mouth, his body was tilted forward due to his huge neck, and spikes appeared on his back. Pride rejoiced at finding Aquilo, the young dragon. Pride's huge body towered in the temple, snow accumulating on its back. Pride spread his arms, standing in front of Aquilo, who was in human form. Theodore felt like Pride had become even more dangerous, not even close to his past self. Gluttony appeared on Theodore's hand, already on his feet. Gluttony warned him not to even think about fighting Pride with the 5th level unlocked. Aquilo walked straight towards Pride. Cold air began to spread under her feet, dispersing smoke. Theodore asked Glutton at this time how much stronger Pride had become. Gluttony said that if Veronica comes again, the chances of winning will be 50%, but given past experience less than 40%. Aquilo's hair fluttered in the wind covering her face. She coldly looked at Pride in front. While Theodore was amazed at the 5th level of Pride, the process of unlocking the seals turned out to be extremely important for the 7 sins. Gluttony, imagining Pride who unlocked the next seal, told how with his help he returned to his original state. When Pride develops to the 6th level, he will be able to deal with the ancient dragon alone. They looked at Pride standing with his tongue hanging out. Theodore was amazed, because even a being who reached the realm of demigods could not defeat Pride. What then was the 7th level? Pride knelt down, leaning his hand on his leg. Aquilo stood in front of him. Pride became enraged at the sight of Gluttony and Theodore. Aquilo massaged her hand with her other hand. She looked at Theodore behind her and asked him about meeting Pride. Theodore looked at her and replied that he knew him, but their relationship was terrible, after which Aquilo asked if he had come for him. But Pride waved his tongue and interrupted her by saying that he had not come for him and he was not interested in the monkey. Pride looked at Aquilo, his tongue still hanging from his jaw. He asked Aquilo to answer his question. Pride's muscles bulged and tensed. He asked Aquilo if she was ready to become one with him in order to be reborn into an absolute being. Aquilo threw off her cloak with her hand. Lightning began to sparkle in her left hand. She went to Pride and said that there have been too many cockroaches lately and it's time to fix it. Aquilo jumped in an instant, flying up to Pride's head, leaving a trail of lightning behind her. Aquilo raised her fist sparkling with lightning, intending to hit Pride. Aquilo's blow flattened Pride's head. His neck was broken, his teeth were twisted, and the upper part of his bone mask was damaged. After Aquilo removed her fist from the mask, it shattered into fragments, but Aquilo did not stop and already raised her leg, preparing the next blow. Her kick threw Pride's huge body away, causing circular gusts of wind. A train of lightning followed Pride's head. Pride's body was thrown into the sea, causing huge waves. Aquilo stood on the roof of the temple looking at Pride's flying body. Pride began to stand up in the middle of the shallow water and said with a grin that her words were incomprehensible to him, but he would regard them as no. Aquilo gritted her teeth and bit her lip, a vein showing in her face with rage as she wondered if Pride was even remotely normal. Aquilo began to descend from the roof. 2 outlines of huge wings made of lightning and wind appeared behind her. At great speed, Aquilo rushed towards Pride, her flight causing circular gusts of wind of enormous power along with sparks from lightning. Soon Aquilo transformed into her dragon form, continuing to move towards Pride, who had already stood in the middle of the sea. Pride lunged, striking Aquilo's torso with his right hand. A huge wave of water and wind rose due to the power of the collision between Pride and Aquilo. Randolph crouched behind Theodore using shield magic so that they would not be accidentally killed by the shockwave. Randolph was amazed at the fierce battle in the sea between the 2 giants. Randolph came close to Theodore's shield. Theodore clenched his jaw trying to hold the shield. Randolph concluded that although they did not really understand what was happening in the battle, they clearly risked their lives by being close to their battle. Randolph turned to Theodore, whose cloak was fluttering due to the mana that he himself actively used to maintain the shield. Randolph asked him about ideas, but Theodore informed him of their absence. Looking at the clash of heads between Aquilo and Pride in the sea, Theodore asked Gluttony about her chances of winning. Gluttony upset him by saying that if Pride had remained at the 4th level, then Aquilo would have won, but now the chances were approaching 0. Theodore and Randolph watched as Aquilo flew into the air and attacked Pride with his breath. Theodore asked Gluttony about Aquilo's advantages in water, but Gluttony explained that the environment would not give the desired advantage and reminded Theodore of his past battle. Theodore remembered Pride in their last battle. Then he was able to grow skin that could not be melted by the fire magic of the 5th circle, and he could also create a shell that reflected even Alfred's magic missiles. Theodore stood under the drops of water falling from the battle nearby. He pondered the attacks of Pride based on the arrogance of an immortal. He realized that the sea dragon would never defeat a grimoire from the category of the 7 sins. Theodore called out to Randolph, announcing his entry into the battle. Randolph turned his head to Theodore, beginning to scold him because Pride was beyond his strength. Randolph looked at Theodore seriously, trying to explain that they would die without even having time to intervene in the battle. Theodore crossed his arms looking to the side and talked about his bad relationship with Pride, and if the dragon lost, then they would be the next snack, so they better try. Theodore continued to look away while answering Randolph's question about trust in Aquilo. He reminded him of dragons who knew how to be grateful. The hair on the back of Theodore's neck fluttered in the wind as he turned to Randolph, thanking him for everything. Recalling Randolph's battle with the guild servant Orcus, Theodore said that he paid off his debts the moment he decided to accompany him. Theodore remembered when Randolph crossed blades. Theodore was glad that he met Randolph. Theodore, standing with his back to Randolph, said goodbye to him, because perhaps they would not meet again. Theodore used magic and flew into the sky, leaving Randolph alone below. Randolph pinched the bridge of his nose. He was angry because he looked like a complete coward. Randolph's gaze became serious. It seemed that he too had gone crazy. Randolph put his hands on the hilts of his swords. He sent Aquilo and Pride to hell. Aquilo's huge dragon body moved across the sea, occasionally diving into the water. Her torso wrapped around Pride's body, fettering and squeezing it. Aquilo's head rose above Pride. Aquilo looked at Pride and realized that he was caught. She opened her mouth wide, in which the breath of water began to collect. A moment later, water breathing, accompanied by jets of mana in the form of lightning, pierced the body of the chained Pride. Aquilo, on whose face part of Pride's body fell, noticed something. Pride's body began to envelop Aquilo's body, and only then did she realize that he was a slime. Now Pride's body towered over Aquila in the sea, and he told her that he was a royal slime. Pride looked at Aquilo below and said that she thought quickly for a creature deprived of intelligence, but now it was his turn to attack. Pride's body turned into a huge kraken, after using the magic of the kraken's tentacles, which surrounded him to form a sphere around Aquilo. Pride wrapped its tentacles around the body of Aquilo, who did not understand what the hell he was. Aquilo, whose neck was now squeezed by the tentacle of Pride, his origin and what he was no longer mattered. She began to squirm, turning her head towards Pride. For her, he invaded her domain without an invitation, and even said something incomprehensible. Aquilo's entire body, which was wrapped around the tentacles of Pride, began to sparkle. For her, his behavior was unforgivable. Aquilo escaped from Goran's tentacles for a brief moment and stood in front of him, saying that it was fun to play with him while calling him an insignificant creature. Pride, around whom the tentacles wriggled, laughed. These were brave words, only they would be Aquilo's last. A huge red mouth appeared in Aquilo's torso area. The mouth closed its jaws and began to drag the dragon's entire body to the bottom. A huge wave of water appeared at the sight of Aquilo's fall. Theodore flew to the place where Aquilo fell. He stopped nearby. The water should have softened the blows, but the waves were still terribly huge. Theodore stopped hovering in the air above the site of the battle between Aquilo and Pride, who fought in the depths of the sea. Looking down, he couldn't even imagine which of them would win, and whether he had a chance to somehow influence the outcome of the battle. Gluttony appeared on Theodore's hand, asking him if he wanted to get involved in a battle even knowing all the consequences. Theodore was floating in the air, his suit fluttered in the wind, and clouds of steam flowed under his feet. Theodore listened to Gluttony, who was trying to persuade him, because even though Pride succumbed to emotions, he did not stop being a grimoire. He would not kill Theodore for no reason. Drops of rain flowed down Theodore's face. He agreed with Gluttony, calling flight the wisest decision in this situation. Theodore looked at the water below again and asked Gluttony if there was a guarantee that if he ran away today, tomorrow some grimoire would not find him again. Gluttony opened his mouth saying that there were no guarantees. Theodore imagined a battle underwater, starting to talk about the increasing strength of Pride, after which even with the power of the World Tree he would be unstoppable, which means that Alina's safety in Elfheim would be in jeopardy. If he survives this battle, he will go beyond the capabilities of people their era. Theodore stood in front of a huge wave of water and decided to deal with Pride here and now. Gluttony on Theodore's hand noticed the meaning in his words. He respected the user's decision, but his advice remained the same. Theodore stood in the pouring rain looking at the water, although he pretended to have thought through everything. But was he able to defeat such a monster? Theodore clenched his jaw. His hair fell back because of the wind. Pride was much stronger than before, and now he did not understand how he was going to overcome him. Randolph's voice was suddenly heard. Randolph swam in the sea, asking Theodore in the air if he was bored of floating alone. Theodore turned around in fear, shouting at Randolph, asking him to swim away from here while he could. Randolph closed one eye and raised his hand, shouting to Theodore, reminding him of his spoken words, because Randolph said that he would follow Theodore wherever he went, and how could he leave the guy who grew up before his eyes? Theodore looked at Randolph, understanding everything. He probably knew that he was signing his own death warrant by staying here, but even so, he still rushed to help Theodore. Theodore, raising his hand with outstretched fingers, used magic on Randolph, after which he was able to stand on the water. Theodore stood with his hand raised, looking at Randolph. He said that now he could walk on water. Of course, the sensations would not be exactly the same as on land, but he thought that Randolph would figure it out himself. Randolph awkwardly stepped from foot to foot, rejoicing that now he wouldn't have to bother with the aura. The water under Randolph's foot began to freeze into ice. Randolph looked in shock at the sea as it turned to ice. Not far from Randolph, the ice began to crack. Aquilo, to whose body Pride was attached, escaped from under the ice. Aquilo insulted Pride during the battle. Water breath was released from Aquilo's mouth, but Pride firmly attached himself to him with his tentacles, preventing him from taking aim. Theodore and Randolph, standing nearby, decided to save Aquilo. Two huge giants growled at each other with their mouths open. Pride used the magic of the tentacles of greed, after which Aquillo's head was absorbed by the tentacles. But Aquillo did not give up and began to collect mana in her mouth to use her breath. She called Pride a vile chimera who allowed herself too much. The magic of the frosty storm burst out of Aquillo's mouth, destroying all the tentacles that enveloped her head and at the same time passing through Pride's entire body. Aquillo, tilting her head a little, decided to recover a little. In her opinion, no one was able to break through her magic in a short period of time. But Pride suddenly appeared from the steam with an outstretched tentacle, which was already approaching Aquillo. The tentacles grabbed her head, after which the huge mouth of Pride opened and a red trace of energy began to come out of it. A huge tornado formed around them. The plasma beam was visible from afar. Inside the tornado, Pride jumped up, beginning to accumulate a charge in his mouth for another shot at the falling Aquillo. A plasma beam erupted from Pride's mouth, causing a huge explosion and waves. Pride landed on the water. At this time Aquillo, who was lying in front of him, did not understand. Pride was not affected by breathing and he was able to get out of the dragon storm without any problems. Pride raised Aquillo's body with his newly formed claw, who asked what he was. Pride stood in the sea in the rain holding Aquillo's body in his claw. Pride stuck out his tongue and said that Aquillo had no need to know his origin. Pride extended his tongue even more, smiling predatorily at the upcoming merger. Only Pride brought Aquillo's head to himself with his claw and began to lick it when he was struck by the magic of the sixth circle by a lightning strike. Pride's head and arms separated from the rest of her body, beginning to fall into the sea. Pride turned to Theodore, who was standing on the water and around whom lightning streamed. Pride's entire body was actively regenerating. Arms, tongue, and head were growing. Theodore turned to Aquillo, saying that he knew that she would say not to interfere. Theodore stood up. Lightning appeared on the palms of his hands. He looked at Pride with whom he had his own hatred. Pride stuck out his tongue. He remembered Theodore again interfering with him. Theodore clenched his fist and smiled as Pride recalled his past flight from the battlefield. Pride went berserk. He leaned forward shouting at Theodore that it was he who lost in the last battle and if not for Veronica he would have merged with him long ago. Theodore's gaze became cold. His eye narrowed. He told Pride that his logic was terrible and all he did was beat those who were weaker, although much was not expected from the chimera. Pride's entire body tensed and her jaw clenched. Behind him, the Pride of the branch has sickle-shaped limbs with blades. Having opened his mouth from which his tongue immediately fell out, Pride began to threaten and insult Theodore. He stood over him, all his limbs pointed at Theodore, about to attack. Blue mana began to be released from Theodore's body and a small stream even came out of his mouth. The blows of Pride fell at great speed on the place where Theodore had just stood. The Pride of the tentacle and whose limbs were directed downward and now enveloped his head, Theodore could not find. Theodore, holding on to Randolph, who had drawn his blades, found himself above Pride's body, his legs glowing brightly blue, smoking from a huge amount of mana. Theodore called out to Pride. Theodore pushed Randolph and he, with two swords in his hands, flew down to Pride. Randolph cut a huge wound, almost cutting Pride in two. Pride screamed in pain, and Randolph continued to fly down insulting Pride. Pride's wound began to heal, while Pride herself coughed and called Randolph another monkey. Theodore appeared next to the almost split body of Pride. Randolph shouted at him to attack until his regeneration was fully activated. Theodore extended his arms, placing his thumbs and forefingers together with his palms open, mana beginning to gather between his palms. Theodore collected all the available mana in the area. The particles of light frantically approached him. Theodore combined the magic of triple flaming explosion, triple flaming strike, explosion, and flaming attack. A huge pillar of light hit Pride, knocking her down and making her scream in pain. Theodore floated in the air looking at the calming water of the sea below. Theodore descended to the ground, where Pride was already waiting for him in a new form. Pride transformed into a werewolf with white fur and a third eye on his forehead. He was angry that he was forced to try because of what he thought were monkeys. Theodore looked at Pride. He didn't like his new werewolf form. But suddenly Gluttony appeared on his hand and said that Pride was not a werewolf, but was an Ulfachenar. Theodore looked at Ulfachenar in front of him. Gluttony said that they were all exterminated by the king of beasts Fenrir, so he had not seen them anywhere before. Looking at the Pride of Gluttony, who opened his mouth back to tell how the Ulfachenars were higher beings, and werewolves developed precisely from them. A similar example could be the relationship between the High Elves and the Arves. While Pride approached with his teeth bared, Gluttony cited as an example the High Elves who possessed only part of the abilities of the Arve, but their strength was still immeasurably great. Theodore narrowed his eyes at Pride and asked Gluttony about the power of the higher beings themselves. Pride sank onto all fours and moved towards Theodore. Theodore began asking at this time about the abilities of the Ulfachenar. Pride rushed at great speed towards Theodore. Gluttony only managed to warn about the incredible power of the Ulfachenars. In an instant, Pride, with his mouth open and his claw raised, found himself close to Theodore, who had crossed his arms on his chest. Randolph pushed Theodore away with his body, blocking Pride's path. Randolph and Pride crossed blades and claws, glaring at each other with fury. In an instant, Pride dealt many bloody blows to Randolph. Randolph's muscles ached, he clenched his teeth due to the enormous pain and strain. Pride praised Randolph for repelling his attack. Randolph himself flew back and crashed into a cobblestone after Pride's attack. Randolph, leaning on the blade, began to slowly get up, listening to Pride's praise. Theodore behind Randolph looked at his wounds in fear. He did not understand how he was able to inflict so many wounds in a couple of moments. Randolph stood up and asked Theodore to use healing magic. Theodore asked where exactly he was injured. Randolph raised his hand and said that all the wounds were mostly scratches, but he broke 3 of his ribs in that place. Randolph looked at the wound. If the attack had fallen entirely on him, he would have been dead by now. Theodore walked over and placed his hands on Randolph's sides, his hands glowing from the use of healing magic. Theodore, who was treating Randolph's wounds, frowned. They could only hope that Aquilo had already finished treating her wounds. Looking at Randolph's back, Theodore understood that if Aquilo didn't come, then they simply had no chance of winning. At this time, Aquilo lay underwater healing her wounds. Pride opened his mouth, stopping the conversation between Theodore and Randolph. Claws appeared on Pride's hands, and he looked at Theodore and Randolph with a grin. When Pride raised his head and let out a howl, Theodore walked away from Randolph and told him to get ready. Randolph decided to fend off his attacks as long as he could. Crying for Aquilo, Theodore and Randolph ran towards Pride. Pride slammed his front hands, causing a gust of wind. This gust blew away Theodore and Randolph, who were running towards him, sending them flying. Pride raised his head and looked at Randolph and Theodore in the air. Pride jumped and rushed towards Randolph, who crossed the blades on his chest. In an instant, Pride was over Randolph. Pride landed a knee to Randolph's body and sent him down. Randolph's impact with the water caused a huge splash of water. Theodore placed the tips of his index fingers and thumbs together. He needed to use the fastest spell. Theodore, standing on the ground, used lightning strike magic, after which lightning appeared directly above Pride. But Pride simply dodged the lightning, causing him to be hit by only a few weak branches. Theodore looked at Pride next to whom the lightning passed, marveling at his speed and ability to dodge the lightning. Pride in an instant was already above Theodore, stretching out his paw with claws. A trail of white mana was left in the air behind Pride due to his speed. Pride pressed Theodore's head to the ground with one hand. He said that the fight was worthy, but Theodore was still no match for him. Pride let go of Theodore's head as he looked at him. Pride said he was impressed by his endurance, so he was honored to make Theodore his part. Pride raised his clawed hand, intending to kill Theodore. Aquilo, in her human form, cast an ice spell. Pride's entire body instantly froze, becoming covered in a huge layer of ice. Aquilo, clutching the cobblestone that Theodore was leaning on, said that she almost died. She asked Theodore what it was. It was the first time in her life that she had encountered something like that. Theodore tilted his head back and looked at Aquilo, who had finally recovered. Aquilo, holding her stomach with one hand and leaning on the cobblestones with the other, went out to Theodore. Smiling, Aquilo asked if he really missed her. A huge woolly monster, imprisoned in a thick layer of ice, froze with its fanged mouth open and limbs raised in the air. A girl with white hair and in a tight white dress asked the protagonist sitting next to him if he rushed into battle against opponents with whom he had personal scores, hoping that Aquilo would come to his aid. Theodore wiped, closing one eye, wiped his wet cheek with his palm and honestly admitted that he really had such thoughts. Aquilo, holding a small blue stick in her hands, grinned and replied that she knew it. The blonde girl placed the object in her mouth and took a deep breath. As the red-haired man kept his hand on the protagonist's shoulder, Aquilo exhaled, amazed that she had lived long enough to have a human helper. Aquilo frowned and looked at Theodore with displeasure, saying that he could consider her power to be his. The girl, without taking her blue eyes off the main character, asked how he was going to defeat this monster, because Aquilo used her most powerful technique but still could not cope with the enemy. A half-naked Randolph with a serious expression on his face told Theodore that Aquilo was right, and that even if they combined their forces, they were unlikely to be able to win. Randolph and Aquilo looked at the protagonist with blank faces as he raised his head and stated that he had a plan. However, it was unlikely that he would be able to explain everything now. The ice shackles holding the monster back began to thaw, and Theodore said that it seemed like they had no time to talk anymore. Frowning in concentration, the main character said that he needed time, namely 10 or even 15 minutes. Aquilo looked at Theodore with slightly narrowed eyes as he asked his comrades to try to delay Pride at least for this time. Randolph listened with his mouth slightly open and his black eyebrows furrowed as the protagonist said that a man alone could not last even 5 minutes, but with the help of Aquilo, anything was possible. The ice crust began to crack with a loud sound, and small fragments flew into the air. A monster with white fur and red eyes and teeth screamed deafeningly at Aquilo, asking how she dared to interfere and how she had the courage to do so. While Pride, his eyes glowing with rage, glared angrily at the girl and the man, Aquilo doubted that 10 or 15 minutes would be enough for Theodore, and Randolph, drawing his swords, sighed heavily and said that his whole body ached from the mere thought of continuing the fight. The monster raised its furry head upward as the warriors jumped high into the sky, and Randolph promised Aquilo that he would hold out as long as he could. The main character turned away from the monster and his comrades, raised his palm to his face and began to use the rewriting technique. The system reported that the C rank function was launched successfully. The protagonist's eyes turned white and he clenched his hand into a fist while the system asked Theodore to select the author whose consciousness he wished to overwrite. The protagonist furrowed his thin black eyebrows as the system offered him a famous shaman of the eastern continent named Liansun and the greatest summoner of the past named Saint Tomer. Theodore raised the corners of his lips and said that now they need Saint Tomer. The main character was engulfed in a blue fog, and the system informed that the download of the essence of Saint Tomer into Theodore's body had begun. Randolph, crossing his arms with two red swords in front of him, quickly approached Pride from above. When the man tried to strike the monster with both weapons, Pride put his hand out in front of him, and the collision caused a vibration in the air. While Pride, grinning with rage and tension, fought with Randolph, Aquilo appeared behind the monster, raising her clenched fist to strike. The woman attacked Pride in the back, and he arched and screamed loudly, and Randolph flew to the side. A man with brown hair, wearing a long blue cloak, looked at what was happening and asked why he was called. Saint Tomer said thoughtfully that at the moment the Easterner named Liansun would be much more useful here, but the main character asked the man to look at his plan first. Saint Tomer crossed his arms and furrowed his brows in confusion, not understanding what Theodore meant. Suddenly the man froze, as if he realized something, and the main character asked the mentor if his plan was feasible. Tomer pulled his lips into a grin and called the main character a brat, saying that he came up with a brilliant plan. The man began to look at his palms and think that his student had really prepared everything, for this body had much greater magical power and sensitivity than the body of Saint Tomer. Saint Tomer also noticed a door to another world on his left hand. The man put on a confident expression, waved his cape and shouted that, no matter what happened, the guys should not allow anything to interrupt Saint. The man slammed his hands in front of his face, looking at the situation with serious eyes. The man clapped his hands loudly and shouted at the top of his lungs that he was knocking 3 times and turning the handle to open the gates of the burning world, addressing a certain gentleman. A bright blue light appeared in Saint Tomer's eyes and hands as he silently begged for everything to happen faster, and thought that the spell was not just a series of spoken words, but the result of incredibly complex calculations expressed through language. The man flexed his fingers and smiled, thinking that the mentor was single-handedly completing calculations that a whole group of magicians should be working on, and his actions could not be described by such a trivial word as calculations. Pride wrinkled his nose, bared his teeth and called Saint Tomer an impudent man, looking at him with enraged eyes. The monster jumped high and prepared to hit the man with its clawed paw, asking what this incapable insect wanted to achieve with his tricks. Suddenly, Aquilo took down Pride with a kick and screamed that now it was Randolph's turn, calling him Goldilocks. Randolph sat on the ground, ready for battle, while the monster, which was thrown into the air, quickly fell down. Randolph frowned and bared his teeth, looking at Pride with green eyes full of hostility. The man rose from the ground, bringing his swords to the back of the approaching monster. Randolph moved around Pride at breakneck speed, attacking him with his red swords and calling the monster a freak. The man frowned and said with confidence that he would not allow Pride to get to the main character and even lay a finger on him. The monster hit the ground with its powerful paws, raising columns of dust and sand, and called its opponents arrogant cretins. Pride roared deafeningly, opening his huge mouth, and ordered not to interfere, while the monster, throwing its head back to the sky and spreading its paws to the sides, screamed shrilly. Randolph sat with his arms crossed and thought that in this way he would not be able to hold out even for 5 minutes. Randolph, sweat and rain running down his face, glanced at Theodore, thinking that he and Aquilo were already at their limit. Saint Tomer, raising his hands with intertwined fingers to his lips, quietly recited an incantation reminiscent of a prayer. The man opened his palms and looked at Charlotte's necklace hanging from his fingers, the red stone in the center of which shone brightly. Saint Tomer was delighted that the one to whom he had addressed accepted Charlotte's necklace as an offering. The man, whose eyes looked tired, thought that now all that was left was to call upon the summoned entity and give him enough strength to open the gate. Suddenly, Tomer flinched and his blue eyes widened in shock. The next second the man chuckled quietly and said that nothing would work out between them. When the main character asked why this was so, St. Tomer, clutching Charlotte's necklace in his hands, gave an analogy to fishing when a fish is a summoned creature. When Theodore suggested that the summoner was the fishing line, St. Tomer, with his eyes closed and smiling, clarified that it was not the summoner himself, but his soul, and their fish had now taken the bait. Hiding his face behind his hands, the man said that now all that remained was to catch the fish, and Theodore asked if St. Tomer meant that it was impossible to pull out the fish. A red glowing ring of fire appeared on the ground around St. Tomer while he explained to Theodore that they were a little short of strength, and if they started to pull now, the line would break, and in this case the protagonist's soul would be in danger. Tomer grinned and said that it was time for him to leave. The system informed the protagonist that the St. Tomer entity was requesting completion of the quest. The system also informed that after reviewing the status of the quest and the current situation in connection with the unexpected request of the object, the request of St. Tomer was determined to be justified. The quest has been completed. When the system announced that the transmission of the St. Tomer entity would begin in 30 seconds, the protagonist screamed desperately. St. Tomer, standing with folded palms, asked what Theodore was talking about, since this is the desire of the main character and the duty of a man. The main character realized that St. Tomer requested completion of the quest because he wanted to strengthen the fishing line with the help of his soul. Theodore was stunned that his mentor decided to do this right before he would summon a high-level being using his own method. As St. Tomer opened his shining palms, Theodore screamed, asking the man to stop and reminding him that he had held on to his dream even in death, and he could not give it up now. When the protagonist screamed, asking St. Tomer not to leave him alone, the man chuckled and said that Theodore was just a child after all. St. Tomer looked at Aquilo and Randolph fighting pride and told Theodore that these silhouettes were only doing this to save him. Looking at the faces of Aquilo and Randolph, distorted from tension and fatigue, Tomer said that the main character should forget about him and start caring about the living, not the dead. St. Tomer clapped his hands with a smile and mentioned that his dream had almost come true and he didn't mind dying because his body had already rotted. The man pointed his open palms, glowing with red light, towards the ground. With a confident grin, St. Tomer declared that it was time to act. The man's fingers began to dissipate as if they were made of sand. The system reported the start of the transmission of the entity of St. Tomer. The man scattered in the wind asked the main character if he had received all the knowledge about spells and magic circles from his mentor. Tomer, from whose fingers came blue smoke, said that this was enough for him because the one who completes the call would be himself. Theodore raised his hand, on which was a glowing red ball. There was a loud explosion in the sky and fire broke out as the protagonist ordered Fafnir to appear. Thick black clouds gathered high in the sky, among which a bright red glow could be seen. From the black clouds flew the harbinger of the end, a fiery dragon named Fafnir. Behind the dragon flying towards the ground, white smoke remained in the air as if after a fireworks display. Aquilo and Randolph froze in fear, looking at the huge winged creature high in the sky. As soon as the heavens opened, the sea, covered with an ice crust, boiled, and the water turned into salt crystals. Randolph frowned in confusion, but with a smile he asked the main character what kind of monster he had summoned. The man looked at a giant red dragon with a horn on its forehead and asked if a deity had really come down to them. Aquilo folded her hands and looked at the great dragon god in admiration. The girl begged Fafnir to take pity on them. Pride, seeing the dragon, screamed desperately, saying that Theodore was crazy for daring to summon Fafnir. The creature, covered with a gray thick liquid, moved, making loud sounds. This man plunged into the water with a splash, saying that he was not as easy to defeat as Gluttony's master thought. A man in blue armor, moving quickly in the water, said that the main character had too little strength to keep Fafnir on the battlefield for long, and once the dragon disappeared, nothing could protect them anymore. The man added that with such a huge body, the dragon simply would not be able to catch him. Fafnir growled that he had locked onto his target and opened his mouth wide, releasing a fireball. Fafnir flapped his large wings and spat a fireball from his mouth, intent on destroying his target. The fiery attack whizzed through the air. The fireball approached the water surface, under which a dark silhouette was visible. The man, noticing the unexpected attack, was confused. The creature screamed deafeningly that this was impossible, and that he could not fall at the hands of some insect. The creature changed its form, turning into something resembling a pile of muscles, but still did not believe what was happening. When almost nothing was left of him, he tried to say that he was still the strongest creature. However, he was unable to complete his sentence because he dissipated, leaving nothing behind. Fafnir soared high into the sky and announced that his target had been destroyed. The dragon disappeared into the dark clouds, announcing that it was returning back. The main character looked up with his mouth open while raindrops fell on his face. A second later, a heavy downpour began, but Theodore did not move and continued to stand, clenching his palms into fists. The main character relaxed his palm and asked his mentor if he saw what happened. Looking at the cloudy sky, Theodore said that everything worked out for St. The main character closed his eyes, exposing his face to the pouring rain, and thought that he no longer heard the voice of Saint Tomer, but their souls merged together and now the mentor will always be there. When the main character concluded that this thought consoled him, splashes of water flew into his face. A moment later, the main character plunged into the water with a loud splash, rapidly falling to the bottom. Aquilo, who found herself in the water, with a deft movement grabbed Theodore under the back. Looking at the main character, Aquilo said that he uses outrageous methods. As air bubbles came out of the unconscious Theodore's mouth, Aquilo said that his summoning magic was clearly too much for her. The next moment, the girl quickly headed towards the surface of the water, holding the main character in her arms. The girl sighed heavily and looked warmly at the main character, saying, "This was the most eventful day in the last 1,000 years. In a bright room, there were 2 potted flowers on a wooden window." The main character opened his dark eyes. Theodore, who was shirtless, stood up on the bed and asked where he was, and Gluttony immediately responded. The magical grimoire looked at the protagonist with a smile while he asked what happened to Pride. Gluttony stuck out the tip of his purple tongue and briefly replied that Pride had been destroyed. Theodore frowned, asking if the magical grimoire was sure of this. Gluttony nodded and with a joyful face said that there was not a single cell left of Pride, and it would take him at least 10,000 years to reappear in this world. The main character, dressed in light trousers, did not understand how something could appear again after complete destruction. Gluttony explained that people like him and Pride do not reside in their original bodies, and in order to penetrate into a lower dimension, they use the simplest form that limits their abilities to a minimum. When the protagonist asked if the real body remains in another dimension, the magical grimoire confirmed this. Theodore, looking at Gluttony, asked him if it was then possible to destroy them there. The magical grimoire replied that this was not possible because the 7 deadly sins in their original form are divine beings that feed on the information and power of an infinite number of dimensions. When Gluttony said that even if he summoned all the deities from this world, everything would end in a bloodbath, the main character answered upset that he didn't seem to even think about such a thing. Gluttony laughed and said that Theodore had already proven himself as a resident of this world, and he had better focus on what he was doing now. The main character smiled awkwardly, saying that this compliment was strange, but it was part of the charm of Gluttony. Gluttony hid, and Theodore let out a startled sigh when someone entered his room without knocking. When the main character called Aquilo Madam, the girl, who was carrying 2 mugs in her hands, said with a smile that Theodore should not call her that and stop pretending to be a good boy. When the main character took the mug and hesitantly called Aquilo informally, the girl sitting on the bed said with satisfaction that this was much better. Aquilo asked with a friendly smile if Theodore was hungry. The main character took a sip from the mug and arched his eyebrows in disbelief, asking why the girl would need to know this. The main character froze with a mug to his mouth and opened his eyes in shock when Aquilo said that he had slept for 3 days. Noticing Theodore's face filled with embarrassment, Aquilo burst out laughing and pointed her finger at the young man, saying that this was a common thing for people. Aquilo got out of bed and said that Theodore's comrade would probably wake up soon, so he needed to be brought to the dining room. The girl smiled mysteriously and said that the servants would prepare decent dishes. When the door to the room closed, the main character leaned over and rested his palm on the bed, holding a mug of hot drink in his other hand. Sitting down on the corner of the bed, Theodore was glad that Randolph was all right and that Aquilo was no longer hostile to the young man. The main character got up and went to the window, thinking that they were able to overcome the disaster. Theodore, with a thoughtful face, reflected on the fact that they even managed to destroy Pride, and at the same time the young man avenged everyone who sacrificed themselves for Lady Eleanor. The main character closed his eyes in a relaxed manner, thinking that the enemy had been defeated. Taking a sip from the mug, Theodore mentally wished the dead to now rest in peace. The main character shuddered and frowned with displeasure when someone began persistently knocking on his door and asking if he was awake. Randolph, seeing Theodore, told him to come down quickly because Aquilo promised to arrange a feast. The main character grinned and did not mind attending the feast. Hanging from the balcony, Theodore raised his palm and shouted with a smile that he would go down now. Theodore and Randolph are walking along a winter alley on the street. The tired hero said that he had to sleep soundly for 3 days, to which Randolph said that even the young master had gotten a lot from that monster. But he was worried that Theodore would never wake up, Randolph said with a grin. Theodore stated that Randolph, given the circumstances, was surprisingly active and in good health. The hero began to think that Randolph looked too vigorous, but with his wounds he would have to rest for at least another month. Randolph laughed, then said that he was reaping the fruits of their hard work and if he lay around doing nothing, then everything would fly out of his head. Suspecting that something was wrong, Theodore asked about the fruits, to which Randolph replied that he had awakened the aura skill. The hero thought that a mandatory requirement for a sword master was awakening his own aura skill, because before Randolph could only boast of an impressive aura and physical abilities, and had he finally stepped on the path to superiority. Theodore congratulated Randolph and complimented him on being a true master of the sword. To which Randolph laughed and said that years of painful training awaited him. But now he had at least seen the goal, so Randolph had no reason to complain. Theodore asked if he was glad, to which a joyful Randolph hugged the hero with one arm and said that he was very glad about this, after which he thanked their journey. Randolph said that he would go with Theodore to the ends of the earth. Then the hero said that he was a storyteller and why he then hesitated before the battle with pride. An excited Randolph noted that everything ended well, so there was nothing wrong with it. Approaching some square, Theodore asked Randolph where they were because it didn't look like a dragon's lair. Randolph noted that she was talking about her villa, an island on the outskirts of the archipelago, a restricted area for pirates. Theodore whispered the word villa, then thought that it was true, dragons do not have to sleep curled up in a cave. A voice was heard from above Theodore and Randolph saying this way. The hero thought it was a dragon word. Randolph immediately told them to check the area where the voice was coming from. The hero and Randolph opened the huge wooden door and went inside. They were met by an incredibly beautiful blonde girl in a white dress named Aquilo and said that they managed not to get lost, after which she asked if they were here for the first time. Theodore confirmed this hesitantly while simultaneously looking around the spacious room. Aquilo asked them to sit down and announced that she had prepared something and therefore they would have to postpone talking. Theodore, Randolph, and Aquilo sat down at the snow-white table, after which the girl shouted to the servant to bring food since the guests had already arrived. To which the servant listened to her and brought food to the table. Theodore, having learned that it was a chicken, was speechless because it looks very appetizing, according to Randolph, swallowing his drool. Aquilo said she doesn't know if the food suits their tastes and hopes they like it. After a while, they filled their mugs with wine. The three of them raised their mugs and shouted for health. Randolph took a piece of chicken and took a bite of it. This chicken turned out to be too tasty for him that he began to try everything on the table. Theodore, seeing this, noted that Randolph should at least be ashamed. The hero thought that this table was like being at a king's feast. But the point is not only in the high-quality ingredients, but also in the incomparably skillful way of preparing them. Randolph continues to eat without ceasing to slurp, and opposite him, Theodore yawns from fatigue. Theodore wondered if the original dragon, known for her passion for primitive pleasures, could the rumors about her taste preferences be true. Aquilo took a napkin and began to wipe her mouth, saying that the dinner turned out to be very tasty. A smiling Aquilo asked how they thought about the quality of the dishes served. Theodore said that this was beyond praise, because this could only be tasted at a royal feast, and Randolph said that he was not an expert in food, but was still delighted. Aquilo was shy and offered to resolve the issue with her debt to them, because each clan of dragons has its own peculiarity. Red dragons value emotions above all else, gold wisdom, green life, silver chastity, and blue dragons like Aquilo value pragmatism. The girl thanked them for saving her life, even if she won partly thanks to her strength. She is still in debt to Theodore and Randolph, and no mountains of treasures and gold are enough to pay half the price of her life. Aquilo raised her hand and showed 2 fingers with the words, 1 for the swordsman, 2 for the boy, and as gratitude she will grant 3 of their wishes, maybe even transfer power over the archipelago if Theodore and Randolph want. Randolph confidently stated that he did not need any islands, but he only wanted a sword. Aquila asked if it was really a sword, to which Randolph said that his previous swords broke during the battle with that monster and could she give him 2 new ones? Yes, and better, that's his request. Aquilo surprisingly asked about the 2 swords and whether she didn't hear it or not, to which Randolph confidently stated whether she was ready to highlight them or not. The indignant Aquilo noted that the dragon was in debt to him, and he was only asking for 2 swords. Then she opened a portal and many swords fell from there, after which she told him to take everything. Continuing to be indignant, she said that she was annoyed because her life was equated to 2 pieces of scrap metal. Joyful Randolph did not expect a huge mountain of swords and approached the portal from where swords were falling. Aquilo also added armor to the swords, which also broke during the battle. The armor fell out of the portal and fell on Randolph. Looking at this, Aquilo said that he should take whatever he liked, because this is not a bonus, but it just seems more like the truth to her. A very happy Randolph asked him everything here, then said that he had never known such luxury in his entire life. The girl turned towards Theodore and said that it was his turn, and asked him not to disappoint her. The hero confidently said that he wanted her to put an end to all activities on the pirate archipelago, to which Aquilo replied that Theodore had unusual requests, then apologized because such things were beyond her power. Aquilo gave the archipelago its current appearance, but pirates lived here long before her arrival and she has no right to disperse them. Then she declared that she could only kill everyone or destroy the islands. Then, the disillusioned Theodore wanted her to stop protecting the archipelago and asked her if it was within the limits of her power. Aquilo said that she could do it as easily as possible, and if Theodore wanted, he could do it right now, after which the girl spoke about the second wish and warned about the last chance and that he should think well. Taking the pen in her hands, Aquilo was ready to write down Theodore's wish. The hero thought about what to ask Aquilo. There were thoughts about the original, but it would make sense if her lair was full of books. But apparently she is not interested in such things. Then he thought about the destruction of the Orcus Guild, but he is not yet aware of their structure, and the patron has not yet been revealed. Besides, if he asks for this, then thousands of innocents will die, after which he thought about mountains of treasures. But he provided such a service, so it would be stupid to limit himself to gold alone, and then Theodore decided to one request. Theodore said that he wanted something valuable that Aquilo had, after which he asked her for what she considered the most valuable. Aquilo surprisingly asked whether he was serious or not, to which Theodore asked her that there were some problems. But Aquila said that this was not the case, she was just thinking about how exactly to hand it over to Theodore, then said that she would do so, after which she asked Theodore to come closer. Excited Theodore asked why, to which Aquilo said not to worry. Theodore stood up from his chair, then approached the girl. Aquilo put her hands on the hero's shoulders and told him to relax and it would only hurt at first. Frightened, Theodore does not understand what is happening, after which Aquila opened her mouth and approached Theodore's collarbones, then bit him. Randolph, who saw this, became angry and asked what the dragon was up to, then Theodore ordered him not to do anything. Randolph asked the hero whether she wanted to eat him or not, to which Theodore replied that this was not an attack. Theodore thought about how to explain, then from the sight of Aquilo's bite a coldness spreads throughout his body because her actions are not an attack, but he does not know how to describe them otherwise. Aquilo released Theodore and stated that everything went well and there was no rejection and said that they were more compatible than she thought. Theodore still doesn't understand what happened, so he asked her what she injected into him, to which Aquilo replied about her blood. Surprised, Theodore asked about his blood, to which the girl answered positively and the blood seal was proof of this. The girl laughed and noted that he asked for the most valuable thing, because what could be more valuable than herself, then asked Theodore if he could use summoning magic. The hero answered positively, but at the same second Aquila interrupted him and stated that if he decides that her help is needed, Theodore can call on her using blood as a conductor. Then she stated that she will help him unconditionally once, and then everything will depend on Theodore's intentions and her desires. Aquila, smiling, asked Theodore if his wish had been fulfilled, to which the hero stated that he had a choice. Aquilo laughed and noted that if she started explaining, he wouldn't even listen. She also stated that her blood gives several more effects, but Theodore will have to find out on his own. Thoughtful, Theodore spoke Aquilo's words about other effects in his thoughts, trying to look at the seal. The system reported that the imprint left by the blood of the sea dragon Aquilo was inexorably approaching the brink of extinction. The dragons attempted to create blood ties with the help of their blood. The seal was the result of their experiments. The system also reported that the imprint class is treasure. The creature increases the user's proximity to the water element. The user receives the blessing of the sea dragon, allows him to summon the sea dragon Aquilo, and after all the conditions are met, Theodore will be able to use the words of the dragon 3 times a day. Theodore thought that he would be able to use the words of a dragon. He expected an increase in predisposition to water magic and the blessing of Aquilo, but words are a matter of a completely different scale, because an ability that only dragons possess in the physical world. If Theodore endowed such a skill with a seal, then there is simply no price for it. Theodore and Aquilo went to the window, then the girl announced that it was time to fulfill her first wish. Aquilo waved her hand towards the open window. On the street, something thundered. Then Aquilo said cancellation with the word of dragons. Something continued to rumble on the street, after which Aquilo declared that everything was ready. The girl leaned on the windowsill and noted that the island was now completely free from her influence, and she would move to a new lair. Theodore, looking at Aquilo, declared that the pirate archipelago would be completely destroyed. Aquilo turned around and leaned her back on the windowsill, then stated that after countless decades, she was bored with living here, so her idea of leaving the island sounded tempting. The girl took something out of her pocket, then threw it to Theodore, saying that this was a bonus and now she didn't owe them anything. Aquila climbed onto the railing, after which she stated that they had fun and she hoped to meet again. Then she said goodbye to Theodore and jumped into the water. Theodore, going to the window and looking at the water, asked himself that she wanted to leave like that from the very beginning. Randolph, approaching Theodore, said that she took it and swam away because dragons do not know the feeling of affection, then asked about the bonus that Aquilo gave. Theodore noted that he wanted to see it too. Theodore opened the bag and the hero was shocked by what he saw. A snow-white ship with spread sails is visible in the sea. Theodore thought that, as planned, he and Randolph raised the sail to the kingdom of Saldan. Aquilo's blessing immediately made itself felt. Their ship rushed with extraordinary speed, but what happened to the pirate archipelago? Naturally it fell. Continuing to think, having learned that the guardian of the islands had left them, the pirate leaders panicked and soon a massacre began for control of the archipelago since their past truce was unsteady. All the islands were mired in the darkness of merciless massacre and death. Some decided to trade in piracy again, the rest they decided that it would be better to settle on land, but the same end awaited them. The archipelago, once known as an oasis of pleasure and a paradise for criminals, suffered an inglorious end, and now a year has passed. In the huge white estate, conversations about its sale were heard. One of the guards said who wouldn't feel sorry for such fabulous money because he was probably from a noble family. Another guard agreed that the man was from a noble family, but he stated that he had recently seen a man guarded by an incredibly skilled bodyguard. Must be the son of a noble family undercover, and as far as he knows, he hardly ever leaves the estate, except perhaps in order to buy manuscripts of magical books. One of the guards approached the king and stated that Baek Jongmyeon, the head of the Guan Yubaek family from the Eastern Kingdom, and members of his family wished to have an audience, to which the king agreed to enter. Baek Jongmyeon approached the king and stated that he had come to accept his generous offer because he had promised to give him and his family refuge here. The guy thought that he didn't like it and thought that he would soon forget about everything and change his mind, but apparently, the head of the Baek family is strongly interested in that estate. The guy's position is not the most enviable now, so the guest from the east is truly wonderful, a gift from heaven, and the guy is obliged to win his trust in such deplorable times. The guy told the head of the Baek family if he would like to inspect the estate first, to which the head of the family smiled and said a wise suggestion. After all, we need to evaluate the home before making a choice. The head of the Baek family is very interested in what the estate is like. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.